Medical student Qin Chuan finds himself ensnared by the machinations of his girlfriend, suffering a broken leg at the hands of a wealthy heir. While assisting widow Zhao in excavating a cellar, he inadvertently discovers an ancient tome, which bestows upon him the extraordinary ability of clairvoyance. With ease, he navigates the realms of antique gambling, deftly employs the principles of traditional Chinese medicine, and demonstrates remarkable prowess in martial arts. Chapter 1. Uncovering the Spring Palace. The gate to Zhao Xiangxiang's courtyard was ajar, allowing the intermittent sound of a woman's voice to drift outside. Chuanzi, hurry and retrieve the item. That's the water pipe's plug, don't touch it. Be careful, be careful. Quickly, quickly, what on earth is that? It seems like a metal object. Moments later, Qin Chuan and Zhao Xiangxiang emerged from the cellar, both drenched as if they had been caught in a downpour. In Qin Chuan's hands rested a metal box. Your hands are truly swift, I told you that spot was a water pipe. Now look, we're all soaked. As Zhao Xiangxiang spoke, she produced a towel and handed it to Qin Chuan, saying, wipe yourself off quickly, we wouldn't want you catching a cold. Qin Chuan accepted the towel, drying the water from his forehead. That plug was quite the hindrance. If we had just moved it aside, this box would have come out easily. Sister, what could possibly be inside this box, buried so deeply? Zhao Xiangxiang twisted her body and approached Qin Chuan, saying, I have no idea, could it be an antique? I never expected to unearth such a thing while digging a cellar. You're a university student and surely know more than I do, could you take a look? If it is an antique, we might strike it rich. Qin Chuan wiped the mud from his glasses with the towel, intending to respond, but upon gazing at Zhao Xiangxiang, he was momentarily entranced. At 29 years of age, she had married just 2 years prior, only to become a widow after her husband perished in a car accident. She had remained in mourning ever since. Her beauty was striking, and her figure was renowned throughout the region. Countless men aspired to share her bed. She exuded the allure of a mature woman, clad only in a loose white t-shirt and snug denim shorts. Soaked by the water, her attire clung to her form, accentuating her exquisite curves. Zhao Xiangxiang cast a glance at Qin Chuan, swaying her hips as she approached him. You should hurry home and change into dry clothes, we wouldn't want you falling ill. As she spoke, she reached for Qin Chuan's arm, leading him toward her home, her enchanting gait seemingly hypnotic. Qin Chuan, a distinguished student at Haicheng University, had endured a broken leg after intervening to protect his girlfriend from the bullying of Luo Haiwan, the heir of Luo Dong. Group, however, his girlfriend had turned against him, testifying that Qin Chuan had instigated the altercation. As a result, he not only lost his job, but was also forced to sell his possessions to cover Luo Haiwan's medical expenses. He wallowed in despair for nearly half a year before gradually recovering, eventually establishing a modest recycling stall in Donglong village to make ends meet. Despite his limp, he was quite handsome and, importantly, a top student. Zhao Xiangxiang had long harbored feelings for Qin Chuan, eagerly seeking an opportunity to claim him for herself. Qin Chuan hastily waved his hand and said, It's nothing. It's nothing. With such a blazing sun, a little exposure will dry it out. He promptly removed his t-shirt and hung it on the clothesline. If you don't change, then I shall, Zhao Xiangxiang declared. After returning to her room, she drew the curtains and began to rustle as she changed her attire. Meanwhile, Qin Chuan scrutinized the box before him. The material was indiscernible, marred by rust, resembling either bronze or iron, with faint carvings adorning its surface. Even if this were an antique, its condition rendered it virtually worthless. He pondered what might be contained within. The box was not locked, yet its edges were corroded with rust. After considerable effort, Qin Chuan managed to pry it open. What could be inside? Zhao Xiangxiang, now donned in a pink t-shirt and in a lean skirt, approached, peering into the box. Is that a book? Qin Chuan was equally perplexed. Despite the box's dilapidated state, the book inside appeared pristine, as if newly minted. What kind of book is this? It has no title, he remarked, lifting the ordinary thread-bound book. Open it, quick. Let's see if it's an ancient text. If it is, we might strike it rich. She eagerly snatched the book from his hands and flipped to the first page. They leaned in together to discern the contents, only for Zhao Xiangxiang's face to flush crimson like an apple at the sight. Qin Chuan, too, felt a twinge of embarrassment upon viewing the material. Snap! Zhao Xiangxiang hastily closed the book. Who on earth would place such a book here in such a mysterious manner? The book they had just perused was an explicit depiction of intimacy, rendered with striking realism. The significance of a man and woman sharing a space while gazing upon such imagery was undeniably suggestive. Well, does our dear Chuan feel shy? This is perfectly normal, don't you watch films that are far more scandalous? Zhao Xiangxiang teased, addressing the blushing Qin Chuan. At your age, you must have encountered matters of the heart, haven't you? If not, let's open the book and I can enlighten you. Cough, cough. Sister, please don't jest. Let's speak seriously. Qin Chuan quickly tossed the book aside, feeling awkward. This is probably not an antique. I wonder which prankster buried this. Don't throw it away. Zhao Xiangxiang retrieved the book. Sister, you can't possibly want to read it, can you? He queried. What nonsense are you spouting? Zhao Xiangxiang's cheeks flushed as well. Aren't you a scrap collector? Take the box and this book, they might fetch a few coins. Upon reflection, Qin Chuan realized the box, whether copper or iron, could indeed be valuable. He immediately prepared to take the box. Suddenly, a beam of light surged into his mind. Immediately, a book appeared in Qin Chuan's mind, identical to the one before him. With a flicker of his thoughts, the book gently opened to the first page. The first page revealed a depiction of a spring scene, and the images began to transform continuously, displaying an array of vivid and tantalizing illustrations. Once the imagery concluded, a few words emerged. The great yin-yang fusion technique. As these words dissipated, the book turned to the next page. This page featured an eye that blinked, shrouding Qin Chuan's vision in a veil of white mist. In front of him stood Zhao Xiangxiang, and with a mere glance, her attire vanished instantaneously. Height, 163 centimeters. Weight, 50 kilograms. These words appeared on the page that had originally depicted the eye. X-ray vision? It can even provide detailed descriptions of the objects being viewed. Qin Chuan felt a surge of excitement. This was indeed extraordinary. Chapter 2. What are you staring at? Chuanzi, what are you daydreaming about? Zhao Xiangxiang inquired, noticing Qin Chuan frozen in place. He quickly diverted his gaze. Stone stool, crafted in the 12th year of the Republic. When his eyes landed on a stone stool meant for sitting, the information about it materialized on the page. This stone stool had indeed been a fixture in the yard for many years, yet it was merely a haphazardly shaped stone. Hardly valuable, however, Qin Chuan discerned the utility of this eye. If he were to use it to examine antiques, wouldn't he effortlessly discern their authenticity? Just as he contemplated turning to the next page in his mind's book, he noticed that the entire volume suddenly dimmed and closed, and no matter how hard he tried, he could not reopen it. It seemed that accessing this book required certain conditions. Nothing, he replied, shaking his head. You'll take these 2 items. Go ahead. Take them. You wouldn't sneak a peek under the covers tonight, would you? Zhao Xiangxiang teased, leaning closer, her eyes shimmering like glistening water. Xiangxiang des Qin Chuan found himself at a loss. An unexpected voice interrupted from outside. That old lecher is here again. Upon hearing this, a frown crossed Zhao Xiangxiang's face. She turned to Qin Chuan and urged, you should hide quickly. If that old lecher sees you, he will definitely make things difficult for you. The old lecher she referred to was her father-in-law, Liang Haichong. Ever since her husband passed away, her father-in-law had been a frequent unwelcome visitor, harboring inappropriate thoughts about his daughter-in-law. After several firm rejections from Zhao Xiangxiang, Liang Haichong, along with his family, had bullied her, forcing her out of her home and compelling her to rent a place of her own. Even after her departure, he continued to haunt her. Liang Haichong was notorious for his unscrupulous behavior in the village. If he were to discover Qin Chuan in her home, he would undoubtedly torment him. After Qin Chuan was concealed within the house, Liang Haichong entered with a lewd grin plastered across his face. Xiangxiang, what are you busy with? Why do you not respond when I call you? This man, with a cigarette dangling from his lips, exhaled clouds of smoke as he spoke, oblivious to the repulsive grin revealing his crooked teeth. Zhao Xiangxiang furrowed her brow and retreated a couple of steps. Nothing much, just digging a cellar. Liang Haichong's gaze greedily roamed over her, fixating on her chest as if he could not tear his eyes away. Oh, is that so? He settled himself onto a chair in the courtyard, addressing Zhao Xiangxiang. Come, sit. Zhao Xiangxiang chose a seat as far from him as possible, replying, is there something you want from me? If not, Please refrain from coming here. After all, I am a widow now, and your frequent visits may invite unwelcome gossip. Her disillusionment with this family had begun the moment they attempted to seize her property. Hey, you shouldn't say that. Liang Haichang extinguished his cigarette and asserted, You are after all my daughter-in-law, it is only natural for me to check on you. Humph. Then why didn't you consider me your daughter-in-law when you were stealing my house? Zhao Xiangxiang retorted without a hint of politeness. Cough, cough. Feeling embarrassed by her sharp rebuke, Liang Haichang resorted to coughing to mask his discomfort. The matter of the house can be discussed. If you agree to my previous request, the house will rightfully belong to you. You know well that my family has had 3 generations of only sons. With my son's untimely death, he left no offspring for the Liang family. Thus our lineage is at an end. If you are willing to bear me a son to continue the lineage of the Liang family, you may return to live in that house. Stay as long as you wish. Zhao Xiangxiang's chest heaved with indignation at his shameless proposition. Shameless. She pointed at him, scolding, You truly have no shame, attempting to seduce your own son's widow. Moreover, that house rightfully belongs to me. I have no desire to contest it with your family. To now use it as a bargaining chip. Disgusting. Liang Haichang, undeterred by her words, sought to cloak his despicable intentions with a seemingly noble rationale. How utterly brazen. Hearing Zhao Xiangxiang's retort, Liang Haichang's expression darkened instantaneously. Zhao Xiangxiang, do not test my patience. If you refuse my demands today, I will ensure you cannot remain in Donglong village. Liang Haichang's demeanor shifted abruptly as he confronted her. Upon hearing this, Zhao Xiangxiang's face fell, reflecting her distress. Liang Haichang was notorious in Donglong village for his unscrupulousness, and the villagers generally avoided provoking him. If he sought to oust her, she knew her strength would be insufficient against his. Observing the troubled look on Zhao Xiangxiang's face, Liang Haichang stood and approached her step by step. Just listen to me. After all, you are part of the Liang family now, so what difference does it make if you share a bed with me? Liang Haichang revealed his yellowed teeth and reached out towards Zhao Xiangxiang's chest. Zhao Xiangxiang is still quite young, possessing a physique that undoubtedly suggests fertility and exuding an overwhelming charm that captivates any man. Why would a man remain indifferent? Rather than allowing another to take advantage, he should indulge himself first. Get away! Zhao Xiangxiang quickly rose, forcefully swatting his hand away. However, Liang Haichang was relentless, having resolved that he must possess Zhao Xiangxiang today. Don't run! Where do you think you're going? In a few strides, Liang Haichang cornered Zhao Xiangxiang, a triumphant smile adorning his face as he declared, What a splendid figure! Just submit to me. With that, he reached out to tear at Zhao Xiangxiang's clothing. Help! Help! Zhao Xiangxiang struggled fiercely, calling for assistance. Yet at this hour, most villagers were in the fields, leaving no one to hear her cries. Even if someone did, they would hesitate to interfere in what they perceived as a domestic affair. They had no desire to offend Liang Haichang, a notorious rogue. With a ripping sound, Liang Haichang forcefully tore Zhao Xiangxiang's delicate t-shirt open at the neckline, revealing a fair arm. The black strap resting on her shoulder only intensified Liang Haichang's predatory desires. Little girl, just yield to me. He intended to seize her completely in one decisive move. Just as he prepared to continue his assault, someone tapped him on the shoulder. What do you want? He turned irritably, barking back. This was a critical moment. He would not allow anyone to disrupt him. Bang! Qin Chuan's fist struck his face, knocking him to the ground. Chapter 3. In his embrace. Sister Xiangxiang, are you all right? Qin Chuan hurriedly helped Zhao Xiangxiang to her feet. Her eyes were red, a look of grievance etched on her face, tears welling in her eyes, yet she made an effort to remain calm as she replied, I'm fine. You should leave quickly, don't provoke him. As she spoke, she attempted to push Qin Chuan away towards the exit. Liang Haichang was the local scoundrel of Donglong village, while Qin Chuan's family consisted of simple, honest farmers. If Liang Haichang decided to cause trouble, it could jeopardize Qin Chuan's modest recycling business. Leave? You think you can just walk away after striking me? Liang Haichang rose, recognizing Qin Chuan as his assailant, and turned to Zhao Xiangxiang, saying, So that's why you were reluctant. You have taken up with this pretty boy. Qin Chuan, his shirt drenched and hanging on a line outside, stood shirtless. It was evident their relationship was not ordinary. Stop talking nonsense. Chuanzi is here to help me dig a cellar, Zhao Xiangxiang defended. Oh, so now you're defending him? Liang Haichang sneered. Digging a cellar? Do you really need to strip for that? Scoundrels. Liang Haichang, cease your slander. Qin Chuan glared at him, stating, if you dare to defame Sister Xiangxiang again, do not expect me to be courteous. Courteous to me? You, a cripple? Liang Haichang scoffed, you can hardly walk, and yet you dare to threaten me? You seem to be tired of living. Zhao Xiangxiang, today I present you with an opportunity. Should you choose to follow me, all shall be well. However, if you refuse, I shall shatter the other leg of your beloved. Upon hearing this, Zhao Xiangxiang's countenance darkened considerably. You, how can you be so shameless? I have already stated that there is nothing between us. What kind of prowess is it to bully a disabled person? I shall indeed bully him, Liang Haichang retorted arrogantly, stepping forth to confront Qin Chuan, delivering a punch to his abdomen. Qin Chuan, hindered by his leg injury, was unable to evade the blow, doubling over in pain and stumbling backward, ultimately collapsing to the ground. Haha, is this the person you admire? He can't even stand on his own. Liang Haichang laughed, seizing a hoe from the side and addressing Zhao Xiangxiang. I shall grant you one final chance. Accept my terms, or I will sever his other leg. After falling, Qin Chuan did not rise immediately. In his mind, the book he had encountered glimmered to life once more. The pages turned, revealing a figure practicing martial arts, illuminated by a radiant glow as it executed a series of formidable techniques. These martial skills were demonstrated in a matter of seconds before transforming into a beam of light that surged into Qin Chuan's body. In that instant, he felt a surge of strength coursing through him, as if the martial arts were indelibly etched into his being. After displaying this page, the book faded to gray again. At that moment, Qin Chuan comprehended the reason. When he had fallen, he had brushed against the previous stone stump, allowing a faint white mist to permeate his mind. Only then could the book be opened. Could it be that genuine antiques are imbued with such white mist? Is it only through this mist that the book can be unlocked? He pondered, perplexed. Why could the book not provide a user manual? Why must he deduce its secrets? Yet, reality demanded his focus. Zhao Xiangxiang stood frozen, her eyes brimming with tears, uncertain of her next move. The thought of being forced to bed with the repugnant, old, and unscrupulous Liang Haichang was more unbearable than death itself. Seeing her in action, Liang Haichang prepared to compel her into making a decision, swinging the hoe toward Qin Chuan's leg. Let us first break this legdo knot. Zhao Xiangxiang cried out that it was she who had invited Qin Chuan to assist her in digging a cellar, and if he were to be injured again because of this, she would bear the weight of guilt for eternity. Bang! The hoe, initially aimed with precision, suddenly struck the ground. Instead, Qin Chuan, whom Liang Haichang had underestimated, rolled aside nimbly, evading the attack and rising to his feet, moving with an agility that belied his disability. Kid, you are quick on your feet, but evading once does not guarantee you can dodge a second time. With that, Liang Haichang raised the hoe, aiming for Qin Chuan's head. This tool was heavy. Should it connect, it would surely bring about death or render him a fool. Qin Chuan was enraged. This old scoundrel was truly relentless. Immediately, he employed the martial arts he had recently mastered to evade Liang Haichang's assault, delivering a powerful punch to his chest. Qin Chuan. Liang Haichang's movements appeared as sluggish as a snail, rife with openings. Confronting him was as effortless as exterminating an ant. Bang! Liang Haichang had not anticipated that Qin Chuan would strike with such swiftness. The blow to his chest left him gasping for breath, sprawled on the ground for quite some time. Had it not been for Qin Chuan's final kick, which allowed him to regain his breath, he might have believed he was on the brink of death. Liang Haichang, cease your ridiculous antics. Ever since you cast Sister Xiangxiang out of your home, she has severed all ties with your family. Qin Chuan fixed him with a steely gaze, warning, if you dare to harass Sister Xiangxiang again, I will not hesitate to break your legs. Liang Haichang was taken aback that a cripple possessed such fighting prowess. He was at a loss to know more. No more, he hastily replied. I will not return. I see my mistakes. I see my mistakes. Realizing he could not win, he quickly capitulated. Get lost. Qin Chuan delivered a kick in his direction. Hey, hey, hey! Liang Haichang swiftly turned and fled, fearful that Qin Chuan might change his mind. Sigh, it is I who have brought you trouble. Zhao Xiangxiang approached Qin Chuan, her expression laden with apology. Liang Haichang is nothing but a scoundrel. He will certainly not let this go. He has many dubious acquaintances. What if he seeks revenge on you? It's nothing to worry about, Qin Chuan replied nonchalantly. If that old fool dares to come after me, I will gladly deal with him once more. When did you learn martial arts? I must say, your strikes just now appeared quite professional, Zhao Xiangxiang remarked, amused and curious that I dabbled in it during university. Qin Chuan fabricated a casual excuse, knowing full well she would not believe the truth. Qin Chuan, what's wrong? You're bleeding. Zhao Xiangxiang pointed to his arm at that moment. It's nothing, probably just a scrape from the ground. As Qin Chuan turned to see the blood on his arm, he could not finish his sentence before he collapsed into Zhao Xiangxiang's embrace. He had fainted at the sight of blood. Chapter 4. A physical examination. After approximately 10 minutes, Qin Chuan gradually awoke, only to discover himself nestled in Zhao Xiangxiang's embrace. You have finally awoken. You frightened me to death, Zhao Xiangxiang exclaimed, releasing a long sigh of relief as she held him close. Sister Xiangxiang, I am fine now, Qin Chuan hastily replied, rising to his feet. If there is nothing else, I shall take my leave. Do not be in such a hurry to depart. Why not join me for dinner? You protected me today, and I shall prepare you a sumptuous meal, Zhao Xiangxiang said, her figure alluring as she looked at Qin Chuan. There is no need to trouble yourself, he responded, unable to withstand the charms of such a woman, feeling as though he had been run over by a truck. I must return. I still have to collect scrap materials, he said, making a hasty exit. Ah! Do not forget to take the scrap with you, Zhao Xiangxiang called out, gesturing towards the excavated box and the book. Qin Chuan turned back to retrieve the items before darting away. Upon returning home and shutting the door behind him, he reopened the book, only to find its pages entirely blank, filled with nothing but white paper. This piqued Qin Chuan's curiosity regarding the book in his mind. It seemed to require a certain white energy for it to be unlocked, energy that could only be derived from antiques. Thus, he rummaged through his home, examining every old item he could find. However, his household was exceedingly impoverished, devoid of any antiques. Eventually, he inadvertently touched a table that held a spiritual tablet, and a faint white mist surged into his mind. The book, absorbing the mist, began to glow. Yet this mist was quite delicate, only slightly stronger than that of the stone pedestal in Zhao Xiangxiang's home, merely a thin layer. As the white mist illuminated, the book in Qin Chuan's mind began to turn its pages once more. After flipping past the martial arts section, he encountered an image of a gourd, which immediately radiated a brilliant light. In an instant, a plethora of medical knowledge flooded into his consciousness. If one were to observe from the outside, they would witness a stream of white light coursing through Qin Chuan's entire being, lingering particularly long on his injured leg. After absorbing all the knowledge, he discovered that the book continued to shine, still enveloped by a layer of white mist. It appeared that the table in his home was also an old item, albeit of lesser value than the stone pedestal. Eager to continue, he attempted to turn the pages further. This book was truly extraordinary. Within just a few pages, he had acquired knowledge of clairvoyance, martial arts, and medicine, each more wondrous than the last. His curiosity about what lay on the next page was insatiable. However, as he began to turn the pages, he found that despite the book's illumination, the next page remained stubbornly closed. One must cultivate the great yin-yang fusion technique to the 4th level to unlock it, the words materialized on the page. Qin Chuan gazed at the lines before him, relinquishing any intention of turning the page. Yet, he did not delve into the intricacies of this grand yin-yang fusion technique, as it seemed to him nothing more than a series of spring palace illustrations. With no girlfriend to speak of, he felt utterly unprepared to cultivate such a practice. However, when he revisited the grand yin-yang fusion technique, he discovered that it was not solely comprised of spring palace illustrations. The reason for its overwhelming dominance in practice necessitated the assistance of a female body, enabling a swift progression after the fusion of yin and yang. Moreover, prior to reaching the 4th level, there was no requirement for the union of yin and yang. The first 3 levels could be practiced simply through physical contact with a female. Chuangu, Chuangu. At that moment, a girl riding a tricycle laden with discarded items entered the courtyard, addressing Qin Chuan. He opened the door and stepped outside, smiling at the newcomer. If you have scrap, just give me a call and I'll come to collect it. You are, after all, a boss-level figure. Why are you personally delivering refuse to me? He jested with the young lady before him. This girl, named Zhang Yan, was his childhood companion. They had played together since their youth. After graduating from university, she returned to the village to cultivate over a dozen acres of land, engaging in various forms of harvesting, and her endeavors were thriving. Where did you acquire all this? Qin Chuan inquired, glancing at the disarray behind her tricycle. Teasingly, I've been planning to establish a farmhouse, you know. Once city dwellers finish picking, they can also enjoy a meal in the village, thereby increasing local consumption. Zhang Yan replied, brushing the dirt from her hands. These items are all things discarded from the ancestral home. You can take them, I'll weigh them shortly. Qin Chuan was ready to lend a hand immediately. No need to weigh them. If President Zhang thinks they hold value, you can keep them. I merely wish to clear space, and your ability to reclaim these items is already a great help, he said, recognizing her intention to assist him. Let us not be so formal. After all, we are now president to president, and business matters should be settled. Qin Chuan understood that Zhang Yan must have put thought into selecting these recyclable materials. If she had wished to dispose of them, she could have easily discarded them alongside other refuse. It was evident that these were carefully chosen scraps. Please, don't be so distant. I happen to need your help with something, and your gesture leaves me unsure of how to approach you. Zhang Yan feigned annoyance. Upon hearing this, Qin Chuan chuckled. All right, just throw those things over there. What do you need? Feel free to speak plainly. There's no need for formalities between us. Zhang Yan hesitated, finding it difficult to express herself. After a considerable pause, she quietly confided, Chuan Gu, you are an outstanding student from Haicheng Medical University. I have something I wish to ask you. I've been feeling a persistent heaviness in my chest. What could be the cause? Qin Chuan remarked. Chest tightness may arise from various causes. A thorough examination is essential to ascertain the underlying issue. If you are concerned, you might consider visiting a hospital for some imaging tests. During this period, I have been preoccupied with managing my agritourism business and have scarcely any time to spare. Zhang Yan turned to Qin Chuan and said, could you possibly assist me? I've been experiencing significant tightness in my chest, as if something is obstructing it. Is that so? Qin Chuan responded. Then come home, and I shall conduct a brief examination. All right, she replied, eagerly darting inside, only to stand there momentarily, gazing at Qin Chuan. What are you dawdling for? Qin Chuan asked as he drew the curtains, addressing her. Chapter 5. Indeed, I have grown. Qin Chuan approached and promptly opened the page on medical techniques. Instantly, he grasped all the various information regarding Zhang Yan's condition. Has there been an increase in your stress levels recently? There appears to be a lump within your body. Feel this area. There is a distinctly hard mass. After reviewing the information, Qin Chuan addressed Zhang Yan with urgency. Immediate treatment is necessary. What should I do now? Zhang Yan asked, her voice laden with anxiety. Recently, she had been quite irritable, having quarreled with suppliers, workers, and even her own parents, which had left her feeling quite overwhelmed. Lie down, and allow me to perform a massage, Qin Chuan instructed. If we can dispel it, a hospital visit may not be required. Please hurry, she replied, disregarding her modesty, eager to alleviate her ailment. During this process, Qin Chuan quietly activated the great yin-yang fusion technique. Suddenly, he felt the air thick with a white mist. Although it was quite sparse, it continuously surged towards him. Once this mist entered his body, it seemed to harbor a seething anger, wreaking havoc within his meridians, nearly causing him to cry out in pain. He quickly followed the technique's principles, carefully guiding the white mist into Zhang Yan's body. Upon entering her system, the mist swiftly eradicated the lump, coursing through her meridians before returning to Qin Chuan. When it re-entered his body, it exhibited a noticeable docility. Moreover, the book he possessed, now enriched by the mist, shone even brighter than before. The lingering mist was sufficient for him to utilize the technique 3 more times. Realizing the surrounding white mist was exceedingly thin, Qin Chuan concluded his efforts, releasing his hands as he said to Zhang Yan, you should be feeling better now. Why don't you check? Upon hearing this, Zhang Yan sprang to her feet, only to discover that the lump had indeed vanished. "It's truly gone," she exclaimed, her eyes gleaming with excitement. "Chuan Gu, you truly are a miracle worker. Another 2 sessions should ensure complete eradication," Qin Chuan remarked. "What? 2 more times?" Zhang Yan blushed, taken aback. "If you wish for a thorough resolution, we must proceed," Qin Chuan advised. "Otherwise, it will undoubtedly recur after some time." "All right," Zhang Yan nodded in agreement. After Qin Chuan's treatment, her skin glowed with a rosy hue, her complexion significantly improved. Dressed once more, she gazed into the mirror. "Chuan Gu, what kind of massage technique is this? It has even enhanced my skin." She marveled at her reflection, astonished by the unexpected transformation. The crow's feet and dullness she had developed from years of labor had completely vanished. Qin Chuan was equally taken aback. "It appears that the ethereal white mist is indeed a remarkable substance, capable of nurturing the human body. My technique is rooted in traditional Chinese medicine, which invigorates the blood and enhances your metabolism. Thus, it is only natural that your skin has improved," Qin Chuan remarked with a hint of nonchalance. The benefits surely stem from that white mist, yet he could not divulge this, opting instead for a casual excuse. "Will you be able to show me this regularly?" Zhang Yan inquired, her eyes wide with anticipation as she gazed at Qin Chuan. However, he shook his head, stating, "It is not appropriate. You have grown up now." "You are insufferable," Zhang Yan retorted playfully, casting him a teasing glance. "We both grew up wearing open-crotch pants. Where is the inappropriateness in that? You are now a young lady. Propriety dictates that there should be a degree of distance between the sexes." Qin Chuan feigned seriousness. "As a doctor, do you not see both genders as mere patients?" Zhang Yan tugged at Qin Chuan's arm, playfully swaying it. Very well. I shall acquiesce to your request," he finally conceded. "It is settled then," Zhang Yan declared. "Brother, we are back. Are you home? Why have you drawn the curtains?" At that moment, a voice echoed from outside. It must be Qin Chuan's younger sister, Qin Jin, returning home. Upon hearing this voice, Zhang Yan's demeanor shifted to one of urgency. Chapter 6. The blessing of Tongbao. Qin Chuan was flustered. If the current state of the two were to be discovered, their explanations would falter. Zhang Yan hastily began to dress. The door creaked open, and Qin Jin peeked inside. "Brother, what are you doing? I've been calling you for ages." Upon seeing Zhang Yan's flustered expression, a mischievous smile crept onto her lips. "Oh, what are you two up to? Drawing the curtains? Don't speak nonsense," Qin Chuan retorted, pulling her inside. "How am I speaking nonsense?" Qin Jin scrutinized Jing Yan and then remarked to Qin Chuan, "Brother, you are truly too rough. Can't you be a bit gentler with girls? You've even torn her clothes." Hearing this, Zhang Yan felt so embarrassed she wished she could vanish into a crack in the ground. "No, it's not what you think," she hurriedly explained. "I came to find Brother Chuan. I just twisted my waist while tidying up the yard. The torn clothes were entirely my own clumsiness." "Oh, is that so?" Qin Jin observed Zhang Yan like a detective, astonished. "Sister Yan, your skin is remarkably flawless, so tender as if it has been nourished." Zhang Yan felt a wave of discomfort wash over her, unsure how to respond. "Sister Yan, actually, my brother is quite decent. Yes, rather handsome. A top student from Haiqing Medical University, although he has a slight limp." Qin Jin did not press further, continuing, "But he is a kind person, caring and considerate. You would not fare poorly with him." Qin Chuan kicked Qin Jin lightly. "What do you know, you little brat? Keep talking nonsense and I'll kick you again." "Ow." Qin Jin rubbed her bottom. "He really is considerate. Hey, brother, how is your leg better?" Suddenly, she noticed something amiss. Qin Chuan's leg, which had previously been limping and barely able to lift, now seemed agile enough to kick her. Moreover, he appeared to walk without a limp. "It's probably just the bones healing," Qin Chuan casually fabricated an excuse. In truth, his leg had healed entirely due to the mysterious white mist that had enveloped it, which seemed to possess a unique energy capable of not only enhancing skin condition but also aiding in bone recovery. Truly a remarkable phenomenon. "All right, Xiao Jin, stop your antics." Sun Yunmei called from outside. "Hurry and help your mother cook." "Xiao Yan, stay and dine here today, don't head back." "No, auntie. I still need to supervise the workers over there," Zhang Yan replied, her face as red as an apple. After politely declining Sun Yunmei's kind invitation, she swiftly exited. "Brother Chuan, I've placed these things here for you to tidy up. I must leave now," she shouted back at Qin Chuan before hurriedly pedaling away on her tricycle. Once Zhang Yan had departed, Qin Jin gazed at Qin Chuan with curiosity. "Brother, have you won over Sister Yan? Sister Xiaoyan possesses both beauty and exceptional work capabilities, and having known you since childhood, you two are undoubtedly a perfect match. What do you know, you little brat? We are good friends. Do not speak nonsense." Qin Chuan kicked her lightly and said, "Hurry and help Mom wash the vegetables. Are you not aware of her poor health?" After Qin Chuan was wrongfully accused and had his leg broken, his father, Qin Yuanlang, was struck by a car while en route to gather compensation for Qin Chuan, leaving him in a vegetative state, unresponsive to this day. His mother has been in tears ever since, her eyes nearly blinded by weeping. Coupled with relentless debt collectors nearly emptying their home, the weight of various troubles rests heavily upon her shoulders, causing her to faint from time to time due to palpitations. Although she has been advised to seek medical attention, she has refrained from doing so out of fear of incurring expenses. "All right," Qin Jin said, skipping into the kitchen to help prepare the meal. "Mom, I've noticed that my brother seems much more cheerful today. He used to always wear a gloomy expression, but today he is all smiles, and his leg appears to be better." Qin Jin remarked to Sun Yumei. "Is he truly recovered?" Sun Yumei rushed out, not even pausing to wash her hands. Upon exiting the kitchen, she saw Qin Chuan approaching, and indeed, his gait was no longer limping. "Good, he has recovered. At least we need not worry about him being unable to find a wife." Sun Yumei leaned closer to inspect Qin Chuan's leg, her eyes squinting. The doctor had once claimed he would never regain full function, yet it seems a miracle has occurred. While washing the vegetables, Qin Jin peered over and said, "After all, I am a doctor. I can manage my own recovery." Qin Chuan gazed at his mother, whose hair was already streaked with gray, and said, "Mom, once I return to the city, I will gather some medicine and buy a few items to help you with your health and alleviate your ailments." "Exactly. My brother used to be a doctor at Haiqing Hospital. His medical skills are undoubtedly commendable," Qin Jin chimed in. "If you are unwilling to go to the hospital, let my brother take care of your health." "All right," Sun Yumei replied, her heart lightened by the sight of Qin Chuan's recovery, readily agreeing to anything. "Since today is a happy occasion, let us take out that piece of meat to stir-fry." While the two women prepared the meal, Qin Chuan tidied up the pile of junk that Zhang Yan had sent over. In truth, Zhang Yan had already sorted the items. Paper scraps into one category, scrap metal into another, and plastic bottles into yet another, requiring little effort on his part. Just as Qin Chuan was about to leave, a sudden wisp of white mist enveloped his hand. The presence of white mist suggested the existence of something valuable nearby. However, what he held was merely a rusted cylindrical piece of scrap metal. Could this possibly hold any worth? The white mist continued to flow from the scrap metal into his hand, far denser than the mist that lingered on the table at home. Perception sharpened. A veil of white mist clouded his vision. Heavenly Blessing Tongbao coins, cast for Zhang Shiqing. This cylindrical object contained approximately a dozen ancient coins fused together by rust. Such items are typically unearthed from the ground. However, as the saying goes, if the people do not report, the authorities will not investigate. The most pronounced white mist emanated from the very first coin, the Tianyu Tongbao. Qin Chuan hastily procured a tool, determined to pry the Tianyu Tongbao free for further examination. Ancient coins, particularly rare specimens, are exceedingly precious. According to his recent online findings, the market value of the Tianyu Tongbao minted by Zhang Shiqing exceeds 20,000 yuan. Zhang Shiqing was a significant rebel leader during the late Yuan dynasty, who proclaimed himself King Chong and established the Dezhou dynasty, with the era name Tianyu. He was also a pivotal figure in the struggle for supremacy against Zhu Yuanzhang. The Tianyu Tongbao was a coin he minted. This particular coin appeared rather dull, yet it was in remarkably good condition, exhibiting almost no signs of damage. Their family was in dire financial straits, having depleted their savings for medical treatment for both him and his father, and they were now burdened with substantial debt. If he could exchange some coins for money, it would alleviate the strain on his mother. He promptly set to work, carefully prying the coin from its crevice. The second coin revealed the clear inscription Hanggu Tongbao. This coin was relatively common, valued at approximately 30 or 40 yuan. He casually discarded it aside and proceeded to extract the next coin. As he removed the subsequent coin, a surge of white mist flowed into his body through his fingers, surprisingly dense, rivaling that of the Tianyu Tongbao. Qin Chuan glanced down in astonishment. Chapter 7. The burden of usury. Qin Chuan gazed at the coin before him and immediately employed his ability of perception to examine it. The coin, known as Tianding Tongbao, was minted by Su Shouhui. Upon uncovering this information, Qin Chuan began to comprehend its significance. This coin likely dates back to the late Yuan dynasty and the early Ming dynasty, during which Su Shouhui emerged as one of the notable leaders of rebellion. The Tianding Tongbao was minted during his relocation of the capital to Jiangzhou and the establishment of the Tianding era. A brief online search revealed that while the coin's silver content was comparable to that of the Tianyu Tongbao, their market values differed substantially. The Tianding Tongbao fetched a mere 6,000 to 7,000 yuan. With the acquisition of these two coins, Qin Chuan's excitement grew, prompting him to open the remaining containers. However, the rest contained only Hanggu Tongbao, which were of little worth. Once he finished opening the containers, Qin Chuan felt a surge of happiness. In total, he had unearthed 9 Hanggu Tongbao, 1 Tianyu Tongbao, and 1 Tianding Tongbao. He resolved to venture into the city to sell these treasures for some much-needed cash. "Brother, wash your hands. It's time to eat." As Qin Chuan organized his findings, Qin Jin's voice called out to him. "Coming." Qin Chuan tucked the coins into his pocket and hurried inside. The two siblings assisted in preparing the tableware, while Sun Yumei first attended to Qin Yuanlang's needs, feeding him liquid nourishment. Presently, Qin Yuanlang remained in a state of unconsciousness, reliant on others for sustenance and care. Over the years, Sun Yumei had not only tended to the bedridden Qin Yuanlang but also had to nurture her despondent son and earn a living to support her daughter's education. One can only imagine the weight of the burdens she bore. Qin Chuan glanced at Qin Yuanlang, and the knowledge from the book in his mind promptly provided a remedy, albeit requiring various medicinal herbs that he would need to procure from the city. "Hurry up and eat. What are you waiting for?" Sun Yumei, having finished feeding Qin Yuanlang, emerged only to find her children waiting for her to join them. "It's getting cold," she exclaimed. Upon sitting down, she promptly served each of them a piece of meat. The family shared a joyful meal together. "Ah, it appears you're dining quite well." Just as they were enjoying their meal, the door was suddenly thrust open. A man strode in with an air of brazen familiarity. He rubbed his glistening bald head and surveyed the food on the table. "With fish and meat, you are clearly living a life of relative comfort. When do you intend to repay the debt you owe us?" This man was known as Su Datu, who made a living through usury. In dire circumstances, he had lent Qin Shuang 20,000 yuan for medical expenses, expecting that through frugality, the debt would be settled within 3 months. However, the unforeseen incident involving Qin Yuanlang had resulted in the loss of the family's primary breadwinner, and Sun Yumei, reliant on farming, could barely earn enough to survive. Consequently, repayment was slow, but the compounding interest was frightfully burdensome. She had already repaid over 30,000 yuan, yet still owed an additional 30,000. "Brother Datu, could you possibly grant us an extension? The vegetables in the garden will soon be ready. Once I sell them in the city, I will repay you at the earliest opportunity," Sun Yumei implored, her voice laced with urgency and humility. "The vegetables in your dilapidated garden are worth but a pittance. Allow me to inform you that if you do not repay the money this month, the amount will only increase next month." Su Datu, seated upon a stool, lit a cigarette and declared, "Let me calculate for you. The interest and late fees for next month will total 40,000 yuan. Can you manage to pay that?" Upon hearing this, Sun Yumei's lips trembled in anxiety as she implored Su Datu, "Please, could you possibly reduce the late fees? The money I have returned to you has already surpassed your principal, and you have not incurred any losses. We are fellow villagers. Consider this a favor. We shall certainly remember your kindness." "Who in the world cares to remember your kindness? Who do you think you are?" sneered a burly man with tattooed arms standing behind Su Datu, giving Sun Yumei a shove. "We signed a promissory note, and the repayment terms, including interest and late fees, were clearly stipulated. If you cannot repay, the late fees will continue to accrue. What are you doing? Do not frighten her, Su Datu feigned authority, chiding his subordinate, then turned to Sun Yume with a smile. We are not unreasonable people. I am merely a businessman. It is only natural to repay debts. As you mentioned, we are fellow villagers, and I cannot drive you to despair. Here is my proposal. Let us waive the late fees for this month, and you shall pay me 20,000 yuan. Should you manage to repay this amount by the end of the month, we shall consider the matter resolved. However, if you are unable, Su Datu then glanced at Qin Jin and continued, my brother has yet to marry. Qin Jin is of a suitable age. I propose she wed my brother. We shall be akin to family, and this sum could serve as her bride price. Upon hearing this, Sun Yume's countenance darkened. Qin Jin, poised and diligent in her studies, had persevered through great upheaval, working while studying to gain admission to Haicheng University. She possessed a bright future, while Su Datu's brother, Su Ertu, was a simpleton, incapable of caring for himself. To wed her to Su Ertu would be akin to pushing her into a fiery abyss. Qin Jin's eyes glistened with unshed tears. Who would ever consider marrying their daughter to such a fool? Yet, the dire circumstances of her family rendered even 2,000 yuan a formidable challenge. This is unacceptable. Qin Chuan slammed his hand on the table and stood, declaring, is it merely 20,000 yuan? I will repay you tomorrow. I warn you, do not lay a hand on my sister, or I shall not let this rest. Oh, such bravado, Su Datu scoffed, casting a derisive glance at the standing Qin Chuan. What nonsense are you spouting, you pathetic cripple? Given your family's situation, how could you possibly come up with 20,000 yuan? Do you expect it to come from your useless self? In his eyes, Qin Chuan was the very embodiment of the family's downfall. The notion of him earning 20,000 yuan was nothing more than a dream. How long has your family kept me waiting for this meager sum? Su Datu's piercing gaze scanned the room. I have no desire to waste further time with you. Before tomorrow night, you must either return my money or I shall arrive with a grand procession to assist my brother in his marriage. Should you refuse both conditions, do not hold me accountable for my ruthless actions, for I may leave a few more of your kin in a state of unconsciousness. Upon finishing his declaration, he slammed his hand upon the table and strode purposefully towards the exit. Once he departed, a profound silence enveloped the household. It was evident that Su Datu's intentions were directed squarely at Qin Jin. However, even if one were to consider borrowing, acquiring 20,000 yuan by tomorrow seems implausible. Mother, please grant me the bracelet you promised to pass down to me. Qin Jin mustered a faint smile as she addressed Sun Yume. Sun Yume possessed a family heirloom bracelet. Though of little monetary value, it had always been cherished. Previously, she had jested with Qin Jin that she would bestow this bracelet upon her when she got married. Chapter 8. Selling antiques. Upon hearing Qin Jin's words, Sun Yume's tears cascaded down her cheeks. Reluctant to allow Qin Jin to marry, she found herself at a loss for alternatives. This cannot be, she thought. Yet, Qin Chuan resolutely addressed Qin Jin, you need not marry. Keep your heart steady. It's merely 20,000 yuan. I shall procure the funds by tomorrow. Brother, do not act recklessly, Qin Jin anxiously replied. You have only just begun to recover. Do not do something foolish. They believed that Qin Chuan's plan to obtain 20,000 yuan could only stem from theft or robbery, as no legitimate means could yield such a sum. I shall not act foolishly, Qin Chuan reassured them. Allow me to show you something intriguing. As he spoke, he retrieved several ancient coins from his pocket, declaring, these are antiques. They can fetch at least 20,000 yuan. I will head to the city shortly and sell them. We shall have the money. However, after his proclamation, it was evident that they remained skeptical. Are these truly antiques? They appear so rusty. Surely, you are not deceiving us for amusement? Sun Yume questioned, perplexed. Qin Jin shared her doubts, suspecting that Qin Chuan merely sought to comfort them. Await my good news. I shall depart for the city now, he stated, not wasting any time as he stood up, leaving the remnants of his meal untouched. He waited at the bus stop for about 10 minutes, but the bus never arrived. Chuanzi, heading to the city? At that moment, a woman approached on a scooter, a basket of vegetables resting on the footboard. The woman appeared to be in her mid-30s, dressed simply yet with remarkably clean skin. Her loose white t-shirt did little to conceal her enviable figure. "Sister Minmin," Qin Chuan greeted with a smile. "I am preparing to head to the city. I am just waiting for the bus." Lu Minmin was a competent woman in the village, her husband working away from home for extended periods, leaving her to manage the household. Nevertheless, she had skillfully secured a job delivering vegetables to a restaurant in the city. Collecting produce in the village and making 2 trips daily to the restaurant, she earned a decent income. However, due to her attractive figure and striking appearance, many envious villagers whispered that she earned her money by enticing men. "The bus has long since departed," Lu Minmin informed him. "Wasn't it scheduled for 4 o'clock? Qin Chuan asked, puzzled. "The schedule was changed long ago. The afternoon bus now departs at 2:30, Lu Minmin explained as she shifted slightly, adjusting her position. "I am also heading to the city to deliver vegetables. Let me give you a ride." She gestured for Qin Chuan to hop on. Glancing at the cramped space of the scooter, he hesitated momentarily. The scooter's limited space meant that sitting together would undoubtedly be a squeeze, presenting some inconvenience. "Do not be shy. Hurry up," Lu Minmin encouraged, noticing Qin Chuan's discomfort. He nodded and promptly took his place on the rear seat. If the money isn't retrieved by tomorrow, Qin Jin will be compelled to marry Su Ertu. What is there to deliberate? However, the electric scooter is rather small, and the two are almost pressed tightly against one another. Any bumps along the road cause them to huddle together. After a tumultuous 40 minutes, they finally arrive in the city. "Where are you headed?" "I shall escort you," Lu Minmin said to Qin Chuan. Throughout the journey, Qin Chuan's sturdy chest nearly pressed against her back, exuding a certain masculine vigor. Given that her husband had not returned home for over 6 months, she found herself experiencing a different kind of sentiment. "Sister-in-law, you carry on with your tasks. I will just wander around the antique street," Qin Chuan suggested, pointing to the antique street not far away. "Very well." Lu Minmin pondered for a moment before replying, "Let us reconvene here after we complete our respective errands. I shall first deliver dishes to the restaurant." After reaching an agreement, Lu Minmin departed, and Qin Chuan made his way directly to the antique street. The antique street is lined with shops on either side, while numerous vendors set up stalls along the street, offering an array of items that dazzled the eye. After surveying the surroundings, Qin Chuan's gaze settled upon a shop named Ruabazhai. This establishment boasted 3 stories and appeared to possess considerable strength. "Greetings. What would you like to see?" As Qin Chuan entered, a shop assistant promptly approached him. "We have porcelain, calligraphy, coins, and jade. Everything you could desire. I am not here to purchase. I possess some intriguing items and wonder if you would be interested," Qin Chuan inquired. "Of course, we are interested," the assistant responded eagerly. "What do you have?" While speaking, he guided Qin Chuan to the counter and laid a white handkerchief on the surface. Qin Chuan promptly produced the Tian Ding Tong Bao, cast by Su Shouhui, and placed it upon the handkerchief. He intended to gauge the shop's willingness to collaborate. Should they attempt to undervalue it, he would seek another shop. Upon seeing the coin, the assistant was taken aback, clearly recognizing its worth. "How much do you wish to sell this coin for?" he asked. The Su Shouhui Tian Ding Tong Bao is relatively scarce, and the market price hovers around 6,000 to 7,000 yuan. He also knows a collector of ancient coins who is quite generous. Selling it to him could fetch 8,000 to 9,000 without issue. As long as Qin Chuan's asking price is reasonable, he would be amenable. 5,000, Qin Chuan replied promptly. He was keen on leaving room for profit and believed this price to be quite fair. The assistant nodded, deeming 5,000 an entirely acceptable figure, with substantial profit to be gained, leaving no room for hesitation. 5,000 for what? Before the assistant could respond, a man's voice emerged from behind. A middle-aged man, sporting a pair of prominent mustaches, ambled over with 2 eagle-beak walnuts in his hand. He cast a cursory glance at the coins on the table before scrutinizing Qin Chuan from head to toe. Observing Qin Chuan's rustic appearance, he had already dismissed him as a simpleton devoid of understanding. Nonchalantly, he remarked, "These are quite common and are only worth about 30 to 50 yuan. In his view, someone like Qin Chuan, a country bumpkin, must have stumbled upon a coin and was utterly oblivious to its value. In the past, he had easily deceived farmers, acquiring their antiques for a mere few yuan. Upon hearing this, Qin Chuan frowned. Was he being regarded as a fool? However, we happen to have a customer here who has a penchant for such coins. I see you've traveled quite a distance from the countryside. Let us do this. I won't take any profit and will offer you 100 yuan. He believed that, under his persuasive tactics, this simpleton would hastily part with the coin. As he spoke, he picked up the coin from the table and began to examine it. It was in splendid condition, a true gem. Qin Chuan, observing the assistant manager with a cold smirk, thought to himself, since you fail to recognize a fine piece, I shall refrain from selling it. Return the coin to me. Chapter 9. The relentless attempt at coercion. Upon observing the situation, Qin Chuan immediately discerned that this individual was deliberately attempting to deceive him, seeking to exploit an opportunity. If that is the case, I shall simply sell elsewhere, he thought. Wang Dugui, upon hearing these words, became visibly flustered. He gazed at the coin in his hand with an unmistakable fondness. This coin was a rare gem, and the asking price of 5,000 yuan was hardly excessive. Flipping it for a profit of 4 to 5,000 would be effortlessly achievable. Seeing that Wang Dugui hesitated to return the coin, Qin Chuan reiterated, Please return my coin. Your establishment lacks sincerity, and thus, I shall not sell it to you. Do you think you can just refuse to sell at your whim? Is this a village market? Wang Dugui retorted, tightly clutching the coin as he addressed Qin Chuan. Since you have quoted a price, you are obligated to sell it to me. What do you mean? Do you intend to force me into a sale? Qin Chuan remained unperturbed, stepping closer to Wang Dugui and calmly stating, In such a large establishment as yours, do you not value your credibility? Are you not concerned that I might publicize this matter? Upon hearing this, the attendant contemplated speaking but ultimately refrained, quietly slipping away upstairs in search of the manager. Do you truly believe that my establishment fears you? Once you enter my store, you must sell to me. Otherwise, you shall not leave the antique street. Wang Dugui made his intentions unmistakably clear, determined to coerce a sale. Will you return it or not? Qin Chuan, undaunted, grasped Wang Dugui's arm, which clutched the coin, and coldly inquired. I will not, Wang Dugui replied, defiantly lifting his chin. What can a country bumpkin like you do? If you dare to lay a finger on me, I will ensure you are left destitute. Initially, he intended to intimidate Qin Chuan, believing that a mere threat would suffice to instill fear in a village simpleton. However, Qin Chuan tightened his grip. Wang Dugui felt as though his arm was ensnared in a vice, nearly breaking from the pressure. His fingers instinctively released their hold. The ancient coin fell, and Qin Chuan deftly caught it. Inspecting the coin for any damage, he cast Wang Dugui aside, proclaiming, What are you, to dare to seize my belongings? Wang Dugui, witnessing his now discolored arm, was consumed by fury and shouted, Where are the security guards? Have they all vanished? After his outcry, 6 or 7 security guards rushed in, surrounding Qin Chuan. Yet Qin Chuan stood his ground, surveying the scene and asking, What is the meaning of this? Are you planning to rob me? Curse you, country bumpkin, weren't you just so arrogant? With the backing of the security guards, Wang Dugui regained his bravado and declared to Qin Chuan, Now sell the item to me, and all will be well. Otherwise you shall not leave. And if I refuse? Qin Chuan responded with indifference. Refuse? Wang Dugui signaled his subordinates, instructing, Teach him a lesson. Bang! Before the guards could react, Qin Chuan had already struck, swiftly maneuvering past them and delivering a powerful punch to Wang Dugui's chest. Wang Dugui resembled a kite severed from its string, soaring backward with a suddenness that was both startling and chaotic. Thud! He tumbled 6 or 7 meters before landing unceremoniously on the ground, utterly disheveled. What are you standing there for? Strike him! Wang Dugui, who perceived himself as a person of nobility, felt a deep sense of indignation at being assaulted by a mere peasant. He believed such lowly individuals should be subject to his whims, daring to retaliate against him. In an instant, the surrounding security guards lunged towards Qin Chuan, who readied himself to confront them. Stop! Just as both sides prepared to engage in combat, a woman hurried down the stairs. Clad in a professional suit, she stood nearly 1.7 meters tall, her figure elegantly curvaceous. Her long, raven-black hair cascaded over her shoulders, framing a delicate visage adorned with gold-rimmed glasses, exuding an air of austere beauty. Beneath her tailored skirt, her legs were long and fair, her high heels clattering swiftly as she descended. Her eyes blazed with fury as she commanded the security personnel. "Leave." Turning to Wang Duguay, she inquired, "Deputy Manager Wang, what do you think you are doing? Is this how one treats a customer?" "Manager Jiang, he struck me first," Wang Duguay exclaimed, revealing a displeased expression upon seeing Jiang Fiwen. "Look at the injuries on my body. They are all a result of his attack. This is self-defense." "Self-defense, you say? Is robbing someone of their currency also considered self-defense? Shall I retrieve the surveillance footage for you?" Jiang Fiwen's gaze was laced with disdain as she retorted, "I will report today's events truthfully to headquarters." After speaking, she approached Qin Chuan, softening her tone. "I am the general manager of Ruibadzai. I sincerely apologize. Today's incident stemmed from our lack of professionalism, and I hope you can overlook it." Qin Chuan brushed off the dust from his clothing and replied, "I intend to lodge a formal complaint with the Market Supervision Bureau regarding today's events. That is your prerogative and I can comprehend that. However, I hope we might sit down and discuss matters. Should you require any form of compensation, we will accommodate that." Jiang Fiwen remained unruffled, responding, "Compensate him? He was the one who assaulted me. It is already generous of me not to pursue this matter further." Wang Duguay seethed with anger upon hearing her words. As the victim, he faced punishment while being asked to compensate this country bumpkin. "Silence." Jiang Fiwen frowned, admonishing Wang Duguay. She then turned back to Qin Chuan and continued, "I heard you intend to sell an ancient coin? If you do not mind, may I take a look? I assure you my offer will be utterly fair. To be frank, we have a long-standing client who has a particular fondness for coins from the late Yuan to early Ming period. Would you consider assisting me in this matter?" Noticing Jiang Fiwen's humble demeanor, devoid of any airs of superiority, and realizing he had not suffered significant loss himself, Qin Chuan felt much of his anger dissipate. He recognized he was, after all, in the business of selling, and if she wished to see the coin, he would oblige. He promptly retrieved the Tianding Tong Bao once more, placing it on the table. In the realm of antiques, there exists an unyielding rule. No item should be passed hand to hand, for should it suffer damage, the question of accountability becomes muddled. When one person places an object down, and another subsequently lifts it, the delineation of responsibility remains unequivocal. This principle is fundamental. Jiang Fiwen merely cast a glance at the item before addressing Qin Chuan, saying, "I shall offer you 6,000 yuan, which aligns with the market price. Would you be willing to part with this item for me?" A radiant smile graced her lips as she spoke, illuminating her already striking features. The brilliance of her smile was captivating, a sight to behold. Qin Chuan found himself momentarily entranced. The allure she exuded when smiling was truly remarkable. He surmised that with her physique and beauty, Jiang Fiwen would undoubtedly rank among the finest in all of Haiqing. Given her fair offer, he saw no reason to decline. Chapter 10 Money No Way Transaction. Qin Chuan readily nodded in agreement. Pleasant collaboration ensued. Jiang Fiwen smiled and remarked, "If you possess any other coins, we would be pleased to examine them. The price offered will be entirely fair and reasonable." Observing her sincerity, Qin Chuan pondered briefly before extracting the remaining coins from his pocket. "These?" Jiang Fiwen glanced at them, shook her head, and replied, "These are all Hanggu Tongbao. Each holds a market value of merely 30 yuan. I can offer you 51 for them. As this is our inaugural collaboration, I wish to demonstrate my sincerity." As an adept in the marketplace, she discerned that this Tianding Tongbao had originated from a tube. When she had previously inquired about any other coins, he had hesitated, indicating that he likely possessed more intriguing items. "There is another one." Recognizing her authenticity, Qin Chuan finally revealed the Tianyu Tongbao. Upon seeing this coin, Jiang Fiwen's eyes sparkled. "What price do you seek?" she inquired. 20,000. Qin Chuan responded. "Agreed." Without a moment's hesitation, Jiang Fiwen retrieved 30,000 yuan from the counter and handed it to him. "Isn't this a bit excessive?" Qin Chuan questioned, puzzled. "As this is our first collaboration, I wish to ensure your continued patronage." Jiang Fiwen smiled. If you come across any valuable items in the future, feel free to reach out to me. The prices will always be fair and just. We regret that our actions may have caused you a less than favorable experience this time. Consider this a small compensation from us. Qin Chuan, not one to be overly formal, accepted the money without further ado. Thank you, he said, turning to leave the shop. He had debts to settle and medical expenses for his parents, with money needed in various aspects of life, so he did not decline her generosity. Wang Duguay observed the 2 coins in Jiang Fiwen's possession with a twinge of jealousy. Their desire for these coins stemmed from the hope of enticing the renowned physician Zhao to assist in saving the elder Jiang. Zhao was indifferent to wealth and material possessions, preferring to collect ancient coins. These 2 coins were evidently from the late Yuan to early Ming period, precisely the type Zhao favored. Possessing these would surely facilitate his emergence from seclusion. Behind Wang Duguay stood his supporter, the second son of the Jiang family patriarch, Jiang Fiwen's uncle, and her adversary, Jiang Yiming. The matriarch of the Jiang family had declared that whoever could rescue the elder would become the heir. The rivalry between them was fierce. This matter required immediate communication with Jiang Yiming. Moreover, did that scoundrel Qin Chuan believe that striking him would absolve him of consequences? After leaving Ruabazhai, Qin Chuan made his way to a traditional Chinese medicine shop. Following the prescription in his mind, he gathered various herbs and purchased a set of silver needles. Once everything was in order, he prepared to meet Lu Minmin at their agreed-upon location. Upon stepping outside, he was confronted by several burly men charging towards him with an air of aggression, brandishing a statue of Buddha. Qin Chuan observed with keen awareness that this statue was hastily purchased from a roadside stall for a mere 20 yuan. Wang Duguay stood a short distance behind these men, making it nearly impossible to overlook the unfolding scene. Before he could fully comprehend the situation, one of the men, holding the statue, collided with Qin Chuan, causing the statue to nearly fall. "You've shattered our Buddha statue. Pay up." The burly man began to threaten, but his words faltered as he realized the statue was safely cradled in Qin Chuan's hands. "Your statue nearly slipped from your grasp," Qin Chuan remarked, having anticipated their approach and deftly caught the statue before it could hit the ground. The men stood momentarily dumbfounded, unsure of how to respond. This was not the scenario they had envisioned. They had intended to smash the statue and extort him, never expecting him to catch it. "Brother Zhu, what should we do?" One heavily tattooed man whispered to the leader. Zhu Yong, quick-witted, assessed the situation and declared, "You damaged our statue. You owe us 30,000 yuan. The 2 men flanking him quickly echoed the sentiment, insisting, "This is a pristine statue, and you've marred it. Look, the lacquer is chipped. Its value has significantly diminished. You must compensate us." Qin Chuan couldn't help but stifle a laugh at their absurdity. The statue was a blatant counterfeit. How could they even mention its condition? "Are you jesting?" he said, shaking the statue lightly. "Didn't you collide with me? How can you blame me for this? Moreover, you just bought this statue for 20 yuan from a street vendor. Do you think I didn't notice? Trying to extort me? Nonsense." Zhu Yong pointed an accusing finger at him. "Are you attempting to shirk your responsibility? I warn you, country bumpkin, if you don't pay up promptly, don't blame us for being impolite." As he spoke, the 3 thugs surrounded Qin Chuan. He once again shook the statue in his hand, struggling to suppress a smile, for he sensed a thick, ethereal mist flowing through his fingertips into his being. These unfortunate souls were truly misguided. Although the statue they intended to use for extortion was fake, it was crafted through a lost wax method, hollow inside and encased in a wooden base. Concealed within this statue lay a treasure. It was rumored that ancient temples would sometimes hide sacred Buddhist relics within statues, and perhaps this one contained something of value. Anticipating a potential conflict with these thugs, he refrained from using his vision to discern the contents within. After all, the mist was exceedingly precious. Employing his sight would hinder his ability to maneuver and engage with these men effectively. "Are you intending to act dishonorably?" Qin Chuan, undeterred, gazed at the group with a smile and spoke. "Brother, do not engage in conflict with them. Zhu Yong is a notorious figure in this street, commanding a gang of over a dozen men, renowned throughout Haiqing. Previously, someone who clashed with Zhu Yong ended up with a broken leg and spent 2 months in the hospital. Consider this a lesson learned. It is merely 30,000 yuan. You should regard it as a purchase of wisdom. As a rural individual, you cannot rival them. The onlookers urged Qin Chuan. He could not discern whether their intentions were genuinely to advise him or if they were in league with Zhu Yong. However, that 30,000 yuan was earmarked for repaying debts at home. Want his money? Not a chance. What was the purpose of this? At that moment, a melodious voice belonging to a young girl rang out. Chapter 11. A stealthy intervention. The young woman possessed a delicate beauty, reminiscent of a college freshman. Her hair was styled in an elegant ponytail, and her eyes sparkled like a pristine spring. A subtle fragrance of lavender enveloped her. Upon seeing her, Qin Chuan could only think of one phrase: first love face. An aura of purity and charm radiated from her. She stood before Qin Chuan, arms crossed defiantly, embodying the spirit of a fearless novice. Are you all planning to act unruly? Don't think I haven't noticed your movements. That Buddha statue of yours is a fake. She pointed at them, asserting, it's unacceptable to bully someone like this. What does a little girl like you know? Step aside, or don't blame me for being rude. Zhu Yong replied, impatience etched on his face. Angered by a mere girl obstructing him, he added, if you're brave enough, don't hide behind a woman. Step out. Zhu Yong was reluctant to be seen as a bully of women, so he pointed at Qin Chuan and shouted. Instantly, Qin Chuan was about to step out from behind the girl. After all, they were just a few ruffians. He could easily handle them without needing anyone's protection. Don't fall for their provocations, the girl warned, quickly grasping his arm. These individuals are ruffians. Their strikes can be quite severe. Are you really so steeped in masculinity that you'd feel embarrassed being defended by a girl? She believed that Qin Chuan's reluctance stemmed from traditional notions of masculinity. Having trained in martial arts herself, she was confident in her abilities to confront these thugs. While Qin Chuan, an ordinary farmer, would undoubtedly suffer. Let anything that comes my way be directed at me. I'll protect this person, she declared, pulling Qin Chuan behind her as she faced Zhu Yong. Zhu Yong's patience wore thin. Damn it, are you really playing the heroine here? Get lost. With no regard for her delicateness, Zhu Yong swung a slap towards her face. However, he underestimated her capabilities. The girl, indeed a skilled fighter, swiftly evaded his strike and retaliated with a powerful blow aimed at Zhu Yong's chin. Had it connected, he would have been knocked unconscious instantly. Yet, Zhu Yong had spent years navigating the underworld and possessed considerable skill. Caught off guard by the girl's sudden aggression, he broke into a cold sweat as he narrowly evaded her attack. Impressed, he thought, this girl truly has some talent. Regaining his composure, the girl stood her ground, her pride swelling. Now leave quickly, and I shall not pursue this matter. But should you choose to act foolishly again, do not blame me for my lack of courtesy. Heroine, you're impressive, the onlookers murmured, astonished that she had bested Zhu Yong. She must be a martial artist. It's no wonder she is so formidable. Truly a good soul, eager to assist and inherently kind-hearted. To dare provoke Zhu Yong is indeed to earn the title of a heroine. Had this rural lad faced Zhu Yong alone, the outcome would have surely been dire. Fortune favored him with the timely intervention of a compassionate ally. The onlookers, witnessing her audacity, could not help but offer their admiration with a thumbs up. They were well acquainted with Zhu Yong's true nature, having frequented the antique street. The prospect of him being put in his place brought them immense pleasure. Upon hearing their praises, the girl lifted her chin, exuding an air of pride. Zhu Yong shrugged and immediately called to his underlings, urging them to attack. Recognizing that he might not be able to contend with the young lady alone, he did not hesitate to rally his companions to join him. A flicker of alarm crossed Zhang Nan's face, but she quickly steadied herself, preparing to confront them. Although she had indeed trained, in a one-on-one situation, she might have held the upper hand. However, facing multiple adversaries proved daunting. As she deftly evaded Zhu Yong's swinging fist, she aimed for his exposed weakness, only to be forced back by another assailant's punch. Just as she regained her balance, a third individual charged at her, delivering a kick aimed at her lower back. The smile on Zhang Nan's face vanished, and she could only scramble to avoid the blow. In that moment, she regretted her impulsive decision to step forward, wishing she had waited for her grandfather to arrive. If her grandfather were present, he would undoubtedly have dispatched them all. In the midst of her frantic defense, she was suddenly tripped, rendering her body somewhat uncontrollable. Seizing the opportunity, Zhu Yong launched an elbow strike towards her chest. Zhang Nan, now unable to evade, faced a dire predicament. The elbow is the hardest part of the human body, and a direct hit could easily fracture several ribs. Just then, a stone shot from Qin Chuan's hand, gently striking her back. Zhang Nan felt a surge of force propelling her forward, halting her fall. Almost simultaneously, her right leg felt a jolt of energy, prompting her to instinctively raise her knee. At that moment, Zhu Yong had closed in, and her knee collided squarely with his groin. The impact was tremendous. Zhu Yong doubled over, clutching his groin and rolling on the ground like a cooked shrimp, beads of cold sweat cascading down his forehead. Then, Zhang Nan sensed her body being guided by an unseen force, and her arm swung back with considerable force. Her elbow connected with the face of one of the thugs, sending him crashing to the ground, two teeth flying from his mouth as he howled in agony. Simultaneously, Zhang Nan adopted an unusual retreating posture, evading another thug's attack. "You seek death." The assailant, enraged by the sight of his fallen comrades, brandished a dagger and lunged at Zhang Nan. Her complexion paled. Her martial arts skills were not yet sufficiently advanced to face armed opponents effectively. While she might have had a chance in unarmed combat, facing a weapon left her with no option but to flee. However, with the crowd praising her as a heroine, how could she dare to run? She could only muster her courage and charge forward. In the realm of combat, the long and the short, the heavy and the light, the armed and the unarmed, all possess an immeasurable advantage. Under circumstances where she lacked both strength and weaponry, it was utterly impossible for her to be a match for this individual. Suddenly, as he charged forward, his footing faltered, causing him to tumble headfirst to the ground, his dagger clattering away. Zhang Nan was momentarily taken aback, not anticipating such an unforeseen turn of events. Nevertheless, she swiftly reacted, kicking the dagger far from reach and delivering a decisive slap that rendered him unconscious. "Thank you for your assistance, brave heroine," Qin Chuan remarked with a grin as he approached, observing that all adversaries lay defeated on the ground. Zhang Nan felt a tinge of confusion. Her own prowess had not seemed to reach such heights. However, with the situation at hand, she graciously waved her hand and replied, "It was merely a trifling effort. There's no need for concern." Chapter 12. He turned out to be a master. Qin Chuan approached Zhu Yong, who lay on the ground wailing in despair, and casually pulled out 20 yuan, slipping it into his pocket. "Though you are attempting to extort me, I must bear the responsibility since it has passed through my hands. This now belongs to me." Zhu Yong felt deeply insulted by the 20 yuan nestled in his hand. "You, how dare you, face me one-on-one, you coward hiding behind a woman," he retorted defiantly. If it weren't for the sudden appearance of this woman, Qin Chuan would undoubtedly have been beaten to submission. "And now you wish to challenge me? You certainly did not say that when you and your lackeys surrounded me earlier." Qin Chuan felt no embarrassment whatsoever. "If you continue to be obstinate, I shall have to call upon the female warrior to intervene once more." As he spoke, he cast a glance at Zhang Nan behind him. Zhang Nan immediately shot Zhu Yong a fierce glare, causing him to swallow his words hastily. This young woman was undoubtedly a skilled fighter. She had easily bested the three of them, and that last blow nearly rendered him incapable of procreation. He had no desire to endure another. "You have taken the money. The matter is settled. We are clear," Qin Chuan declared as he placed the statue into his bag. He then turned to Zhang Nan and asked, "I have yet to learn your name. Your kindness shall remain etched in my memory." "Zhang Nan," she replied nonchalantly. "I've already stated it was merely a trivial effort. Do not take it to heart. I also disdain individuals who bully the weak. Well then, I have matters to attend to. You should return home swiftly, lest you be waylaid by these ruffians." Zhang Nan spotted an elderly man in the crowd and waved at Qin Chuan before making her way toward the silver-haired elder. Seeing her depart, Qin Chuan wished to avoid further trouble and left for the rendezvous point he had arranged with Lu Minmin, preparing to head home. "Third Grandpa, I have made significant progress recently," Zhang Nan exclaimed joyfully upon reaching the elderly man. "You should have seen it. I single-handedly took down 3 burly men. They intended to bully an honest villager, and I could not simply stand by. With just one knee strike and an elbow jab, they all conceded. Everyone now calls me the female knight, she chattered excitedly. The old man listened indulgently for a while, and once she finished, he remarked, "Your strength has indeed improved somewhat, but is it truly as substantial as you claim? I was observing from outside just now. Did you not notice that several of your strikes seemed oddly uncontrollable?" Huh? Zhang Nan was taken aback by his words. After reflecting on the earlier encounter, she realized he might be correct. There were several moments when she felt as though she could not hold her ground, yet somehow she had prevailed. "What does this mean?" she inquired eagerly. The elder pondered for a moment before responding. It appears that the young man intervened from the shadows. His prowess is undoubtedly formidable. The techniques he imparted to you align with our martial arts practice, encompassing aspects we have yet to master. Ah! Zhang Nan was taken aback again, implying that this individual is significantly more skilled than I am. Not merely more skilled than you, but if I am not mistaken, he surpasses even me. Zhao Quan pondered before stating, "Why did you not mention this sooner? If you had, we would have ensured his stay," Zhang Nan exclaimed anxiously. "Have you not always maintained that our family's martial arts are somewhat incomplete? If he were to provide guidance, your abilities would surely ascend to new heights." "It was only upon observing the stone marks on your body that I grasped the situation," Zhao Quan replied. "The stones on your person correspond precisely to several vital energy points, leading me to uncover the underlying key." "What are we to do now?" Zhang Nan pressed, distressed at the prospect of missing such a splendid opportunity. "Fear not," Zhao Quan reassured him confidently. "As long as he remains in Haiqing, we shall not struggle to locate him. We shall mobilize our entire network. Should anyone possess information about this individual, I would willingly offer him a complimentary diagnosis. You are the esteemed physician of Haiqing. With your endorsement, every faction will surely dig deep to unearth this person," Zhang Nan remarked. "However, this individual is truly bothersome. Despite his evident prowess, he insists on my intervention, calling me his benefactor and a heroine. Reflecting on it now, I feel quite embarrassed. It is particularly vexing that while he expresses gratitude, he maintains an air of superiority. Just thinking about it makes my toes curl in discomfort." "Do not speak foolishly," Zhao Quan admonished Zhang Nan. "This master may have perceived your eagerness to assist, hence his desire to subtly guide you in certain techniques." Zhang Nan contemplated this and nodded vigorously. "Ever since I executed those moves under his discreet guidance, I have indeed gained a deeper understanding of that martial art. With further study, I believe I could ascend to an even higher level. Therefore, do not rashly judge the master," Zhao Quan advised. "Indeed," Zhang Nan obediently nodded. In truth, Qin Chuan refrained from taking action not out of a desire for a lofty demeanor, but rather to avoid unnecessary trouble. These individuals are ruffians in Haiqing, and should they seek to cause him distress, his modest resources would be insufficient to withstand such turmoil. However, Zhang Nan is evidently from a wealthy family, possessing ample resources to disregard the troubles posed by these petty thugs. Furthermore, he has a faintness at the sight of blood and prefers not to succumb to unconsciousness amidst a scuffle. Where is Sister Min Min? Qin Chuan glanced at the time. It was getting late. If he did not return soon, darkness would soon envelop the land. It should not take long to deliver a dish, he mused. Could something have happened? After some contemplation, he resolved to search for her. Previously, during his time in the village, he had heard of the location where Sister Min Min delivered her dishes. She typically supplied a restaurant in a village within the city, seemingly known as Ma Village Budget Restaurant. This restaurant caters primarily to migrant workers, sanitation workers, and laborers, offering affordable and reasonable prices. Thus, sourcing vegetables directly from the village can significantly reduce costs. Qin Chuan arrived at a place known as Ma Village, rumored to be a notorious underground red light district in Haiqing, where a diverse crowd mingles. Of course, Qin Chuan had only heard tales of it. He had never witnessed it himself. His visits were solely for the purpose of dining. However, there were indeed numerous rental rooms available, stacked closely together. As Qin Chuan stepped into Ma Village, his phone rang. It was Lu Minmin calling. "Qin Chuan, help me. Save me. Sister Minmin, what's wrong? Where are you?" Upon hearing her voice, Qin Chuan sensed trouble and quickly inquired. "Bone broth spicy hot pot," The chaos was palpable, and before she could finish her sentence, he heard the sound of the phone being snatched away, followed by the abrupt end of the call. Bone broth spicy hot pot? Qin Chuan managed to grasp this phrase clearly. Chapter 13. The brother is quite ferocious. Qin Chuan hastily inquired and swiftly discerned the location of the establishment. The area was characterized by makeshift constructions. The roads narrow and treacherous, with shattered bricks underfoot, presenting countless pitfalls. In less than a minute, he stumbled upon a red electric scooter toppled in the middle of the street, accompanied by desperate cries for help emanating from within. However, the remoteness of the location, coupled with the encroaching dusk, rendered the surroundings ominously dark and deserted. Help! The voice unmistakably belonged to Lu Minmin. Qin Chuan quickened his pace, and upon rounding a corner, he beheld Lu Minmin cornered against a wall. She was surrounded by 4 or 5 thugs, her flimsy t-shirt torn and in disarray, exposing swathes of skin. The thugs, emboldened by the sight, grew increasingly audacious. What do we have here? Black lace underneath, haha. Just my taste, one of them leered. This girl has quite the figure. I didn't notice it before when her clothes were intact. She looks like she could suffocate me with that allure. Sweetheart, if you play nice with us tonight, we'll ensure you get home safe tomorrow. What do you say? These ruffians had long set their sights on Lu Minmin. Knowing her to be a country girl, alone and vulnerable, without any support or connections, her modest beauty only heightened their lascivious intentions. You are breaking the law, Lu Minmin stammered, clutching her chest, her eyes filled with panic. You'd best let me go, or I will call the police. Call the police? If you dare do that, we'll record a video right now and share it with your village group. Let us see how you manage to stay there after that. One thug taunted, brandishing her phone and leering at her. Just cooperate and have a little fun with us. If you enjoy yourself, neither you nor I will have to speak of it, and all will remain well. Despicable. Tears streamed down Lu Minmin's face as she curled up in the corner, trembling. She was merely a hard-working woman from the countryside, enduring struggles known only to herself. She had told others that her husband worked away from home, while in truth, he had found another woman and neglected her entirely. When she claimed to search for her husband, it was merely a pretense to maintain the facade of a functional family. Her husband was unreliable, and the villagers whispered cruel gossip, with these scoundrels now seeking to exploit her plight. All she wished was to earn a living through honest labor. Why must it be so difficult? Indeed, we are despicable. One of the bald thugs stepped forward, smirking. I hear your husband is rarely home. You must be quite lonely. Huh? We're just here to alleviate that loneliness. With that, he lunged at Lu Minmin, grasping her pants and tearing them violently. In the midst of a chaotic struggle, Lu Minmin's trousers were nearly torn from her body, with the left pant leg ripped along the seam for a considerable length, the gap extending perilously close to her hip. Her long, fair legs were exposed, prompting her to hastily cover herself. However, in her desperation to shield her lower half, she neglected the upper, leaving her alabaster skin vulnerable before the leering eyes of the ruffians. Brothers, hold her down. Let me have my turn first, the bald man impatiently barked at his companions. Please no, Lu Minmin cried out as the men lunged toward her. Despite her desperate pleas echoing into the void, no one came to her aid. The isolation of the location rendered her cries futile. Her throat was hoarse from shouting, yet there was no response. Just as despair began to take hold, a voice rang out. What are you doing? A group of grown men bullying a woman. What kind of bravery is that? Qin Chuan, observing the scene, picked up a brick from the ground and pointed it at them. If you dare, come and face me. Upon seeing Qin Chuan, Lu Minmin's eyes sparkled with hope, as if she had encountered a gallant hero. Yet, a sudden realization struck her. Qin Chuan was not in good health, having previously sustained injuries that left him slightly limping. He was no match for these thugs. Qin Chuan, you're no match for them. Just run away and don't worry about me, she urged, understanding the grave circumstances surrounding the Qin family. If anything were to happen to him, their family would surely crumble. She could not bear to endanger him for her own sake. However, Qin Chuan merely smiled and waved her off. They are just a bunch of small-time thugs. I can handle them easily. What are you saying? The bald thug, who had been ready to seize his opportunity, turned to glare at Qin Chuan, his brow furrowed in irritation. "You little brat, who do you think you are to meddle in my affairs? Do you even know who I am?" "I do not care who you are," Qin Chuan replied coldly, his expression serene. "Leave at once, or do not blame me for being impolite." "Impolite? You are the first person in years to threaten me, the bald king of Ma village." The bald man burst into laughter. "Listen to what he is saying. This little runt thinks he can intimidate me? Has he lost his mind? Ha ha ha. He probably wants to play the hero. With that frail physique, I could knock him down with a single punch. He should know his limits. Is he seeking death? Just get lost and we won't hold it against you." The other thugs laughed, completely dismissing Qin Chuan. "Kid, kneel and call me grandfather 3 times, and I'll let you go." The bald king sneered, confident in his power. Without a moment's hesitation, Qin Chuan charged at him. The bald king, still reveling in his arrogance, was abruptly struck on the head by the brick. "You think you deserve to be called grandfather by me?" Qin Chuan declared as he laid the thug flat on the ground. Bald Wong found himself in a state of utter discomfort, his head spinning as he lay prostrate on the ground, unable to rise for quite some time. The other lackeys, witnessing Qin Chuan's brazen audacity, were instantly incensed. How dare he lay hands on Brother Wong? "Brothers, incapacitate him. Let us go eliminate him." The surrounding minions, emboldened by Qin Chuan's aggression, became fierce and picked up various bricks and wooden sticks, charging towards him. Yet, Qin Chuan stood undaunted, illuminating the page of martial arts within him, as ethereal mist coursed through his meridians. Like a soaring dragon, he plunged into the fray. Lu Minmin, anxiously biting her fingers, was perplexed by Qin Chuan's reckless behavior. He should have called the police. Offending these individuals would surely bring trouble in the future. Moreover, surrounded by 5 assailants, he would either meet his demise or be left severely injured. How would he explain this to his mother upon returning home? However, the longer she watched, the more she sensed something was amiss. Qin Chuan was remarkably formidable. Chapter 14. The sister-in-law takes a shower. These ruffians appeared robust and imposing, yet how did they find themselves at a disadvantage? With a brick in hand, Qin Chuan resembled a warrior of legend. In a flurry of deft maneuvers, he brought them all crashing to the ground. "Ouch, ouch. It hurts so much. I think my arm is broken." The thugs lay sprawled on the ground, wailing in agony. Just moments ago, they had been brimming with arrogance. Yet they hadn't even managed to lay a finger on Qin Chuan. Who would have thought they had encountered a true master? "Bald King?" Qin Chuan approached him, fixing him with a steely gaze. "What's the matter? Do you still wish to teach me a lesson?" "And no, I wouldn't dare," the bald king stammered, quickly surrendering. "If I had known you possessed such skills, I wouldn't have dared to cross you. I was blind to your prowess. My apologies. Let us consider this a misunderstanding, and I implore you to spare my life. From now on you shall be my elder brother." Qin Chuan's skills were undeniably exceptional, indicative of rigorous training under a seasoned master. Anyone capable of affording such expertise surely held a remarkable status. He was someone not to be trifled with. This was his inner conviction, yet Qin Chuan's attire was strikingly ordinary. Could he possibly be a scion of a wealthy family, indulging in a life of leisure? Regardless, his prowess was undeniable, and offending him would be unwise. Is a mere apology sufficient to let this matter rest? Qin Chuan cast a glance at Lu Minmin. Her clothing was tattered, and letting the incident slide would be a disservice to her. "Perhaps we should just leave it be," Lu Minmin urged, fear evident as she grasped Qin Chuan's arm. "Let us hurry away. I don't wish to remain here any longer." However, Qin Chuan gestured for her to stay calm. Had he not known her general whereabouts and arrived in time, she could have been in grave danger. It would be too lenient to let these ruffians off so easily. "Very well," the bald king, seeing the look in Qin Chuan's eyes, gritted his teeth and drew a dagger from his pocket. With a swift motion, he severed the little finger of his left hand, blood gushing forth in an instant. Wrapping a strip of cloth around the wound, he gritted his teeth and said to Qin Chuan, "Brother, is this price sufficient? Damn it, I'm squeamish around blood." Qin Chuan cursed. No sooner had he spoken than he collapsed to the ground, fainting. His intention was for the man to compensate him, not to resort to self-mutilation. He was faint-hearted, unable to bear the sight of blood. Fainting from the sight of blood was a physiological response beyond his control. Time passed, though how long he remained unconscious was uncertain. When he finally regained consciousness, he found himself in a rented room. Slowly sitting up, he was met with a sight that nearly caused his nose to bleed. Lu Minmin sat on another bed, diligently sewing the torn fabric of her trousers. Ah! She turned her head and, upon noticing Qin Chuan's gaze, panicked, hastily covering herself with a blanket. Why you reawake? Her cheeks flushed crimson, and she appeared quite embarrassed. Ahem. Yes, I'm awake. I didn't see anything. Qin Chuan felt increasingly awkward and stammered his words. However, after speaking, he regretted uttering them at all. What about those people from Bald King? He hastily inquired of Lu Minmin. It was strange that Bald King and his associates had not taken advantage of his unconscious state to act against him. Lu Minmin, clutching the blanket with both hands, averted her gaze and replied, "They said you were not to be trifled with. They initially intended to take you back to their shop to rest, but fearing they might change their minds, I asked them to leave. I found a day rental room for you to lie down in, and I also mended my clothes." Oh, Qin Chuan responded. It seemed that Bald King and his group were indeed trustworthy, refraining from any actions while he was incapacitated. At that moment, he had no capacity to resist. Even if they had intended to harm him, he would have been powerless. How long was I unconscious? He asked. Only for about 2 hours, Lu Minmin replied. Could you turn around for a moment while I sew my clothes? She said, her voice tinged with embarrassment. After all, she couldn't remain hidden under the covers indefinitely. Your clothes are in such disrepair. There is no need to mend them. Just buy 2 new pieces, Qin Chuan suggested. As a village within the city, Ma Village offered a variety of businesses, and one could easily procure all sorts of clothing on the main street. Let us not, though. This clothing can still be repaired and worn. Lu Minmin hesitated, responding. It's beyond repair at this point. How could you wear it? It's unfixable, Qin Chuan remarked. Forget it. I don't have much money left anyway. A little stitching will suffice, and I have plenty of clothes at home, Lu Minmin said to Qin Chuan. At that moment, Qin Chuan comprehended. Lu Minmin only earned about 40 to 50 yuan daily delivering vegetables to the city, and now that she had opened a day rental room, it was likely she had spent all her earnings. I will buy them for you. Qin Chuan stood up and said to her, No, your financial situation isn't any better. Don't waste your money. It's not like they're unwearable. Lu Minmin replied. It's fine. The clothes here aren't expensive. A complete outfit can be purchased for around 100 yuan. Qin Chuan rose, feeling stable on his feet, and added, Moreover, I can reimburse this money from Bald King. As he spoke, he smiled at Lu Minmin and walked towards the door, casually slipping the key into his pocket, concerned that she might have difficulty unlocking the door for him later. The day rental rooms here were merely converted residences, lacking any sort of key card. Once outside, Qin Chuan quickly located a clothing store. Inside, they offered a range of knockoff brands at remarkably low prices. A t-shirt cost 30 yuan, while a pair of pants was 50. 80 yuan would suffice for his needs. Upon returning to the day rental room, he produced the key and opened the door. Minmin, I've bought the clothes, Qin Chuan announced as he entered, only to find the bed empty. However, the tattered garments lay discarded nearby, confirming he had not entered the wrong room. When he turned around, Lu Minmin was in the bathroom, and she had just happened to turn as well. Their eyes met, and a profound silence enveloped them, as if the very air had come to a standstill. Chapter 15. The glass is frosted in the rental bathroom, partitions were made of glass, yet the quality was evidently subpar. Lu Minmin, noticing Qin Chuan, instinctively took 2 steps back, her face reddening like an apple. Qin Chuan placed his newly purchased clothes on the bed and turned to leave the room.
Moments later.
Lu Minmin emerged, donned in fresh attire. All right, she said. I thought you would take longer. I didn't expect you to return so swiftly. Lu Minmin sought to offer an explanation, but her words became increasingly tangled. The pull from Bald Wang and the others had left her attire soiled, and although she had intended to wash up, she was concerned that Qin Chuan might wake unexpectedly. With him having just stepped out, she estimated he would be gone for at least 20 or 30 minutes. hence her decision to take a shower. Little did she anticipate his return would be so rapid, totaling less than 10 minutes. Ahem. The glass is frosted, so you can't see through it, Qin Chuan stammered in a flustered attempt to clarify. If you're not busy, shall we head back to the village? He hastily shifted the subject, feeling the atmosphere between them was overly intimate, and he feared the potential for impropriety. That might not be feasible, Lu Minmin replied, glancing at the time. My electric bike was damaged and is currently being repaired. There are no buses running at this hour, so I doubt I can return. Let us just stay here for the night. Suddenly, Lu Minmin felt her face flush, realizing her words might be inappropriate. I've booked this rental for the night, and by morning my bike should be ready. I'll get a room as well. Qin Chuan replied, now unconcerned about the expense, as acquiring another room wouldn't cost much. Why waste the money? Lu Minmin protested. There are 2 beds in this room, and it would be awkward to share a room with your sister-in-law. If you're uncomfortable, we can draw a curtain in the middle. You know the situation in your family. It's better to save some money. If you insist on getting a separate room, I can find a way to manage outside while you stay here. How does that sound? She felt that given Qin Chuan's modest background, with Sun Yume earning so little, his frivolous spending was unwise. Naturally, Qin Chuan could not allow her to leave and reluctantly agreed. Fortunately, with Lu Minmin already dressed, the ambience no longer felt so charged. He quickly called home to assure them not to worry about finances, as he had everything under control, and informed them he would return early the following morning. After the call, Qin Chuan began to organize his belongings, retrieving the Buddha statue. Activating his X-ray vision, the information about the statue flooded into his mind. This green Terra statue, crafted during the Republic of China era, was of mediocre workmanship and poor quality, holding little value. However, the base was sealed, suggesting it was designed to protect something within, creating a facade of a Buddha statue. He gently pried open the base of the statue. Within the space, a string of prayer beads caught my eye, comprising a total of 108 beads. They appeared to be crafted from exquisite rosewood, remarkably well preserved, adorned with beautiful golden specks. Each bead was the size of a thumbnail, exuding an oily sheen and beauty. The texture and luster bespoke the authenticity of aged rosewood. While I was not entirely versed in the value of such an item, I was certain it was worth far more than 20 yuan. This could be considered a find. I would inquire further during my next visit to the antique street. After carefully placing the beads away, I began to sort through the traditional Chinese herbs. The contents of my bag had become disordered during the altercation with Bald Wang and his associates. Why have you purchased so many herbs? Lu Minmin approached me, her curiosity piqued by the assortment of medicinal materials before her. I intend to prepare some remedies for my parents' health, I replied. You possess medical knowledge? Right. You are a graduate of medical school, Lu Minmin suddenly remembered, addressing me. If you have the time, could you also take a look at my sister-in-law? Her request carried a hint of shyness. What seems to be the issue? I turned to her, continuing to tidy the herbs. Sometimes, my head suddenly aches, she said, pointing to her temple. I went to the hospital, but they could not identify any issues. It has started to hurt again, though it's not severe. It merely causes some annoyance. I rose and said, lie down. Let me examine you. Lu Minmin promptly reclined on the bed, and I activated the medical page in my mind. Instantly, her physical condition materialized within my consciousness. Sister Minmin, there is nothing serious, I reassured her, observing the information in my mind. It appears you are experiencing significant mental stress and overthinking. Allow me to apply some pressure. Perhaps it will alleviate your discomfort. All right. She nodded in agreement. I discreetly initiated the great yin-yang fusion technique, and the ethereal white mist of the universe began to converge upon my body. Suddenly, I realized that this time, the white mist was far more abundant than during my previous application of the technique. Upon glancing back, I noticed wisps of white mist emanating from the herbs I had purchased. So, the herbs also contained this mystical essence. The white mist surged powerfully into my body, nearly overwhelming me with pain. Fortunately, drawing from my prior experience, I swiftly guided the mist along my meridians. Perhaps due to the nature of the herbs, the influx of white mist was substantial, resulting in a slightly prolonged process. Approximately an hour later, I sensed that the influx of white mist had ceased, allowing me to gradually halt the operation of the technique. With a deep breath, I exhaled and opened my eyes. Chapter 16. Sweating profusely, her head no longer throbbed. A sense of comfort enveloped her. As she spoke, she sat up, casually addressing Qinchuan. If you wouldn't mind stepping out again, I need to take a quick shower. Feeling an awkwardness in the air, Qinchuan hastily exited the room. The gentle breeze outside helped him regain his composure. At that moment, he noticed a faint azure mist forming in his dantian, a sign that he had reached the first level of the great yin-yang fusion technique. The little book had undergone a transformation. Once entirely white, it now gleamed with a bronze hue. The surrounding white mist had thickened significantly, enough for him to indulge in its essence several times over. Qinchuan was left with countless questions regarding this book. Yet unlocking its mysteries would require the advancement of the great yin-yang fusion technique to a certain realm. He would need to continue turning its pages to glean further understanding. Shortly thereafter, Lu Minmin called out to him from the doorway, signaling that he could enter. Upon re-entering, he saw that she had washed her clothes and hung them on the balcony. She lay wrapped snugly in the blankets, cocooned from head to toe. It's getting late. You should wash your face and rest, Lu Minmin advised Qinchuan. We need to head back to the village tomorrow. Nodding in agreement, Qinchuan quickly freshened up and climbed into bed. However, the soundproofing of the rental room was woefully inadequate, and the occasional shouts from next door disrupted his slumber, causing him to finally drift off in the early hours of the morning. Upon waking the next day, he found that Lu Minmin had already tidied up. I bought 2 buns, hurry and have a bite. My electric bike is fixed. After we eat, we can head back, she said, her cheeks flushed. She too had not slept well, the noise from next door stirring her own desires. After so many years without intimate encounters, it was hard not to feel anticipation. Had Qinchuan been more proactive the previous night, she might have been willing to go along with it. Unfortunately, he remained as unyielding as a wooden block. Rising from bed, Qinchuan devoured the buns in a few bites. After washing his face, he and Lu Minmin set off for the village. Along the way, he purchased additional medicinal herbs, for the ones he had previously bought were depleted of their white mist during his practice, rendering their efficacy significantly diminished. Since he intended to treat his parents, he could not afford to use subpar ingredients. This time, he returned home accompanied by Lu Minmin. After approximately 40 minutes, he delivered her to her house and began walking back to his own. What is going on today? Why is there no one around? Qinchuan wondered, observing the empty streets. At this hour, the sidewalks would usually be bustling with elderly folks engaged in conversation. Yet today they were conspicuously absent. As he approached the alley leading to his home, he was met with a lively scene. The sounds of gongs and drums resonated from his yard, with a crowd gathered outside, eager to witness the commotion. A thought flashed through Qinchuan's mind. It must be Sudatu causing a ruckus. Was it not agreed that the money would be given to him before this evening? It is only 10 in the morning, yet this fellow has already come to stir trouble at his own home? His expression immediately soured as he dashed inside. At Qinchuan's residence, Sun Yume and Qin Jin sat at the table, feeling somewhat at a loss. The two had not slept a wink throughout the night. Although Qinchuan claimed he had managed to raise the funds, they felt he was merely offering them false hope. How could 20,000 yuan be assembled so easily? Could a handful of small coins truly be exchanged for such a hefty sum? In their minds, this was utterly implausible. Sun Ant, what have you decided? Sudatu approached with a grin, addressing them. Look, the grand sedan chair has already arrived at your doorstep. Once you agree, Qin Jin will be able to ascend the chair immediately. We will become one family, and all past grievances will be forgotten. Qin Jin raised her head, her sharp eyes fixed on him as she replied, You said the money should be given to you before tonight. There is still a whole day left. Why the urgency? Sudata scoffed dismissively. What is the point of your indecision? Do you believe that an additional half-day will allow you to gather the funds? Today is an auspicious day. Marrying into our family could lead to prosperity and a flourishing lineage. There is no need to miss such a fortunate opportunity over something improbable. Don't you think? As he spoke, the thugs at his side stepped forward, exuding a palpable sense of intimidation. Su Datu gestured for the ruckus outside to quiet down, signaling for their attention. Esteemed villagers, the Qin family owes my Su family 20,000 yuan, which remains unpaid to this day. If the Qin family repays me today, I shall leave immediately. If not, then Qin Jin must marry my younger brother. It is only right that debts are settled. I ask you all to be witnesses. Should the Qin family refuse to repay or provide anyone, I cannot be blamed for my harshness. Su Datu shouted to the crowd outside. It was evident that he intended to leverage the villagers to apply further pressure on Sun Yume and her family, while simultaneously attempting to salvage his own reputation. Otherwise, the villagers would accuse him of bullying. Upon hearing his words, the villagers exchanged glances. The Qin family has indeed fallen on hard times. I have heard they have already repaid over 30,000, yet still owe 20,000. High-interest loans are not to be trifled with. Su Datu's interest rates are exorbitantly high. Had the Qin family not been in dire straits, they would never have borrowed from him. However, the interest was agreed upon at the outset. Though unreasonable, it was accepted by their own accord. It is only right that debts are repaid. Su Datu was merely demanding an additional 20,000 to conclude the matter, which could be seen as a consideration for the local community's dignity. But concerned for dignity, he was simply fixated on Qin Jin. Su Ertu, that foolish boy, would not even know what to do with her once married. It would ultimately be Su Datu profiting from the situation. Indeed, a beautiful female university student entering the home of someone like Su Datu would be a travesty. 20,000 yuan is tantamount to a bride price. Is it not an obvious act of bullying? In our village, the customary bride price is at least 100,000 yuan, is it not? The surrounding people sighed repeatedly, yet there was little they could do. In the beginning, the Qin family borrowed this money themselves. Thus, they must inevitably bear the consequences. Chapter 17. Repay or marry? Will you repay the debt or marry? Su Datu turned to the two with a menacing glare. You have 2 minutes left until the auspicious hour. If you waste my time, do not blame me for my lack of courtesy. What are you trying to do, Su Datu? Are you attempting to drive someone to their death over 20,000 yuan? A woman on an electric tricycle rushed in, confronting Su Datu. We are all from the same village. Why resort to such actions? Does your brother truly deserve Qin Jin? The newcomer was none other than Zhang Yan. She abandoned her tricycle and dashed into the room, standing before Qin Jin. Are you here to stand up for them? Su Datu furrowed his brow at Zhang Yan and said, Fine. If you wish to defend them, then help them repay their debt. It's merely 20,000 yuan. Upon hearing Su Datu's words, Zhang Yan felt a pang of guilt. After a brief pause, she replied, All right, I will assist in repaying their debt. However, I currently only have 10,000 yuan on hand. I can give you 1,000 now, and the remaining 10,000 next month. Her enterprise had grown somewhat large, and she owed the bank several tens of thousands in loans, leaving her with only 10,000 yuan in cash, which was meant for her workers' wages. If this money were spent, she would have no means to pay them next month. Yet, she could not dwell on that now. She needed to resolve the situation first. Humph, if you cannot repay, just step aside and do not obstruct me, Su Datu retorted. I reiterate, today you must either repay the money or marry. Not a penny less. The final minute ticked away. Su Datu glanced at the time, his gaze turning icy. When the hour strikes, if you dare to interfere, do not blame me for my ruthlessness. I will not spare anyone. Zhang Yan, this matter does not concern you? Qin Jin said, grasping Zhang Yan's arm. I appreciate your kindness, but you have already helped us enough. I cannot continue to be a burden on you. I will marry him, and our family's debts will be settled. Qin Jin gritted her teeth and addressed Su Datu. I, Su Datu, am a man of my word, he said, sizing up Qin Jin with a wicked grin. The notion of marrying Su Ertu was merely a pretext. He knew little of matters between men and women. After all, upon returning home, wouldn't he benefit from it? The thought of such a beautiful university student lying in his bed was thrilling. He yearned for the moment to consummate their union. Very well, I shall marry. Qin Jin exhaled deeply, speaking with an air of calm. Su Datu was elated upon hearing this and immediately signaled the band to resume playing. Marry? Since when did this family become yours to command? Just as Qin Jin resigned herself to her fate, Qin Chuan's voice broke through from outside, calling out while catching his breath. Having run all the way, he was utterly exhausted. brother. Upon seeing Qin Chuan return, a glimmer of hope flashed in Qin Jin's eyes. Qin Chuan. Sun Yumei looked at him eagerly. In the village, without a man in the household, it felt as though they had lost their backbone and would be bullied by others. Upon Qin Chuan's return, although he may not possess a solution to the predicament at hand, it appeared that the women momentarily found a semblance of support. Su Datu, you promised to provide the money before tonight, so what is the purpose of this grand display? Qin Chuan glared at him and retorted, are you attempting to coerce us into marriage? Humph. Upon recognizing Qin Chuan, Su Datu's disdain only deepened. Is there even a need for coercion? Even if we wait until tonight, can you amass the funds? With a swift motion, Qin Chuan extracted 2 stacks of money from his pocket and placed them upon the table, proclaiming, here lies the sum of 20,000 yuan. We are now square. You and your entourage should return whence you came. At this, Su Datu was momentarily taken aback. Did Qin Chuan truly manage to acquire 20,000 yuan in just one night? Fellow villagers, you all heard clearly. Su Datu stated that if my family repays him an additional 20,000 yuan, then this matter will be settled. Here it is, 20,000 yuan laid out before you. From this moment forth, my family and Su Datu shall have no further debts to one another. I implore you all to bear witness. Qin Chuan approached the gathered villagers, addressing them directly. Very well, I shall serve as your witness. Su Datu indeed made such a statement, borrowing 20,000 only to demand 50,000 in return. Greed knows no bounds. He did utter those words, and we all heard them distinctly. Qin Chuan seemed transformed, markedly different from his former self, radiating newfound vitality. He no longer limped, had shed his glasses, and appeared significantly more spirited. Indeed, the last time I saw him, he seemed lost and lethargic. In just 2 days, he has undergone a remarkable metamorphosis. Some villagers, disapproving of Su Datu's behavior, stepped forward to bear witness, while others regarded Qin Chuan with skepticism. Surprised by his own transformation, Qin Chuan noted that the ethereal mist had swirled within him, restoring his legs and eyesight, leaving him in a much improved condition. His demeanor had shifted dramatically, standing before Su Datu with unwavering confidence. Su Datu, now exceedingly irate, could hardly comprehend the situation. How could this be? He had merely used the demand for repayment as a pretext, never believing they could muster the funds. Where had this man procured such a sum? Initially, he had intended to utilize the 20,000 yuan to abduct a female university student. But now, given the circumstances, it seemed that plan might falter. Noticing Su Datu's distress, a bearded man beside him subtly gestured and said, Qin Jin has already consented to marry. We are prepared to receive her. Do you think she can simply back out? Are we to be trifled with? Upon hearing this, Su Datu regained his composure and asserted, yes, Qin Jin has indeed agreed to marry, and we are ready to proceed. Your words carry no weight, you should step aside. With drums and gongs, he began to call out for the bride. Su Datu was determined to forcibly take Qin Jin as his wife. Since my brother possesses wealth, I shall not marry. In a state of panic, Qin Jin exclaimed, Su Datu, what are you planning? Are you having second thoughts? Qin Chuan's gaze turned icy as he fixed his stare upon Su Datu and declared, let me make it clear. Today, I will not allow you to marry my sister. I am determined to take her away.
Su Datu, equali risolet, rito.
And what of it? You are merely a pauper. Do you truly believe you can thwart me? He then commanded his companions, brothers, it is time to act. The auspicious hour has arrived. Lift her into the sedan chair at once. Upon hearing his words, the burly men around him erupted in cheers, jeering and tugging at Qin Jin as they led her toward the waiting sedan. I will not marry. My family has already repaid the debts. I refuse to be wed. You are forcing me. Qin Jin lamented in anguish. Chapter 18. Settled Sun Yumei, witnessing the situation unfold, rushed forward and firmly grasped Su Datu, insisting that the money promised would settle the matter, questioning how he could dare to abduct someone. Su Datu had always intended to take her away, never considering that they could repay the debt. With a forceful shove, he cast Sun Yumei aside, declaring that he would ensure she married into the Su family, and that no one could intervene. The surrounding villagers were taken aback. They had not anticipated Su Datu's unreasonable demeanor, brazenly attempting to drag someone into his home. This was utterly outrageous. They had repaid their debts, yet he still sought to seize Qin Jin. It was evident that he was targeting her specifically. Such a despicable character. The Su family was both foolish and vile, believing they could marry a university student. Their words were meaningless, and he must not succeed. The villagers, filled with righteous indignation, pointed fingers at Su Datu. "Let us see who dares to obstruct me," he bellowed, threateningly addressing the crowd. The villagers, wary of provoking him, instinctively took a step back. Suddenly, a resounding slap echoed as a vivid red mark appeared on Su Datu's face. Initially reveling in his ability to intimidate the crowd, he was swiftly brought down a notch as Qin Chuan, the one who had struck him, stood before him. The audacity of Qin Chuan to retaliate was shocking. He had surely stirred up a great deal of trouble. Su Datu would not let this affront go unpunished. Things were bound to escalate with the Qin family. The onlookers regarded the scene with disbelief, fearing that Qin Chuan was courting disaster. However, Qin Chuan remained unfazed, pulling Qin Jin behind him and coldly asserting, "Take the money and leave at once, or prepare for my wrath." His words left Su Datu incredulous. How could this sickly, worthless individual dare to issue a threat? Enraged by the humiliation he faced before so many, Su Datu lunged forward, throwing a punch at Qin Chuan's face. With a resounding impact, Qin Chuan did not flinch but instead met his blow head-on. Su Datu, who had underestimated his opponent, felt as if he had struck a steel wall. Pain surged through his hand as if it were shattering. "You worthless fool," Qin Chuan mocked, and Su Datu saw another slap hurtling towards him, unable to evade it. Another resounding smack landed on his other cheek, leaving it swollen and red. Staggering back in disbelief, Su Datu was consumed by rage. In front of such a multitude, he unexpectedly slapped himself twice, nearly bruising his face. "Damn it, brothers. Let us take him down." Su Datu immediately rallied his comrades to pummel Qin Chuan. "Stop, stop." Sun Yumei fretted from the sidelines. What on earth was wrong with this boy? Did he not see how many people were against him? If a fight broke out, he would be at a severe disadvantage. "Fight him, brother. Beat him to a pulp." Qin Jin, witnessing Qin Chuan's remarkable fighting prowess, felt invigorated, cheering him on, itching to join the fray herself. "Brother, run quickly." They planned to bully the few with their numbers. Upon seeing the overwhelming odds, she urged Qin Chuan, "A wise man avoids immediate losses. Stay back." However, Qin Chuan rolled up his sleeves and charged towards the trio. The first to advance was the bearded thug, whose intention was to forcibly abduct Qin Jin, which incensed Qin Chuan. He swiftly dodged the thug's punch, sidestepped, and delivered a powerful elbow strike to his chest. Before the thug could react, Qin Chuan executed a swift kick to his calf, sending him crashing to the ground, wailing in agony. Seizing the moment, Qin Chuan performed a quick roll, grabbing a handful of dirt and flinging it at another opponent's face. The dirt instantly blinded the thug. Taking advantage of his opponent's disorientation, Qin Chuan lunged forward and delivered a knee strike, causing the thug to see stars. You lack chivalry," the thug protested, rubbing his eyes while clutching his chest, cursing Qin Chuan. "Is it chivalrous to gang up on the few? Am I lacking chivalry for throwing dirt?" Qin Chuan retorted defiantly. After incapacitating both thugs, he strode directly towards Su Datu, who was utterly taken aback. Although Qin Chuan had employed some cunning tactics, he had undeniably brought down two of them. This fellow must have had training. "What do you intend to do?" Su Datu swallowed hard, glaring at him. "I warn you, I have powerful connections. If you offend me, greater figures will come after you. You will regret it. My connections are in Matsuin." Before he could finish his sentence, Qin Chuan slapped him again, the strike swelling his face. Su Datu was flustered, staring at Qin Chuan, struggling to find words, yet daunted by the prospect of confrontation. What could he do when he was outmatched? He resolved to summon his boss, Bald Wang, the next day. Bald Wang was a skilled fighter, capable of keeping 4 or 5 men at bay. Surely, defeating Qin Chuan would be a piece of cake. "This is 20,000 yuan," Qin Chuan declared, tossing the money at Su Datu's feet. "Bring me the IOU." Su Datu hesitated, reluctant to comply. He still harbored hopes of winning over Qin Jin. If he handed over the IOU, he would lose his leverage. Will you give it or not? Qin Chuan furrowed his brow and addressed him. Your exorbitant interest rates are in blatant violation of national law. I have no desire to stir up trouble, which is why I was willing to lend you the money. However, if you are unwilling to settle this matter amicably, then I shall withdraw my offer, and we can continue our altercation. Wait. The moment Su Data heard Qin Chuan's intention to continue the fight, he immediately faltered. He hastily gathered the money, handed over the IOU to Qin Chuan, and declared, "From this moment forth we are even, and neither of us owes the other anything. Gentlemen, you have all heard this. We are now settled." Qin Chuan turned to the onlookers and proclaimed, "Should Su Data dare to harass my family again, there will be no evidence to support his claims." The crowd responded with cheers of approval. "Begone." After tearing up the IOU, Qin Chuan said to Su Datu. Su Datu, feeling a tremendous sense of relief, scurried away with his companions, leaving in disgrace. From this day forward, he would be the subject of ridicule in Donglong village. Chapter 19. Golden Phoebe. After driving Su Datu away, Qin Jin felt as jubilant as a little bird. "Brother, how did you become so formidable? You managed to take on 3 men without faltering." Su Data's face turned pale. Being slapped in front of so many people was undoubtedly humiliating. Qin Jin gleefully remarked, "He even wanted me to marry his foolish brother. No way that's happening. By the way, brother, did you truly earn all this money from selling those few small coins? And why didn't you come home last night? I heard you took Sister Minmin's car to the city. Did you two spend the night together?" This lad was like a machine gun, firing questions at Qin Chuan incessantly. Qin Chuan shot her a glance. "If you don't speak, no one will mistake you for a mute." Sun Yumei addressed Qin Chuan, having offended Su Datu. He certainly won't let this go easily. Our family cannot afford to provoke him. I've heard he is acquainted with some powerful figures in the city. Mother, worry not, Qin Chuan reassured her. We now live in a society governed by law. We have already repaid him. What more can he do? If he dares to come, we shall confidently report him to the authorities. Sun Yumei sighed, feeling despondent. Over the years she had endured much, suppressing her grievances and bearing the burden of others' bullying in silence. With Qin Chuan as her steadfast support, she felt a significant weight lifted from her shoulders. By the way, are you certain this 20,000 yuan isn't borrowed? Sun Yumei looked at Qin Chuan with concern. If it is borrowed, we must repay it promptly. She still found it hard to believe that a few coins could be worth such a sum. It is indeed from selling those ancient coins, Qin Chuan replied with exasperation. They are antiques, quite valuable. Please don't fret over it. Also, I have an additional 5,000 yuan from the sale of antiques. Take a look around the house and purchase what we need. As Qin Chuan produced another 5,000 yuan, Sun Yumei's eyes widened in astonishment. Here is 1,000 yuan for you. When will you go to the city to buy some nice clothes? Qin Chuan then pulled out another 1,000 yuan from his pocket and handed it to Qin Jin. I don't need it. Our family truly needs the money, Qin Jin, ever sensible, replied. Things are different now, Qin Chuan insisted, quickly placing the money in her hands. Since you're in university, you should dress a bit more decently. You needn't be overly frugal. Your brother is capable of earning money. He affectionately ruffled her hair as he spoke. Typically, Qin Jin's monthly allowance was merely 300 yuan. She refrained from cosmetics, seldom bought clothes, and could hardly afford fruits, barely scraping by. Upon entering university, it was natural for a girl to desire beauty. Having insufficient funds could lead to feelings of inadequacy. Thus, he was determined to ensure she did not suffer. In due time, when I earn a bit more, I'll buy you something delicious, Qin Chuan said with a smile. Previously, he had spent 3,000 yuan on medicine and a few other items, leaving him with only a few hundred yuan. How impoverished he felt. Qin Chuan, I confess my ignorance regarding this antique you mentioned. You possess greater knowledge than we do. Sun Yumei smiled and said, You should return this money to them promptly. As she spoke, she produced a stack of coins and a small notebook. This money was gathered by some villagers for us this morning. I have noted how much each person contributed. Upon glancing at the names, Qin Chuan felt a deep sense of gratitude. To outsiders, their family appeared to be a bottomless pit. Lending them money seemed to guarantee its loss. Yet, these individuals were willing to assist during their most perilous times, and Qin Chuan etched this kindness into his heart. Furthermore, there was Zhang Yan. Sun Yumei continued, she just offered us 10,000 yuan to help. We must show our appreciation. There was a basket of farm-fresh eggs in the back. You should take it to her as a token of thanks. All right, Qin Chuan nodded. He promptly began repaying each person as listed in the notebook. Brother, why are you being so formal with me? Upon reaching Zhang Yan's home, he found her wearing a safety helmet directing workers on site. My mother insists that I thank you. You must accept this basket of eggs. Qin Chuan told her, if you refuse, the old lady will be displeased, and I will surely face her wrath upon returning. Fine, I will accept them. Ultimately, Zhang Yan accepted the basket of eggs and invited Qin Chuan into the courtyard. Is your project progressing smoothly? He inquired. Yes, Zhang Yan nodded. It should be completed soon, just in time for the harvest festival. Perhaps we can even make some profit. She sighed, however, funds are extremely tight at the moment. If I could secure another 30,000 yuan, I could finish the fish pond as well. Then we could offer fishing, harvesting, and agritourism services all in one, undoubtedly turning a profit. But I must repay the loan for the greenhouse next month, so I can only operate on a smaller scale for now, earning as I go. Although she had made some profits from the picking garden, it had not been long enough to accumulate substantial earnings. She still bore a considerable amount of debt. While it was a low-interest rural loan, the pressure was nonetheless significant. It was evident that she had been troubled by these matters lately. Master, please hurry and remove that piece of wood. Don't let it remain there as an eyesore, Zhang Yan directed, spotting the excavator's arrival. She quickly instructed them to relocate a large timber in the courtyard. This wood was originally a beam from the house. Though robust, with a diameter of nearly 1 meter, it was crooked and knotted, detracting from the aesthetic appeal. Thus, she decided to replace it with a more uniform and beautiful beam, enhancing the room's appearance. Wait, just as the excavator operator prepared to move the timber, Qin Chuan sensed something unusual about it. He immediately activated his perspective ability, and his vision was instantly enveloped in a misty white haze. The intricate grain of the wood suddenly materialized in his mind, golden silk nanmu. Upon witnessing this remarkable piece, Qin Chuan remarked to Zhang Yan, this wood must be quite valuable. Although he was unaware of the market value of golden silk nanmu, he instinctively felt it would not be inexpensive. Really? This wood can be worth something? Zhang Yan, lacking in knowledge about such matters, perceived it merely as a piece of discarded timber. I am uncertain of its precise worth, but if you wish, I could inquire further, Qin Chuan suggested. I believe gathering 30,000 yuan should not pose a challenge. This golden silk nanmu boasts a diameter exceeding 1 meter and a length nearing 3 meters, with no visible cracks. It is undoubtedly precious. Is that so? Upon hearing Qin Chuan's words, she replied, if it can indeed be sold for a profit, I only require 30,000. The remainder shall be yours. Chapter 20. Timeless charisma. The weight of this piece of wood was immense, and Qin Chuan found himself incapable of transporting such a hefty object. He could only leave it there for the moment and sent a photograph to Zhang Fiwen. Previously, in pursuit of future collaborations, they had exchanged WeChat contacts, with Qin Chuan adding her official business account. He regarded Zhang Fiwen as a reliable partner, offering fair prices. Boss, I have a piece of golden silk nanmu wood. I wonder if it piques your interest? After sending the message, he did not receive an immediate response, likely because she was preoccupied. Rising from his seat, he addressed her, you carry on with your tasks. I must visit other places. This wood must be preserved. I dare not damage it. I understand, Zhang Yan replied. If you manage to resolve my predicament regarding the 30,000 yuan, I shall be sure to express my gratitude. And how do you intend to show your appreciation? Qin Chuan jested. Perhaps with a pledge of devotion. Zhang Yan suggested playfully. Now that would be extortion, Qin Chuan laughed. How could you repay me by causing me harm? You truly are insufferable, Zhang Yan teased. Now off you go. Be sure to thank Auntie for the eggs when you return. Understood. Understood. Qin Chuan waved her off impatiently. Now get back to your work. After their exchange, he proceeded to the final destination, Sister Xiangxiang's house. She was alone, relying on her labor in the fields to earn a modest living. Yet she had still lent 500 yuan to the Qin family. Though a small sum, Qin Chuan recognized it as all she had. "Sister Xiang," he called as he pushed open the courtyard gate. "Chuanzi, you're here? You promised to join me for dinner last night, but you never showed." Zhao Xiang looked at him with a hint of reproach in her eyes. Today, she wore a delicate lavender chiffon blouse paired with a flowing white skirt and simple sandals. It must be said, her taste in attire was commendable, and she appeared quite fashionable. As she spoke, a subtle fragrance of lavender wafted through the air, quite enticing. "My mother asked me to return the money," Qin Chuan quickly informed her. "Our family has scraped together enough to settle our debts." "Thank you, sister. Look at you, being so formal with me." Zhao Xiang waved her hand dismissively, smiling. "You helped me dig the cellar without complaint. Besides, I haven't really been of much assistance myself." She had heard all about the events that transpired in the Qin household that morning. Village news is notoriously hard to conceal. "You're not leaving today. You must have lunch at my place," Zhao Xiang insisted. "If you dare to leave, I will be very displeased." "Very well," Qin Chuan nodded. "I shall impose upon you today. Then, sit for a moment. I'll wash the vegetables and prepare the meal." Zhao Xiang gestured for him to take a seat before retreating into the house to tend to her tasks. "I'll help you," he offered. "No need. Just sit and wait," she replied. Qin Chuan sat idly, feeling rather unoccupied. About half an hour later, Zhao Xiang emerged from the kitchen, carrying a selection of dishes. "All right, come in and have dinner," she said with a smile, peeking her head out. Upon entering the room, Qin Chuan was greeted by a rich aroma wafting through the air. The table was adorned with an array of 4 dishes and a soup: stir-fried kidney, steamed abalone, scrambled eggs with chives, and a pot of lotus root and pork rib soup with goji berries. "Please have a seat," Zhao Xiang said, hastily removing her apron. Qin Chuan paused for a moment, taken aback by Zhao Xiang's change of attire. She had donned a fitted long dress that accentuated her graceful curves. Was this the legendary stepmother dress? She sat across from him, reaching for his bowl to serve him rice. "Thank you, sister," he replied, accepting the rice she offered. "Why be so polite with me?" Zhao Xiang replied nonchalantly, serving him a generous piece of kidney. "Young man, eat more." Qin Chuan glanced at the sumptuous spread before him, feeling certain that this meal would invigorate him. "Please don't be polite. Let us eat together." As the meal progressed, Qin Chuan felt increasingly restless. Half an hour later, the two finished eating. "You sit for a while. I'll wash the dishes," Zhao Xiang said, though a hint of disappointment lingered in her heart, as she had hoped Qin Chuan would notice her new outfit. "I'll help you," Qin Chuan offered, moving closer. "No need. I can manage on my own," she replied. "Sister, why are you being so formal with me?" As he stood beside her, a faint scent of her perfume enveloped him, enhancing her allure as a mature woman. He found himself yearning to embrace her slender waist from behind. Having begun to tidy up, Qin Chuan noticed Zhao Xiang no longer insisted on doing it alone. Together, they washed the dishes, and a ripple of warmth surged through her heart. This feeling was delightful. After so many years alone, she thought she had grown accustomed to solitude. Yet, as the evening sun streamed in, the domestic scene felt infinitely cozy. How wonderful it would be if he were her man. "Sister, if there's nothing else, I'll head home now." After tidying up, Qin Chuan felt it was inappropriate for a man and woman to linger alone, hastily adding, "My father needs me to recuperate." "All right, take care on your way," she replied, her mood slightly dulled but still smiling. Just before leaving, Qin Chuan turned back and said, "Sister Xiang, you should wear this style of clothing more often. It looks lovely on you." With that, he flashed her a radiant smile. Watching him walk away, Zhao Xiang couldn't suppress the smile creeping onto her lips. That cheeky boy had quite a sweet tongue. Once home, she found herself spinning in front of the mirror, growing increasingly enamored with her reflection. Her fair skin, slender waist, and long legs, surely, she still possessed a charm of her own. How could I have thought that boy could resist my allure? She mused, giggling shyly to herself. "Sister Xiang, I nearly overlooked an important matter." Just as she was admiring her own form, Qin Chuan entered the room unannounced. Chapter 21. The warming needle technique. Suddenly startled by a voice, Zhao Xiangxiang shivered. After taking a few steps, Qin Chuan realized he had forgotten an important matter. He had yet to return Zhao Xiangxiang's money. Thus, he hurried back. However, upon attempting to open the door, he discovered it was locked from the inside. "Why did you close the door?" he inquired curiously when Zhao Xiangxiang finally opened it after a moment. Her face flushed with embarrassment, grateful that she had secured the door. "I was just feeling full and decided to lie down for a bit. I locked the door out of concern for my safety," Zhao Xiangxiang explained. "Why are you back again?" "Oh right, I almost forgot. I still owe you the money I borrowed. I was so focused on eating that I nearly overlooked my obligation," Qin Chuan exclaimed, quickly placing the money into her hands. Zhao Xiangxiang accepted the money and replied, "It's only natural to help out fellow villagers. But how did you manage to gather 20,000 yuan? That is no small sum. I'm quite curious how you managed it so quickly after just one trip to the city." "I sold a couple of antiques," Qin Chuan replied with a smile. "You see, I often collect discarded items, and sometimes people inadvertently sell valuable antiques as if they were mere junk." "Do you have knowledge of antiques?" Zhao Xiangxiang asked, her eyes sparkling with intrigue. "A little," Qin Chuan admitted modestly. "Oh, if you are knowledgeable about antiques, you should visit the Liang Haichong family. I remember they have quite a few old items," Zhao Xiangxiang suggested. Suddenly, she recalled something. Those items were passed down from his grandfather's generation. He surely knows little about them and probably uses those dishes and bowls for everyday meals. Her thoughts sparked an idea. She too could start collecting antiques in the village. Present, she was in dire need of money. She had recently discovered that her yin-yang fusion technique had advanced significantly, along with the various abilities outlined in the book. However, the consumption of the white mist had increased considerably. For instance, the martial art known as the Thunderbreak Fist only required a small amount of white mist to practice at the introductory level. Yet upon reaching the second level of dark energy, the required amount had more than tripled. Initially, he believed he could use his existing reserve of white mist several dozen times without issue. However, after battling Sudatu, he realized the consumption rate was far too high. The consumption for his X-ray vision had also increased markedly, yet the clarity of what he could perceive had improved, revealing ever more information. Earlier, when he utilized this ability at Zheng Yan's place, he depleted a third of his white mist in one go. Now, he estimated that he had barely enough for one more use. He needed to continuously absorb white mist into his body, but the process of drawing it from the surroundings was excruciatingly slow. Purchasing medicinal materials would significantly enhance his absorption rate. However, acquiring these materials required expenditure, and the finer the quality, the steeper the price. With his current funds, he could not afford to be extravagant. Thus, he needed to earn money swiftly. Qin Chuan remarked, "I shall find time to take a look later." After speaking, he returned home. Upon his arrival, a voice call from Zhang Fiwen came through. "Hello, Mr. Qin," he greeted with a smile. "Mr. Qin, is that piece of wood still available? I was at the jade market today and did not see your message," Zhang Fiwen said with a hint of embarrassment. That piece of wood was undoubtedly a fine example of golden silk nanmu, appearing remarkably intact. Based on her calculations, could yield at least 5 thick boards. If the exquisite patterns of dragon veins, water ripples, and phoenix tails on the surface extended deep into the heart of the tree without any internal cracks, it would surely result in substantial profit. "Well," Qin Chuan responded, "I wonder if you might be interested, Ms. Zhang." "I am indeed interested," Zhang Fiwen replied. "Please send me an address and I will come to inspect it tomorrow. If it meets our expectations, we can finalize the price." This type of golden silk nanmu is highly coveted among traditional business magnates, who favor it for their desks, tea trays, and conference tables. "All right, I will send you the address later," Qin Chuan said casually. After that, they ended the call. Once the call was finished, Qin Chuan intended to show his parents their health condition. However, as it was rather late and the sky had darkened, he decided to postpone the acupuncture until the following day to avoid any potential inaccuracies. The next morning, after finishing breakfast, Qin Chuan prepared his silver needles and called out to the outside, "Mom, son Yume quickly entered, asking, 'Why are you shouting so loudly? Come here. I want to show you something,' Qin Chuan replied, taking out a set of silver needles. I will help you with your health, and perhaps it will alleviate your eye troubles and palpitations. Sun Yumei, however, was not overly concerned about her condition. You needn't worry about me. At my age, my eyesight may be fading, but it's nothing serious. It's all right. I'll take care of you without any cost. Just give it a try, Qin Chuan said with a smile as he held up the silver needles. Sun Yumei wiped her hands and chuckled. Well, hurry up. I still need to head to the fields to tend to the manure. She was in good spirits lately, as her son had recovered, their significant debts were cleared, and the future looked promising. As for herself, she felt indifferent. Nevertheless, since her son was eager to help, she decided to go along with it. As Qin Chuan focused, the medical page of the book in his mind opened. With a gentle tap, a surge of white mist enveloped the paper. Witnessing this, Qin Chuan felt a pang of regret. Why had the upgrade resulted in an increased consumption of white mist? It seemed he was nearly depleting all the white mist within his body. The increase in white mist due to the advancement in martial arts was understandable, as was the heightened clarity in perspective requiring more. However, it was perplexing why the consumption in medical practice had also escalated so dramatically. However, he found himself at a loss, for the consumption of the white mist was beyond his control. At that moment, a set of acupuncture techniques appeared on the pages before him, warming needle therapy. Qin Chuan gazed at the characters, and below them was a demonstration of the technique. In an instant, the comprehension and operational skills pertaining to this acupuncture method seemed to be inscribed in his mind. Just like that, he transformed into a master of needlework. This was a remarkable advancement. Previously, the medical knowledge merely illustrated how to heal, indifferent to one's ability to execute it. Yet now, it could assist him in mastering the technique, which was truly astonishing. Suddenly, he found himself able to comprehend the extensive use of white mist in the realm of medicine. Chapter 22. The School Beauty as a Loyal Admirer. The warming acupuncture technique is a therapeutic method that integrates both acupuncture and moxibustion. The principle is rather straightforward. After the fine needle is inserted into the acupoint, the mugwort wool placed at the needle's end is ignited, achieving the purpose of healing through this combination. However, the challenge lies in the precision required. The needle must be inserted with exactitude, not too shallow as it would prove ineffective, nor too deep as it could be fatal. This demands a high level of skill from the practitioner. With the aid of medical texts, he found himself far more adept. And once he located the acupoint accurately, he gently inserted the needle. How does it feel? Qin Chuan inquired. Sun Yumei replied, I don't feel much, just a slight swelling sensation. That's just right, Qin Chuan responded, promptly igniting the mugwort at the needle's end. How warm and comfortable. Sun Yumei felt a wave of warmth radiate down her neck, enveloping her in a soothing heat. Although the medical texts prescribed this treatment, Qin Chuan still felt a tinge of apprehension. He proceeded to channel the remaining white mist within him into Sun Yumei's body, guiding it through her meridians to facilitate her healing. This exhaustive process left Qin Chuan quite fatigued. Mr. Qin, just as he was about to take a seat and rest for a while longer before removing the needle, familiar sounds echoed from outside. Soon after, two young women knocked and entered. They were strikingly beautiful. One wore a white t-shirt and athletic pants, topped with a baseball cap, her long legs rivaling those of a supermodel. This was Jiang Fiwen. Her current attire contrasted sharply with her previous professional outfit, exuding a refreshing sporty vibe. Indeed, a beautiful woman can master any style. Standing beside her was another woman, slightly shorter at around 165 meters, dressed in a cropped top that showcased her toned waist, paired with shorts. Upon seeing Qin Chuan, she cheerfully bounded over, glancing at Jiang Fiwen, then at Qin Chuan and said, Mr. Qin, I'm Meng Yuning, a friend of Jiang Fiwen. It's a pleasure to meet you. Observing the warm and approachable young woman, Qin Chuan responded amicably, You've come to see the wooden figure Haven to you? Please take a seat while I finish up. No worries. Carry on with your work. Jiang Fiwen nodded, settling into a chair. What is that scent? Meng Yuning sniffed the air and remarked, That's the aroma of burning mugwort. You practice medicine as well? Coming from a family of medical practitioners and a high-achieving student from a traditional Chinese medicine university, with her master being the renowned Dr. Zhao Quan from Haiqing, she had some knowledge of the subject. Just a humble understanding, Qin Chuan modestly replied. Wow. Meng Yuning followed the scent of moxibustion into the inner room, where she beheld Sun Yumei undergoing acupuncture. Her eyes widened in disbelief as she fixated on Qin Chuan. Is this the warming needle technique? Indeed. Qin Chuan did not conceal the truth and nodded affirmatively. How? Meng Yuning found herself at a loss for words. The warming needle technique is notoriously challenging to master, with precise control over acupoints and the force of insertion being crucial. Despite her extensive studies, she had yet to grasp it fully. Time had nearly elapsed. Qin Chuan glanced at the clock, turned, and carefully removed the needles from Sun Yumei, instructing, Mother, take a moment to feel. Oh, it seems as though the world has brightened. That hazy sensation has vanished, Sun Yumei exclaimed with excitement. Previously, her vision had been perpetually blurred, and she could only see clearly within a meter's range. Now, however, she could see the courtyard outside through the glass with remarkable clarity. Stretch a bit, Qin Chuan suggested. In the past, whenever Sun Yumei stretched, she would experience palpitations. Tentatively, she tried it only to be filled with joy. It seems that sensation of palpitations has disappeared. She turned to Qin Chuan, her excitement palpable. Am I truly healed? Why do I feel an abundance of energy? Qin Chuan nodded, affirming you should be well. With just 2 more sessions, your health will improve even further. Just as Sun Yumei reveled in her newfound vitality, Qin Jin emerged, astonished, gazing at her mother. Mom, how have you aged so gracefully? Your wrinkles have diminished significantly. Her eyes nearly bulged out as she looked at Sun Yumei. This child is just spouting nonsense, Sun Yumei thought, believing Qin Jin was merely flattering her. Really? Qin Jin insisted, pulling her toward the mirror. Look for yourself. The wrinkles on your face have indeed lessened. You look nothing like 50. More like 30. You silly child. That's quite an exaggeration. Sun Yumei playfully swatted at her, laughing. Although claiming she looked 30 was indeed an overstatement, she certainly appeared considerably younger. Claiming to be 40 would be entirely believable. Observing the transformation in Sun Yumei, Qin Chuan felt an overwhelming sense of guilt. The now slightly younger Sun Yumei was strikingly beautiful, yet it pained him to acknowledge that his burdens had aged her prematurely. Fortunately, he now had the opportunity to make amends. Meng Yuning stood by, utterly astonished. This medical skill was nothing short of miraculous. Not only could it heal ailments, but it could also restore youth. Mr. Qin, I have several inquiries I wish to discuss with you. May I seek your guidance? She said, nervously meeting Qin Chuan's gaze. His demeanor was that of a master, deserving of utmost respect. Jiang Fiwen, standing nearby, was taken aback by Meng Yuning's demeanor. As the belle of Haiqing Medical University, she usually maintained an air of aloofness towards various suitors, exuding an image of icy elegance. It was only in front of Jiang that she revealed a more irreverent side. However, in the presence of Qin Chuan, she transformed into an eager admirer, addressing him with exaggerated deference, almost resembling a young eunuch. Seizing the moment, Jiang discreetly captured a photograph of her in such a state, planning to relish in the amusement it would bring later. Qin Chuan, on the other hand, showed no hesitation in imparting all his knowledge to her, holding nothing back. After all, the essence of medicine lies in its purpose to save lives. The more individuals who acquire this knowledge, the greater the number of healers in the world. There is no need to cling possessively to one's wisdom. Chapter 23. The Gamble of Wood. After quite some time, Qin Chuan finally concluded his explanation of all the concepts. Meng Yuning felt a profound sense of fulfillment. Qin Chuan's insights, infused with his personal understanding, surpassed those of her school teachers. She even believed that his explanations were more meticulous than those of her own master. Many areas that had previously eluded her comprehension suddenly became crystal clear. Now, she felt an overwhelming sense of confidence, almost wishing to celebrate with a self-administered injection of enthusiasm. The admiration in her gaze towards Qin Chuan was palpable. How can someone so young possess such remarkable medical expertise? Which school did you graduate from? Who was your mentor? She inquired curiously. If there were a good teacher, she would certainly ask her master for an introduction to learn from him. I am from Haiqing Medical University. Most of this knowledge I've cultivated through personal exploration, Qin Chuan replied with a smile. Senior Meng Yuning quickly added, I am currently a fourth-year student in traditional Chinese medicine at Haiqing Medical University. It was essential to foster good relations with such a masterful figure. Zhang Fiwen observed her with a helpless shake of her head. How had she become this way? She used to regard all men with indifference. It seemed that even the goddess in others' eyes could turn into someone else's admirer, and an eager one at that. All right, if you wish to exchange medical knowledge, perhaps you should exchange WeChat contacts, Zhang Fiwen suggested, glancing at the time. She turned to Qin Chuan and said, Mr. Qin, let us proceed to examine that piece of wood. The forklift driver is still waiting outside. Qin Chuan nodded and immediately led them towards Zhang Yan's residence. On the way, Zhang Fiwen quietly remarked to Meng Yuning, Is this truly necessary? Just look at your expression. If the wealthy suitors pursuing you were to see this, they would surely be consumed by jealousy. Meng Yuning glanced at the photo Zhang Fiwen had taken. Qin Chuan stood tall in front, explaining while she bent slightly, with a humble demeanor, occasionally jotting down notes. She indeed resembled an eager disciple. Honestly, if they possessed medical skills like Master Qin, I would gladly join their ranks as an admirer, Meng Yuning mused, gazing at Qin Chuan's silhouette. Don't you think he truly embodies the presence of a master? Here we are, two stunning beauties standing beside him, yet he remains as steadfast as a mountain. His medical skills are exceptional, he is quite handsome, and he is from the same university as me. It's just unbelievable. Seeing her infatuation, Zhang Fiwen promptly tapped her shoulder. Mind your demeanor. Your admiration is written all over your face. Oh right. Suddenly, Meng Yuning had a thought and addressed her. It might be challenging to persuade my master to come out of retirement, but I believe that Qin Chuan's medical skills are on par with my master's. Why not consider asking him for assistance? Who knows, he might have a solution. I have a strong feeling that his abilities may even surpass those of my master. She looked at Zhang Fiwen earnestly. Meng Yuning has now gained a modest reputation in the medical community of Haiqing. She remarked that Qin Chuan possesses formidable medical skills, which likely indicates their authenticity. Engaging his services might indeed yield significant results. At that moment, Zhang Fiwen glanced at Qin Chuan and noticed an aura of distinction about him. Yet, Qin Chuan was acutely aware that he was far from any semblance of a sage. In reality, he was beset by social anxiety, particularly when confronted by unfamiliar and attractive young women. He found himself at a loss for words and hesitant in his movements, his body rigid with discomfort. Fortunately, it wasn't long before they arrived at Zhang Yan's residence. Brother Qin, Zhang Yan greeted warmly upon seeing Qin Chuan, her gaze sweeping over the group behind him. May I ask who these individuals are? This is General Manager Jiang from Ruabazhai in the city, he began to introduce, but as he turned to present Meng Yuning, he realized he was not well acquainted with her details. Truly, one's ignorance can be a source of solitude. I am Meng Yuning, a friend of General Manager Jiang. She interjected, stepping forward to shake Zhang Yan's hand. Pleasure to meet you, I am Zhang Yan. Please, come inside. Zhang Yan responded with a smile, graciously ushering them into the courtyard. After some initial pleasantries, as the atmosphere grew more familiar, Zhang Fiwen suggested, Miss Zhang, shall we take a look at the wood? Oh, I had asked you to set that beam aside, Zhang Yan recalled. Qin Chuan quickly interjected, they are all professionals. Let them assess the value of that piece of wood. Of course, right this way, Zhang Yan said, moving to guide them to the back of the courtyard. Though Qin Chuan had claimed the item was quite valuable, Zhang Yan harbored doubts, estimating it to be worth only 2,000 or 3,000. Even if fortune smiled upon her and it fetched 10,000, she would be astonished. Nevertheless, a few thousand would still alleviate her loan repayment burden. Upon reaching the back, Zhang Fiwen examined the substantial piece of golden silk nanmu, noting numerous growths and wrinkles on its surface, indicative of high-quality material. She circled the tree twice before shaking her head. This wood is excellent. The surface has an abundance of wrinkles. If it were intact, I could offer up to 100,000. However, there is a crack in the center, and I'm uncertain whether it will extend further. If it does, we might only be able to cut one board, which would significantly decrease its value. After scrutinizing the tree once more, she acknowledged the beautiful patterns on the bark, envisioning how stunning the grain would appear once cut. Rest assured, this crack will not penetrate deeply, at most extending 20 centimeters, Qin Chuan confidently asserted, having previously examined the tree through his unique abilities. Regarding the wood, I can only account for what is visible to me, Zhang Fiwen replied earnestly. While you are indeed a valued client, I cannot arbitrarily set a price. If the offer is too high, I would incur a loss. On that day, you must have realized that the company's decisions are not solely at my discretion. Should substantial losses be incurred, I too would bear the consequences. Qin Chuan wholeheartedly agreed with Zhang Fiwen's words. Lacking the gift of clairvoyance, she was naturally unfamiliar with the circumstances at hand. However, despite the presence of a crack, it was still possible to slice the wood from below. At the very least, 2 pieces could be salvaged, couldn't they? Qin Chuan inquired. Zhang Fiwen led Qin Chuan to the timber, gesturing toward the burls and the protruding branches, and remarked, "You must understand that the allure of golden silk Nanmu lies in these golden threads. Only at the junction of these burls and branches can one find patterns such as the dragon gallbladder and ripples. If a significant crack exists in the middle, these exquisite patterns would surely not extend below. Thus, the wood beneath would merely be ordinary timber of little value. Consequently, I believe the worth of this wood is equivalent to that of a single plank. I could offer you around 10,000 yuan for it, largely due to the exceptional external appearance of this plank. After all, I must also assume a degree of risk. Should the crack extend upward, I would suffer greatly." Upon hearing this, Zhang Yan approached Qin Chuan and whispered, "Why not sell it for 10,000 yuan? Chapter 24. Take my pulse. In Zhang Yan's perspective, receiving 10,000 yuan for this item was already immensely satisfying. A piece of worthless wood that was destined for the trash could now be exchanged for such a sum. What was there to hesitate about? However, Qin Chuan examined the wood and shook his head. According to her description, the market price for this piece would undoubtedly not be low, and he was not entirely pleased with the quoted price. Zhang Fiwen was quite satisfied with the material and was reluctant to let it slip away. Thus she proposed 2 ideas. First, she would directly pay 15,000 yuan to purchase the material outright, assuming all risks of profit or loss thereafter. Second, she would invest 30,000 yuan. If the value increased, she would handle the sales, and the profits would be split according to market rates. Should there be a loss, they would share the burden, and the 30,000 would be refunded to her. Qin Chuan inclined towards the latter option, as it promised greater profitability. The 10,000 yuan was merely the cost of acquiring the material, and if processed well, its market value would undoubtedly exceed that. They could potentially earn around 70 to 80,000 yuan from this venture. What do you think? Qin Chuan turned to Zhang Yan. I am not inclined to gamble. My entire fortune is tied up in this. If I incur losses, I cannot afford to pay, Zhang Yan replied to Qin Chuan. After pondering for a moment, Qin Chuan looked at Zhang Fiwen and proposed, "How about this? I have immense confidence in this material. I suggest we proceed with the second option. You give 30,000 yuan to Zhang Yan. Any profits or losses thereafter will not concern her. Should there be a loss, I will cover it, and the 30,000 will be refunded to you. What do you say?" Zhang Fiwen was indifferent. She was willing to share the risk with either Zhang Yan or Qin Chuan, simply wanting to transfer a portion of her own risk. As long as Miss Zhang agreed, she was content. Zhang Yan gazed at Qin Chuan, expressing her concern. What if you incur losses? Though she was inclined to accept Qin Chuan's proposal as it not only promised more money, but also reduced her risk, she was hesitant about transferring the risk entirely to him. Don't worry, Qin Chuan confidently assured her. I am capable. Trust in my expertise. Ultimately, Zhang Yan nodded in agreement. The 3 signed an agreement, and Zhang Fiwen subsequently arranged for the wood to be transported. Qin Chuan accompanied them directly to the factory. Feeling that the matter no longer pertained to her, Zhang Yan stayed behind, directing workers to expedite progress. With the 30,000 yuan, her burden was significantly alleviated. Master Qin, you truly understand wood? Meng Yuning enthusiastically inquired throughout the journey, sticking close to Qin Chuan and asking numerous questions. She was exceedingly warm in her demeanor, insisting on sitting next to him in the vehicle. If her admirers were to witness this, their hearts would undoubtedly shatter. How could Qin Chuan remain unaffected by such a fashionable, beautiful, poised, and capable young woman, especially one with such an alluring figure? Moreover, her attire was quite minimal. Given their proximity, there was inevitably some physical contact, causing Qin Chuan to nearly break into a sweat. Though he was not particularly socially anxious, he found himself at a loss for words when confronted by an unfamiliar yet strikingly beautiful girl, especially one as vivacious as she. Deep down, he perhaps felt a natural disparity between himself and her. "I understand a bit," Qin Chuan remarked. He was not a master of flirtation. He simply answered whatever questions were posed to him. Yet, in Meng Yuning's eyes, this demeanor projected an image of a true expert. Only genuine talents would carry themselves in such a manner. Faced with a beauty like her, he exhibited no reaction whatsoever. "Master, your medical skills are so exceptional. Why not take my pulse? I have been feeling somewhat unwell lately," Meng Yuning said, casting a glance at Zhang Fei Wan, who sat ahead, a mischievous smile gracing her lips as she directed her attention back to Qin Chuan. Zhang Fei Wan shook her head at Meng Yuning. Without waiting for Qin Chuan to decline, she placed her hand on his thigh. The ethereal white mist within Qin Chuan had been nearly depleted, rendering him incapable of consulting his medical texts. Under such circumstances, it was absolutely inadvisable to engage in any diagnostic practices. However, he found it exceedingly difficult to refuse a request from a beauty, particularly one who had already placed her arm upon his thigh. Resigning himself, Qin Chuan rested his fingers upon her pulse and quietly activated his grand yin-yang fusion technique. In an instant, the surrounding white mist surged into his body. Although scant, this influx was sufficient for a single use upon absorption. With his eyes closed, he suddenly furrowed his brow. Meng Yuning's expression shifted to one of astonishment, prompting her to signal Zhang Fei Wan to observe Qin Chuan. Upon witnessing his reaction, Zhang Fei Wan's eyes widened in disbelief. Had Qin Chuan discerned Meng Yuning's condition? She relished testing these so-called masters against her own physical state. A prodigious talent in medicine, she had seen many eminent medical figures falter in her presence. Only Zhao Quan had managed to detect some anomalies, which was why this gifted medical girl had chosen to apprentice under him. Did Qin Chuan's frown indicate that he had discovered something significant? Quite impressive indeed. In truth, Qin Chuan had yet to commence any diagnostic work. His frown was solely due to the tumultuous impact of the white mist within him, which was overwhelmingly potent. He hesitated, contemplating whether to utilize Meng Yuning's body as a transitional conduit. Ultimately, in the face of unbearable discomfort, he directed the white mist through his meridians into Meng Yuning's body. Initially taken aback by Qin Chuan's response, Meng Yuning suddenly felt a warm flow entering her being as he tightened his grip on her wrist. The sensation was utterly delightful, compelling her to stifle a moan of pleasure with gritted teeth, though she suspected it was merely an illusion. After the white mist circled within her body, it re-entered Qin Chuan's, and the book surrounding him began to gather some of the white mist. He opened to the page on medical arts, where words flickered continuously until they formed a line. The body is fundamentally healthy, yet near the heart meridian, there appears to be a presence of malevolent energy. Poses no threat to life if undisturbed. Treatment method. Must reach the 5th level of medical arts for disclosure. After speaking, the white mist dissipated, leaving Qin Chuan in a state of bewilderment. The medical text provided no clarity on the situation. Was it necessary to reach the 5th level for the treatment methods to be revealed? Presently, his medical skills only attained the 2nd level. Accumulating the vast amount of white mist required for the 5th level would take an eternity. Initially, he had hoped to impress the enchanting young lady, but now that little book had failed him, likely tarnishing his image in her eyes. Master, how is the situation?" As Qin Chuan opened his eyes, Meng Yuning eagerly inquired. Zhang Fiwen also gazed at him with curiosity. Feeling somewhat embarrassed, Qin Chuan replied, "Essentially, the patient is healthy." Upon hearing this, a clear glimmer of disappointment flickered in their eyes, revealing that his skills were not particularly exceptional after all. However, given his youth, it was understandable that he might miss certain details. Yet, there seemed to be a sinister energy lingering near the heart vessels. If left unaddressed, it wouldn't pose any immediate threat, Qin Chuan added, feeling quite awkward. Being able to identify the issue but lacking the means to assist felt like merely adding to their troubles. Nevertheless, Meng Yuning and Jiang Fiwen's eyes widened in astonishment. He had discerned the root of the problem. It was worth noting that Zhao Quan had only sensed something amiss without knowing the specifics. In that moment, Qin Chuan had surpassed the finest physicians in Haiqing. Chapter 25. The surge. My medical skills are quite rudimentary. Although I can discern the issues, I am unable to provide treatment. Qin Chuan humbly stated that it might take him a year and a half to discover a method. He believed that to enhance himself to the 5th level would require at least the same duration. As for the initial 3 levels of the great yin-yang fusion technique, he felt there was a chance he could achieve success. However, the subsequent levels would involve the intricate interplay of yin and yang. As a solitary individual, he found it difficult to predict when he might find companionship. Upon hearing Qin Chuan's words, Jiang Fiwen and Meng Yuning displayed expressions of astonishment, for the implications of his statement were profound. While the esteemed Dr. Zhao merely sensed something amiss, he was unaware of the specifics. It was indeed remarkable that Qin Chuan believed further research could lead to a cure. The two exchanged glances, refraining from further discussion, as Zhang's condition remained a closely guarded secret. No worries, as long as it doesn't affect one's health, all is well, Meng Yuning thought, her admiration for Qin Chuan intensifying to the point of near reverence. Master, do you accept disciples? Perhaps I could become your student? If I encounter any difficulties, may I consult you at any time? Her earnest desire to learn from Qin Chuan was palpable. However, he shook his head, saying, I am but a novice myself, hardly qualified to teach you. However, if you wish to exchange ideas, I would be open to that. Please refrain from mentioning the notion of apprenticeship. He spoke candidly. His knowledge was derived solely from a book stored in his mind, making it impossible for him to assume the role of a mentor. Nevertheless, in Meng Yuning's eyes, Qin Chuan's reluctance to take on disciples only added to his mystique as a master. Undeterred, she leaned closer to him, her large eyes sparkling with curiosity. Senior, may I inquire about the appropriate pressure to apply when using the warm needle technique on acupoints? If you have a moment, could you demonstrate it for me so I might experience it firsthand? Certainly, Qin Chuan replied. Throughout the journey, Meng Yuning clung to him like an ardent admirer, her gaze unwaveringly fixed upon him. Meanwhile, Qin Chuan maintained an upright posture, not daring to lean back against the seat. In truth, he felt a twinge of nervousness, as a stunningly voluptuous beauty with a 36D figure was nestled against him, her chest brushing against his arm, leaving him hesitant to move. However, Jiang Fiwen, seated in the front row, perceived Qin Chuan's composure as remarkable. He seemed entirely unfazed in the presence of such a captivating beauty. If Meng Yuning were to treat her suitors in a similar manner, they would surely be driven to distraction. All right, we've arrived, Jiang Fiwen announced as the vehicle came to a halt. Qin Chuan felt a sense of liberation wash over him as he swiftly opened the car door and stepped out. The feeling of freedom was exquisite. Ms. Jiang, a middle-aged man, approached them, donning a mask which he promptly removed as he addressed Jiang Fiwen. Mr. Fu, I apologize for the inconvenience, she replied, shaking his hand. Mr. Fu then exchanged greetings with several others, demonstrating impeccable decorum. Are you tending to my business? How could that be a burden? In fact, I would welcome your daily troubles, Mr. Fu remarked with a smile. As he spoke, he gestured for his assistant to bring over several masks. The factory was alive with the sounds of wood being cut and carved, with sawdust swirling in the air. Mr. Fu led the group into the heart of the factory, which sprawled over a vast area. To the far left, there were beautifully crafted golden silk Nanmu wood furniture pieces, their surfaces glistening with a golden sheen after being varnished. In the central area, some workers were diligently carving and polishing various tea trays. To the far right, piles of leftover scraps of golden silk Nanmu wood were stacked, along with the electric saw used for cutting the wood. Jiang Fiwen directed a forklift to position her purchased golden silk Nanmu wood beneath the electric saw. Mr. Fu examined the wood and commented, judging by the outer layer, the patterns here should be quite exquisite. However, there is a crack in the middle. I wonder what lies beneath it. Let us first cut a lid and see the pattern. Certainly, Jiang Fiwen replied. As Mr. Fu instructed the workers to lower the saw slightly, it halted at a height of about 7 or 8 centimeters. Moments later, the electric saw roared to life, swiftly slicing through the outer layer. When the forklift dropped the lid onto the ground, everyone hurried to sweep away the sawdust and applied a layer of water over it. A collective gasp of amazement arose as they beheld the stunning patterns revealed beneath the lid, with the golden silk densely intertwined, adorned with dragon gall patterns, water ripple motifs, and phoenix tail designs. The quality of this lid was exceptional, suitable for crafting several tea trays, and its value would undoubtedly be significant. Mr. Fu, upon inspecting the lid, expressed his astonishment. This was to be expected. Let us proceed with cutting the board. Jiang Fiwen responded, the primary concern is whether the crack extends inward, and we must also assess the depth of the patterns. Mr. Fu nodded in agreement. If the crack penetrates, we might only salvage one board, which would be a pity. However, if there are no cracks and the patterns are intact, then General Jiang could strike it rich. May your words come true, Jiang Fiwen replied to Mr. Fu. The first board was soon cut, and as anticipated, it was flawless. The group felt confident about this board, but their anxiety shifted to the second board. As the electric saw powered up again, the second board was sliced away, and everyone's hearts raced, for the fate of the wood hinged on this moment. Jiang Fiwen watched the board intently. Mr. Qin, do you see? She initially thought Qin Chuan seemed anxious, so she intended to engage him in conversation to ease the tension. However, upon turning around, she discovered that Qin Chuan was completely absorbed in examining the finished furniture on the other side, exploring with curiosity, showing no signs of nervousness at all. In truth, Qin Chuan was not at all apprehensive. He had already discerned the condition of the wood within, leaving no reason for anxiety. Moreover, he discovered that the precious golden silk nanmu would bore a hint of white mist. Though it was not abundant, any presence of it was preferable to none. His own internal reservoir of white mist was utterly depleted, and he intended to absorb as much as he could. Observing Qin Chuan's demeanor, Jiang Fiwen couldn't help but marvel. A master, indeed, remained unperturbed even in the face of potential loss. With a thud, the severed plank was lowered to the ground, marking a pivotal moment in determining its fate. President Fu halted the chainsaw and climbed atop the trunk, brushing aside the sawdust before addressing Jiang Fiwen. Congratulations, President Jiang. There are no cracks within. The fissures are limited to a depth of 20 centimeters and do not penetrate further. The grain is exquisite, particularly around the burl. After the chainsaw's operation, Jiang Fiwen felt a wave of relief wash over her. With no cracks extending inward, this trunk was poised to yield a profit of at least 100,000 yuan. Chapter 26. The fragrance of roses. The subsequent cutting process was devoid of any significant tension. Soon, all the pieces were meticulously crafted. From a single trunk, 5 exquisite boards emerged, each flawless and adorned with intricate patterns. Once completed, these boards were promptly sold to Mr. Fu, with Jiang Fiwen negotiating the price on his behalf. Mr. Jiang, may I have this piece? Please deduct it from my share of the profits. Qin Chuan indicated toward the cover that had previously been discarded on the ground. This cover is only worth a few thousand. What do you intend to do with it? Jiang Fiwen inquired, glancing at him. I wish to craft a few beads for leisure, Qin Chuan replied with a smile. Craft beads? Upon hearing this, Jiang Fiwen was taken aback. Such an endeavor was hardly cost-effective and bore considerable risk. Despite the board's attractive patterns, the small surface area of the beads meant that only a single strand of gold thread could be extracted from these designs. A solitary bead of gold thread holds little value. Thus, bead crafting inherently involves a gamble, contingent upon the density of the gold thread beneath the surface. A careless miscalculation could result in the loss of several thousand. It's merely for amusement, Qin Chuan remarked. If I manage to produce exceptional beads, I could potentially earn a substantial profit. The optimal material for bead crafting lay in the front half of this cover, where the gold threads were densely packed. Based on his previous insights, he estimated that he could extract 3 to 4 strands of gold thread from a single bead. Initially, he had not contemplated this idea, but a recent conversation with an aunt who was polishing bracelets revealed that bracelets featuring 3 strands of gold thread could fetch exorbitant prices, even reaching several tens of thousands per piece. Gazing at the cover, Qin Chuan believed he could craft at least 2 premium gold thread bracelets and 5 or 6 slightly inferior ones. The potential earnings from these bracelets were quite substantial. Very well, there's no need for a profit share. I shall simply gift you this item. Should you wish to craft beads, Mr. Fu has the necessary machinery, and you need only cover the processing fee. Jiang Fiwen perceived Qin Chuan's desire to indulge in a pastime and dismissed any concerns regarding the matter. After all, it was merely a cover of little worth. With that, she proceeded to negotiate the price with Mr. Fu. Meanwhile, Qin Chuan took the most suitable piece of the cover, requesting assistance from Mr. Fu's staff to craft the beads. He had already marked the positions for the beads. Before long, Jiang Fiwen finalized the price, and it was evident that both she and Mr. Fu were quite satisfied. Once the money was secured, they departed. The beads crafted by Qin Chuan would take a few days to complete, and once polished, Mr. Fu's team would ensure they were delivered to him. This piece of wood sold for a total of 100,000. After the negotiations, Jiang Fiwen showed Qin Chuan the notification of the funds received on her phone, stating, "According to our prior agreement, we shall split the profits evenly. After deducting the 30,000 in costs, we have earned 70,000 in total, and I shall allocate 35,000 to you." As she spoke, she exhibited no hesitation, directly requesting Qin Chuan's bank account to make an immediate transfer without a moment's pause. This left Qin Chuan with a rather favorable impression of her. "Thank you," he said with a smile. "I didn't expect your insight to be so keen." Jiang Fiwen wiped the sweat from her brow and replied with a smile, "I can tell at a glance whether there are any cracks. It's merely luck." Qin Chuan felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him. He grew increasingly anxious as Jiang Fiwen took her seat beside him, while Meng Yuning occupied the front row. Jiang Fiwen exuded a subtle fragrance of roses, her long hair cascading over her shoulders. As they leaned in closer to converse, her hair would occasionally brush against his cheek, stirring his emotions. Jiang Fiwen's legs were undeniably long, elegant, and striking. Was this not a new form of torment for him? "Mr. Qin, I would like to ask you for a favor," Jiang Fiwen said after a moment's hesitation. "I realize this request may be somewhat presumptuous." "Please go ahead," Qin Chuan replied. In truth, Jiang Fiwen had already rendered him considerable assistance. Had it not been for her, the sale of his ancient coins would not have proceeded so smoothly, nor would he have profited so immensely from this piece of wood. She was a person of integrity. If he could be of help, he was more than willing to oblige. "I would like you to examine a patient," Jiang Fiwen said, biting her lip. "I understand this request is quite bold, but I can offer a consultation fee, whatever amount you deem appropriate." Initially, she had intended to exchange a few ancient coins to enlist Zhao Quan's assistance. However, Zhao Quan had recently declared that he would only lend a hand if she provided information about a certain man, effectively cutting off her means of seeking help. Zhao Quan, with his lofty pride and unpredictable temperament, would not extend any favors, even to her, despite her close friendship with his protege. She believed that Qin Chuan, being a master recognized by Meng Yuning, would not act casually and would likely maintain a certain stature. Qin Chuan looked at her with curiosity. "What is presumptuous about this?" "It's merely a matter of examining a patient." "Certainly, you may set a time and contact me in advance." Jiang Fiwen expressed her gratitude profusely. In addition, Qin Chuan added her private WeChat and obtained her phone number. Meng Yuning also joined in, insisting on adding Qin Chuan as well. After concluding their business, Qin Chuan had them accompany him to purchase some medicinal herbs before returning home. It seemed he truly needed to buy a car. A motorcycle would also be essential. It was rather inconvenient to travel back and forth to the city. "Back already?" Qin Jin inquired curiously as she approached Qin Chuan. "Who are those 2 women? They are stunningly beautiful. I wouldn't mind if you brought one home as a sister-in-law." "Go away." Qin Chuan playfully kicked her behind. "You really dare to think of such things?" With his family background, he could not entertain such notions. "Now go and prepare these herbs." Qin Chuan retrieved several packets of medicine and handed them to Qin Jin, instructing, "Simmer them over a gentle flame for 30 minutes. "What is the purpose of this concoction?" Qin Jin inquired, examining the herbs. "Do you require some nourishment?" "Absolutely not. This is for our father." Qin Chuan shot her an exasperated glance and hastened away, for darkness would soon envelop the sky. Given our father's condition, do you believe the medicine will be effective? She regarded Qin Chuan with a hint of curiosity and a touch of hope, for he had recently cured Sun Yumei. If he could also restore their father to health, it would surely bring harmony back to their family. It is imperative to try. Qin Chuan cast a glance at his father, who lay upon the sickbed, and spoke with a heavy heart filled with remorse. If it were not for him, his father would not have fallen to such depths. With that thought, his gaze hardened. Luo Haiwen, this grudge shall be avenged in due time. Chapter 27. Awakening half an hour later, Qin Jin and Sun Yumei entered the room, cradling several bowls of medicinal liquid. Qin Chuan waved his hand at Qin Jin, beckoning her over. With a puzzled expression, she inquired, "What is the matter? I shall take your pulse and, in the process, help rejuvenate your body," Qin Chuan replied. "Do you not wish to feel a touch younger?" "Indeed," Qin Jin affirmed, recalling how she had witnessed her mother's youthful transformation. She nodded eagerly. Come, quickly." Qin Chuan promptly retrieved silver needles and deftly punctured several acupoints on her body. These acupoints served little purpose beyond obscuring his true intentions. With no trace of white mist left in him, he needed to amass sufficient white mist to heal his father. Thus, he resorted to utilizing Qin Jin to practice his technique. As he inserted the silver needles, Qin Chuan activated the Great Yin-Yang Fusion technique. A delicate white mist began to swirl towards him. Yet, the quantity was woefully inadequate compared to his needs, a mere drop in the ocean. At that moment, the prepared medicinal liquid came into play. A rich white mist surged into Qin Chuan's body from the concoction. He realized that the absorption was notably swifter and the mist more concentrated after the herbs were brewed. However, the anguish accompanying this influx of mist was significantly intensified, causing him to grimace in pain. He quickly channeled this white mist into Qin Jin's body, allowing it to traverse her meridians before returning to his own. Instantly, layers of white mist enveloped him once more. "All right." Qin Chuan released his grip and addressed Qin Jin. She sprang up, gazing into the mirror for a moment before saying, "I don't see any changes. I don't look younger at all." Qin Chuan playfully kicked her backside. "How old are you? You're in the prime of your youth. What change do you expect? Now off you go. I need to administer needles to our father." Pouting in mild protest, Qin Jin reluctantly stepped outside. Once she had left, Qin Chuan, with his mother's assistance, helped his father sit upright and removed his upper garments. He immediately opened the page on medical techniques in the book. Tai needle method. Soon after, a series of acupuncture techniques materialized on the page, followed by a demonstration. Once the demonstration concluded, the techniques embedded themselves in his mind, as if enlightenment had struck him. Then, another prescription appeared on the page, one that Qin Chuan had previously studied and prepared according to its instructions. Without hesitation, he applied the Tai needle method, beginning the acupuncture on his father. The intricacies of this technique were profound. As he inserted the needles, he varied the depth, gently twisting them, and to his astonishment, the needle tips began to sway of their own accord. Any expert present would recognize at a glance that this was a skill not easily mastered, utilizing qi to manipulate the needles. In the eyes of others, Qin Chuan's acupuncture skills were considered exceptional. However, he approached it with effortless ease, remaining completely unfazed. Why is there still no response? Sun Yumei gazed anxiously at Qin Yuanlang, her eyes flickering back to Qin Chuan. Though she harbored doubts about the efficacy of his techniques, she secretly hoped for his success. After all, he had previously treated her successfully, which instilled a faint glimmer of hope within her. "Do not rush," Qin Chuan instructed. "Administer the medicine." He supported Qin Yuanlang as he spoke to Sun Yumei, who promptly lifted a bowl of dark, viscous liquid and spoon-fed it to him, one scoop at a time. Once the medication was administered, Qin Chuan gradually infused a wisp of white mist into Qin Yuanlang's body. He had discerned that this mist could repair bodily tissues and organs, albeit not cure diseases. He intended to use it to revive the tissues of Qin Yuanlang, who had lain in bed for an extended period, resulting in muscle atrophy. As for whether his father would awaken, he felt unequivocally confident. This book had never failed him. After saturating his father's muscles with the mist, it was completely depleted once more. Using it again would be excessively taxing. Nevertheless, he had mastered the Tai acupuncture technique. He glanced at the time. It was nearly time. He swiftly retrieved another silver needle and pierced the Baihui acupoint. The Baihui point serves as a conduit for yang energy. With the energy pathways in Qin Yuanlong's body unblocked by the Tai technique, the final step to connect the yang energy would facilitate his awakening. At this moment, Qin Chuan felt a surge of tension. His father's revival hinged on this maneuver. Gritting his teeth, he inserted the silver needle into the acupoint. The air seemed to still, with both he and Sun Yumei silently fixated on Qin Yuanlang, all awaiting a miracle. Even a slight movement would suffice. A barely perceptible sound escaped Qin Yuanlong's lips. Qin Chuan and Sun Yumei exchanged glances, their eyes glimmering with joy. Moments later, he slowly opened his eyes, appearing somewhat dazed as he surveyed his surroundings. Yumei, he murmured weakly, turning his gaze towards Sun Yumei before shifting to Qin Chuan. Qin Chuan. Suddenly, he seemed to recall something, a surge of excitement coursing through him. What's the situation? Have we raised the funds? We cannot let Chuaner go to prison. Even in this moment of awakening, his thoughts were consumed by concerns for Qin Chuan. You need not worry. Everything has been resolved, Sun Yumei replied, tears of joy streaming down her face as she addressed Qin Yuanlang. You should rest well. At that moment, hearing the commotion, Qin Jin rushed in, throwing herself into his embrace. You're awake, she said, her eyes brimming with tears as she gazed at Qin Yuanlang. After such a long time, she had feared he would never awaken. All right. Dad has just regained consciousness and is still quite weak. Please do not make such a fuss. Qin Chuan admonished Qin Jin. Let Dad rest. Qin Yuanlang gently patted Qin Jin's head, attempting to speak, yet his words lacked strength. Father, you should rest for now. It will take a few days for a gradual recovery. Qin Chuan advised him, you must take it easy. We can discuss everything tomorrow. As he spoke, he carefully removed the silver needles from his body and laid him down on the Kong to rest. He then took the others outside. The family was enveloped in joy, preparing to enjoy a splendid dinner that evening. However, uninvited guests suddenly arrived. The leader was none other than Su Datu, followed closely by 6 or 7 burly men. These individuals bore tattoos of dragons and tigers, some with dyed yellow hair while others had shaved heads, presenting an intimidating demeanor. Yet, upon seeing the bald man, Qin Chuan could hardly suppress a laugh. Chapter 28. Is this my brother Chuan? Su Datu, have you come to seek your own troubles? However, the backing he has found does not appear to be particularly formidable. Qin Chuan, come out here, Su Datu bellowed from outside. What should we do now? Su Datu has come looking for trouble. Sun Yumei said anxiously, he has brought others with him. You should hide for a bit at home and I will handle him. A few soft words from me, and this matter will pass. Please do not act impulsively. Everything at home has just begun to improve, and I do not wish for it to be destroyed again. Brother, let us not act rashly. Though you are quite formidable, you cannot afford to provoke so many of them. Su Datu has certainly brought along some tough characters. Qin Jin said nervously, grasping Qin Chuan's hand. Rest assured. Qin Chuan replied confidently, I will manage this myself. There will be no trouble, nor any conflict. As he spoke, he patted their shoulders and strode confidently toward the door. What do you intend to do, Su Datu? Qin Chuan emerged, coldly staring at Su Datu. Was I not heavy-handed enough last time? Do you wish to receive another beating? Believing he had the support of his companions, Su Datu stood tall and shouted at Qin Chuan. You arrogant brat, do not think that having learned a few moves gives you the right to be so insolent. Let me tell you I have brought help, Bald Wang, the tyrant of Haiqing. He boasted to Qin Chuan, a well-known figure in Haiqing. Kneel down and bow 3 times, then send Qin Jin to my house, and I will let this matter slide. Otherwise, I will make you a cripple once more. As he spoke, he was full of bravado, completely unaware of Bald Wang's expression behind him. Bald Wang rubbed his eyes, fearing he was mistaken. How could this person resemble the one who had beaten them so soundly in the city? What a coincidence! Upon hearing Su Datu call out this person's name, he finally confirmed his suspicions. He had not been mistaken. A cold sweat broke out in an instant. Having been soundly defeated last time, Now he was being drawn into this predicament again. Was he courting death? Meanwhile, Qin Chuan stood beside him, utterly composed, arms crossed. He raised his chin and said to Su Datu, "I would indeed bow, but you should ask Bald Wang if he dares to accept." Upon hearing Qin Chuan's words, Sun Yumei and Qin Jin, standing behind him, turned pale with fear. How could he be so audacious? Su Datu had certainly summoned a formidable thug, and yet Qin Chuan seemed completely unfazed. What is there that he would not dare accept? You are merely a petty fool. Even if you were to perish before us, my brother Wang would not even blink, Su Datu declared with great pride. Qin Chuan gave a cold laugh and replied, "Come over and admit your mistake, and you can leave." He waved his hand impatiently at Bald Wang. "You are courting death," Bald Wang retorted. Su Datu gazed at Qin Chuan with disdain and retorted, "You expect us to apologize? Who do you think you are?" However, as he spoke, Bald Wang had already begun to approach Qin Chuan with his entourage. The sight of such a group of ruffians advancing was undeniably imposing. Sun Yumei and Qin Jin believed that Qin Chuan's words had provoked Bald Wang, sensing an impending confrontation. If a fight were to ensue, Qin Chuan would undoubtedly be at a disadvantage. "Brother, if you don't hurry and run, I'll hold them off," Qin Jin urged anxiously. "I'm a girl. They wouldn't dare harm me." Qin Chuan affectionately ruffled her hair, smiling without uttering a word. Observing Bald Wang's actions, Su Datu, with a smug demeanor, approached. "You still dare to demand an apology from my brother Wang? You must be tired of living. Apologize now and maybe my brother Wang will spare you." "I'm sorry." Just as Su Datu was reveling in his arrogance, Bald Wang shocked everyone present with an unexpected gesture. He bowed deeply to Qin Chuan, offering an apology. Subsequently, his subordinates followed suit, bowing and apologizing as well. Bald Wang felt a heavy burden in his heart. Qin Chuan was exceptionally formidable. He had single-handedly taken down their entire group before. Moreover, he feared that Qin Chuan might have a significant mentor backing him. If they offended him, they could invite a world of trouble. The reality was that even with their numbers, they might not prevail against him, leading to further humiliation. "All right, this matter is no longer your concern," Qin Chuan stated with satisfaction, nodding. "Be cautious in the future. If you transgress again, don't blame me for being ruthless." Of course, Bald Wang hurriedly nodded, replying, "You are right. I will certainly be careful." "Brother Wang, you must stand up for me. How can you allow this?"
Su Datu, perplexed, confronted Bald Wang.
"This guy is utterly worthless. Just beat him up. Don't worry. I'll take the blame if anything goes wrong." "Take the blame for what?" Bald Wang retorted, abruptly turning to Su Datu and delivering a sharp slap. The sound echoed crisply. His already slightly swollen face became puffy once more. The pain was excruciating. Su Datu stood dazed, bewildered at what had just transpired. How could the very person he had summoned turn against him? "I'll tell you this. This is my brother Chuan. From now on, he is my superior, my brother. If you harbor any ill intentions toward him, don't blame me for breaking your legs." Bald Wang quickly signaled Su Datu, offering him a chance to save face. If he took the hint, it was likely that Qin Chuan would not make things difficult for him, especially after receiving a slap. However, Su Datu clearly failed to grasp the situation and did not understand Bald Wang's cue. "This worthless piece is your superior? Have you lost your mind? This guy had his leg broken before and has been cooped up at home like a complete waste." Su Datu exclaimed, "Brother Wang, they caused me to lose a college student for a daughter-in-law. You must stand up for me." The bald king closed his eyes. For those lacking intellect, even divine intervention proves futile. Qin Chuan addressed the bald king and his companions. "You may depart. I must settle my grievances with Su Datu." Without a moment's hesitation, the bald king promptly led his subordinates away. "Brother Wang, please don't leave." Su Datu's greatest reliance was on the bald king. If he departed, it was clear that Su Datu would be no match for Qin Chuan. However, the bald king paid him no heed and turned to exit. He had no desire to linger here for even a moment. Just then, Qin Chuan suddenly recalled something and waved at the bald king. This unexpected gesture caused the bald king to feel a surge of anxiety as he cautiously approached. "Brother Chuan, do you have something to instruct?" Chapter 29. 20 for the raw stone, 100 for the price. Qin Chuan addressed Bald Wang. Ah? Bald Wang was momentarily taken aback, uncertain of the situation. He hurriedly retrieved 100 yuan from his pocket and handed it over to Qin Chuan. Accepting the money, Qin Chuan remarked, I am not extorting you. You did tear someone's clothing last time in the city, and compensation is in order, don't you think? Of course. Bald Wang wiped the sweat from his brow, relieved that it was merely this matter. You may leave now. Once Qin Chuan issued this command, the group departed in haste. They had originally intended to profit from Su Datu, but left in disgrace, not only failing to earn money but also having to part with their own. Quite disheartening. Su Datu was now genuinely anxious, standing frozen, unsure of what to do. What do you intend to do? Su Datu's eyes flickered, clearly intimidated by Qin Chuan. With a mischievous grin, Qin Chuan replied, Your actions today have frightened my family. How do you propose we rectify this? I will compensate for emotional damages. Su Datu, flustered, quickly responded, As long as we avoid conflict, everything can be discussed. Name your price and I shall certainly compensate. Your words imply that I am extorting you, Qin Chuan retorted, feigning deep contemplation. I never suggested that you should compensate. You are the one insisting on it. Moreover, we do not desire your money, as it would only tarnish our integrity. But Su Datu was at a loss for what to do. Could Qin Chuan be contemplating using this as an opportunity to strike him? I heard that when you were settling debts, you acquired a sack full of jadeite raw stones? I shall purchase a few as a token of your apology, Qin Chuan stated. Upon hearing this, Su Datu sighed with relief, saying, Oh, I thought it was something serious. Please feel free to choose. Do not concern yourself with the monetary aspect. Take as many as you wish. Su Datu had previously lent money, but the borrower failed to repay, leaving only a pile of worthless stones behind after the creditors had taken everything of value. He had consulted professionals, and they confirmed that the quality of these stones was rather poor and of little worth. Let us be clear, I am purchasing from you, not robbing you. I am not like you, Qin Chuan asserted. Indeed. You are not like me. Choose as you please. Those stones are merely discarded at my doorstep.
Su Datu replied.
Shall I take you to see them? The reason Qin Chuan sought these stones was that during his last visit to Su Datu's home, he had noticed a substantial collection at the entrance. While most of the stones were of mediocre quality, one particular stone had left a lasting impression. Today, during a conversation in the car with Zhang Fiwen, he had learned that the price of jadeite had skyrocketed over the past 2 years, especially for high-quality jadeite, which was now highly sought after yet difficult to find. Upon realizing the value of jadeite, he took special notice at the entrance of Su Datu's home and indeed stumbled upon a treasure. In a mutual sense of having gained an advantage, they reached a consensus. Bald Wang emerged from the village with an expression of discontent. Initially, he had intended to earn a bit of money for his brothers, yet he found himself empty-handed and disillusioned. From now on, he resolved to consult the almanac before venturing out. Just as he was about to leave, a voice called out to him from the side. Bald Wang paused, turning to face the speaker, a person he did not recognize. Liang Haichang approached, shamelessly introducing himself. Greetings, Brother Wang. I am Liang Haichang. I have long heard of your esteemed reputation, and it is a surprise to meet you today. Liang Haichang, a rogue in his own right, had certainly heard of Bald Wang's notorious exploits and even held a degree of admiration for him. Bald Wang merely nodded in acknowledgement and prepared to depart. Brother Wang, do you have business in our village? Liang Haichang inquired. Upon hearing this, Bald Wang furrowed his brow. He had come to discipline someone and was ready to return. Wait. Liang Haichang quickly interjected. Brother Wang, I have a sworn enemy in the village. Could you assist me in settling this score? Of course, I would never let my brothers work for nothing. The proper reward will be provided. Initially, Bald Wang had planned to return empty-handed, but unexpectedly, a business opportunity had presented itself along the way. Very well. Considering you are acquainted with me, I shall help you with this matter, Bald Wang replied. Where is this person? What is his background? He's just a villager. What background could he possibly have? Liang Haichang confidently responded. He is not at home. I just saw him head towards the eastern part of the village. It will only take us 3 to 5 minutes to get there. Qin Chuan, having offended Bald Wang previously, was now destined to face the consequences. Upon arriving at Su Datu's home, he immediately spotted the piece of jadeite rough. He had previously examined it and discerned that its quality was rather mediocre, with somewhat loose sand indicative of a young stone. Logically, it should be unrefined, akin to a mere rock, yet at the upper section of this stone, a patch of green flower was visible. Where there are flowers, there exists a possibility of change. This was the gamble. If the area beneath the green flower had undergone transformation, it would signify an increase in value. Conversely, if no change had occurred beneath, then the flower held no worth. After a moment of contemplation, he extracted the jadeite rough. Weighing it in his hands, he addressed Su Datu. Having previously inspected the stone, he believed that the quality beneath the flower had reached ice-grade status, albeit the area was small, roughly the size of a fingernail. Though not particularly large, this section was indeed green and vibrant, exhibiting a strikingly beautiful shade of bright green. Due to its commendable quality, there were no floating flowers or cracks within. This place can effortlessly craft a ring face. A pure green jade ring face holds considerable value. How much? Qin Chuan inquired. No charge, Su Datu replied. How could he dare to ask for money? Did he wish for a death wish? Payment must be made. I have stated, I am not like you, Qin Chuan asserted. Hearing Qin Chuan's words, Su Datu could not help but curse inwardly. What makes you so different? Your actions are no different from mine. However, he dared not voice his thoughts and instead forced a smile, saying, perhaps you could consider giving me 20 or 30 yuan. I was going to discard it anyway. You are essentially helping me dispose of trash. Fine, Qin Chuan said as he retrieved a 100 yuan note, recently acquired, from his pocket and handed it to him. Change, please. Chapter 30. Collecting scraps at your home after settling the accounts, Qin Chuan prepared to return home with the piece of jade rough. Just then, a woman's voice called out to him. It was Sister Minmin. Upon seeing her, Qin Chuan inquired, what is it? Today, Lu Minmin was adorned in a light blue dress that elegantly showcased her delicate collarbone, complemented by a silver pearl necklace that enhanced her beauty. I've been looking for you for quite some time, she said to Qin Chuan, handing him 100 yuan for clothes. As she spoke, a hint of crimson graced her cheeks, perhaps recalling the enchanting moments they had shared. She had visited Qin Chuan's home earlier but was reluctant to speak of it to others. After all, asking him for help in purchasing clothes felt somewhat shameful. There's no need, Qin Chuan quickly replied. Absolutely not. Your financial situation isn't great either. Earning money is no easy task, Lu Minmin insisted, adamant about placing the money in his hands. Despite her own modest earnings, she believed that Qin Chuan deserved it more. No, Qin Chuan firmly returned the money, stating, I have told you before, this amount will be reimbursed by Bald Wang. He has already compensated me, and I cannot accept your money. Really? Lu Minmin asked, a hint of skepticism in her voice. Indeed, Qin Chuan reassured her, Sister Minmin, would I allow myself to incur a loss? Rest assured, I am now relatively well off, with several tens of thousands at my disposal. Then that is good, Lu Minmin sighed in relief. In truth, 100 yuan was a significant expense for her. Are you free this evening? You helped me out in the city, and I have yet to express my gratitude, Lu Minmin continued. Dinner time is approaching. Come to my house for a meal. I will prepare a chicken. Really, it's unnecessary, Qin Chuan replied. There's no need for such formality between us. When I saw the situation, how could I not lend a helping hand? That will not do, Lu Minmin insisted resolutely. You must come tonight. I have already slaughtered the chicken and purchased the ingredients. If you don't come, all of this would go to waste. If you still call me sister, you must come. Seeing that he could not decline any further, Qin Chuan nodded. All right, I will drop off my things and head over. At that moment, a voice suddenly rang out. It's this brat. Liang Haichong angrily pointed at Qin Chuan, addressing Bald Wang. Brother Wang, the person I want to teach a lesson to is him. This guy is too arrogant, bullying me. Let us deal with him. From a distance, Bald Wang rubbed his eyes, seeing a shadow that appeared somewhat blurry. But the figure looked remarkably like Qin Chuan. Please let it not be him, he thought. If it were indeed Qin Chuan, he would be courting disaster. Yet, the situation turned out to be as surprising as it was daunting. The figure drew closer, and with each step, his heart raced, for the silhouette was unmistakably Qin Chuan. Before he could even come close, the bald man's legs began to tremble, cold sweat pouring down his brow. Was Liang Haichang truly intent on his demise? Unperturbed by the gravity of the situation, Liang Haichang hastened towards Qin Chuan, jabbing a finger at his nose, exclaiming, "It's this scoundrel. He dared to strike me before. Does he truly believe that no one in Donglong village can handle him? Brother Wang, deal with him. Teach him a lesson." Qin Chuan, taken aback by the sudden appearance of Liang Haichang and the bald man, found himself momentarily stunned. How had these two joined forces? What were they planning? Brother Wang, what's wrong? It's this little brat. Deal with him. Just a beating will suffice. No need to escalate to fatality, Liang Haichang urged the bald man. Yet, he was cautious not to let the bald man go too far. After all, they were from the same village, and excessive force could lead to unwanted gossip. A beating to vent his frustrations and make this fellow understand that Zhao Xiangxiang was off-limits would suffice. What's this? Are you here to teach me a lesson? Upon witnessing the unfolding events, Qin Chuan grasped the situation and fixed his gaze on Liang Haichang, stating, "Didn't I already subdue you last time? You dare to provoke me again, hoping for another beating, do you?" Hearing this, Liang Haichang recoiled a couple of steps, retreating to the side of the bald man. "Last time I wasn't paying attention," he said. "This time I've brought Brother Wang to teach you a lesson, you little brat. Now come over quietly. Let me land a few punches and we'll consider this matter closed. Otherwise, don't blame me for being ungracious. There is no need for introductions. Brother Wang is from Ma village." Liang Haichang began to assert the bald man's credentials, but was interrupted by Qin Chuan. "We are well acquainted," he remarked with a smile, turning to the bald man. "Brother Wang, what are your intentions? Planning to impart some wisdom upon me?" Not at all. The bald man stammered, nearly bowing in fear. "It's all a misunderstanding. How could I possibly be at odds with you, Brother Chuan? Please don't take offense." He quickly offered Qin Chuan a cigarette, attempting to placate him. "I was merely passing by. Is there some conflict between you two? Speak a word, and my brothers will ensure you receive satisfaction." The bald man swiftly shifted his allegiance, pointing at Liang Haichang. Liang Haichang was taken aback. This change of loyalty was too abrupt. Wasn't he this man brought in by him? Why were they suddenly turning against him? "Brother Wang, I sought you out. The one we need to teach a lesson is this little brat," Liang Haichang insisted. "Silence," the bald man thundered. "This is my elder brother. How dare you call him a little brat? Do you wish to endanger your life?" He commanded his subordinates, "Brothers, teach him a lesson and avenge my brother." Instantly, his gang members moved to confront Liang Haichang, who, terrified, covered his head with his hands and cowered away. "There is no need for this," truly, Qin Chuan interjected, raising a hand to halt the impending violence. "We are all from the same village. Such brutality is unbecoming." Indeed, Liang Haichang concurred. "We are all from the same hometown, and such trivial disputes are not worth resorting to violence." He found himself perplexed as to how Qin Chuan was connected to Bald Wang. "However, one must admit that if you intend to send someone to deal with me, there ought to be some justification, wouldn't you agree?" Qin Chuan shot Liang Haichang a piercing glance. "Surely you must compensate me for my mental anguish, for I was quite startled just now." "You were startled?" Liang Haichang felt an urge to curse. Who was truly startled here? It was I who was genuinely frightened. Yet, surrounded by several burly men, he dared not voice his thoughts too openly, and could only respond with a forced smile. Yes, please tell me how you wish to be compensated." He had already steeled himself for a considerable financial loss. This time, it was a classic case of trying to catch a chicken and ending up losing rice. "My work is not to scavenge," Qin Chuan replied with a mischievous grin. Turning to Liang Haichang, "Do you have any scraps lying around? I could help collect them." Chapter 31. Is that it? Is that really it? Liang Haichang initially thought he would be extorting a considerable sum, only to discover it was merely for some scrap. No problem. Liang Haichang responded with enthusiasm, though internally he looked down upon the situation, thinking to himself that it was fitting for the scrap, as only such trivial matters occupied their minds. "No need. I can go get it myself," Qin Chuan said with a smile. Did he truly believe I was merely collecting junk? According to Zhao Xiangxiang, his home was filled with antiques, and he was eager to see if he could uncover some treasures. All right, anytime you wish to come, Liang Haichang said before swiftly departing. He found it puzzling how Qin Chuan could possibly be connected to Bald Wang, who seemed to regard him with a sense of fear. It appeared he had truly encountered a formidable opponent this time. Brother Chuan, we shall take our leave. Should you require anything, do not hesitate to ask, Bald Wang said, bowing with respect to Qin Chuan. Wait, Qin Chuan waved his hand at Bald Wang. The latter broke into a cold sweat. What do you need? Please, just say the word. Could you confirm with my sister-in-law whether I requested 100 for clothing compensation? Qin Chuan inquired. With the involved party present, it would lend credence to his words and bolster Lu Minmin's trust. Yes, yes. Bald Wang nodded vigorously, having just handed over a pristine 100. Upon hearing this, Lu Minmin fully believed that Qin Chuan had indeed received the money, and her heart felt at ease. All right, you may leave. Qin Chuan gestured for Bald Wang to exit. Relieved, Bald Wang hurriedly departed from Donglong village. He felt he could not remain there a moment longer. Remember to come to my house tonight, Lu Minmin said cheerfully to Qin Chuan. All right. Qin Chuan nodded in agreement. Upon returning home, he took the jade rough stone and, following the large crack, struck it with a hammer. The jade's hardness allowed him to break it without damaging the jade meat. He planned to take this stone into town for cash. The rough stone was too large to carry conveniently, so he decided to trim away some of the unnecessary parts, making it easier to transport. After all, the only useful section was about the size of a quail egg. Once he had reduced the stone to a size that could comfortably fit in his hand, Qin Chuan refrained from further alteration, recognizing that professional equipment was necessary to avoid damaging the jade meat. Although he did not fully understand the value of this piece, he was certain it was far from inexpensive. Mom, do you think my brother is going through some kind of crisis? Qin Jin remarked while munching on sunflower seeds nearby. What's the matter? Sun Yume asked, sweeping the floor. What's so entertaining about smashing a piece of rock in the yard? Qin Jin said, confusion evident in her eyes. If he enjoys it, let him be. Sun Yume replied nonchalantly, content that the family was together. Mom, I'm stepping out for a bit. I won't be home for dinner. After Qin Chuan finished tidying up, he briefly rinsed off with a hose and called out to Sun Yume. What are you up to? Qin Jin stood up, curious. Someone is treating us to dinner, Qin Chuan replied. Who? Qin Jin's curiosity was piqued, igniting her gossiping spirit. Mind your own business. Qin Chuan shot her a glance and disregarded her, walking out. Mom, look at Qin Chuan. Qin Jin began to complain he must be going out to meet someone. All right, quickly grab the dustpan, Sun Yume instructed. Once outside, Qin Chuan felt that it was customary to bring something when visiting someone's home. However, the village had only a small supermarket with limited options. Unsure of what to bring, he searched online. Some suggested flowers, others said tea. Opinions varied widely. Ultimately, what he could bring was dictated by what was available in the small supermarket. Flowers? None. Tea? That would only be sold during market days. Alcohol? That would do nicely. He recalled a suggestion from an online user who recommended bringing a bottle of wine when uncertain. Though the supermarket lacked wine, it did have liquor, which should suffice. He promptly purchased the most expensive bottle available, a yellow-capped Huangjiu. Lu Minmin's home was far better constructed than Qin Chuan's. At the very least, her courtyard walls were high, and the yard was spacious and tidy. In the center, she had planted some vegetables. Sister-in-law, Qin Chuan called out as he entered, peering around. Is that you, Chuanzi? Lu Minmin emerged from the kitchen, saying, you come bearing gifts? You needn't have. There's not much to bring, Qin Chuan replied. I'm here to help. No need, it'll be ready soon. Please have a seat. Lu Minmin gestured for him to sit while she returned to her culinary endeavors. After a short while, Lu Minmin brought out a grand spread of dishes. Sister-in-law, this is too much for just the two of us, Qin Chuan remarked. Just one more dish and it'll be ready. Oh, my memory fails me, she said, quickly washing 2 wine glasses, placing one before Qin Chuan, and retrieving a bottle of liquor from her home. You can drink at your own pace. It's more than enough. I'll have it ready soon. Each time Lu Minmin claimed the last dish, she ended up cooking 3 more before finally finishing. When she removed her apron, Qin Chuan couldn't help but stare. While wearing the apron, he hadn't noticed much. Now, in a knee-length dress with a strapless design, her skin and collarbone were prominently displayed. With her natural allure enhanced by the attire, her charm was magnified exponentially. Come, let us eat. She sat across from Qin Chuan, continually rising to serve him dishes. Each time she leaned forward to offer food, Qin Chuan felt that the table, adorned with a feast of colors and aromas, suddenly lost its appeal. Look, we're just consuming the dishes. Let us have a drink, he remarked. Lu Minmin promptly uncorked the bottle of wine that Qin Chuan had brought. No more drinking, no more. Qin Chuan expressed his genuine concern, aware that indulging in alcohol could lead to complications. It's fine, just a little, Lu Minmin reassured him. Sister-in-law will drink with you. She urged him to pour some. All right, Qin Chuan conceded, gazing at the full glass of wine before him. As they dined and conversed, Lu Minmin began to feel the effects of the drink after just 1 glass. Chapter 32. A chance given after excessive drinking. Chuanzi. I truly owe you my gratitude this time. Lu Minmin rose and settled beside Qin Chuan, clinking her glass with his as she spoke. Had it not been for you, my sister-in-law would have been in grave danger. Tears glistened in her eyes as she continued. As a solitary woman in this village, I merely wish to survive. Why does everyone seek to bully me? As she spoke, she downed another glass of liquor. Sister-in-law, you seem to have had a bit too much to drink. Qin Chuan observed her hazy gaze and quickly added, You ought to refrain from drinking further. It's fine. I'm not intoxicated. Lu Minmin replied defiantly. Just tell me, why do those people in the village spread such malicious rumors about me? What have I done to deserve this? I've merely delivered vegetables to the city a few times, earning merely a few dozen yuan each time. Qin Chuan comforted her. It's just idle gossip from women who have nothing better to do. We all know who you are. You simply want to earn a bit more to improve your life. You don't understand. Lu Minmin's eyes grew even more misty as she fixed her gaze upon him. My desire to earn money is not for a better life, but merely to put food on the table. I have been divorced from Sun Changwei for over a year now. She revealed shocking news that left Qin Chuan astounded. What? When did this happen? How come there was not a whisper of it in the village? He exclaimed, his eyes wide with disbelief. I kept it hidden, you see. Lu Minmin replied with a wry smile. I simply didn't want the villagers to revel in my misfortune. Once upon a time I was the belle of 10 villages, marrying Sun Changwei against all opposition. Yet, just a year into our marriage, he took up with another woman. I even begged him to refrain from divorce, to continue seeing her if he must. I feared those who opposed our union would take delight in my humiliation. Yet, he could not even grant me that request. For her sake, he insisted on divorce. After the divorce, I have been putting on a fade in the village, pretending that I lead a blissful life. The pain, however, is mine alone to bear. Clearly intoxicated, she continued to share her inner turmoil with Qin Chuan, who was equally taken aback by her revelations. Enough of this. Let us drink, Lu Minmin declared, reaching for her glass once more. Qin Chuan swiftly snatched the glass from her hand, saying, Do not drink anymore. It will harm your health. You need not conceal your divorce. You are still quite young and can certainly find another man. I am only able to avoid being bullied because others believe I have a man. If they were to discover my divorce, they would all come to torment me. Lu Minmin responded, her words ringing with truth. Indeed, some villagers would take advantage of her lack of a partner, encroaching upon her land, stealing her vegetables, and even knocking on her door in the dead of night. They were capable of the most despicable acts. In the future, should anyone dare to bully you, come to me. I will undoubtedly assist you, Qin Chuan vowed earnestly. Who are you to me, and why are you helping me? She suddenly grinned and said to him, Be wary of the rumors others may spread about you. You are still young, without even a girlfriend. If gossip circulates, you might not find a wife. Qin Chuan, feeling helpless, could only listen to her ramblings. Just as she downed another drink, she suddenly lost consciousness and collapsed onto Qin Chuan. He supported her, letting out a sigh. Her tolerance for alcohol was truly poor. After 5 cups, She was utterly inebriated. He lifted her in his arms and carried her into the bedroom. Placing her gently onto the bed, he gazed at her and sighed. She was indeed a woman with a hard fate. He prepared to step out and tidy up the dishes outside. "Don't go." She suddenly grasped his hand as he turned to leave. "Stay with me." In her drunken haze, she pulled Qin Chuan onto the bed beside her. Just as he was about to take action, Lu Minmin's phone rang unexpectedly. The dazed Lu Minmin, upon seeing the caller ID, instantly sobered up and sat up straight. "Hello. Boss, what can I do for you? More eggplants for tomorrow?" Yes. I'll make sure to deliver them on time." After finishing the call, her eyes regained their clarity. Qin Chuan felt a wave of awkwardness wash over him. The previous atmosphere dissipated in an instant. What should he do now? Continue? It seemed rather inappropriate. Lu Minmin also felt quite embarrassed. If they had allowed the earlier tension to escalate, anything might have happened. But now that both were sober, it felt rather improper to proceed. She collected her thoughts, reminded herself that Qin Chuan was still a young man who had never had a girlfriend. What was their situation? Wasn't she just hindering him? Moreover, she could not continue to feign drunkenness. That would be too contrived. She valued her dignity. "Chuanzi, I'm feeling a bit dizzy. I'll sleep for now." Lu Minmin, unsure of what to do, spoke to Qin Chuan before lying back down and closing her eyes. She had no idea how to navigate the situation, so she simply shut her eyes, burying her head in the sand. Yet, vaguely, she sensed Qin Chuan moving closer, their bodies mere centimeters apart, radiating warmth. Chapter 33. The colorful porcelain of the Changhua era. However, in the next moment, Lu Minmin realized that Qin Chuan did not take any action. Instead, he gently covered her with a quilt. Looking at her, Qin Chuan said, "Please rest well." Sister Minmin had already endured much, and he could not take advantage of her vulnerability. After regaining a modicum of rationality, Qin Chuan ultimately relinquished the opportunity that could have led them into a passionate embrace. After tidying up the items on the table outside, he locked the door behind her and departed from her home. As he walked along the road, he suddenly recalled that Liang Haichang's residence seemed to be nearby. He turned a corner and made his way towards Liang's house. Zhao Xiangxiang had mentioned that there were numerous antiques within, and he felt compelled to explore. "Old Liang," Qin Chuan called out once he arrived at the front gate. "Is that Qin Chuan?" Upon hearing Qin Chuan's voice, Liang Haichang greeted him with fervor, bowing and scraping, as if he were in the presence of a distinguished guest. "I have everything prepared. It's all in the backyard," Liang Haichang informed Qin Chuan. "Are you trying to shoo me away?" Qin Chuan replied, casting a glance at him. "This is my first visit, and you won't even invite me in for a seat? Is this how you treat your guests?" My mind has been preoccupied," Liang Haichang exclaimed, smacking his forehead. "Come in, please. Sit for a moment while I brew you a cup of tea." Qin Chuan's eyes roamed over the interior of Liang's home. He could not help but notice that this old residence indeed housed a considerable number of relics from bygone days. The furniture, plates, and bowls were predominantly antiquities, albeit from the later period of the Republic of China. The crucial detail was that their conditions were not particularly favorable, rendering them of little monetary value. "What would you like to drink?" Liang Haichang inquired, presenting 2 porcelain jars to Qin Chuan. "This one contains black tea, and that one green tea. Which do you prefer?" "I shall brew it for you." "Either is fine," Qin Chuan replied with a smile. "I'll brew you a cup of each. These teas are of excellent quality. I purchased them during my last trip," Liang Haichang said, eager to please. Qin Chuan did not contest this, for his gaze was fixed intently on the 2 tea jars. A mist of white haze enveloped them, revealing their extraordinary nature. Upon closer inspection, the jars featured a round mouth, a gracefully curved shoulder, and a plump belly, with lines that conveyed a sense of balance. The outer walls were adorned with intricate patterns of seaweed and fish, embellished with entwined vines and fruits, culminating in an elegant form. The jars were further accentuated with hues of yellow, green, and red, depicting fruits, leaves, and lotus petals. The blue and white glaze was refined and delicate, with inscriptions at the base reading made during the Changhua period of the Ming Dynasty, executed with a smooth, vigorous brushstroke. These were indeed colorful tea jars from the Changhua era of the Ming Dynasty, which commanded a considerable price. Remarkably, he found that Liang had 2 of them. These jars were indeed exquisite. Observing Liang Haichong casually toss the 2 tea jars aside, Qin Chuan realized that this fellow was undoubtedly unaware of their true worth. Surely you can appreciate the quality of this tea, can't you? Liang Haichong is an aficionado of tea, particularly enamored with an array of tea leaves. His collection of Yixing teapots has accumulated a thick layer of dust over time. When he heard Qin Chuan praise a certain tea, his eyes widened in delight, as if he had found a kindred spirit. Qin Chuan took a moment to inhale the aroma, examined the appearance of the tea leaves, and savored a sip. The fragrance was rich and the taste was sweet on the palate, truly fine tea. Having been a tea enthusiast himself, he possessed a modest understanding of the subject. This green tea bore no hint of bitterness and left a sweet aftertaste, composed entirely of premium bud material. Before the rain, isn't it? Qin Chuan remarked. You truly know your stuff, Liang Haichong exclaimed with excitement. Although he relished tea, those around him lacked any discernment. They could not distinguish quality even if they boiled a handful of leaves. As Qin Chuan spoke eloquently, Liang Haichong felt he had found a confidant. Finally, someone appreciated the tea he had painstakingly acquired. Come, have a sip of this black tea, Liang Haichong urged, hastily offering a cup to Qin Chuan. Without tasting, Qin Chuan declared, no need to drink. I can tell this tea is not inexpensive. The brew was bright red and exuded a sweet, glutinous aroma. Undoubtedly superior black tea. Dianhong, I presume? Qin Chuan said after taking a sip. Liang Haichong was nearly beside himself with joy, eagerly engaging Qin Chuan in conversation about tea, discussing everything from varieties to production methods, from regions to utensils. He wished for nothing more than an all-night discourse with him. Enough, it's getting late. I must hasten back with my things, Qin Chuan noted as he glanced at the time. This tea is truly remarkable. If you encounter it again, please procure some for me. Procure? How could you say that? We're like family, Liang Haichong insisted, directly shoving 2 jars of tea into Qin Chuan's hands. Take them. Once you've finished, just let me know, and I shall buy more for you. While Qin Chuan showed little interest in the tea itself, he was quite intrigued by the 2 jars. He had effectively saved himself the trouble by accepting both the jars and their contents. How can I accept this? Qin Chuan feigned reluctance. I must pay you. This tea is not cheap and I cannot take it for free. What sort of talk is that? We're from the same village. Mentioning money makes it feel distant. If I crave it, I will simply buy more, Liang Haichong replied, though internally he reveled in his generosity. He had purchased a considerable amount of tea, and the jars he offered were merely a small fraction of his collection. He felt both that he had extended a favor to Qin Chuan and saved on his own tea supply. Little did he know, Qin Chuan's true interest lay in the 2 jars of tea. If it's convenient for you, please mention me to Brother Wang from Matsuin. A little extra care on my behalf would be appreciated. In addition to his passion for tea, Liang Haichong enjoyed mingling with various people in society, believing it to be an impressive feat that reflected well on him. Not a problem at all, Qin Chuan replied, unreservedly accepting the tea. I will reach out to him, and when you see him, just mention my name. Take your time, Liang Haichong chuckled, his grin stretching from ear to ear. It was indeed worth it to meet the bald-headed Wang over just 2 small jars of tea. I'll take care of those cardboard boxes in the backyard. As he spoke, he swiftly brought out the tidily organized scraps of paper to Qin Chuan. Oh, I forgot my cart, Qin Chuan suddenly remarked after stepping outside. Let us leave the papers for now. I'll come back for them later. I originally came here to enjoy some drinks, but I got a bit carried away and forgot my cart. No worries. I can deliver them to you later, Liang Haichong replied nonchalantly. Do come by often. A mischievous smile crept onto Qin Chuan's lips. He certainly intended to return frequently. He had yet to thoroughly explore, and had already stumbled upon these 2 treasures in Liang's home. Who knows, perhaps there were even more delightful finds waiting to be discovered. Chapter 34. While no one is watching, let me show you Qin Chuan. Where have you been? You reek of alcohol, Qin Jin remarked, pinching her nose as she looked at him. Mind your own business, Qin Chuan replied, dismissively. As he spoke, he produced 2 tea canisters, meticulously surveying his surroundings. Zhanghua Dotsai. This should be worth quite a fortune. Although he had previously earned around 30,000 yuan, his body was in dire need of ample white mist. Ordinary medicinal herbs provided only a meager supply of white mist, and to achieve optimal effects, he needed to purchase high-quality herbs. However, those premium medicinal materials were exorbitantly priced. He had once come across a wild ginseng with an exceptionally high concentration of white mist, but upon inquiring, he learned it was 70 years old and valued at 100,000 yuan per gram. The vendor mentioned that wild ginseng was extremely rare now, with the market flooded with artificially cultivated varieties. Even 100,000 per gram was considered a bargain. Other precious herbs were similarly overpriced. Tens of thousands were merely insufficient. What is this? Qin Jin leaned in, her eyes wide with curiosity. Antiques, Qin Chuan replied nonchalantly. Antiques? Qin Jin exclaimed. Isn't it similar to that coin you sold before, which could fetch several thousand or even tens of thousands? Several thousand or tens of thousands. This is porcelain and its value is significantly higher, Qin Chuan scoffed. Once you step outside, refrain from speaking carelessly. Wealth should not be flaunted. Understand? He admonished. I certainly do, Qin Jin assured, thumping her chest. Rest easy. My lips are famously sealed. I'll just boast about your capabilities. Qin Chuan lightly tapped her head. In the future, there's no need to be frugal. Buy whatever you desire, for we have the means. You should save up for your own bride. Qin Jin interjected. I heard from Mom that she's considering introducing someone for you. Am I already at the age where I need matchmaking? I'm only 24, Qin Chuan exclaimed, astonished. In your mother's eyes, she would prefer you to graduate from university and promptly bring home a wife, Qin Jin chuckled. All right, Qin Chuan said, gathering the two canisters. He needed to find time to head to the city to sell them for cash. How is Dad doing? He's fine now, he can walk on his own. However, after lying down for such a long time, he still needs to adjust, Qin Jin replied happily. Brother, I never expected your medical skills to be so remarkable. You accomplished what the hospital could not. Not a big deal, Qin Chuan said dismissively, brushing his hands together. However, we do need to purchase a means of transport. After a moment's thought, Qin Chuan added, tomorrow, I will head to the city to buy a few electric bikes. With those, once I start school, I can come home whenever I wish. Qin Jin beamed, as she was enrolled in the local Haicheng University, which was only about a 40-minute ride away on an electric bike. Mom can also use the bike to go to the fields, so she won't have to run all the time, Qin Chuan remarked. All right, you should leave now. I've indulged a bit too much today and need to catch some sleep. With that, he playfully kicked Qin Jin, ushering her out. He fell into a deep slumber, only to awaken the next day around 10 o'clock. After rising and practicing his set of thunderbolt fists in the courtyard, a car suddenly pulled into their yard. Mr. Qin. The vehicle came to a halt, and two women emerged from it, Meng Yuning and Jiang Fiwen. They had come to invite Qin Chuan to their residence to treat the elderly patriarch of the Jiang family. Upon stepping out of the car, Meng Yuning was taken aback by Qin Chuan's muscular physique and exclaimed, Senior, I didn't expect you to look so slim in clothes but so well built without them. Qin Chuan quickly donned a shirt and addressed them. You've arrived? Yes, Jiang Fiwen nodded. I was wondering if you could set off today. Please wait a moment. Qin Chuan replied. I need to freshen up. After a brief wash and changing into clean attire, he accompanied the two women into the city. True to its reputation as a distinguished family, the Jiang residence was situated in a hillside villa area. Rather than mere villas, it resembled a cluster of palatial structures. The main building was a 3-story white villa, surrounded by a scattering of more than a dozen other villas, all seemingly belonging to the Jiang family. The environment was exquisite, with lush trees and the gentle sound of flowing water, akin to having constructed their home within a resort. As Qin Chuan stepped out of the car, he felt a refreshing chill in the air. The surrounding mist was considerably denser than that at his own home. He contemplated the idea of practicing his great yin-yang fusion technique here, sensing that a day spent in this environment could yield greater benefits than 10 days elsewhere. Unlike the thin mist he was accustomed to, which required time to regenerate after a session, this place felt as if it possessed an inexhaustible supply of mist. Please, come inside, Jiang Fiwen invited. Here is our Jiang residence. Let us first head to the guest room to rest. As she spoke, she guided Qin Chuan towards a villa behind them. Upon entering, a four-wheeled tour vehicle approached, ready to transport them. They soon arrived at a villa near the lake. Mr. Qin, please take a moment to rest here. If you need anything, just ask the staff, Zhang Fiwen said, ensuring he was comfortable. I must excuse myself for a moment. Yuning will keep you company. Qin Chuan was indifferent. After all, the array of fruits and pastries available was a feast he had never encountered before. Don't mind them, Meng Yuning said, munching on cherries beside him. Feel free to indulge. Try this mangosteen. Qin Chuan hesitated, glancing at the mangosteen. How does one eat this? He inquired, having never seen such a fruit before in his life. Meng Yuning was momentarily taken aback, but quickly regained her composure and stood up, deftly peeling a mangosteen for Qin Chuan. Senior, I did not intend to put you in an awkward position. It's no trouble at all. If it weren't for this opportunity, I truly wouldn't have had the chance to enjoy such a delicacy. Qin Chuan tossed the peeled mangosteen into his mouth. The flavor is rather mediocre. By the way, don't we have to wait for a while longer? He inquired, directing his gaze towards Meng Yuning. Certainly, she replied. We must wait at least half an hour. I see, Qin Chuan remarked, observing the emptiness of the white mist within him while feeling the dense fog surrounding them. Shall I take another look at your condition? Perhaps there might be an alternative solution. In truth, he merely wished to harness her cultivation of the grand yin-yang fusion technique. Chapter 35. Could you also take a look at me? Sure. Meng Yuning's eyes widened in astonishment upon hearing Qin Chuan's words. This was a renowned healer. How could she possibly refuse his offer? Moreover, if Qin Chuan had the opportunity to resolve the issue within her, her future would be liberated. At that moment, Zhang Fiwen entered, smiling at Qin Chuan. Lately, for some unknown reason, I've been experiencing minor health issues and have been falling ill frequently. All right. Qin Chuan was eager for more women to consult him. Such dense white mist would be a waste if not utilized. Have you resolved your matters? Meng Yuning inquired of Zhang Fiwen. Your family truly makes it challenging to treat your grandfather. It's harder than meeting the emperor. Zhang Fiwen sighed. There's nothing to be done. The entire Zhang family relies on my grandfather. If he were to fall ill, it would severely impact the family. Thus, we must ensure his protection. I'm truly sorry to take up your time. Zhang Fiwen apologized to Qin Chuan, feeling a twinge of embarrassment. She regarded him as a master-level individual and felt it was inappropriate to keep him waiting. However, the Zhang family's customs were numerous, and although she had prepared in advance, she still had to wait a while. It's nothing. I'm not particularly concerned about it. It gives me a chance to observe, Qin Chuan replied casually as he prepared to begin. The thick white mist surrounding him had made him impatient. Oh, isn't that Zhang Fiwen? Just as Qin Chuan was eager to diagnose the group, a young man in his 20s entered, a toothpick in his mouth, and mockingly remarked, "Why are you back here instead of minding your own business? Still unconvinced?" Upon seeing the newcomer, Zhang Fiwen's brow furrowed. Let me tell you, this person is the son of Zhang Fiwen's second uncle, named Zhang Yud. Meng Yuning, like a spectator, offered Qin Chuan a handful of sunflower seeds, munching as she spoke. Since the elder of the Zhang family fell gravely ill, the family's affairs had largely been taken over by her second uncle, Zhang Yiming. Zhang Fiwen was left with only Ruibao Studio, which was not guaranteed either, as the deputy manager Wang Duguay had been attempting to usurp power. Now, the Zhang family was embroiled in a fierce internal struggle. Zhang Yiming versus Zhang Fiwen. Meng Yuning appeared to relish the unfolding drama. Aren't you good friends with Zhang Fiwen? Why are you not the least bit worried for her? Qin Chuan asked curiously. What is there to worry about? It's certain that she will lose, Meng Yuning replied, handing a watermelon to Qin Chuan. When he declined, she began eating it herself. If she loses, I shall support her. Why would she lose? Qin Chuan inquired, puzzled. After all, she is also a Zhang family member. Her abilities should be commendable. Because her parents are missing. Meng Yuning whispered softly in Qin Chuan's ear. In the year Zhang Fiwen went abroad for her studies, her parents lost all contact, and we remain unaware of their current circumstances. Zhang Yiming is the biological son of Old Master Zhang. How can she compete as merely a granddaughter? After hearing this, Qin Chuan nodded in agreement. The odds of winning were indeed slim. However, she still had a strategy to secure some benefits. If you can revive old Master Jiang, according to the old lady's words, whoever saves him will be the heir of the Jiang family. Although I doubt old Lady Jiang would willingly pass the family onto Jiang Fiwen, it is essential to provide tangible benefits. Oh, by the way, if you manage to save the old man, ensure to secure some advantages for Fiwen. She has been bullied by the Jiang Yiming family for too long and truly deserves some sympathy. As she spoke, Meng Yuning wore a sympathetic expression. Rest assured, Senior, I won't be helping you for nothing. Jiang Fiwen is exceptionally beautiful, one of the most notable beauties in Haiqing. She has yet to find a partner. If you can display your prowess today, I will assist you in pursuing her. Qin Chuan shot her a glance, realizing that Meng Yuning was quite the social butterfly and spoke in an unreliable, fanciful manner. Jiang Fiwen wished to ignore Jiang Yud, turning instead to Qin Chuan. Mr. Qin, shall we rest over there? Jiang Yud, however, was relentless. He approached Qin Chuan with a mocking tone. Is this the so-called miracle doctor you brought? Surely, he must have just graduated from medical school. How can he possibly treat my grandfather? Have you lost your senses? In dire circumstances, one must not choose a physician recklessly. This does not concern you, Jiang Fiwen replied impatiently, clearly uninterested in engaging with him. Humph, don't think I am unaware of your motives. You merely wish to secure the inheritance by saving grandfather. Dream on. Jiang Yud retorted without reservation. Let me inform you, you have no chance. We have invited old Master Zhao. What? Jiang Fiwen was genuinely taken aback by this revelation. Meng Yuning was equally stunned. Her master was notoriously difficult to engage, and this time he had declared that he would only emerge from seclusion for the person he was seeking. Have you found that man? Meng Yuning hastily inquired, pondering what kind of individual could compel her master to expend such effort in the search. Of course, Jiang Yud replied with pride. We acquired the address of that individual through some small-time thugs. Once old Master Zhao treats grandfather, we will seek him out directly. Do not be naive. You are destined to lose. Once Master Zhao makes his move, no one else stands a chance. Jiang Yud smugly declared to Jiang Fiwen, once my father becomes the heir of the Jiang family, I will ensure you are expelled from Ruabazhai at the first opportunity. The Jiang family will be dictated solely by us. Hearing this, a flicker of disappointment crossed Jiang Fiwen's eyes, though she did not exhibit it before Jiang Yud. That remains to be seen. Who claims that the venerable Lord Zhao surpasses the esteemed physician I have procured? Do you believe you can expel me from Ruibao Studio at your whim? Who do you think you are? Jiang Fiwen gazed at him with an air of haughty defiance and proclaimed, for all these years, you have held dominion over the Jiang family. Yet what is the outcome? The current standing of the Jiang family has plummeted. Were it not for the old lord's support, the Jiang family would have already regressed to a third-rate status. I hear that in the recent competition for the Aoyue Group's order, you have once again found yourselves at a disadvantage. Should you lose this order, the Jiang family will undoubtedly descend into third-rate obscurity. This predicament is entirely of your making, a collection of ineptitude. She spared no courtesy in her rebuke, incensing Jiang Yud, who turned a shade of green and then pale. Very well, very well. Your tongue is quite formidable now, Jiang Yud retorted. Just then, his phone rang. After glancing at it, he turned to Jiang Fiwen and issued a menacing warning. Dr. Zhao has arrived. Your time to prance about is numbered. As he spoke, a car approached, carrying Dr. Zhao towards the central villa. Chapter 36. Beholding your heart truly is my master. Meng Yuning gazed out the window at the individual in the vehicle, exclaiming in astonishment, he has truly been invited. Upon hearing this, Jiang Fiwen furrowed her brow. Besides the esteemed Dr. Zhao Quan, who else could have driven indirectly? Jiang Fiwen, cease your struggle, Jiang Yu declared with an air of certainty. As a young woman, why persist in aspiring to be a strong female leader? Simply heed your family's counsel and marry. It would be advantageous, allowing for a union with a prominent family in Haiqing, gaining multiple benefits at once. Humph! Jiang Fiwen scoffed, pulling Qin Chuan away as she remarked, let us retreat to the back. This is too noisy. She was resolute in her intentions and would not concede easily. Under Jiang Yiming's leadership, the Jiang family's status had plummeted, prompting Jiang Yud to set his sights on Jiang Fiwen, intending to marry her off to another influential family in Haiqing to secure orders from Aoyue Group. This would not only stabilize their position but also eliminate Jiang Fiwen from the competition. Yet, Jiang Fiwen persistently refused. She did not wish to be a pawn in a marriage alliance. "Wait for me." Meng Yuning set down the fruit in her hand and called out to Qin Chuan, hastily catching up. As she passed Jiang Yud, she smiled slightly, adding, "The outcome of this contest remains uncertain." Although she could not ascertain who had the greater chance of victory, she intended to apply some pressure, keeping him on edge. Even if the one invited was her own master, she secretly hoped for Qin Chuan's triumph. She harbored a small hope that if Qin Chuan's strength surpassed that of her master, her own ailment might be resolved sooner than anticipated. Quickly, show me." After evading Jiang Yud, Meng Yuning extended her arm towards Qin Chuan. "No need for that. I am aware of your affliction," Qin Chuan replied, gesturing towards the area beneath her neck. "There is an issue with your heart meridian." "Ah!" Upon hearing this, Meng Yuning glanced at Qin Chuan again, asking, "Senior, is there anything you need me to do?" She was unreserved, even adopting a teasing gaze towards him. Over their time together, she had come to understand that he exhibited a hint of social anxiety and shyness in the presence of attractive women, which seemed unnecessary. However, Qin Chuan quickly shook his head, saying, "I merely need to place my hand near the heart meridian to closely sense that mass, just slightly below your neck." "Oh, that is acceptable." Meng Yuning did not perceive Qin Chuan as attempting to take advantage of her, for his expression was earnest. The location he identified was not particularly sensitive, yet it was in proximity to the heart meridian, which he deemed the most suitable spot. "Let us proceed." Meng Yuning's eyes sparkled as she implored Qin Chuan, "You must find a way to treat me." Her words were imbued with sincerity. Qin Chuan nodded, without hesitation, placing his hand at the neckline of her garment. It took him a minute to calm himself as he silently activated his techniques. The surrounding, majestic white mist surged towards him in an instant. The density of the mist here was overwhelming, an abundance that felt insurmountable. Once the mist entered his body, he sensed its purity intensifying, yet the agony it inflicted upon him grew even greater. The relentless torrent of mist threatened to overwhelm him with pain. Gritting his teeth, he persevered. When the moment was ripe, he hastily channeled this power into Meng Yuning's body. The mist immediately became much more compliant. Within his dantian, a tiny seed seemed to be on the verge of sprouting. Meanwhile, the mist surrounding the book in his mind thickened immensely, giving the impression that it was inexhaustible. After practicing here, Qin Chuan felt that the amount of mist he absorbed could sustain him for at least 3 to 4 sessions. In other locations, even with the aid of medicinal herbs, the mist absorbed could only be utilized once. Qin Chuan then opened the medical tome, leveraging the surrounding mist. He intended to experiment further. Given the abundance of mist, he wondered if it would reveal more information. However, the tome still indicated that only after reaching level 5 would there be a method for treatment. Did that mean there was not even a relief method available now? Qin Chuan inquired. The relief method: apply the 4 symbols acupuncture technique to seal the surrounding meridians, preventing malevolent energy from invading the heart meridian. The acupuncture must be administered at midnight on the 15th of each month. At this moment, the tome displayed the 4 symbols acupuncture technique once again. It appeared that the tome only revealed answers aligned with his inquiries. Previously, he had asked for a solution, hence the requirement for level 5. This time, inquiring about relief yielded a new approach. Qin Chuan swiftly comprehended the entire 4 symbols acupuncture technique. With a long exhale, Qin Chuan took a breath. Meng Yuning turned to him and asked, "How is it? Is there any method to decipher this?" "Not a complete resolution yet," Qin Chuan replied. "However, I do have a relief method. This method will prevent that malevolent energy from invading your body and threatening your heart meridian." "Really?" Meng Yuning's eyes sparkled with excitement as she looked at Qin Chuan. "Then please save me quickly." Although that entity did not affect her daily life, every first day of the month at noon and the 15th night, she endured excruciating pain, wishing for nothing more than to succumb to death. Moreover, while the entity did not currently compromise her health, prolonged exposure would surely harm her heart. "I will administer a set of acupuncture techniques," Qin Chuan contemplated before adding, but the timing can only be on the 15th of this month at midnight. What? Meng Yuning was taken aback upon hearing Qin Chuan's words, for the time he mentioned coincided precisely with her next bout of suffering. Have you been poisoned? Qin Chuan posed a question that lingered in his mind, directing his gaze towards Meng Yuning. Her astonishment deepened. If Zhao Quan could not discern her predicament, how could Qin Chuan, unaware of the circumstances, pinpoint the core of her affliction so swiftly? That should be the case. Meng Yuning nodded slightly, acknowledging his insight. It was evident to Qin Chuan that she was reluctant to delve further into the matter. He wisely refrained from pressing further. Zhang Fiwen, standing nearby, was equally astonished. It seemed that Qin Chuan was indeed remarkable, capable of such insights. Please do show me as well, she urged Qin Chuan eagerly. Lately, I have also been experiencing frequent health issues. Chapter 37. Silence is golden in Zhang Fiwen's perspective. Having Qin Chuan assist her was indeed a fortuitous stroke of luck. Qin Chuan gestured for Zhang Fiwen to extend her arm, gently placing his fingers upon her fair wrist. One cannot deny that Zhang Fiwen's porcelain-like complexion exudes an exquisite sense of purity. Naturally, Qin Chuan did not hesitate to absorb the ethereal mist surrounding them once more. Your ailments reside in your lower back and legs, he remarked after a brief pause. It appears that you have sustained injuries in those areas previously, which were inadequately treated, resulting in lingering repercussions. You may experience discomfort during overcast days or periods of fatigue. The other issues you face are merely minor inconveniences. Upon hearing Qin Chuan's words, Zhang Fiwen nodded vigorously, acknowledging the accuracy of his assessment. His medical expertise was truly remarkable, enabling him to discern such nuances. Miss, you may proceed, a little girl approached, addressing Zhang Fiwen. All right, we shall head over now, Zhang Fiwen replied, nodding in agreement. Qin Chuan looked at her and said, let us schedule another time. I will ensure a thorough treatment that should alleviate this concern. However, since it is a residual issue, complete resolution may require 3 to 4 sessions. Upon hearing that Qin Chuan could provide treatment, Zhang Fiwen eagerly nodded. That sounds wonderful. It primarily depends on your availability. I am flexible. How about tomorrow? Zhang Fiwen suggested as she made her way downwards, conversing with Qin Chuan. Qin Chuan hesitated, saying, is tomorrow a bit too soon? Returning to the village today and then coming back tomorrow seems rather rushed. Moreover, I need to purchase a commuting vehicle this afternoon, so time may be tight. No need to return, Meng Yuning interjected anxiously. You should stay in the city tonight. Let Fiwen arrange it. She has ample accommodations. Besides, tomorrow is the 15th, and you promised to treat me as well. If we miss tomorrow, we will have to wait for the next opportunity. Staying over would be more convenient, saving us the back-and-forth travel. Plus, it gives us a chance to shop and enhance your appearance. Senior, with your admirable physique and striking looks, you ought to dress well. She was quite insistent, as she wished to avoid enduring that excruciating pain again. You are providing us with medical care without charge. We must find a way to express our gratitude. Zhang Fiwen nodded in agreement, adding, I also have a villa in the city. You should stay there. I will handle the arrangements for your commuting vehicle. With their enthusiastic invitation, Qin Chuan found it difficult to decline. Moreover, with the 15th approaching, any delays caused by returning home could lead to postponements until next month. Very well, Qin Chuan acquiesced to their proposal. As the trio engaged in light conversation, they arrived at the largest villa. Upon entering, they were greeted by the sight of numerous individuals gathered in the grand foyer. At the forefront stood a middle-aged man who bore a slight resemblance to Zhang Fiwen, flanked by Zhang Yud and a middle-aged woman, Zhang Yiming's wife. Meng Yaoning quietly introduced them to Qin Chuan, and judging by their expressions, the situation appeared rather bleak. Second uncle, Zhang Fiwen greeted Zhang Yiming politely upon entering. Fiwen has arrived? Zhang Yiming replied, his lips twitching in a dismissive manner. How brazen of you to bring along your rustic physician. Upon seeing Qin Chuan, Zhang Yud could not suppress his derision. My grandfather's condition is not something you can toy with. Then ensure he is treated properly. Zhang Fiwen retorted with a cold smile. If the treatment fails, you ought to remain silent. Zhang Yud opened his mouth to retaliate but faltered, for he indeed had failed to cure the patient. He had not anticipated that even the esteemed Zhao Quan would be powerless against the old man's affliction. The grandfather was gravely ill, with only his heartbeat and brain functioning. The rest of his organs were merely sustained by machines. In Zhao Quan's own words, even divine intervention cannot save him. However, Zhao Quan had administered a few acupuncture treatments, which seemed to strengthen the heartbeat somewhat. Currently, he was preparing herbal medicine for the old man, treating him as a last resort. "Miss, please follow me upstairs," a young girl interjected as the heated exchange continued, leading Jiang Fiwen and her companions to the upper floor. The two families had always been at odds, and further conflict might disturb the elderly matriarch. Once they reached a particular room, they were met with a potent amalgamation of medicinal scents, traditional Chinese herbs, antiseptic and Western pharmaceuticals, creating a rather unpleasant olfactory experience. Lying on the bed was a septuagenarian, eyes closed, his body adorned with an array of medical apparatus. An elderly woman sat at the foot of the bed, weary eyes betraying her exhaustion. Upon noticing the elderly woman, Jiang Fiwen softly announced, "Grandmother, Dr. Qin has arrived." The elderly woman looked up at Qin Chuan, her expression one of confusion. Him? The young man appeared far too youthful, resembling a recent university graduate rather than a seasoned healer. "Which hospital do you represent?" she inquired. "I do not belong to any hospital," Qin Chuan replied. "Do you have a mentor?" she pressed. "None," he shook his head. With a sigh, the elderly woman waved her hand dismissively. "Give him a red envelope and let him leave. Over the years, many fraudsters have sought to exploit my husband for profit. I do not intend to cause any trouble. As long as they come, I can hand them a token. I only hope that some genuine healers can recognize my sincerity. I might even allow them to try. Who knows what might happen? Rustic physicians may possess their own unconventional methods. Yet, after all these years, the majority among them have been charlatans, merely seeking to swindle money from the Jiang family. Allowing them to treat the old gentleman would merely subject him to further suffering. The esteemed physician Zhao Quan has already rendered his diagnosis. There is no hope for recovery. Thus, she wishes to preserve the old gentleman's dignity in his final moments. She herself has resolved to relinquish her efforts. There is no longer any need to persist. Grandmother, he is truly remarkable, not just an ordinary village doctor." Jiang Fiwen hastened to clarify upon hearing the elder's words. "Although he lacks formal training, his medical skills are genuinely exceptional. Let him have a chance." The elderly lady evidently regarded him as just another commonplace physician. Chapter 38. Seek his aid, a nameless wanderer in the martial world, merely seeking to swindle some money. Zhang Yud, who trailed behind, derisively remarked, "He should swiftly depart. Allowing him to meddle is a disrespect to grandfather. Even in such circumstances, grandfather deserves not to be disrespected by these ruffians. Let us afford him some dignity. Jiang Fiwen, you cannot disregard grandfather's honor for your own selfish interests," he continued. "Even Dr. Zhao has declared it beyond redemption. Grandfather is a significant figure in Haiqing. Why must you expose his current state of disarray to others?" With a finger pointed at Jiang Fiwen, Jiang Yud feigned righteousness. The elderly lady resonated with his words and turned to Jiang Fiwen, saying, "Let it be. Since even Dr. Zhao has no solution, others will surely prove futile. Let him try. What if he succeeds?" Jiang Fiwen, in a state of desperation, implored, "Mr. Qin possesses extraordinary medical skills. Regardless, we must allow him a chance, mustn't we? Is this truly the needlework of the so-called Dr. Zhao?" At that moment, Qin Chuan observed the silver needles on the patient and sneered, "A quack. Are you seeking death, boy?" Jiang Yud nearly lunged at him. "How dare you insult Dr. Zhao? Do you even know who you are?" Dr. Zhao was his invitation. To disparage him was to insult oneself. "I addressed the matter, not the person," Qin Chuan retorted, casting a glance at the patient. "If I intervene, the old master Jiang might yet live. Should you delay for another half hour, combined with this so-called Dr. Zhao's methods, you will hasten his demise. Please, assist us," Jiang Fiwen urged. Since Qin Chuan professed he could save him, she held a strong belief in his abilities. Another alarmist, unaware of whom he threatens. Over the years, many have attempted to deceive us with such rhetoric. Can we not have a more inventive scheme? Jiang Yud scoffed. In just a minute, the patient will begin convulsing. His heartbeat will weaken. After half an hour, he will be lost, Qin Chuan stated nonchalantly. How dare you curse my grandfather? I will end you. Zhang Yu charged at Qin Chuan, throwing a punch. Yet, before it could land, Qin Chuan effortlessly deflected him, sending him sprawling outside. His force was neither excessive nor too light, merely sufficient to cast him out. I have no concern for this man's fate. Were it not for Zhang's invitation, I would not have deigned to glance at him, Qin Chuan remarked with a cold smile. Since you do not welcome me, I shall take my leave. As his words fell, he turned to exit. He was there to offer treatment, not to endure insults. After all, the one facing death was not his kin. Mr. Qin, please do not take offense. Zhang Fiwen hurriedly followed him outside, expressing, I sincerely apologize. I was unaware of the situation. He is a master in his field. His presence should have been regarded with due respect. Yet, these people vilify him as a quack. They do not earn a single penny from them, yet they must endure their ridicule. Anyone would find this intolerable. What arrogance! They should just leave quickly. Zhang Yud, realizing he could not best Qin Chuan, resorted to insolence, truly believing himself a great physician. How absurd! The elderly woman shook her head. Even Zhao, the esteemed doctor, could do nothing. No one else would fare any better. He audaciously claimed that Zhao's methods were ineffective. Yet the current situation clearly demonstrated that Zhao had improved the old man's condition significantly. Grandmother, do not heed this fool's nonsense. Zhang Yud entered the room and addressed the elderly woman. How could Zhao's acupuncture possibly be flawed? Indeed, the elderly woman concurred. At that moment, as Zhang Yud sought to reassure her, the patient suddenly began to convulse, emitting strange sounds. Soon after, his heartbeat grew erratic, weakening progressively, and the readings on the monitors began to fluctuate alarmingly. Something was evidently amiss. Call the doctor. Zhang Yud shouted. Quickly summon Dr. Zhao to assess the situation. This is not right. The elderly woman, observing the scene, suddenly recalled Qin Chuan's earlier remarks and urgently called out to those outside. Immediately fetch Dr. Qin and Zhang Fiwen. Hurry! Huh? Both Zhang Yud and Zhang Yiming were taken aback. The elderly woman had come to trust Qin Chuan. Grandmother, Qin Chuan merely guesses. Zhang Yud had heard Qin Chuan's previous assertions. While the symptoms were similar, he could not concede that Qin Chuan possessed formidable skills. Why don't you make a guess as well? The elderly woman shot him a glare and commanded the people below. Bring them back within 3 minutes at all costs. Outside, Zhang Fiwen followed Qin Chuan, profusely apologizing. I am truly sorry for the earlier arrangements to have you treat him. It's all my uncle's fault for obstructing things. It is not your fault, Qin Chuan replied calmly. Sighing, Zhang Fiwen shook her head. This was the only chance to save her grandfather, and it was being squandered. To prevent herself from trying, she was unwilling to give it a chance. Mr. Qin, please wait. Just as Qin Chuan was about to depart, a few people rushed after him, calling out, Mr. Qin, our elderly matriarch wishes to invite you back to treat the old gentleman, said a man in a suit. Mr. Qin, the old gentleman has indeed manifested the symptoms you described. We kindly ask for your assistance, another added. Qin Chuan glanced at them, his tone icy. Do you think I am a beggar, summoned at your beck and call? I'm sorry, but I have no time. With that, he strode away without pausing. They exchanged glances, persistently pleading with Qin Chuan, yet he remained unmoved. The haughty demeanor of the Zhang matriarch had left him quite displeased. After all, he was saving someone from their family, only to be met with complaints. Did they truly consider themselves victims? In any case, it was not his kin at stake. Let them deal with it as they wished. Mr. Qin, please wait. After a brief moment, an electric bicycle approached, and an elderly lady hurriedly dismounted, bowing to Qin Chuan with deep respect. Mr. Qin, I was ignorant earlier. I humbly ask for your forgiveness. I am merely a rural doctor, just a charlatan, unworthy of such deference from you. Qin Chuan replied with a cold smile, I have pressing matters to attend to. Do not obstruct my path. As he spoke, he circumvented her and continued towards the exit. How could she allow Qin Chuan to depart? He was a divine physician, capable of foreseeing the issues with Dr. Zhao's acupuncture technique and proclaiming that old Master Jiang could be saved. She was determined to give it a try. Mr. Qin, I was foolish before. I sincerely apologize and am willing to pay any price, simply pleading for you to save the old man. The elderly lady implored desperately. Qin Chuan remained unmoved. Realizing that she had indeed offended him gravely, she turned to Jiang Fiwen and urged, "You must plead with Mr. Qin. Ask him for assistance. Grandma, how can I possibly speak to him? He is a master, and he has taken precious time to visit us, only to face such humiliation. Would you extend a hand in such circumstances?" Jiang Fiwen responded helplessly. "Regardless, we cannot neglect your grandfather's life, can we? For the sake of your grandfather, you must approach him. Your relationship is decent. He will surely consider your request." The elderly lady insisted. "If you manage to persuade him, I will entrust the entirety of Ruibao Studio to your care. Consider it a favor to your grandmother and the Jiang family." Jiang Fiwen gazed at Qin Chuan for a moment, then nodded and stepped forward. "Mr. Qin, I implore you, in the spirit of a physician's duty to save lives, please help my grandfather." Chapter 39. With my ability, I can awaken him. Jiang Fiwen anxiously bit her lip, fearful that Qin Chuan might refuse her plea. "Mr. Qin, I understand that their previous actions were deeply hurtful. I implore you, for the sake of our slight acquaintance, please save my grandfather." She stood before Qin Chuan, her demeanor fragile and anxious, stripped of the commanding presence typical of a strong woman, resembling instead a delicate young girl. Meng Yuning interjected, "I know you would never stand idly by in the face of suffering. You are a good man, incapable of allowing a patient to perish before your eyes. For Fiwen's sake, please lend her your assistance." With that, she playfully winked at Qin Chuan. "Very well," Qin Chuan sighed. "Since Miss Jiang has made such a heartfelt request, I shall make an exception this once." Upon hearing his acquiescence, a radiant smile illuminated Jiang Fiwen's face, akin to a stunning begonia blooming after the thaw of winter. Truly captivating, she embodied the enchanting beauty of Haiqing, each smile and frown revealing a unique allure. "Thank you, Mr. Qin," Jiang Fiwen expressed gratefully. "Thank you, Mr. Qin. This way, please." The elderly lady, hearing this, also spoke up, hastily ushering Qin Chuan back into the hospital room. Qin Chuan assessed the patient's condition without hesitation and immediately proceeded. He had already familiarized himself with the patient's situation earlier. Swiftly, he removed all the silver needles from the patient and repositioned them into various acupuncture points. Almost instantly, the patient's convulsions ceased. Their heartbeat gradually stabilized, and their breathing became less labored. Following this, Qin Chuan executed a series of intricate needle techniques. "TCH, I thought you were exceptionally skilled. You've been flailing about for a while now, and yet there has been no discernible effect." Jiang Yud intended to make a sarcastic remark, but was abruptly interrupted by someone. The person who halted him was none other than Zhao Quan. "Dr. Zhao, this young man has no regard for the gravity of the situation, daring to remove all your silver needles." "I silence," Zhao Quan snapped at him. The techniques employed by Qin Chuan were esoteric. He believed he had encountered them in a medical text before, perhaps something akin to the Tai needle method. While he had seen it in print, he had never witnessed its application in practice. The opportunity to observe it in action left him exhilarated. Qin Chuan's movements were swift and fluid, the silver needles appearing almost animated, moving as if guided by an unseen force. "Is this manipulation of qi to control the needles?" Zhao Quan marveled at the display, his body trembling with excitement. Such an advanced technique was being demonstrated by a youth, a feat he himself could not claim to master. A true prodigy. Though chastised, Jiang Yud remained unconvinced. Extravagant showmanship. Look at how many needles he has inserted. Does it even work? Humph, it's utterly laughable. As he spoke, the patient suddenly began to respond. Soon thereafter, the patient resumed convulsing. "Stop!" Upon seizing the opportunity, Jiang Yud rushed forward and rebuked Qin Chuan, exclaiming, "What are you doing? Do you wish to harm this person?" Observing the situation, Jiang Yiming approached and remarked, "Just moments ago, Physician Zhao's acupuncture caused the patient to convulse, and you claimed his medical skills were inadequate. Now, you have also induced my father's convulsions. Does that not reflect on your own abilities?" Get out. Just get out. Zhang Yud snapped impatiently. If you lack the skill, why pretend to be a physician? Look at the state this man is in. Hurry and remove him, he directed towards the elderly woman. The elderly lady furrowed her brow in response. You know nothing, Qin Chuan retorted, casting a disdainful glance at Zhang Yud without turning around, continuing to administer acupuncture to the elderly gentleman. Open your eyes and observe. The convulsions I caused stem from the muscles struggling to adapt to the body, whereas the convulsions induced by Physician Zhao were due to him obstructing the meridians, preventing the flow of vital energy. Nonsense. You can say whatever you like, Zhang Yud replied, visibly displeased. Just then, Qin Chuan swiftly inserted a silver needle into the Baihui acupoint. Finished, he exhaled deeply. At that moment, the patient ceased to convulse, and the indicators on the surrounding instruments began to steadily improve. Bring me pen and paper, Qin Chuan instructed Zhang Fiwen. She quickly arranged for pen and paper to be brought forth. Qin Chuan swiftly penned a prescription, stating, prepare the herbs according to this prescription and administer 3 doses. He should be able to stand thereafter. Discontinue the other medications. They are worthless. Are you speaking in earnest? How can we trust your prescription? You dare to dismiss the other medicines prescribed by renowned physicians as trash? My grandfather's survival hinges on those very medications. Why should we place our faith in you? Zhang Yud glared at Qin Chuan, his anger palpable. Why should you? Qin Chuan surveyed the surroundings and retrieved a sterilized scalpel. Approaching the location of Zhang Laozong's Weizhong acupoint, he made a small incision, allowing a stream of dark blood to flow from the wound. After approximately 10 seconds, Qin Chuan dressed the wound and confronted Zhang Yud, fixing him with an unwavering gaze, slowly asserting, because I can bring him back to consciousness. With a snap of his fingers, he added, you think you can awaken him? If you could, I would live-stream myself consuming before Zhang Yud could finish his sentence. The elderly gentleman on the bed slowly opened his eyes. He looked around, attempting to speak, but his weakness prevented him from doing so. He has awakened. Grandfather is awake. Zhang Fiwen exclaimed, nearly leaping with joy, yet cautious not to disturb the patient with loud noises. She could only suppress her excitement and speak in hushed tones. The onlookers, witnessing the scene, displayed expressions of astonishment. He truly has awakened. Such remarkable medical skill. So many doctors were at a loss, yet he managed to cure him. This time, we owe much to Zhang Fiwen. Were it not for her, how could we have found such a miraculous physician? Remarkable, truly remarkable. The onlookers extolled Qin Chuan's medical prowess. Zhang Yud hastily covered his mouth, grateful he had refrained from speaking, lest the atmosphere become awkward. Zhang Yiming, however, wore a face full of indignation. They had expended considerable resources to invite Zhao Quan, only to be outdone by Qin Chuan, a reality they found utterly unacceptable. Enough of the commotion. The patient requires rest. Everyone else should leave, Qin Chuan instructed them. This individual is still quite frail, and your noise could prove detrimental. We must keep someone here. Heaven forbid you merely revived the old man temporarily. You are but a country doctor. Who knows what dubious methods you employ? Zhang Yud retorted defiantly. If anything were to happen to grandfather, we would still have time to intervene. Just as Qin Chuan was about to unleash a tirade upon him, a voice interjected.
Impossible.
The speaker was none other than Zhao Quan. He regarded Qin Chuan and then turned his gaze to Zhang Yud, declaring, Qin Chuan is a true master. We all fall short in comparison. Chapter 40. He is the one I have been searching for. Upon hearing Zhao Quan's words, everyone present was left in astonishment. Qin Chuan's actions were tantamount to a slap in Zhao Quan's face. Strangely enough, Zhao Quan now found himself speaking in Qin Chuan's defense. Consequently, Zhang Yud was rendered speechless. Master, I noticed a few aspects of your acupuncture technique that left me somewhat perplexed. May I seek your guidance? Zhao Quan entered, earnestly requesting to learn from Qin Chuan. Qin Chuan nodded, responding, I wouldn't call it guidance. We can certainly engage in a discussion. Master, he is truly remarkable and is never one to withhold knowledge. Meng Yuning remarked after greeting her master, adding, moreover, he is my senior and a fellow student from our university. Oh, you are also from Haicheng Medical University? Which hospital are you currently affiliated with? Zhao Quan inquired, intrigued. A prodigy from Haicheng Medical University possessing such formidable skills was not someone he could overlook. Turns out I worked at Haicheng Hospital for a while before being let go. Qin Chuan shrugged, dismissing the past. Although he spoke casually, Zhao Quan took note of it. How could such an outstanding young man have been dismissed? With Meng Yuning mediating, the camaraderie among the three deepened significantly. Qin Chuan generously shared some technical insights from his recent acupuncture session, never hesitating to impart his medical knowledge. Zhao Quan grew increasingly fascinated by this young man. His exceptional skills coupled with his humility marked him as a commendable individual. Meanwhile, Jiang Yud watched the lively exchange among the trio, feeling quite displeased that Jiang Fiwen had once again emerged as a hero of the Jiang family. He quietly slinked away downstairs. What a pity for Elder Zhao's illustrious reputation. Jiang Yud sighed dramatically as he passed by Zhang Nan. Elder Zhao had come accompanied by Zhang Nan, as they intended to consult Qin Chuan after the patient examination. However, only Zhang Nan had closely interacted with Qin Chuan. Without her, the others would not recognize him. What do you mean? Zhang Nan furrowed her brow upon hearing this. She held her great-uncle in high esteem and would not allow anyone to tarnish his reputation. Jiang Yud sighed again, stating, "Some unknown scoundrel has audaciously claimed that Elder Zhao's acupuncture technique is rubbish and labeled him a quack. Elder Zhao is a respected expert, and it is utterly outrageous for a mere novice to challenge him so brazenly. Fortunately, Elder Zhao has a magnanimous heart and chooses not to retaliate. Yet, this insolent youth has the audacity to act as if he could teach the esteemed elder. On what grounds?" As he spun his tale with embellishments, he aimed to incite Zhang Nan, the fiery young girl, to confront Qin Chuan, hoping to relish the ensuing drama from the sidelines. To his astonishment, Zhang Nan took the bait. Hearing his words ignited her fury, and with a furrowed brow, she marched determinedly upstairs. How dare this insolent youth show such disrespect towards her great-uncle? He deserved a reprimand. Indeed, it was he. Jiang Yud followed closely behind, gesturing towards Qin Chuan in the distance, saying, "That charlatan over there. Look at him, brimming with arrogance," as he gestures animatedly to Mr. Zhao. Does Mr. Zhao even require his guidance? He shamelessly exploits Mr. Zhao's courtesy as his own leverage. Just watch, I shall teach him a lesson. Zhang Nan, her teeth clenched and fists tightly balled, surged towards Qin Chuan in a fit of rage, determined not to grant him an opportunity to retort. "I'll strike him directly and show him what respect truly means," she declared. Jiang Yu chuckled to himself, his gaze toward Qin Chuan filled with pity. This Zhang Nan is so easily deceived. With just a casual nudge, she falls right into the trap. Fuming, Zhang Nan approached Qin Chuan and shouted, "Take this." With that, she prepared to strike him. "Hit him hard. Break a few of his bones while you're at it." Jiang Yud encouraged from the sidelines, fully aware of Zhang Nan's prowess. Having been a direct disciple of Old Master Zhao, she could easily handle a man. Old Master Zhao, witnessing his granddaughter rushing headlong towards trouble, hurried to intervene, but it was too late. With a whoosh, Zhang Nan's fist, cutting through the air, aimed straight for Qin Chuan's nose. Engrossed in conversation with Old Master Zhao, Qin Chuan was oblivious to the impending danger until it was almost upon him. Just when Jiang Yu thought Zhang Nan would land a blow that would mar Qin Chuan's features, she astonishingly halted her fist mid-air. "Ah, you!" Zhang Nan gazed at Qin Chuan's face, her surprise palpable. "You? What are you doing here?" Her expression shifted from a stormy fury to one of excitement as she looked at him. The onlookers were bewildered by her sudden transformation. What had transpired? Just moments ago, she was ready to fight, and now she appeared almost mature. "Benefactor?" Qin Chuan turned to Zhang Nan with a beaming smile. Upon hearing this, the crowd was filled with questions. What kind of relationship did these two share? No, no, no. Zhang Nan felt as though she could sink into the earth upon hearing his words. Previously, she believed she had saved him, but after listening to her grandfather's explanation, she realized it was Qin Chuan who had quietly aided her all along. "I owe you my gratitude for your guidance in martial arts. If it weren't for your help, I doubt I would have even begun my training," Zhang Nan confessed. Xiaonan, what exactly is the nature of your relationship?" "We're utterly bewildered." Meng Yaoning, standing nearby, looked at Zhang Nan in confusion. Both were disciples of Zhao Quan, yet their master was a grandmaster in both medicine and martial arts, while his two students seemed to have only grasped one facet each, one learning solely the art of healing, and the other the martial discipline. Sister, he is the person we were searching for before. It is precisely because of him that my granduncle is willing to intervene, Zhang Nan remarked to Meng Yuning. Zhang Nan has never referred to Zhao Quan as master, but rather as granduncle, for she is the granddaughter of Zhao Quan's elder brother, establishing a closer bond between them. Upon hearing this, everyone present was taken aback, including Zhao Quan, who stood there in a daze. His advanced age had dulled his eyesight, and from a distance that day, he had not discerned Qin Chuan's features clearly. Now, hearing Zhang Nan's words, he scrutinized him closely. Judging by his physique, it did indeed seem to be him. Immediately, Zhang Nan recounted the events of that day to Meng Yuning and the others, stating, "We discovered that he is actually a master of martial arts, and thus wished to seek his counsel further. I did not expect to encounter him here." Zhang Yude, standing nearby, was flabbergasted. They had exerted considerable effort to uncover clues about Qin Chuan, while Jiang Fei Wan had simply brought him home. "What prompted your furious approach just now?" Meng Yuning inquired. Gazing at Zhang Nan, you appeared intent on confronting him. Zhang Nan turned and shot a furious glare at Zhang Yude, exclaiming, "That fellow claimed Qin Chuan was bullying granduncle and even dared to instruct him. I intended to teach that presumptuous lad a lesson. I had no idea it was him. It is all a misunderstanding." "A misunderstanding?" Zhao Quan chuckled, shaking his head. "He was not instructing me. Rather, I sought his guidance. You must exercise more prudence in the future and not be easily swayed by mere words." As he spoke, he cast a fierce glare at Zhang Yude. Chapter 41. When enemies meet, one must perish after the misunderstandings between them were resolved. Zhang Nan approached Qin Chuan and said, "Mr. Qin, Master Qin, when will you have time to offer me some guidance? Lately, my martial arts skills have stagnated, and I cannot discern what is holding me back." As she spoke, her large, adoring eyes were fixed on Zhang Nan. "Benefactor, it feels rather presumptuous to speak of guidance between us," Qin Chuan replied. "My skills are merely mediocre. I can only share a few of my humble insights. I am no master, so please refrain from calling me Mr. Qin or Master Qin. If you don't mind, simply refer to me as Qin Chuan. It feels far less awkward that way." He was genuinely uncomfortable with the titles they used to address him. "Then please do not call me benefactor. Just call me Nan Nan," Zhang Nan echoed. "Hearing the term benefactor makes me want to find a hole to hide in. It is simply too embarrassing." "Nan Nan," Meng Yuning interjected, addressing Zhang Nan, "you should arrange another time with Qin Chuan. He is quite exhausted today and deserves some rest." As she spoke, she cast a discreet glance at Jiang Feiwen. That evening, they intended to have Qin Chuan provide them with treatment, and they could not allow Zhang Nan to take him away. Indeed, Zhang Nan nodded. "Brother Qin, let us exchange contact information. Once you find some leisure time, I shall seek you out." Qin Chuan nodded in agreement. "I do have other matters to attend to today. Should you have the time, feel free to visit me. I will send you my address." With that, they concluded their arrangement and parted ways, leaving Zhang Yude and his family in a state of bewilderment. He had initially contemplated leveraging the opportunity to extract more from Zhao Quan by finding Qin Chuan's address. Now that ambition had crumbled. Who could have predicted that the person Zhao Quan sought was right within their home? Should we procure some medicinal herbs in advance? After leaving Zhang's residence, Meng Yuning turned to Qin Chuan. "Certainly. Having some herbs as an adjunct will significantly enhance the effectiveness," Qin Chuan affirmed. "Then let us hasten," Meng Yuning said to the lingering Jiang Feiwen. "You two go ahead. I have a few matters to attend to," Jiang Feiwen replied after a moment's contemplation. "Please send me your location later. I will join you. Don't worry about the expenses. I will cover it." She had heard that Qin Chuan intended to purchase a commuting vehicle, and since he had assisted her so greatly, she felt compelled to reciprocate in some way. "How about a Maybach?" Meng Yuning remarked without hesitation. "That sounds splendid," Jiang Feiwen responded eagerly. They set off immediately, first procuring a variety of medicinal herbs. Noticing that there was still ample time, Meng Yuning led Qin Chuan to the Haicheng commercial district. "Come, let me spruce you up a bit," she said as they entered a prominent building known as New Heaven and Earth. Qin Chuan recognized this location as one of Haiching's significant landmarks. He had passed by it countless times but had never ventured inside. The garments sold here are exceedingly expensive, with the cheapest priced at several thousand yuan each. This is hardly a place suited to his level of consumption. Never mind, the items within are undeniably extravagant. Qin Chuan paused at the entrance and addressed Meng Yuning, suggesting they seek another location. However, Meng Yuning smiled and replied, "No need to be polite. Miss Jiang will cover all expenses. I've already sent her our location and will have her reimburse me shortly." Under her insistence, Qin Chuan reluctantly entered the building. It must be said that the interior exudes a high-end ambience. Each boutique features a variety of luxurious goods, instilling a sense of insecurity. Indeed, poverty can strip one of confidence. Qin Chuan shook his head, pondering that without the knowledge gleaned from that little book in his mind, he would never have the opportunity to set foot in such a place. Meng Yuning eagerly pulled him to try on everything from short sleeves to trousers, from outerwear to accessories, leaving no item untested. If she deemed something suitable, she purchased it without hesitation. Qin Chuan believed that these garments, priced in the thousands, might not necessarily boast better quality than those costing a mere couple of hundred. Yet, since he wasn't footing the bill, he chose to remain silent. Voicing his opinion could easily incur disfavor. "That dress looks quite appealing," Meng Yuning remarked as they passed a store showcasing a lovely skirt. "Senior, wait for me. I'll go try it on." With that, she dashed into the shop. In just half an hour, she had acquired several outfits for Qin Chuan, while the remainder of the time was spent selecting items for herself. For men, the experience of shopping can indeed be rather tedious. He placed the purchased clothes on a chair and wandered aimlessly outside the store. "Isn't that someone we know?" While Qin Chuan idly observed his surroundings, a sharp voice pierced through the air from behind him. He didn't need to turn around. A surge of anger ignited within him. He was all too familiar with that voice. It belonged to Luo Haiwen, the very person who had nearly caused his ruin. Qin Chuan clenched his fists, grinding his teeth, his gaze fierce enough to seem as if it could rend him apart. Indeed, it was him. Luo Haiwen shifted his attention, gesturing towards a woman beside him. "Isn't this your ex-boyfriend, Qin Chuan the Useless?" Standing next to Luo Haiwen was a woman of commendable appearance named Li Xiayun, a former classmate and ex-girlfriend of Qin Chuan. It was for her sake that he had fought with Luo Haiwen, only to be betrayed by her, as she unhesitatingly chose to reconcile with Luo. She was even more despicable than Luo Haiwen himself. "What nonsense are you spouting? I never liked him," Li Xiayun quickly interjected, wrapping her arm around Luo Haiwen's. Now that she had managed to secure a connection with him, how could she possibly let it go? "What are you doing here, you useless waste? Collecting scraps?" Li Xiayun impatiently addressed Qin Chuan, stating, "This is the New World building, where even the simplest garment surpasses your monthly salary. This is not a place for scavengers. Be gone at once." She resorted to hurling insults at Qin Chuan to convey to Luo Haiwen that her feelings for Qin Chuan had indeed been rather indifferent. "By the way, I heard you've taken to collecting trash now?" Luo Haiwen remarked, handing a half-finished water bottle to Qin Chuan, saying, "This is for you. No need to thank me." Qin Chuan glanced around, noting the throngs of people in the mall. To eliminate him here would be ill-advised. However, since fate had brought them together, he deemed it permissible for him to perish. Having nearly faced ruin due to this man, how could he possibly let him go unpunished? A good dog does not obstruct the path. Yet, as Qin Chuan passed by Luo Haiwen, he casually pushed him aside. In that moment, a wisp of white mist trailed from his fingertips into a specific acupoint on Luo Haiwen's body. In the days to come, Luo Haiwen's health would steadily decline, and when the time was right, he would meet an untimely demise. Chapter 42. Dazzling entrance. What the hell did you just say? Upon hearing Qin Chuan's words, Luo Haiwen stepped in front of him and declared, "It seems I was rather lenient during our last encounter. You will soon face retribution." Qin Chuan maintained an impassive expression and replied to Luo Haiwen, "Make the most of your remaining time. You have but a few days left to live." "Ha ha! That is the most delightful jest I have ever heard." Luo Haiwen laughed heartily and said, "I broke your legs, stole your woman, and your father has become a vegetable because of it. And yet, you are powerless against me. All you can do is vent your anger with these trivial threats? Qin Chuan, with an air of indifference, stated, I have already foretold your demise within 7 days. As for this woman, merely a worn-out shoe. He cast a glance at Li Xiaoyun beside him and added, if you wish to play, then play on. Such a person holds no allure for me. Li Xiaoyun was on the verge of exploding with rage. In the past, Qin Chuan had revered her as a goddess, a devoted admirer, and now he dared to insult her as a mere worn-out shoe. Sour grapes, perhaps? Luo Haiwen wrapped an arm around Li Xiaoyun and remarked to Qin Chuan, you have no idea how exceptional your girlfriend is. I find her quite appealing. Qin Chuan, I know this is jealousy speaking. Let me enlighten you. The gap between you and me is as vast as the heavens and the earth. Li Xiaoyun interjected, you are utterly unworthy of me now. You are nothing but a waste. You might as well find some woman willing to marry you. I will forever be the goddess you cannot attain. Pa! At her words, Qin Chuan could not suppress his disgust. A mere chicken flaunting feathers like a phoenix? How dare she claim to be a goddess? He realized he had been blind in the past. Now, the thought of such a woman offering to shine his shoes was repugnant. Enraged by humiliation, yet, Luo Haiwen remained unfazed and said, you, a mere scavenger, don't even dream of finding someone like Xiaoyun. Securing a wife is already a feat and here you are, boasting. Can you truly find someone better than me? If you do, I will eat excrement while standing on my head, Li Xiaoyun declared. To her, given Qin Chuan's economic plight and current circumstances, it was utterly impossible for any woman to willingly be with him. Then go ahead and eat. At that moment, a woman emerged from a nearby shop. She wore a white tank top paired with a loosely draped denim jacket. Her ensemble was fresh and athletic, yet her figure added an alluring touch to her appearance. Any man would find it impossible to tear his gaze away. Meng Yuning adjusted her outfit and turned to Qin Chuan, saying, Senior, is this your ex-girlfriend? She is quite unattractive. Was your taste in beauty so lacking? If anyone else had spoken thus, Li Xiaoyun would have fiercely contested it. However, faced with this woman, she lacked even the courage to argue. The allure of this woman was utterly captivating. Her beauty was striking, and her figure exuded sensuality, making her presence overshadow those around her. She radiated like the sun, instantly dimming the glow of nearby fireflies. Luo Haiwen gazed at her, his eyes nearly bulging with astonishment. She was undeniably beautiful. What man could resist the urge to take her to his bed? I dare say you do not even compare to the elegance of her heel, Qin Chuan remarked disdainfully, glancing at Li Xiaoyun before gesturing towards Meng Yaoning. To compare me to her is nothing short of an insult, Meng Yaoning retorted, appraising Luo Haiwen with a nod. They indeed make a fitting pair. With sharp words, Luo Haiwen seethed at the thought that this man, whom he had once trampled into the dust, could now be accompanied by such a beauty. How dare he? He turned to Meng Yaoning, stating, this fellow is merely a pauper. Associating with him will only lead to your misfortune. Indeed, Li Xiaoyun chimed in, a destitute man can only bring you here to indulge in trying on clothes, unable to afford a single purchase. Unlike our Haiwen, who gifted me a stunning Hermes dress worth over 10,000. Her tone was exaggerated, as though she reveled in the satisfaction that such a dress could bring. Luo Haiwen seldom brought her here, as the garments were exorbitantly priced. Each visit, she could only muster the will to buy one piece, merely to flaunt on social media. She believed that, with Qin Chuan's financial means, he could never afford such luxuries. His presence here was likely solely to accompany the beauty in her endeavors. Is her judgment truly flawed? Meng Yaoning mused, regarding Qin Chuan with a look of perplexity. What initially drew you to her? I suppose my judgment was clouded at the time. Qin Chuan shrugged nonchalantly. Let us depart. I find this company quite dismal. With that, he took Meng Yaoning's hand and began to walk away from the scene. Indeed, a pauper is just that, Luo Haiwen mocked, bringing your girlfriend shopping yet purchasing nothing. If you cannot afford it, why pretend to be affluent? This is hardly a place for someone of your humble origins. He looked at Qin Chuan's simple attire, hastily labeling him as a destitute man. While it was true that Qin Chuan was financially challenged, Meng Yaoning was not. How could I have almost forgotten? Qin Chuan exclaimed, slapping his forehead before turning back to the adjacent store to retrieve the garments Meng Yaoning had purchased earlier. Frustrated, he confronted her. We agreed on just a few pieces, yet you've bought so many that I can hardly carry them all. Meng Yaoning was undeterred, purchasing whatever she deemed suitable without concern for quantity, amassing a collection of over 10 luxurious items, each more extravagant than the last. As Li Xiaoyun gazed at the multitude of luxury bags held in Qin Chuan's hands, she felt on the verge of madness. Each bag, a symbol of opulence, Hermes, Dior, LV, Armani, Prada, represented a realm far beyond their financial reach. Typically, they could only afford to purchase a single item on their visits, as the prices were exorbitant. Who could have anticipated that Qin Chuan would make such an extravagant purchase all at once? The mere thought of the total cost was enough to induce a sense of dread. Standing awkwardly, Luo Haiwen trembled with embarrassment. How could this fellow possibly be associated with such a beauty? He felt compelled to teach him a lesson, unable to bear the thought of someone surpassing him in fortune. If he could break his legs once, he could certainly do so again. As Meng Yaoning linked her arm with Qin Chuan's while preparing to descend the elevator, she cast a glance back at Luo Haiwen and remarked, if you cannot afford it, then refrain from buying. Why pretend to be affluent? This place is hardly suited for someone of your rustic background. Purchasing merely a single piece each time, do you not find that rather pitiful? With that, she nestled closer to Qin Chuan and departed, leaving behind a seething Luo Haiwen, grinding his teeth in frustration. Chapter 43. Two Beauties in Company. Upon exiting, Qin Chuan turned to Meng Yaoning and said, "Is this a bit too familiar?" However, Meng Yaoning replied, "Those two individuals do not strike me as virtuous. We must assert our dominance over them. I noticed you were somewhat uncomposed earlier." Suddenly, she spoke to him with earnestness. "I felt as though you were on the verge of confronting them directly." Qin Chuan took a moment to steady his emotions and replied, "The enmity runs deep." He then recounted his experiences to her. "Really, can one endure such treatment?" Meng Yaoning exclaimed, nearly leaping from her seat. "It is merely a minor faction, the Luo family. I shall have them dealt with immediately. How dare they challenge my senior? Watch me bring them to ruin." She promptly picked up the phone, dialed a number, and commanded, "Terminate the loans to the Luodong Group at once, and apply relentless pressure on this company. Do not inquire as to why. What is the Luodong Group but a trivial enterprise? Act promptly. If we cannot obliterate this firm, let them suffer for their transgressions. Spread the word that Luo Haiwen has offended someone he ought not to have." Who did he offend? My senior, Qin Chuan. After abruptly hanging up the phone, she grumbled about the inefficiency of the task at hand. Listening to Meng Yaoning, Qin Chuan looked on in bewilderment. "From your tone, it seems you possess a significant background." Upon hearing Qin Chuan's words, Meng Yaoning felt a surge of confusion. After all this time, he was still unaware of her identity? "My surname is Meng." "I know," Qin Chuan replied. "What of it?" "The Meng family, the esteemed Meng family of Haiqing. Have you not heard?" Meng Yaoning gazed at Qin Chuan with wide eyes, initially believing that his kindness stemmed from some familial connection. It now appeared that was not the case. Perhaps he was merely drawn to them for their beauty? "I don't know. I've never heard of it." Qin Chuan shook his head. As a mere foot soldier from humble beginnings, he had little knowledge of the Jiang or Meng families. "Have you heard of the Black Gold Consortium?" Meng Yaoning asked, her eyes sparkling with anticipation. "That's my family," she continued. For anyone else, the mention of this name would evoke astonishment, as the consortium wielded immense power and owned considerable assets within Haiqing. Yet, Qin Chuan's response was unremarkable. He had never heard of it. Having graduated from a rural university and only recently thrust into the workforce before being sent back to collect scrap, he was more familiar with farming schedules than the intricacies of powerful conglomerates. "Very well," Meng Yaoning said earnestly. "The Meng family is the pinnacle of the second-tier families in Haiqing." "Understood," Qin Chuan replied, his expression remaining placid. He was likely still unaware of the profound significance behind the prominence of a leading family in Haiqing's second tier. Meng Yaoning initially intended to seek a sense of presence before Qin Chuan, but his fist merely struck the cotton, resulting in a lack of surprise, a void of astonishment, and a visage filled with bewilderment. However, perhaps this was for the best. His ignorance of such matters inadvertently attested to the absence of ulterior motives in their relationship. Rest assured, while I cannot single-handedly bring the Luodong group to its knees, I am certainly capable of orchestrating significant trouble for them. Consider it a means of avenging you. The thought of those individuals' actions fueled a storm of indignation within Meng Yuning, rendering him momentarily dazed. Such audacity was utterly excessive. Bullying should not venture into the realm of absolute cruelty. Had it not been for Qin Chuan's unwavering determination, their family would have faced utter devastation. As they awaited Jiang Fiwen's arrival downstairs, they encountered Luo Haiwen and Li Xiaoyun emerging from the underground garage in a Mercedes-Benz E300, which ultimately came to a halt before Qin Chuan. Luo Haiwen fixated on Qin Chuan, sneering as he remarked, "Are you a pauper waiting for the bus here? Humph. Do you think that by associating with a wealthy woman, you've turned your fortunes around?" His tone dripped with jealousy. He too yearned for such a stunning, affluent companion, yet fate had denied him that privilege. A mere penniless wretch, relying on a woman, would always remain an utter failure. Do not be deceived into thinking that purchasing a couple of garments equates to a resurgence. Before me, you are still but a clown. Luo Haiwen derided him, noting the commercial streets hustle, where hailing a cab was no simple feat if you lacked transportation. I could offer you a ride. The car I just acquired cost over 500,000. You, a destitute individual, have likely never laid eyes on such an extravagant vehicle. Li Xiaoyun joined in the mockery without reservation. Oh, I apologize. I can only accommodate the lovely lady. You, a pauper, are unworthy of my vehicle. Luo Haiwen cast a disdainful glance at Qin Chuan, his eyes brimming with contempt. Just then, a brand new Maybach glided into view, coming to a stop directly in front of Luo Haiwen's car. As the vehicle came to a halt, a statuesque beauty emerged, adorned in a delicate lavender dress, her long legs captivating the gaze of onlookers. Her flowing black hair cascaded over her shoulders, complemented by a pair of stylish sunglasses. Luo Haiwen felt his breath catch as he beheld her. She was stunning, an exquisite beauty, especially with her frosty, domineering aura. The surrounding women seemed to fade into insignificance. Is that Jiang Fiwen? He wondered, astonished. A renowned beauty in Haiqing, she was also a celebrated powerhouse. She is truly breathtaking. It is my first time witnessing her. I believe only that woman over there could rival her in allure. No, I still favor Jiang Fiwen. Her legs seem to stretch longer than my lifespan. The voluptuous beauty nearby is appealing as well. I have a penchant for such figures. Only children make choices. I desire them all. The surrounding crowd was equally taken aback by Jiang Fiwen's beauty, with unattached young men fixated on her, while those in relationships stole furtive glances. Luo Haiwen felt his mouth watering at the thought of spending a night with such a woman. He would willingly sacrifice 10 years of his life for the chance. Just as he was lost in his infatuation, Jiang Fiwen approached Qin Chuan directly, smiling as she spoke. "Qin Chuan, I have a gift for you." As she spoke, she handed him the car keys. Her smile captivated not only every man around but even left the women momentarily spellbound. Qin Chuan recognized the car, which was worth at least 2 million. Is it common for women from affluent families to be so lavish? Perhaps the idea of courting a wealthy woman isn't as far-fetched as it seems. You mentioned wanting to buy a commuter vehicle. What do you think of this one? Jiang Fiwen said, standing beside Qin Chuan with a smile that completely contrasted her earlier assertiveness. However, Qin Chuan felt no admiration for the car, as he sensed the envious glares of the men around him. Who wouldn't he envy a man accompanied by 2 stunning beauties? Who wouldn't he feel a twinge of jealousy? Chapter 44. Cutting off loans to the Luo family, let's hurry and leave. Ladies, Qin Chuan urged, acutely aware of the prying eyes around him, feeling as though they wished to devour him whole. However, Meng Yuning appeared unfazed, reveling in the attention they garnered. Such treatment was a privilege few could ever experience. No. We must depart quickly. This is far too conspicuous. Qin Chuan was indeed uncomfortable with the ostentatiousness of the moment and promptly decided to drive away. Yet, as he approached the car, he couldn't resist giving a dismissive wave of the keys toward Luo Haiwen, scoffing, "Does your car even qualify as a luxury vehicle? Should I give you a ride? Never mind, I wouldn't want you two to dirty my car." With that, he elegantly entered his vehicle, leaving Luo Haiwen and his companion in a state of bewilderment. What on earth is happening? How does this brat manage to engage in such light-hearted banter with two stunning beauties? Luo Haiwen pondered, glancing at Li Shiyun beside him. The disparity was stark. She felt as though she were worlds apart from them. It was intolerable for him to accept that someone he once deemed inferior now appeared to outshine him. Suddenly, Luo Haiwen's phone rang. "Dad," he answered, only to be met with a barrage of curses from the other end. "Have you lost your mind? How many times must I tell you that Haiqing is a place where one must tread carefully? And yet, you continue to stir up trouble. Are you intent on driving me to my grave?" Luo Haiwen was left utterly perplexed. "Dad, what is going on? Why am I being berated? What happened? You don't know?" His father snapped, still seething. "Do you realize the bank has cut off our loans? This is a critical moment for the company's development, and the abrupt halt in funding is catastrophic. The Luodong Group has recently secured a lucrative order that, if fulfilled, could yield significant profits. However, this endeavor requires substantial financial backing. We had already negotiated with the bank, and once the funds arrived, we could have advanced the project, elevating Luodong Group's market value. But now, receiving such a notice from the bank is tantamount to a death sentence for us. But how is this my fault?" Luo Haiwen retorted, increasingly frustrated. He had no role in the company's operations. Why should the company's troubles concern him? If it weren't for your disrespect towards Qin Chuan, we wouldn't be in this predicament. His father snapped back. "What?" Luo Haiwen exclaimed, taken aback. "Which wealthy heir did I offend? Who is Qin Chuan? You need to clarify this immediately so we can go and apologize." His father scolded, exasperated. Li Shiyun, who had been silently observing, was left in shock. But isn't Qin Chuan just a worthless nobody? His family consists entirely of farmers. How could he possibly wield such influence? "Dad, you must have misheard." Luo Haiwen, with an expression of innocence, remarked that fellow Qin Chuan is merely a worthless scrap collector. How could he possibly have such connections? His family is just a farming household from Donglong village. He likely doesn't even know which way the bank's doors swing. So how could he possibly cut off our loan? His father, however, impatiently interjected, "I do not care what Qin Chuan is, a mere scrap dealer or some formidable figure. You must resolve this matter swiftly. If it dares to affect the company's operations, I shall break your legs." With that, he hung up the phone in a fit of rage. Luo Haiwen glared at the disconnected call, seething as he pounded the steering wheel, cursing vehemently, "Damn it, what a wretched thing." Li Shiyun attempted to console him. There is absolutely no way Qin Chuan possesses such immense power. If he did, how could he possibly be holed up in the village collecting scraps? Yet, Luo Haiwen's eyes burned with fury. After enduring humiliation and a scolding from his father, he was hardly at ease. The last time he had broken Qin Chuan's legs, it had subdued him for a few months, but now he was stirring up trouble again. He would not hesitate to break another leg. However, he was no fool. He feared Qin Chuan might have recently allied himself with someone influential. He took out his phone and dialed. "Hello, Zhou Hai. I need to ask you something. What is the relationship between Qin Chuan and the Jiang family?" Given that Meng Yaoning seldom engaged with family affairs and rarely participated in the company's operations, Luo Haiwen and his associates had never encountered her and were thus unaware of her existence. Consequently, he suspected that this incident was orchestrated by Qin Chuan at the behest of the Jiang family. "Qin Chuan? Oh, you mean the guy whose legs you broke last time?" Zhou Hai said while shuffling mahjong tiles. "What connection could he possibly have with the Jiang family? Recently, my family had our loans cut off. The people over there claimed it was due to offending Qin Chuan. Today, I saw Qin Chuan with Jiang Fiwen, which led me to suspect the Jiang family was involved." Luo Haiwen urged, "You need to investigate this immediately. If I cannot manage the situation, my father will surely break my legs." Zhou Hai stubbed out his cigarette and replied, "It's probably just a case of sharing the same name, right? If he had such power, how could you even threaten him? Give me 3 minutes. I'll make a few calls." Zhou Hai was well informed within their circle, always aware of the happenings among various families. Shortly thereafter, he called back. "Your situation should have nothing to do with the Jiang family," Zhou Hai stated. "The Jiang family is currently preoccupied with their own troubles, focused entirely on their elder. Furthermore, Their relationship with the bank is mediocre at best. They would not cut off your family's loans. Qin Chuan and the Jiang family likely have little connection, at most a personal relationship with Jiang Fiwen. I've learned that Qin Chuan has sold a few antiques to Jiang Fiwen, and that is all. Upon hearing Zhou Hai's words, Luo Haiwan felt a wave of relief wash over him. All right, thank you for your efforts. Once I resolve this issue, I shall treat you to a meal. It appeared that Jiang Fiwen's assistance to Qin Chuan was merely a favor between friends, not indicative of any deeper relationship. Nevertheless, he remained cautious. He made another phone call. Xiao Qiu, the young lady from the Jiang family, has recently acquired a Maybach. Please have your men keep a close watch. If that car heads to Donglong village, inform me immediately. Should Qin Chuan drive it back to the village, it would signify a deep bond between the two. I must refrain from taking action against him, as it could provoke the Jiang family. Although the Jiang family has fallen from grace, they remain a second-tier family in Haiqing, with a foundation far superior to that of our insignificant clan. If the car does not return to the village, it indicates that Jiang Fiwen is merely offering him a helping hand, suggesting their relationship is not as close as presumed. In that case, I shall not hold back. It is imperative that Qin Chuan pays a price for his transgressions. This time, I intend to break both his legs, rendering him unable to stand. Cough. He suddenly coughed a couple of times, but paid it no mind and pressed the accelerator to leave. Chapter 45. Jiang Fiwen's troubles. Grateful for the assistance provided by the two today. After parting ways, Qin Chuan remarked to Jiang Fiwen and Meng Yaoning, "Were it not for you both, I would have likely endured further humiliation at the hands of that fellow. You need not be so formal with us. We are friends," Meng Yaoning replied. "Moreover, I cannot abide their arrogant behavior." Indeed, Jiang Fiwen nodded, addressing Qin Chuan. "Besides, this vehicle was originally intended as a gift for you. Were you not in search of a commuter car? Take this one for your use." Wait. Qin Chuan quickly interjected. "The commuter car I intend to purchase is an electric vehicle, not this extravagant contraption. This car is far too ostentatious for our village. A humble electric vehicle is far more practical. This car of yours is simply too expensive for me to accept. You have rendered me a great service and saved my grandfather. How can you claim it is too much?" Jiang Fiwen countered. "I feel indebted to you. After all, he is a master, rarely does he intervene," she added. "Take, for example, the esteemed Dr. Zhao Quan. Others wishing to engage his services often find themselves parting with millions, yet he remains elusive." "Qin Chuan is no less capable," he responded. "If you feel compelled to express your gratitude, simply keep an eye out for quality Chinese medicinal herbs in the future." He was resolute in his refusal of the car, believing he had done nothing worthy of such a lavish gift. Meng Yaoning chimed in with a smile. Insisting on giving it to him will only add to his psychological burden. "Very well," Jiang Fiwen conceded with a nod, ultimately agreeing. The trio soon arrived at Jiang Fiwen's villa. It must be said, the residence of the affluent truly differs. The mist here, while not as dense as that of the Jiang family, was still significantly more potent than that of Qin Chuan's home. A few days of cultivation here would undoubtedly yield considerable benefits. Jiang Fiwen's villa, while less opulent than the Jiang estate, featured a modest courtyard of around 40 to 50 square meters, adorned with a variety of flowers and trees. Upon entering, one would find a quaint two-story building. The living room was simple, following a minimalist design. The first floor boasted a spacious living area alongside a bedroom. Leading Qin Chuan into the bedroom, Jiang Fiwen suggested, "You may stay here tonight. We will occupy the second floor." Qin Chuan nodded in agreement. This arrangement is more than satisfactory. The bedroom itself was ample, approximately 40 to 50 square meters, complete with a large floor-to-ceiling window through which sunlight streamed, creating a warm and inviting atmosphere. He promptly turned on the air conditioning, for the heat was quite oppressive. Meng Yaoning immediately began searching for the air conditioning remote, stating, "In the future, we must avoid shopping at this hour. Not only is it sweltering and exhausting, but one ends up drenched in perspiration." "Mr. Qin, please take a moment to rest," Jiang Fiwen suggested. "You should catch some sleep. This afternoon, we will attend to your concerns regarding my situation, and later, I will require your assistance through the night." Meng Yaoning smiled at Qin Chuan, saying, You truly are a diligent senior. Speaking of such matters feels rather formal. Qin Chuan addressed them. All right, we shall not disturb you any longer. Please, rest. After saying this to Jiang Fiwen, he led Meng Yuning out of the room. Lying on the soft, comfortable bed, he felt all his fatigue dissipate. Unbeknownst to him, he drifted into slumber. After approximately an hour, he was jolted awake by a chorus of laughter from outside. Glancing at the time, he stretched languidly. A glance out of the window banished his drowsiness instantly. Before him lay a swimming pool, its azure surface exuding a refreshing allure. Most importantly, two young ladies frolicked beside the pool. As he admired Jiang Fiwen's beauty, the water rippled, and Meng Yuning emerged from beneath the surface. Water cascaded from her hair as she tossed it back, gracefully sweeping it away with her hand, evoking the beauty of a lotus emerging from water. Slowly, she made her way out of the pool, droplets sliding down her curves. The sunset's afterglow enveloped the water, casting a golden shimmer across the surface. The two enchanting women sat at the pool's edge, playfully splashing each other and swimming about like mermaids. Qin Chuan relished the view from his perch by the window. Just as he was enjoying the scene, a sudden cry of distress escaped Jiang Fiwen, followed by frantic splashes in the water. She struggled, choking on several mouthfuls of water. She yearned to call for help, but each attempt was thwarted as water surged into her mouth, rendering her voiceless. Meanwhile, Meng Yuning was engrossed in swimming, oblivious to Jiang Fiwen's plight. Noticing the troubling situation, Qin Chuan's heart raced. Could she be experiencing a health crisis? Her legs had always harbored an ailment, and given the sweltering heat, the sudden shock of cold water could indeed trigger a reaction. If her legs began to throb, she would be unable to move. In the pool, immobility could lead to drowning. With urgency overtaking him, Qin Chuan dashed from the bedroom to the backyard and plunged into the pool. Thankfully, his childhood spent fishing in the village reservoir endowed him with excellent swimming skills, allowing him to swiftly reach Jiang Fiwen. Adopting a backstroke, he positioned her on his body, one arm wrapped around her shoulder, and steadily swam toward the edge of the pool. Rescuing a drowning person is fraught with difficulty. A poor swimmer could easily be dragged under by a panicking victim, resulting in a tragic fate for both. Fortunately, Qin Chuan navigated past her flailing limbs. Jiang Fiwen, remarkably cooperative, kept her hands still, avoiding wild grabs. Ultimately, they reached the shore safely. Chapter 46. Bring me the silver needles. What happened? Meng Yuning was swimming when suddenly she noticed a figure leaping down from above her. By the time she processed the scene, she witnessed Qin Chuan rescuing someone from the pool. Jiang Fiwen's brow furrowed, her face paling from the pain. She pointed to her leg, emitting a sound of distress. Bring me the silver needles. Qin Chuan, with little regard for anything else, addressed Meng Yuning. The silver needles are in my bag. All right. Without hesitation, Meng Yuning sprang up and swiftly retrieved the silver needles from Qin Chuan's bag. With unwavering resolve, Qin Chuan administered 3 swift injections around her hip joint. After the third needle, Jiang Fiwen's complexion visibly improved, regaining some color. Does it hurt here? Qin Chuan inquired, pressing a spot an inch above her knee. It doesn't hurt. She quickly shook her head. Qin Chuan moved his finger slightly higher, continuing his inquiry. Jiang Fiwen still shook her head. It was only when he placed his finger an inch from her groin that she began to nod vigorously. How does it feel? Meng Yuning, anxiously wiping her brow, squatted beside Qin Chuan and expressed her concern. Why is her reaction so severe this time? Previously, it was merely a slight discomfort. It's merely a transformation from quantitative to qualitative change. Initially, these were minor injuries, but due to inadequate healing, compounded by high-intensity exercise and prolonged use of high heels, they have led to complications, Qin Chuan explained, his hand resting on her hip joint. What should we do? Can it be treated? Meng Yuning gazed at Qin Chuan with trepidation. Jiang Fiwen, gritting her teeth, also fixed her gaze on him. There are 2 approaches, Qin Chuan stated. One is direct, the other gradual. The direct method involves surgery at the hospital to replace the hip joint with a prosthetic. Upon hearing this, Jiang Fiwen shook her head vehemently. I prefer to use my own parts. The alternative method requires a slower recovery. I can administer acupuncture and combine it with medicinal treatment. After 3 to 5 sessions, We should see results. I'll take the second option. A slower approach is preferable, Jiang Fiwen replied through clenched teeth, her expression turning painful as her hands clenched tightly. I absolutely refuse to undergo surgery, Meng Yuning asserted. Senior, please treat her quickly. I can see she is in unbearable pain. Understood. Qin Chuan promptly lifted her to the sunbathing bed they often used. He immediately activated his X-ray vision. The issue lay within her bones. He needed to use the white mist to mend her injuries. However, to manipulate the mist, he first needed to clearly identify the damaged area. In an instant, a white mist enveloped his gaze, altering his perception of the surroundings. Following the path of her pain, he discerned the density of her bones had significantly changed, evidently due to insufficient blood supply in certain areas, leading to a degree of necrosis. It's no wonder it hurts so much. Though Qin Chuan made a concerted effort to avert his gaze, the location of her injury was undeniably awkward. A mere glance would reveal everything. He quickly activated the great yin-yang fusion technique, drawing the surrounding mist into his body. Following the path of his fingers, the mist then entered her form. Upon reaching within, Qin Chuan immediately directed this ethereal vapor toward the site of her fractured bone, gently initiating a process of repair. His hands remained in motion, as he deftly inserted silver needles at 7 or 8 different points, each adorned with mugwort wool, employing the warming needle technique. This method would enhance the efficacy of the medicine, facilitating a swifter restoration of her skeletal structure. After approximately half an hour of diligent effort, Qin Chuan exhaled deeply. The pain had subsided. Jiang Fiwen suddenly realized that the agonizing sensation had vanished. She instinctively attempted to rise. Do not move, Qin Chuan cautioned her. You are not yet fully healed. Senior, may we perhaps remove our hands from her leg? Meng Yuning interjected, approaching Qin Chuan. Initially, his gaze was fixated on the injured area, but her intrusion obstructed his line of sight. He was still employing his X-ray vision, nearly causing a nosebleed. Step aside, Qin Chuan urged, waving his hand. You do not understand. If I release this hand, she will experience pain anew. Is that so? Meng Yuning replied skeptically, her expression reflecting disbelief. I suspect you are merely using this as an excuse to touch her leg. Jiang Fiwen felt her cheeks flush, as she found Qin Chuan's warm hand particularly soothing, reluctant for him to withdraw it. Yet, she too harbored doubts, pondering whether he was indeed fabricating an excuse. However, he could not be that sort of person, could he? Seeing their skepticism, Qin Chuan sighed and withdrew his hand. The moment his palm left her skin, the mist within Jiang Fiwen became unbridled, ceasing its healing efforts and instead swirling chaotically through her meridians. The combined agony of her meridians and the sight of her injury surged forth, nearly causing her to tumble from the bed. The excruciating sensation elicited a profuse sweat from her brow. Wait, I believe you now, Meng Yuning exclaimed upon witnessing the ordeal, realizing her misjudgment of Qin Chuan. She quickly placed Qin Chuan's hand back upon Jiang Fiwen's thigh. Indeed, as Qin Chuan's hand resumed its position, Jiang Fiwen returned to a state of normalcy. Phew, that was terrifying, Meng Yuning said to Qin Chuan. I sincerely apologize. I should not have doubted your integrity. However, I cannot be blamed entirely. With such beautiful long legs, it is only natural for even a girl like me to want to touch them. Misinterpreting your intentions is understandable, right? Do not prance about in front of me. Go rest over there, he instructed. Oh, all right. Meng Yuning felt that Qin Chuan found her to be a nuisance, so she reclined on the beach chair, draped in a blanket, leisurely sipping her drink. As Qin Chuan attended to her treatment, he simultaneously harnessed his abilities to absorb the dense white mist for himself. All right, you may rise and take a look now. Noticing that her bones had healed significantly, he remarked, the recovery has exceeded expectations. With just a few more sessions, you should be fully restored. The density of the white mist here has indeed intensified, enhancing the results. Upon hearing this, Jiang Fiwen cautiously stood up. After realizing her legs were pain-free, she joyfully jumped twice in place. It's done. I'm truly healed, she exclaimed with excitement. However, both Qin Chuan and Meng Yuning stared at her with their mouths agape, their expressions filled with astonishment. What's wrong? Jiang Fiwen asked, puzzled by their reaction. uncertain of what it signified. Chapter 47. Can't wear anything? Zhang Fiwen cast her gaze downward and hastily dashed back home, bewildered by her disheveled appearance. Was it appealing? Upon her return, Meng Yuning released her hand that had shielded Qin Chuan and, with a beaming smile, remarked, having witnessed the exquisite beauty of Zhang Fiwen at such close quarters, "Are you not thoroughly satisfied?" Coughing lightly, Qin Chuan feigned a glance at Meng Yuning and replied, "I must admonish you, my dear comrade, for such shallow perceptions. In truth, I did not see clearly." He earnestly defended himself. "It's evident you saw more than you let on. Your eyes were nearly bulging out moments ago. However, I must clarify that I cannot share this with anyone." Meng Yuning continued to tease him. The line of admirers for Fiwen stretches all the way to the Mariana Trench. If they were to discover that you beheld their goddess in such a state, they would undoubtedly seek retribution. With a playful grin, Meng Yuning added, "Do you think she is worthy of you? Shall I play matchmaker?" "Perhaps not. I am not worthy of her," Qin Chuan replied, demonstrating a modicum of self-awareness regarding their differing backgrounds. "She is quite easy to pursue. Having never had a boyfriend, she is as pure as an unblemished canvas. With a little strategy, you could surely win her over," Meng Yuning mischievously suggested. Qin Chuan, however, took her words with a grain of salt, accustomed to her penchant for exaggeration, unable to discern fact from fiction. He chose to divert the conversation, resolutely dismissing thoughts of unachievable aspirations. Shortly thereafter, Zhang Fiwen emerged, clad in a casual t-shirt. She attempted to act as if nothing had transpired, yet the blush on her cheeks betrayed her. Approaching Qin Chuan, she expressed, "Had it not been for your timely intervention, I might have drowned. Thank you. This is a debt of gratitude. Naturally, I could not stand idly by," Qin Chuan stated as he removed his drenched t-shirt, having been too preoccupied with rescuing her to change beforehand. As he stripped away the garment, revealing his muscular physique, Meng Yuning's gaze fixated on him, unable to look away. "Oh!" A sudden realization struck Meng Yuning, as she regarded Qin Chuan with an odd expression. "Have you been awake all along, secretly watching us swim? Otherwise, how could you have noticed Fiwen struggling so promptly? I was too close and did not even catch it." Qin Chuan felt a flush of embarrassment at her implication. Indeed, he had been observing for quite some time, though he would never admit it. He shot her an exasperated glance and asserted, "When she was choking, she cried out so loudly that your ears must be defective." "Exactly," Zhang Fiwen chimed in, glaring at Meng Yuning. "If I had relied on you, next year on this day would mark my memorial. I shouted until my voice was hoarse, yet you didn't even turn around." Meng Yuning glanced at the two individuals and lamented, "You both conspired to speak about me, exhibiting quite the camaraderie. Humph. I am rather displeased." The trio shared a light-hearted moment for some time. Suddenly, Qin Chuan pondered a thought and turned to Zhang Fiwen, inquiring, "If I wish to sell jadeite, where should I go?" "Naturally, to the jadeite trading market," Zhang Fiwen replied. "It is situated on the eastern edge of the city, encompassing everything from raw stone trading to jade carving and finished product sales. If you are not in a hurry, I can accompany you there tomorrow." Qin Chuan shook his head, responding, "It's no trouble. I was merely asking." He had left in haste, forgetting the piece of jadeite at home, and he did not wish to burden Zhang Fiwen, who had her own myriad of tasks to attend to. Ruabazhai had a plethora of matters awaiting her, and the Zhang family was also in turmoil. "If there are matters I can handle independently, I shall do so," he affirmed. "I have acquaintances there. Should you decide to go, feel free to call me, and I will arrange everything for you. The environment is rife with both good and bad. Without professional acumen, one might easily be deceived. The jadeite industry is fraught with complexities," Zhang Fiwen cautioned. "Indeed, I shall reach out when I go," Qin Chuan replied with a smile. The three continued to jest, and before long night descended. As the clock approached midnight, Meng Yuning anxiously regarded Qin Chuan, exclaiming, "The time is nearly upon us. That wave of pain will soon descend upon me. What should I do?" Once the clock struck 12, the agony would commence punctually, tormenting her profoundly for an extended duration. During this interval it would be akin to a living hell. This was the first time Qin Chuan witnessed her in such a fluster. Previously, She had always approached matters with a carefree demeanor. Just lie down and relax, Qin Chuan reassured her. I have prepared everything. You shall be safe. He held a firm confidence in the knowledge contained within the book in his mind, having encountered no missteps thus far. Recently, he had refrained from practicing his techniques, having discerned a pattern. At his current stage, his body could only harbor a limited amount of white mist. To store more, he would need to advance to the next level of his practice. He had only just achieved a breakthrough to the second tier and estimated it would take some time to reach the next. Moreover, with the enhancement of the great yin-yang fusion technique, the skills within that book would also elevate correspondingly, while the consumption of white mist would increase exponentially. The time is nearly upon us. You should step aside for a moment, Qin Chuan instructed Jiang Fiwen. I must prepare in advance, as her proximity might inadvertently influence my actions. It is imperative that no external circumstances disrupt this process. Additionally, this would allow Meng Yuning to maintain a tranquil state of mind. Any psychological fluctuations could jeopardize their success. After all, this acupuncture technique was intricate. Despite the support of medical texts, he could not guarantee absolute success. I will wait outside, Jiang Fiwen joked, acknowledging that she would not remain there, as it would only lead to awkwardness. After Jiang Fiwen departed, Meng Yuning addressed Qin Chuan, saying, You, please turn around. Without hesitation, Qin Chuan complied and turned away. Following a brief rustling sound, Meng Yuning's voice emerged once more. It is all right now. Chapter 48. Could you please move your hand? Qin Chuan turned around to see Meng Yuning already prepared. Ahem. Qin Chuan cleared his throat. Time is of the essence, we must hasten. He swallowed hard and spoke to her. Meng Yuning's face flushed crimson. Qin Chuan could comprehend her embarrassment. It is quite natural for a young lady to feel shy. Just then, she suddenly let out a piercing scream. Her hands clutched the bed sheets tightly, her complexion turning an ashen hue, and beads of sweat cascaded down like a faucet turned on full blast. The tension she had moments ago vanished entirely. At this moment, all of Qin Chuan's attention was focused on her. He grasped her arm, resting his hand on her pulse. Indeed, the entity within her heart meridian began to stir. Felt akin to a poison. Yet, why did this toxin linger in this particular region? Moreover, why did it not threaten her health routinely, only manifesting at specific times? His grand yin-yang fusion technique had yet to reach the 5th level, thus he could not fathom the reason. However, the medical texts in his mind provided him with a method for alleviation. He merely needed to follow the instructions. Without hesitation, he wielded a silver needle and began to pierce various acupoints on her body, employing the most intricate acupuncture technique he had ever practiced. This technique primarily focused on the vicinity of the heart meridian, utilizing different methods at the 4 cardinal points, corresponding to the 4 symbols. Moreover, the silver needles were not fixed at certain acupoints. Rather, they had to be adjusted at the appropriate times. Were it not for Qin Chuan's absorption of the knowledge bestowed by the medical texts, he would not have been able to execute the technique even if instructed. This was a test of exceptional skill. How is it? Jiang Fiwen, who had been anxiously waiting outside, called through the door, her worry palpable. Will it work? Listening to Meng Yuning's cries was truly heart-wrenching. The anguish was so intense it felt as though her life was at stake. It's all right. Qin Chuan swiftly inserted the last needle into the acupoint, gently placing his hand on her Tanzhong point. A stream of white mist flowed into her body. As the mist circulated, he sensed that the silver needles were gradually forming a wondrous energy circle, trapping the malevolent energy near her heart meridian. This aspect eluded his understanding. Perhaps he would grasp it after reaching the 5th level. Indeed, as the white mist continued to permeate, Meng Yuning's cries of pain gradually diminished, eventually subsiding entirely. She no longer contorted in agony, collapsing limply onto the bed. In a mere 10 minutes, she was drenched in sweat, the sheets bearing the imprint of her form. Meng Yuning appeared as though she had clawed her way back from the brink of death. Thank you. Meng Yuning looked at Qin Chuan and managed to smile. She was profoundly grateful. In the past, she had to endure this tormenting pain for an exceedingly long time, a sensation that truly felt worse than death itself. Now, however, Qin Chuan had managed to control this pain, and it was an immense blessing. Shaking his head, he addressed her. Is there any need for such formality between us? Not at all, but what about our hands? Meng Yuning jested. Qin Chuan felt a tinge of awkwardness. After all, the position of the Tanzhong acupuncture point was rather delicate, and to channel the white mist, he had to place his hand there. Do you believe I am treating you? He inquired. If you doubt it, I can remove my hand. Please don't. Just keep it there a little longer, she urged. Meng Yuning had witnessed Qin Chuan placing his hand on Jiang Fiwen's leg before, genuinely administering treatment. She feared that if he withdrew his hand, the painful sensation would return. After healing her, Qin Chuan began to circulate his energy, replenishing the white mist he had utilized. Such a rare opportunity was hard to come by. Replenishing white mist at home would be fraught with difficulties. All right, he said after a while, withdrawing his hand. Do not move. I will first remove the silver needles. Qin Chuan carefully extracted the needles, disinfected them, and placed them in a box. He then informed her, for now, the pain should be under control. However, we must keep it under periodic observation. If there are no issues within a month, it is unlikely the pain will return. This treatment merely alleviated the symptoms. It did not eradicate the root cause. To truly eliminate it would likely require considerable effort. As he spoke, he made a conscious effort to avert his gaze. Chapter 49. Excessive affection do not linger. Go take a shower and rest, Qin Chuan advised. After gathering his belongings, he dared not glance back, uttering a single phrase to Meng Yuning before making his way outside. Senior. Just as Qin Chuan was about to depart, Meng Yuning called out to him in a voice laden with ambiguity. Thank you. Without turning his head, he replied dismissively. Those words are superfluous, and left the bedroom. Meng Yuning felt a deep sense of gratitude towards Qin Chuan. Those who have not personally endured such agony could never comprehend the excruciating pain that renders life unbearable. Moreover, each month one anticipates its arrival, as if a dark cloud perpetually looms over the heart. What's the situation? Upon seeing Qin Chuan emerge, Jiang Fiwen urgently inquired. She is all right now, isn't she? For the moment, yes. Qin Chuan wiped the sweat from his brow and replied. After speaking, he slumped onto the sofa, drained from the intensity of the acupuncture session. Now that he could finally relax, his head felt as if it might burst. He took a quick shower and then succumbed to sleep. When he awoke the next day, it was already midday. Qin Chuan stretched lazily and exhaled deeply, realizing that he had indeed overexerted himself the previous day. As he stepped out of the bedroom, he discovered Jiang Fiwen and Meng Yuning nestled on the sofa, clad in cozy loungewear, engrossed in a variety show. Awake, Jiang Fiwen greeted him. Yes, Qin Chuan nodded. Quickly wash your face and brush your teeth. I'll heat up some food for you, Meng Yuning said, rushing towards the kitchen, her enthusiasm palpable. Yuning, the food has only just been warmed. It's not cold yet. Look at you, acting like a devoted admirer, Jiang Fiwen teased. The senior is my lifesaver. What is heating up a meal in comparison? I would gladly warm his bed if he asked, Meng Yuning retorted playfully, sticking out her tongue. Such audacity! Jiang Fiwen laughed. After a brief wash and changing into fresh clothes, Qin Chuan hastily consumed a few bites of food and prepared to leave. I must return home now, he informed them. Stay a little longer, Meng Yuning pleaded sincerely, her eyes earnest. Fiwen has plenty of rooms. Would you not consider staying with us? Qin Chuan was not swayed by Meng Yuning's words. Her sincerity seemed to blur the line between truth and deception. That is not appropriate, he replied. I need to care for my father. Perhaps during my next visit to the city you might host me then. He certainly did not wish to share a space with the two of them. Both were stunning beauties, tantalizing yet unattainable. By the way, senior, as a token of my gratitude for your life-saving assistance, I intend to offer you a share in the Black Gold Consortium. It is a modest stake, merely 0.5, but it could yield some pocket money each year, Meng Yuning expressed earnestly. That is unnecessary. Qin Chuan resolutely declined, stating, my desire to save you is purely altruistic. I cannot accept this share. It seemed unreasonable to demand shares from someone merely for showing them a bit of compassion. Jiang Fiwen, however, was quite astonished by Meng Yuning's decision. After all, it was the Black Gold Consortium. Although a mere 0.5 stake hardly amounted to a fortune, The status of being a shareholder in such an organization would significantly elevate one's standing. A true emblem of prestige. Meng Yuning appeared to be sharing half of her shares with Qin Chuan, indicating her deep gratitude towards him. No, I must see you home. If you refuse, I shall still insist, she declared firmly. Yet Meng Yuning responded steadfastly, you need only to cooperate with me. It is of little monetary value, merely a token of my appreciation. Very well. Qin Chuan, seeing her determination, ceased his objections and replied, as long as it brings you joy. Pleased by his acquiescence, Meng Yuning brightened. Let me accompany you back. After their conversation, Zhang Fiwen turned to Qin Chuan and said, you carry on with your affairs. Just drop me off at the electric bike shop. I need to purchase one for commuting. Qin Chuan replied, don't delay your work. Unable to sway Qin Chuan, they acquiesced to his wishes. After purchasing the electric bike, Qin Chuan rode it back towards the village. Meanwhile, news of his return reached Luo Haiwen. Brother Wen, we have news regarding Qin Chuan. Qiu Quan informed him over the phone. What is it? Luo Haiwen inquired. He has not returned in that Maybach, but rather on an electric bike, the informant relayed. My man has been stationed at his village entrance all day. He just returned at noon, but we are unsure of his whereabouts the previous night. What does it matter? Luo Haiwen dismissed, setting his chopsticks down. Riding an electric bike is exactly the image of a pauper like him. It appears that Zhang Fiwen and he share nothing more than a business relationship. That Maybach was merely for show. Qiu Quan added, Brother Wen, I see him as nothing more than a farmer. Why concern yourself with him? If you wish to vent your frustrations, let the brothers handle it. I can arrange for one of his legs to be broken. No need for that, Luo Haiwen cautioned. There's still much I need to uncover. My father told me it was due to offending someone named Qin Chuan that our business faced retaliation. I must investigate the entirety of this matter. What if Qin Chuan possesses some hidden influence? Although he deemed Qin Chuan a mere waste, utterly lacking in connections, he understood that it was wise to be cautious. Qin Chuan? Qiu Quan chuckled at this. You're worried about him? That's utterly implausible. However, I do have a suspicion. Perhaps you should inquire whether the Black Gold Consortium is orchestrating the loan terminations. If it is indeed the Black Gold Consortium that is manipulating the situation, then I believe you may have inadvertently offended a shareholder of the Black Gold Consortium who shares the same name as Qin Chuan. Upon hearing this, Luo Haiwen immediately perked up. What does this mean? This morning, I received news that the Black Gold Consortium has added a new shareholder, also named Qin Chuan, Qiu Quan stated. Therefore, I suspect that you may have inadvertently crossed paths with this Qin Chuan, rather than the one from the village. You have been of tremendous assistance. I will inquire further. Upon hearing this, Luo Haiwen became energized. After hanging up the phone, he promptly contacted an acquaintance at the bank. After some investigation, he obtained the answer. It was indeed the Black Gold Consortium that had made contact with them. At this moment, Luo Haiwen was filled with joy. Although he was uncertain when he had offended the shareholder Qin Chuan of the Black Gold Consortium, he was aware that the Qin Chuan from Donglong village had no significant background. He could easily deal with him. As for the notion that the two Qin Chuans were the same person, he could not entertain such a thought at all. Chapter 50. Forgotten Garments. Brother, where did you go yesterday? Upon seeing Qin Chuan return, Qin Jin immediately approached him, her curious gaze scrutinizing him. Something seems amiss. Why have you changed your clothes? There's a lingering scent of perfume on you. Honestly, were you out on a date with some girl? It wouldn't be with Miss Jiang or Miss Meng, would it? Both of them are quite attractive. I'd be happy with either of them as a sister-in-law. Qin Chuan responded with a swift kick to her backside. You always talk nonsense. I have important matters to attend to. Where are our parents? They went to the fields, Qin Jin replied. What? Qin Chuan exclaimed, his anxiety evident. Father has just recovered. His health is still quite fragile. How could he possibly work in the fields? Actually, Qin Jin said, her brow furrowing in confusion, you don't know. Today, Father seems remarkably well, as strong as an ox. I can't quite fathom it. He doesn't seem like a patient at all. Upon hearing this, Qin Chuan fell silent for a moment. Could be the effect of the white mist. He had employed the white mist to nurture his father's body the other day, and it appeared that its benefits were far more substantial than he had anticipated. Well, as long as he feels fine, that's what matters, Qin Chuan said. Brother, why did you buy so many medicines? She inquired, observing the numerous bags of herbs he carried. Qin Chuan gestured toward the piles before him. These are for our parents' health, and these are for myself. The extensive collection of herbal medicines had cost him over 20,000 yuan. Having earned that money through selling trees and ancient coins, he had nearly exhausted his funds. While premium herbal medicines are indeed costly, they also contain a substantial amount of white mist. Since he couldn't visit the Jiang family daily, the consumption of white mist was significant, necessitating replenishment through these herbs. And what about mine? Qin Jin's eyes widened in anticipation. What do you mean yours? At your young age, what do you need medicine for? Qin Chuan replied. You are healthy and free of ailments. This is for you. Qin Chuan then retrieved a mobile phone from his bag and handed it to her. Now that you're in college, you deserve to have your own phone. Previously, due to their family's financial struggles, even though Qin Jin had entered university, she had not owned a phone of her own. Wow! Qin Jin exclaimed, gazing at the phone in astonishment. This must cost 3,000 or 4,000 yuan, right? You truly are my dear brother. I love you to bits. All right. Hurry up and cook. Don't keep our mother waiting, Qin Chuan said, playfully ruffling her hair. I'll step out for a bit. Go ahead, she replied dismissively. In the past, she would have pressed him for details about his whereabouts, only to receive a kick and a reminder that adult matters were not for her to inquire about. However, with the new phone, her interest in his activities waned. She was more preoccupied with her own excitement. Are you not going to ask where I'm headed? Qin Chuan remarked, feeling a bit out of sorts as he turned to look at her. Where are you going? She casually inquired, her hands continuing to unwrap the package. I'll make a trip to the village clinic. I had lunch and returned, so there is no need for mother to wait for me, Qin Chuan said to her. All right, understood. Qin Jin waved her hand at him. Be careful on the road. Qin Chuan gathered the medicinal herbs, hopped onto his new electric bike, and set off towards the village clinic. The herbs he had procured were quite precious, prompting him to use the clinic's clay pot for concocting the medicine. As he passed by Zhang Yan's house, Qin Chuan halted, carrying 2 bundles of herbs as he walked in. Zhang Yan? He knocked on the door. Why is the door closed? Is no one home? In rural areas during the day, doors are usually left ajar. If closed, it often signifies that no one is inside. Brother Chuan? Just a moment, came Zhang Yan's voice from within. After waiting for about 5 or 6 minutes, Zhang Yan appeared to open the door. Her hair was damp, and she donned a loose long t-shirt, droplets of water clinging to her attire, accentuating her delicate figure. Come in quickly, she welcomed Qin Chuan with a smile. It's unbearably hot today. I returned from the construction site feeling sticky and just took a shower. By the way, I called you here for something. While speaking, Qin Chuan retrieved 10,000 yuan from his pocket and presented it to her. This is for you. Huh? Why are you giving me money? Zhang Yan was perplexed. This is the money from selling your precious golden silk Nanmu, Qin Chuan explained. No, Zhang Yan firmly rejected. We signed a contract in black and white. I only want that amount. After that, whether it's a loss or profit, it has nothing to do with me. Your gains are a result of your skill in the gamble. I cannot accept it. The items are ultimately yours. Yet, Qin Chuan resolutely pressed the money into her hands. I made an extra 30,000 yuan, and I'm only giving you 10,000. The rest is mine. I've already benefited without much effort. So if you refuse this money, I might just get upset. Zhang Yan, now running a significant operation with greenhouses, a farm-to-table restaurant, and a fish pond to manage, had numerous expenses. Though his 10,000 yuan wouldn't solve everything, it could certainly alleviate some of her immediate financial burdens. Thank you, Brother Chuan. She thought about her recent need for money and accepted the sum. Why are you being so polite? Qin Chuan chuckled. By the way, there's one more thing. Here are these medicinal herbs for you. You came to me last time for a checkup, and since you haven't fully recovered, you might need another round of treatment. These herbs are for your supplementary therapy, he informed her. All right, Zhang Yan replied, looking at him. Brother Chuan, this is rather embarrassing. If you're worried, then I shall take my leave, Qin Chuan said, looking at her. Please, don't. Zhang Yan urgently grasped his arm and said, I am eager for you to commence my treatment without delay. After our last session, my skin improved significantly. Just look at how sun-kissed I have become these past few days. This time, you must provide me with ample care. As she spoke, she neglected to close the door to the clinic, pulling Qin Chuan towards the bedroom. Chapter 51. Full-body massage. Zhang Yan's skin was a healthy shade of wheat, and having spent considerable time at the construction site recently, it had darkened slightly. Nevertheless, her complexion radiated firmness, with traces of muscle visible on her arms. She reclined upon the bed, and without hesitation, Qin Chuan found his mark, placing his hands upon her, allowing a stream of white mist to infiltrate her being. He then commenced the massage. As his techniques varied, Zhang Yan felt a soothing warmth circulating within her. "What are you up to?" Just as she uttered this, a sudden knock echoed from outside. The voice belonged to a girl. Why did it sound so enchanting? The girl outside playfully remarked, "Are you entertaining a gentleman at home?" Zhang Yan, now blushing furiously, wished for nothing more than to vanish into the floor. How could she have made such a sound at that moment? It was utterly embarrassing that Shui would return at this precise time to overhear. The potential for misunderstanding was palpable. Why the silence? "I see a scooter parked outside. Could it be your young suitor?" Shui continued her teasing chatter. "Aha, I've caught you this time. There's no denying it now." Qin Chuan's impression of Shui could be distilled into two phrases: a melodious voice and incessant chatter. Her voice had a captivating quality, leading one to envision her as an intellectual young woman, yet her constant prattling was undeniable, as she had not paused since her arrival. Finally, Qin Chuan endured her banter until the massage concluded. However, Zhang Yan could no longer afford to feel shy. She hastily donned her clothes and opened the door, fearing that Shui might barge in otherwise. "Oh!" Upon opening the door, Shui peeked her head inside, her gaze landing on Qin Chuan. "Zhang Yan, is this your boyfriend?" "Yes, rather dashing." Shui then adopted a flirtatious tone, adding, "And quite fit, I must say. I've been outside for about 10 minutes, and you two are just wrapping up." Zhang Yan playfully swatted her. "Stop your nonsense. This is my brother Chuan, a brilliant student from the medical university. I merely asked him to check on my health." "Check on your health?" Shui teased in a youthful voice. "Does that require closing the door and drawing the curtains?" "Humph, I see, once you have a man, you forget about me." At last, Qin Chuan understood why her voice was so enchanting. She was, in fact, a voice actress. Her vocal range was impressive and seamless. "Alas, you've caught me. We aren't exactly engaged in medical treatment," Zhang Yan admitted. "See, I knew it. You wicked woman, daring to secretly find companionship behind my back, after we promised to be each other as angels." Shui chided Zhang Yan with a playful tone. "All right, enough of your antics. Please speak to me in a straightforward manner. Your constant changes in tone are rather disconcerting." Zhang Yan addressed her, saying, "Moreover, you ought to change out of that outfit post-haste. You look rather ridiculous. We have so much work to attend to, yet you still have the leisure to partake in various comic conventions." Shui was currently clad in a cosplay costume of Diao Chan from the game Honor of Kings, giving off a somewhat juvenile vibe. Her lovely oval face was adorned with two charming dimples. "This is cosplay, do you understand? I attend comic conventions not just for enjoyment, but also to promote our agritourism venture," Shui retorted, reverting to her natural voice. "Chuan Gu, this is my best friend and my current partner in the agritourism business. She is quite a good person, albeit a bit eccentric." Zhang Yan introduced her to Qin Chuan. "Wait," Shui suddenly realized, "no, I am the one interrogating you. Why have you begun to question me? Be honest, what were you two up to just now?" "Chuan Gu was giving me a beauty treatment," Zhang Yan casually replied, touching her face and fabricating, "Look at my complexion. Isn't it significantly improved?" She couldn't very well claim that Qin Chuan had healed her. Who would believe that? By asserting it was a beauty treatment, at least she could justify the noticeable change in her skin. "Is that truly the case?" Shui remarked in astonishment, leaning closer to examine Zhang Yan's face. "Your skin was in such poor condition before, and it has recovered so well? When I left this morning, your skin was still quite dark. How has it improved so rapidly after just a short while? What cosmetics are you using?" "This is traditional Chinese medicine," Zhang Yan quickly interjected. "No cosmetics were used. I merely took some herbs, combined with Chuan Ji's unique massage technique, and that is how the results were achieved. Look, isn't this the medicine he prescribed for me? Now you must believe me. I believe, Xue Xue nodded in agreement. Could you kindly ask Chuan Gu when he might be able to give me a beauty treatment as well? Look at my skin. It has severely deteriorated. The treatment requires a full body massage. Are you willing to undergo that? Zheng Yan shot her a glance. Of course. I would be delighted, Xue Xue replied, striking an exaggeratedly seductive pose and, in an alluring tone, asked, Are you implying that Chuan Gu just gave you a full body massage? Were you dressed for it? Chapter 52. Provocation Ahem. No, Zheng Yan would never admit it. She resolutely shook her head. Not wearing clothes? Xue Xue exclaimed in astonishment. Oh no, that's not it. It was merely a light touch. Really? Xue Xue replied with an expression of disbelief, her gaze fixed on Zheng Yan. Why are you blushing? I have something to attend to, so I must leave now. Qin Chuan felt he could no longer remain there and decided it was best to make a swift exit. Wait. Xue Xue, with her familiar demeanor, pulled Qin Chuan back. Could you help me with some therapy as well? I wish to improve my skin condition. Qin Chuan shook his head. I'm a bit tired today. His precious white mist was reserved for Zheng Yan, who had assisted him numerous times, fostering a close relationship between their families. However, he had never met Xue Xue and could not justify using the mist on her. That's fine. Tomorrow would work too. Brother Chuan, I can catch a couple of fish for you to take home for your parents' health. Seeing Xue Xue persistently cling to Qin Chuan, Zheng Yan hurriedly pulled him towards the fish pond behind. She knew her friend all too well, outgoing and mischievous, and feared that Qin Chuan might be overwhelmed. Those fish are for selling. It wouldn't be appropriate for me to take any. Qin Chuan declined. You're making this sound too formal. Zheng Yan replied. You've already helped me with my illness without charge. Just take it and leave quickly before she entangles you further. She can be quite the troublesome little sprite. All right, I shall take my leave then. Qin Chuan indeed found Xue Xue a bit of a headache and decided it was best to depart swiftly. He rode his electric bike to the village clinic. Uncle. He pushed the door open, only to find it empty. He made his way to the back courtyard, calling out a couple of times. Who's there? After a moment, a young woman emerged, her hair being tied up as she spoke. It's you, Chuanzi. What's the matter? Is there a part of you that feels unwell? I see you have a couple of pimples on your face. It must be from stress. You're still young. Once you have a girlfriend, that should clear up. The woman scrutinized Qin Chuan, noticing he had become even more handsome recently. You're quite the catch. Should I introduce you to a few eligible young ladies? Aunt, please don't tease me. Qin Chuan replied hastily. I came to borrow a clay pot. I need to brew some medicine. The middle-aged woman, unfazed, was a bit overwhelming for him. Chewing, probably in her mid-30s, was not particularly old but held a high status in the village due to marrying a man 20 years her senior. What's this about nourishing your body? Chewing laughed, appraising Qin Chuan before leading him to the pharmacy, tidying up as she spoke. My father just started to get out of bed. I bought some medicine to help him recover, but we don't have a clay pot at home, so I wanted to borrow one. Qin Chuan sat on a hospital bed and said, Could you please move over a bit? Chu Ying approached his side, removed her shoes, and stepped onto the bed to reach for the clay pot atop the nearby cabinet. You need not move. You can find it in an instant, she remarked. It has been far too long since it was last used. It has gathered a bit of dust. Having retrieved the pot, Chu Ying turned to Qin Chuan and said, Wait here for a moment. I shall prepare it for you. No need. I can take it home and prepare it myself, Qin Chuan replied hastily. He truly felt uneasy remaining there, as if he were Tang Song entering the spider demoness lair. That simply won't do, Chu Ying replied with a lingering gaze. Just wait a moment while I rinse this. With that, she moved to the faucet to clean the pot, bending over the basin with great diligence. Though she uttered not a word, her demeanor stirred one's imagination. After a short while, Chu Ying wrapped the pot and handed it to Qin Chuan, saying, You may use it first. There is no rush to return it. While rinsing, water had inadvertently splashed onto her chest, leaving a noticeable wet mark. It was through such subtle details that she managed to evoke a tumult of emotions within him. At that moment, a man entered the room, a mischievous smile gracing his lips as he addressed Chu Ying. "Look what your brother has brought you." A middle-aged man, known as Heir Hu, from the eastern end of the village, stepped inside. Qin Chuan recognized him as an old bachelor. Chu Ying's expression fell instantly, and the previously charged atmosphere dissipated. In truth, she had harbored feelings for the young, handsome university student, contemplating the possibility of something more between them. Yet, her own husband was a homosexual who had never so much as touched her in all their years of marriage. He had married her solely to conceal his true orientation. Nevertheless, considering that he provided for her rather generously, combined with her lack of means to support herself, she managed to get by. Moreover, he did not require her attention, nor did he interfere with her. She was free to seek companionship as she pleased. However, the village was scant of eligible young men, most being rather undesirable. Among them, Heir Hu was the most persistent, frequently gifting her various items, which had become a source of distress for her. The unfortunate truth was that he seemed to neglect personal hygiene, making it unbearable to be near him. If it were Qin Chuan, she would willingly offer him money, but for someone like Heir Hu, even a mountain of gold would not entice her to engage. "What do you want?" Chu Ying snapped, donning a white lab coat to cover herself, her tone dripping with impatience. "Look here, I have something for you," Heir Hu replied, resembling a lovesick puppy as he produced a small jade pendant from his pocket. This trinket is an antique and quite valuable. Upon seeing the object, Qin Chuan's eyes sparkled with intrigue. Chapter 53. Capturing him today, this ancient jade appeared to be a piece of Hetian jade, adorned with hues of red and yellow. A cursory glance would easily lead one to conclude it was genuine antiquity. However, Qin Chuan felt no trace of the ethereal mist typically associated with authentic jade. He promptly activated his vision of insight to examine the jade more closely. It was a forgery, crafted from modern jadeite, subjected to intense heat and then artificially colored with harmful chemical substances. Qin Chuan shook his head as he perused the information in his book. One must admit, the technique employed to produce such a counterfeit was rather sophisticated. Despite possessing considerable knowledge of antiques, he realized that without the aid of the text, he would have been unable to discern the truth. "Qin Chuan, you're a college student. Help me assess this piece," suddenly exclaimed Chu Ying, brandishing the stone as she approached him. He was momentarily taken aback. Chu Ying, though in her 30s, had aged remarkably well, and one could easily mistake her for being in her 20s. After a brief moment of surprise, he managed to disperse his insight. "Auntie, you startled me." Qin Chuan gulped nervously. "What do you mean, auntie? I'm only a few years older than you. From now on, just call me sister." Chu Ying replied with a playful wink. Nearby, Heir Hu grimaced at the scene. What was with this woman? She accepted his gifts but seemed to be flirting with another man? Was she casting seductive glances at him? What did she want? To engage in an affair simply because he was younger, more handsome, and more educated? "Chu Ying, this piece is merely a replica," Qin Chuan remarked nonchalantly after examining it. "It's not an antique. It's laden with chemical materials. It's best to keep a distance, as it can be harmful to the skin." Upon hearing this, Chu Ying promptly hurled the pendant at Heir Hu. "Get this worthless imitation away from me." "Shoo! Shoo!" Heir Hu, incensed by her words, pointed an accusatory finger at Qin Chuan. "You little brat, don't spout nonsense. I paid 2,000 yuan for this pendant. It's absolutely genuine. I procured it from an ancient tomb. What bad luck. You're gifting me a burial item, are you out of your mind? And it's a counterfeit to boot." Chu Ying retorted, directing her ire at Heir Hu. "Don't come to my house anymore, pestering me day in and day out. I have a husband, and if you continue, don't blame him for being unkind." Heir Hu leered. "What's the situation with your husband? You're well aware he prefers men. Did he even touch you after marrying you? I bet you're feeling quite desperate, aren't you? Should I help you relieve that tension? Get lost. Do you want me to crush you?" Chu Ying seethed, pointing at him with gritted teeth. "Even if every man in the world perished, I would never look at you. Take a good look in the mirror and reflect on your own worth." Ugh! This was the first time Qin Chuan had encountered such a peculiar situation. It turns out that Chu Ying's husband is gay. This revelation is truly astonishing. He observed the two engaged in a verbal spar, sitting quietly beside them, afraid to utter a word for fear of becoming embroiled in their conflict. Is it because of this pretty boy? Suddenly, Who pointed at Qin Chuan and exclaimed, Are you in a relationship with him, which is why you're rejecting me? Don't be ridiculous, Qin Chuan retorted, growing agitated. He quickly replied, Take a good look in the mirror. Even without me, no normal woman would be interested in you. What could anyone possibly see in you? Your looks? Your poverty? Your lack of hygiene? If you're inadequate, don't blame me. I merely came to borrow a pot. He had not provoked Who in any way, simply enjoying the spectacle. Yet this fellow had ignited a conflict with him, so he could hardly be blamed for his lack of civility. Indeed, even if I prefer younger men, what business is it of yours? I can sleep with whomever I desire. Chu Ying, sitting beside Qin Chuan, wrapped her arm around his and declared, If my husband doesn't mind, who are you to dictate my choices? If you give gifts, at least make sure they are genuine. Don't be surprised if I look down on you. Who was nearly beside himself with rage. He could accept being called poor or ugly, as those were truths. However, being accused of gifting a counterfeit was intolerable. Let me tell you, this is not a fake. I paid good money for it, he exclaimed, fuming. All right, your item may be genuine. Now take your precious possession and leave me in peace, Chu Ying replied impatiently. I Chu Ying seek men, not someone like you. Fine. So you fancy this pretty boy, do you? Who thought he had been sincere towards Chu Ying, frequently checking in on her since learning of her husband's situation, bringing her small gifts, though she had never accepted them. Nevertheless, he felt she belonged to him. Now, witnessing the intimate exchange between Qin Chuan and Chu Ying, he was suddenly incensed. Did I not just tell you? What relationship do we have that warrants your interference? Chu Ying said with evident disdain. You, young man, if you're a man, step up. Let us settle this with a fight. Whoever loses leaves. Who challenged Qin Chuan. Qin Chuan shot him a disdainful glance. Are you foolish? You want to brawl over someone else's wife? Don't you find that rather inappropriate? The world is indeed full of surprises. It is entirely understandable that such a man struggles to find a partner. How dare you insult me? Just wait until I teach you a lesson. Whose heart was ablaze with fury as he lunged at Qin Chuan, throwing a punch aimed at his head. However, before he could reach him, Qin Chuan sent him flying with a swift kick. Who was astonished that this seemingly frail university student could be so formidable. Who, what do you think you're doing? Chu Ying glared at the man who had fallen to the ground, her voice laced with anger. Stop wasting your breath with him. Qin Chuan rose and strode before Who, menacingly pointing at him as he declared, I warn you, do not come here to harass her again. Should I catch you here once more, beware of my capacity to break your legs. You must have heard that I have even confronted Su De too. Dealing with you will be a mere trifle. Upon hearing Qin Chuan's words, Who was momentarily taken aback. Qin Chuan had dared to challenge Su De too? He had been away recently and had not heard of such an event. Su De was a notorious bully in Donglong village, and if Qin Chuan could confront him, how could he possibly contend with him? Scram! Qin Chuan barked. At that moment, Who dared not retaliate and quickly nodded submissively before hastening away. Chu Ying, watching Qin Chuan's retreating figure, felt as though her very soul was being drawn out. Just moments ago he was so strikingly handsome. Today she resolved to win his heart. Chapter 54. Dealing with W's sister, the matter is resolved. Qin Chuan watched W'u retreat into the distance, then turned to Chu Ying and said, This fellow truly deserves a lesson. In the future, we must not show him any leniency. Should he dare to harass you again, just inform me, and I shall take care of him. It's getting late, so I must take my leave. Qin Chuan glanced at the darkening sky and addressed Chu Ying. No. Chu Ying replied, adopting a pitiful expression as she looked at Qin Chuan. Sister, I am frightened. Could you not stay and keep me company? I am concerned that W'u might return. As a mere woman, should he dare to bully me, I undoubtedly would be unable to resist. Her voice, when she spoke, was gentle, akin to the soothing flow of water. Ahem. Surely not. Qin Chuan instinctively took a step back and reassured her. That fellow W'u is rather timid. After my intimidation, he would certainly not dare to return. However, Chu Ying removed the white coat she wore outside, hanging it on a rack, revealing a loose t-shirt beneath. If you could spare just half an hour with me, it would be greatly appreciated. My old man won't be back anytime soon, and I feel somewhat frightened watching over this vast expanse alone. As Chewing spoke, she gently bit her lip, occasionally winking at Qin Chuan, creating an atmosphere that was decidedly ambiguous. Just half an hour, please? As Qin Chuan reluctantly accepted the request, he replied, I shall wait for another half an hour. Please take a seat while I fetch some fruit for you. Upon hearing his willingness to stay, Chu Ying's eyes sparkled with mischief. Sister, there's no need for that. I can sit here just fine, you needn't trouble yourself, she responded. It's all right, just sit tight. It's readily available. I'll go to the backyard and get it, Qin Chuan insisted. However, Chu Ying disregarded his words and dashed off to the backyard. Left to his own devices, Qin Chuan idly scrolled through his phone. Moments later, Chu Ying re-entered, carrying a plate of neatly sliced watermelon. It's truly sweltering today. A bit of watermelon will surely help cool us down. Donglong Village is renowned for its watermelon production, making it one of the more famous locales in Haicheng for this fruit, with impressive sales each year. Qin Chuan had always been particularly fond of it. Just as he was about to reach for the watermelon, he noticed that Chu Ying had changed into a different outfit. The casual t-shirt had been replaced by a simple tank top. As she approached him, a faint scent of perfume wafted through the air. It was clear she hadn't merely gone to prepare the watermelon. She had taken the time to adorn herself, her makeup evidently more refined than before. Clearing his throat, Qin Chuan swallowed hard, awkwardly retracting his hand that had been reaching for the watermelon. I'm not particularly fond of it, he stammered. You should eat up. Chu Ying urged, placing a piece of watermelon in his hand, her fingers gently brushing against his as she added, Surely, your sister can indulge as well? Qin Chuan felt that even if he did not eat, he would be just fine. At that moment, all he could think about was the passage of time. If this continued, he would not be able to endure it any longer. Subsequently, he buried his head in the watermelon, daring not to cast a glance in her direction. In the bloom of youth, a woman stands beside you, akin to a flower that could be plucked at any moment, elusive and difficult to grasp. You eat slowly, glancing at your face, which is smeared with watermelon juice. Chu Ying produces a tissue, taking the initiative to assist Qin Chuan in wiping his mouth. Startled, Qin Chuan holds his breath, rendered motionless. Suddenly, Chu Ying loses her balance, tumbling towards Qin Chuan's embrace. A woman in her 30s, possessing a certain beauty and an admirable figure, willingly offers herself without seeking any commitment from you. Yet she is married. For many of your peers, this fact may even serve as an enticing allure. Chapter 55. The watermelon incident. The atmosphere between the two was steeped in an exquisite tension, as the golden rays of the setting sun streamed through the window, casting a unique allure upon Chu Ying's form. Just as Qin Chuan was poised to disregard all restraint, his phone suddenly rang. Who could it be? Qin Chuan seethed, clenching his teeth in frustration. What could possibly warrant a call at this moment? He glanced at the screen to find it was his sister, Qin Jin, calling. How bothersome, he muttered, promptly ending the call. He had only just provided her with a phone, and now she was causing him trouble. The interruption caused Chu Ying to grow even more bashful, turning her body away and burying her face, much like an ostrich. This movement only served to heighten Qin Chuan's senses. Just as he prepared to seize the moment once more, the phone rang again, most inopportunely. Qin Jin is becoming quite tiresome, he thought, reluctantly answering the call. What is it? Brother, you need to hurry to the fields. Someone is bullying Mom and Dad. Qin Jin's voice quavered, laced with tears. Please, they are being utterly unreasonable. They want to destroy our watermelons. Upon hearing this, Qin Chuan's fury ignited. The watermelons were their family's most vital source of income, and the several acres of watermelon fields were the fruits of their mother's relentless labor. The crops were thriving and, barring any unforeseen circumstances, were only a few days away from ripening. Additional income was imminent for the family. Although he was now earning money and could afford to be indifferent, these watermelons were a testament to his mother's hard work, and they had already signed a purchase agreement with the fruit vendor. The thought of their destruction was unbearable. What devastation would it bring to his parents? Moreover, after purchasing medication and giving Zhang Yan some money, He was left with little to cover any potential compensation for the vendor. Suddenly, the sound of Qin Jin's phone crashing to the ground pierced through his thoughts. A voice could be heard in the background. Still daring to call? What do you expect? Do you think that useless brother of yours will come to your aid? Don't break my phone. My brother just bought it for me. Qin Jin cried out, only for the call to be abruptly terminated. Now, Qin Chuan could no longer afford to hesitate. He hastily dressed and glanced at Chu Ying, who lay on the bed, bewildered. An awkwardness enveloped him. Had he acted upon the charged atmosphere moments earlier, the situation would have unfolded differently. However, the disruption had shattered the moment, and he was now compelled to rush to the fields to check on his parents. Sister, I must go to the fields. He awkwardly informed Chu Ying before donning his clothes and darting out the door. He sped away on his electric bike, disappearing from sight in an instant. Chu Ying felt a surge of frustration. She had been so close to capturing Qin Chuan's heart. Yet, this unexpected turn of events had thwarted her plans. It was exceedingly cruel. At the edge of the fields, Qin Jin gazed at her shattered phone, tears welling in her eyes from the sheer indignation. After she enrolled in university, she longed for a mobile phone that others possessed. Today, Qin Chuan finally gifted her an expensive phone, only for it to be shattered by him. Such cruelty. Village chief, what do you mean by this? This is my family's melon field, which has been allocated to us for many years. Now you suddenly claim it is wasteland? Is this not absurd? Qin Yuanlang exclaimed, brandishing a hoe defiantly before the bulldozer, glaring at the gathering crowd. The rotund, middle-aged man at the forefront momentarily froze upon seeing Qin Yuanlang. He had not anticipated that he would awaken. Recently, a construction site required sand, and a sand pit owner sought his collaboration, promising him 50,000 yuan for assistance in finding a suitable location for excavation. Just as he was preparing to concoct a reason to demolish Qin Yuanlang's land, he was taken aback by the unexpected revival of the man. He had assumed their family to be vulnerable and easily intimidated. With the man now awake, they were no longer so easily dealt with. However, the arrow was nocked, and it had to be loosed. Fortunately, their family held no power or influence in the village. Even with Qin Yuanlang's awakening, the circumstances remained unchanged. This is not my statement. It is the regulation, village chief Song Gui said, picking his nose as he addressed him. The higher authorities declare this as wasteland, and thus it must be cleared. Nonsense, Qin Jin retorted angrily. I distinctly heard you mention excavating sand from my land. This was allocated to my family, and we possess the rightful ownership certificate from the initial division. Attempting to take our land for sand extraction is unlawful. Qin Jin was astute and would not be easily swayed by his empty words. This land belongs to my family. No one is permitted to disturb it. Songgui, this is our staple grain field, classified as essential farmland. Do you dare to use it for sand excavation? Qin Yuanlang asserted firmly. Qin, my brother. Songgui approached Qin Yuanlang, draping an arm around his shoulder. Do you know who the owner of that sand pit is? Can a mere farmer like you contend with him? Let me negotiate on your behalf. He might offer you 3,000 yuan as compensation for your losses. Just step aside and don't obstruct this matter. If you anger him, he will not spare you. He operates in both the legal and illicit realms. Your son has only just recovered, and your daughter has been accepted into university. Your fortunes are finally improving. Is it worth risking everything for such a meager sum? Upon hearing Song Gui's words, Qin Yuanlang furrowed his brow. There was a semblance of truth in what he said. Their family had indeed just begun to stabilize, and further antagonizing these individuals could lead to chaos once more. 3,000 yuan is too little. It wouldn't even cover my costs for fertilizer and seeds, Qin Yuanlang remarked. Not at all. This amount is already generous, considering my influence. If you think it insufficient, you might end up with nothing, Song Gui replied. Can we wait until these melons have matured? We have already sold this batch and signed contracts with others, Qin Yuanlang inquired. In truth, he has already made considerable concessions. Should this land be utilized for sand extraction, it would inevitably become unsuitable for cultivation thereafter. For the sake of his family's safety, he is willing to endure this loss. However, having signed a contract, failing to deliver would constitute a breach of trust. Moreover, the penalties for such a breach are exceedingly high, and his family simply cannot afford to pay that sum. Upon hearing Qin Yuanlong's words, Song Gui felt a surge of anger. One cannot be excessively demanding when the excavators are already on site. Are you expecting them to wait for your melons to ripen? What value do your few pitiful melons hold? For each day they are delayed, they lose significant earnings. It is imperative that your family vacates the premises immediately. No further demands can be entertained. In Song Gui's view, Qin Yuanlang is currently quite malleable, able to be maneuvered as one wishes. Without awaiting Qin Yuanlong's consent, Song Gui directed the excavator behind him to advance, heading straight for the imminent harvest of watermelons. Chapter 56. Should you die? No. Sun Yumei could not bear to witness the destruction of her precious melons. These melons were the result of her tireless efforts, cultivated during a time when her husband lay in a coma and her son was lost in despair. She had single-handedly sown the seeds, applied fertilizer, and tended to them. With the harvest imminent, someone intended to obliterate them all. She would not allow it. Without hesitation, she dashed in front of the excavator, raising her hand to halt its advance. Are you looking to die? The operator of the excavator shouted at Sun Yumei, his head poking out from the cab. This is my land. No one can take it. In response, Sun Yumei promptly retrieved her phone, preparing to call the police. Observing her intentions, the owner of the sand pit, Bai Jianghua, grew irate. The illegal occupation of farmland for sand extraction was a serious offense, one that could lead to severe consequences if the authorities intervened. With a swift motion, Bai Jianghua rushed over and snatched the phone from her grasp. Someone, throw her aside. He commanded his lackeys. I will not be thwarted in my endeavors. What are you doing? Qin Yuanlang hurried over to protect his wife, confronting them with indignation. Have you truly lost all sense of decency? In broad daylight, you intend to forcibly seize my family's land? I have already extended my hand in goodwill. Qin Yuanlang. Do not be ungrateful, Song Gui warned, his gaze fixed on Qin Yuanlang. Crossing by is a dangerous game. Beware, your home may face destruction. Stop wasting time with him. Bai Jianghua sneered, grabbing Qin Jin with a brutish grip. What do you think you're doing? What are you doing? Qin Jin struggled in vain, her small frame akin to that of a fragile chick before Bai Jianghua. He swung his arm, delivering a resounding slap to her face, leaving it flushed. Move again, and I will end you, Bai Jianghua threatened fiercely. Holding Qin Jin tightly, he addressed Sun Yumei and Qin Yuanlang. I have here a contract. You will willingly sell this land to me for 3,000. Sign it and leave swiftly. If you refuse. As he spoke, he forced Qin Jin down in front of the excavator's tracks. Refuse to sign, and I shall let the machine roll over her. Sun Yumei, overwhelmed, realized that no matter how significant her watermelon field was, it could not compare to her daughter's life. I will sign. I will sign. Do not harm my daughter, she implored. Now that's more like it, Bai Jianghua said coldly. Had you complied sooner, we could have avoided this delay. He handed the contract to Sun Yumei, urging her to sign and affix her fingerprint. Just as she reached for the document, another hand snatched it away. You will sign nothing, came a frosty voice. With that, the newcomer tore the contract into shreds. Qin Chuan, you. Sun Yumei looked at Qin Chuan, her voice heavy with resignation. Let it go. We cannot win against him. As long as our family is safe, there is no need to fight over this. Qin Yuanlang hastily stopped Qin Chuan and turned to Bai Jianghua, saying, Mr. Bai, we shall sign immediately, and we shall do so again. How dare you tear up my agreement? Bai Jianghua, filled with fury, could not fathom that a mere peasant would dare to challenge him. Was this a death wish? Fear not, for I am here. No one can touch our family's crops. However, Qin Chuan stepped forward, striding towards Bai Jianghua, his voice icy. Did you just strike my sister? Noticing Qin Jin's flushed face, his anger ignited. It was I who struck her. What of it? Bai Jianghua boasted arrogantly, standing at a height of 6 feet, weighing over 200 pounds. The frail Qin Chuan appeared as nothing more than a fledgling chick in his presence. With a resounding slap, Qin Chuan unleashed a swift blow to Bai Jianghua's face, eliciting gasps of astonishment from the onlookers. They were taken aback that Qin Chuan had the audacity to strike Bai Jianghua, who not only could fend for himself but was also flanked by 3 or 4 henchmen. Everyone believed that Qin Chuan stood no chance against Bai Jianghua. "Damn it, you dare lay a hand on me? Brothers, attack!" Bai Jianghua roared, summoning his lackeys. Yet, before he could finish his command, Qin Chuan had already launched another punch, forcefully smashing into Bai Jianghua's nose, causing him to clutch it in agony. Without pausing, Qin Chuan brought his fists crashing down onto Bai Jianghua's lowered head, followed by a knee strike that collided violently with his face. Bai Jianghua, taken aback by Qin Chuan's prowess, found himself incapacitated within mere seconds, his head spinning, disoriented. Without uttering a word, Qin Chuan, with a dark expression, mounted Bai Jianghua, raining down punches upon his face. The resounding thuds echoed as blood flew. Bai Jianghua was repeatedly struck into unconsciousness, only to be revived by the pain of the blows. "Stop, stop. If this continues, someone will die." Song Gue, witnessing the scene, was rendered speechless and hurried over to interject. With that, Qin Chuan ceased his assault on Bai Jianghua, only to swiftly turn and deliver a slap to Song Gue. "Did you allow him to seize my family's land?" Qin Chuan's eyes were icy. "Did you think my family easy to bully, that you could trample upon us? Were it not for the assistance of that book, how could we have resisted their oppression? This land was their family's last hope for profit, yet they shamelessly continued to torment them. Qin Chuan, do not act impulsively. I meant no harm. I was merely discussing." Another slap landed on Song Gue's face as Qin Chuan retorted, "Do you believe the village chief is meant to serve the interests of the villagers, or to aid outsiders in oppressing his own people? Is there no conscience left? Should a person like you even exist?" Qin Chuan remarked, advancing menacingly towards him. With a final forceful kick, he sent him sprawling into the drainage ditch. At that moment, he resembled a vengeful deity, exuding an aura that suggested he was intent on taking a life. Bai Jianghua's underlings stood frozen in place, rendered speechless by the unfolding scene. They were merely trying to scrape by, unwilling to jeopardize their lives. Just as Qin Chuan prepared to unleash further violence upon Song Gue, Qin Yuanlang, perceiving the dangerous shift in his demeanor, swiftly intervened, saying, "Enough, enough, cease this at once. It would be disastrous if this escalates to a fatality. Our family cannot endure such turmoil." At this juncture, Qin Chuan regained his composure, suppressing the rage that had consumed him. If he were to take the lives of these two, his mother would likely be unable to bear the consequences. "Who was responsible for breaking my sister's phone?" Qin Chuan scanned the crowd with a piercing gaze, his tone icy as he inquired. Chapter 57. Seeking assistance, even his subordinates trembled in fear of Qin Chuan. When he fought, he was utterly reckless. Just moments ago, he had nearly beaten Bai Jianghua into a lifeless form, his face a canvas of blood. Compensation, Qin Chuan declared to Song Gue, 3,500. Compensate. Song Gue dared not confront such a reckless individual head-on. While Qin Chuan could disregard his own life, Song Gue had a fortune to protect. Without hesitation, he promptly transferred 3,500 yuan to Qin Chuan via WeChat. Leaning against a tree, Qin Chuan coldly addressed them. "What are you still standing there for? Awaiting my hospitality? Depart." Instantly they fled, scrambling away. "Bring him along." Qin Chuan shouted at a subordinate attempting to escape. "Yes, yes." The subordinate hastily hoisted Bai Jianghua onto his back and dashed off. Once they had all departed, the adrenaline within Qin Chuan dissipated. "I feel faint," he murmured, collapsing to the ground, as though all energy had been drained from him. "What's wrong?" Sun Yume, observing the situation, rushed over. "Qin Chuan, are you all right? Don't scare me." "Mom, my brother just said he feels faint from blood loss," Qin Jin said as she approached. "It's nothing, just needs a moment to rest," Qin Jin reassured. "Is that so? I thought he was never squeamish about blood," Qin Yuanlang remarked, puzzled. "Didn't he often watch when they slaughtered pigs and sheep as a child? He seemed quite fascinated then. It's likely that incident when Luo Haiwan broke his leg left him with a psychological scar," Qin Jin observed, her heart aching for Qin Chuan. "He nearly lost everything that time. Since then, he has suffered from this faintness at the sight of blood." Before long, Qin Chuan regained consciousness. "Brother, you're awake?" Qin Jin inquired, looking at him. Qin Chuan nodded, shaking his head. The affliction of faintness from blood was indeed troublesome, often rendering him weak unexpectedly. Qin Jin appeared unfazed by the incident. Despite the red handprint on her face, she wore a smile. "Is your face all right?" Qin Chuan asked. "It's fine now," Qin Jin replied, touching her cheek. "Just a slap, it doesn't hurt much. Do not suppress your feelings. Don't let it lead to psychological issues," Qin Chuan urged her. Though he was genuinely angered, seeing her inflict a more severe beating on by Jianghua eased his mind. Revenge is sweet, especially when it's repaid tenfold on the spot. How could I harbor any psychological distress? Qin Jin said with a smile. Thus, the best remedy for the gloom caused by bullying is to seek vengeance, preferably in double measure. Only when one feels elated can they be free from despair. "Brother, you were truly ferocious today. You nearly scared me to death," Qin Jin remarked. "When you were beating by Jianghua, I genuinely thought you were going to kill him." Qin Chuan glanced at her and responded, "I know my limits. How could I truly take his life? However, this time we have offended by Jianghua. I hope it won't lead to any complications." Qin Jin expressed her concerns, asking, "Do you think they might come back to trouble us?" Qin Chuan, with an air of indifference, retorted, "Does he dare to cause me trouble? If I don't seek him out, he should be grateful." "What about our parents?" Qin Chuan inquired. "They have gone to Song Gui's house, hoping he will accompany them to plead on behalf of Bai Jianghua," Qin Jin explained. "They believe you have stirred up trouble, and thus wish to reconcile through Song Gui. They do not wish to provoke any conflict." "Truly." Qin Chuan sprang from the bed, hastily slipping on his shoes. "Since I dared to provoke them, I fear them not. That Song Gui is a scoundrel. There is nothing to discuss with him." With that, he mounted his electric bike and sped off. "Village chief, please." Today's incident was merely a result of youthful folly. Qin Yuanlang placed a basket of eggs on Song Gui's table, wearing a conciliatory smile. "Please do not take offense. These eggs are for your health." Sun Yumei added, "The young often cannot temper their tempers. I implore you not to hold it against him." Observing their sycophantic smiles, Song Gui adopted an arrogant demeanor and retorted, "What you say? How could I dare offend your young master? Just moments ago, he was so formidable that he nearly bruised my face. Quite the spectacle. I must now compensate for his phone." He continued, "I may be easy to bully, but Bai is not so accommodating. Bai has significant influence in Haiqing, straddling both the lawful and the illicit. Having offended him today, he is sure to retaliate tenfold." As he clipped his fingernails, he threatened the two. "Thus, this is why we seek your intercession," Qin Yuanlang said with a smile. "We are willing to relinquish our land for Bai's use, free of charge. Of course, we cannot let you go empty-handed. This is a token of our appreciation for your efforts." As he spoke, they placed an envelope before Song Gui. Song Gui picked up the envelope and glanced inside. 3,000 yuan. He nodded in satisfaction. "I suppose I could mediate," he feigned reluctance. "But shouldn't the compensation for my phone be returned? Was it not Qin Jin who dropped it? It seems quite unreasonable for me to bear the cost." Upon hearing this, Qin Yuanlang and the others felt their rage boiling over. If he didn't drop it, then who did? To now claim it was Qin Jin's fault was utterly shameless. Yet, for the sake of Qin Chuan, they had to endure. "Very well. I will transfer the amount to you via WeChat upon my return," Qin Yuanlang assured him. "Just kindly speak a few good words for us to buy." "Certainly," Song Gui replied, pleased with the arrangement. After all, he stood to gain 50,000 yuan, plus the compensation for the phone and the 3,000 yuan for his troubles, a most lucrative endeavor. "Now, take this basket of eggs and accompany me to meet Mr. Bai." Song Gui pointed to the basket of eggs they had brought, saying, "I can only do my utmost to speak on your behalf, but whether they agree to reconcile depends on your sincerity." Deep down, he understood that Bai Jianghua would certainly consent to a settlement. After all, he could earn a considerable sum from the sand extraction here. He had no reason to turn his back on profit. Shortly thereafter, they arrived at Bai Jianghua's sandpit. Although Bai Jianghua's face was battered and bloodied, his injuries were not severe. Only his nasal bone had been fractured, and after a brief bandaging at the hospital, he returned. "Mr. Bai, I sincerely apologize for today's incident. My son acted rashly, and I hope you can find it in your heart to forgive him. Qin Yuanlang adopted a humble demeanor, placing the eggs from the village on the table before him. These are local free-range eggs. Please accept them. With a scowl, Bai Jianghua suddenly hurled the basket of eggs to the ground, sneering, "Do you think I cannot afford a few eggs? You believe that these wretched eggs will suffice to sweep this matter under the rug? Not a chance." Chapter 58. A bloodbath. The actions of Bai Jianghua struck terror into the hearts of the honest farmers, Qin Yuanlang and son Yumei. Did he truly believe he could break his father's nose and let the matter rest? Not a chance. Pointing to those surrounding him, Bai Jianghua declared, "Do you see? These are my brothers. I must incapacitate that young man." Upon hearing his words, the color drained from Qin Yuanlang and son Yumei's faces. Bai Jianghua's entourage was indeed numerous, and Qin Chuan's earlier impulsiveness had now gravely offended him. What could have been simply resolved with the transfer of land had now transformed into a far more complicated affair. "Mr. Bai," Song Gue interjected, addressing him, "the two of them have maintained a decent attitude and are now willing to transfer this piece of land to you at no charge." He leaned closer to Bai Jianghua, whispering, "Deceive them into signing the agreement first, then you can take your revenge whenever you wish." After saying this, he exchanged a knowing glance with Bai Jianghua. "Mr. Bai, why not give them a chance?" Song Gue feigned sincerity. "Come, let us sign this agreement." Bai Jianghua produced a document and disdainfully tossed it before Qin Yuanlang and son Yumei. "Sign it, will you?" Song Gue urged Qin Yuanlang. "Don't you wish to spare your son's life?" Very well, very well. I shall sign," Qin Yuanlang replied, trembling with fear, and hastily inscribed his name upon the document before respectfully handing it to Bai Jianghua. "Thank you for sparing Xiaochuan," Qin Yuanlang said humbly. Bai Jianghua sneered as he glanced at the name on the agreement, retorting, "Who said I intended to spare him? Did I ever mention that?" He turned to his companions, stating, "I merely asked him to sign the agreement. I never said I would pardon his son, did I?" No, you certainly did not," they echoed, laughter spilling forth as they regarded Qin Yuanlang and son Yumei as mere jesters. "Village chief, we agreed to transfer the land to them, and that should have concluded our dealings," Qin Yuanlang implored, desperation creeping into his voice. Song Gue shrugged, replying, "I only said I would intercede on your behalf. I never guaranteed success. I did plead for you, but Mr. Bai rejected my appeal, and there is little I can do." He wore a smug smile as he spoke. "Mr. Bai, you cannot do this," Qin Yuanlang continued, his tone still subservient. "Please have mercy and spare Xiaochuan." Bai Jianghua, reclining in his chair with legs crossed, regarded them with contempt, pointing to the shattered eggs strewn across the ground. "Lick them clean. If you can clean up your broken eggs, I may consider sparing him." As he spoke, he looked upon them with a voyeuristic gaze, asserting, "This time I have indeed offered to spare him. If you are unwilling, you need not comply." He pointed at Song Gue Dao, the village chief, and said, "Why not record a video of those two licking an egg and share it in your village's WeChat group later? Haha. With everyone as witnesses, I assure you I will not go back on my word." He laughed heartily, relishing the thought of trampling on the dignity of Qin Yuanlang and son Yumei. Qin Yuanlang's face darkened, his fists clenched tightly. No one could endure such humiliation. However, his son's life was far more precious than their pride. A bit of humiliation was a small price to pay. "You must keep your word," he gritted his teeth and said to Bai Jianghua. "You!" Son Yumei grasped Qin Yuanlang's hand, tears welling in her eyes. "I will certainly keep my word. I am a person of status, unlike you country bumpkins," Bai Jianghua arrogantly declared. Suddenly, before he could finish his boastful words, a bottle of mineral water came crashing towards him. He had no time to react as it struck him squarely on the nose, instantly disfiguring it again. The pain made him howl. "Qin Chuan." The crowd turned toward the source of the bottle and saw a man entering through the door, his face devoid of expression but radiating a fierce intent. "Damn it, brothers. Beat him up," Bai Jianghua shouted, clutching his nose. Knowing he was no match for Qin Chuan, he commanded his henchmen to surround him instead. The fury in Qin Chuan's eyes threatened to erupt. How dare they insult his parents? He no longer held back. A lackey charged at him, and with a single punch, Qin Chuan struck him fiercely. The blow landed squarely on the lackey's face, accompanied by a thunderous crack. This lackey was taken aback by Qin Chuan's immense strength. After the punch, he flew back and crashed into the wall, unconscious, with teeth scattered across the floor. With one adversary dispatched, Qin Chuan swiftly turned and kicked another lackey, sending him flying. The impact caved in the lackey's chest, breaking several ribs in the process. Like a god of war, Qin Chuan stormed into the office, rendering it a desolate battleground. After taking down 3 men in quick succession, the remaining lackeys finally grasped the gravity of the situation. This was a formidable opponent. With a single punch or kick, he could incapacitate them. The sheer brutality of his attacks left them terrified to advance. "Get your weapons," Bai Jianghua barked, witnessing the fear in his men. "If something goes wrong, I'll take the blame. Just take him down." After his command, the remaining lackeys hastily armed themselves with knives, baseball bats, clubs, and daggers, encircling Qin Chuan. "I will give you 3 seconds," Qin Chuan said, his expression still impassive and cold. "If you leave this room within 3 seconds, I will not pursue the matter. How dare you presume to challenge us?" Bai Jianghua understands all too well the significance of weaponry. A single individual wielding a weapon can hold an advantage even against the most skilled of boxers. This is especially true when confronting a multitude. The other subordinates evidently shared this sentiment. As the moment arrived, Qin Chuan produced a strip of cloth and bound it over his eyes. "How audacious!" Bai Jianghua scoffed, urging his comrades forward. This audacious individual, despite being outnumbered, dared to blindfold himself. Who does he think he is? Those who seek to flaunt their bravado will inevitably face consequences. Upon receiving the command, the subordinates charged towards Qin Chuan. After covering his eyes, Qin Chuan rolled his shoulders. He could no longer see the blood. In the previous encounter, he had restrained his strength to avoid causing harm. Now, however, he was ready to unleash a torrent of violence. Chapter 59. Compensation for losses. "Isn't it reasonable, Qin Chuan? What are you doing here? Hurry and run." Qin Yuanlang anxiously urged his son. "You cannot defeat them. Do not injure yourself." "Mr. Bai, I will do whatever you say. Please spare my son," Qin Yuanlang pleaded, his heart racing as he witnessed the men brandishing their weapons. At this moment, even the mightiest of deities would be of no use. Bai Jianghua, covering his nose, coldly remarked, "I am determined to incapacitate this brat today. This scoundrel has consistently assaulted my nose. It is utterly intolerable. Brothers, attack. Bring this bastard down. Kill him. Beat him to a pulp." His voice rose in a frenzied roar. "Run?" Qin Chuan scoffed, a cold smile gracing his lips. He advanced rather than retreating, charging toward the group of thugs, thinking to himself, "Can a mere handful of lackeys truly impede me?" With a swift movement, he evaded one thug's attack, seizing his wrist and using the blade in his hand to deflect the strike from another. He delivered a powerful kick, sending the thug wielding a club sprawling, then twisted the arm of the thug with the knife, disarming him with ease. With a forceful strike of the knife's hilt, he rendered the thug unconscious. "Curses! Everyone, join in!" he shouted. As Qin Chuan swiftly incapacitated 2 thugs, the remaining assailants surged toward him like a pack of wild beasts. Watching the overwhelming numbers, Qin Yuanlang felt faint, fearing his son would be reduced to a mere pulp beneath their assault. However, the ensuing spectacle was nothing short of astonishing. Qin Chuan plunged into the throng as if he were a wolf among sheep. The disparity in strength among Bai Jianghua's men was painfully evident. With a few agile leaps, thugs were sent flying, crashing violently to the ground. In a mere 2 minutes, a wall of bodies lay piled before Bai Jianghua, who now appeared pale and devoid of his earlier bravado. Song Gue trembled, unable to stand without supporting himself against the table. What do you want?" Bai Jianghua stammered, his hands trembling as he observed Qin Chuan's relentless approach. He had never anticipated such prowess from him. How could 8 or 9 armed thugs seem like mere children before him? With a cold expression, Qin Chuan, reeking of blood, approached Bai Jianghua as a god of death. He seized Bai Jianghua by the throat and hurled him onto a pile of shattered eggs. "Clean it up," he commanded, his tone frigid. "Please. I was wrong. I was wrong," Bai Jianghua begged. "Brother, have mercy. There are so many witnesses. I have my dignity to uphold. And what of my parents' dignity?" Qin Chuan retorted icily. If you do not clean it thoroughly, you may as well perish. As he spoke, the knife in his hand plunged fiercely into the floor before Bai Zhonghua. Clean it! Qin Chuan bellowed. Bai Zhonghua, suppressing his nausea, approached the pile of broken eggs, exclaiming, "Oh, big brother, I was wrong, truly wrong. I simply cannot bring myself to do this. Please spare me just this once. I am willing to do anything you ask." He genuinely found it impossible to proceed. "Qin Chuan, perhaps we should reconsider," suggested Sun Yumei, grasping Qin Chuan's arm. "One should show mercy when possible. Big brother, I have truly recognized my mistake. I have been blind to your greatness. Grant me one chance and I shall make amends. Any form of compensation will suffice," Bai Zhonghua implored, seizing what he perceived as an opportunity to negotiate. Qin Chuan glanced at his mother and then at the pleading Bai Zhonghua. "Speak," he commanded. "How do you intend to compensate?" Sitting in his chair, he tore away the fabric covering his eyes, leaning back with his eyes closed. "If your proposal fails to satisfy me, I will split your head in two," he warned ominously. The agreement was immediately rendered void. Bai Zhonghua hastily ripped it to shreds, proclaiming, "I shall compensate you with 50,000 yuan. However, upon observing Qin Chuan's stillness, he realized that this matter would not conclude so easily. "I possess a treasured sword, an antique. If you do not mind, you may take a look." As he spoke, Qin Chuan sat up abruptly, his eyes widening with interest. Yet, as he opened his eyes, he became acutely aware of his aversion to blood. With so many injured around him, would he not faint? Indeed, the moment he opened his eyes, a wave of dizziness overcame him. Fearing he might succumb to unconsciousness, he quickly summoned the white mist within him, allowing it to circulate through his meridians, effectively quelling the disorienting sensation. In truth, he had consulted medical texts regarding his blood phobia, which concluded it was a psychological issue he must overcome himself. Fortunately, he discovered that by invoking the white mist, he could manage the dizziness, indicating that as long as he did not faint at the sight of blood, he could persevere with the aid of the mist. "Let us move to another room." Noticing Qin Chuan close his eyes again, Bai Zhonghua hastily urged him forward, anxious that Qin Chuan might change his mind. "Let us go." With his eyes still shut, Qin Chuan relied solely on his instincts to navigate. Fortunately, after reaching the second level of his thunder fist, his perception had become remarkable. Even with his eyes closed, he could find his way. Upon exiting the door, Qin Chuan finally exhaled in relief. This aversion to blood truly needed to be addressed. Bai Zhonghua quickly led Qin Chuan to another office, swiftly retrieving a black box from the cabinet. He opened it slowly before Qin Chuan. "Behold," he said. As the box opened, a dense white mist wafted toward Qin Chuan. Without needing to see, he understood that this object was extraordinary. Before him lay a sword approximately 1 foot 3 inches in length, crafted from bronze. Its shape was exquisitely elegant, adorned with beautiful patterns along the blade, and the hilt was embellished with a design resembling a dragon. It was ominous. Qin Chuan found himself utterly unable to discern the era to which this artifact belonged. He promptly consulted the tome, which once again revealed but 2 characters. Soon after, another line of text materialized. This object possessed a mysterious origin and harbored profound causality. The grand fusion technique of yin and yang could only be comprehended upon reaching the 5th tier. Again, the 5th tier. He had barely managed to ascend to the 2nd tier, expending considerable effort. How long would it take to reach the 5th? Nevertheless, he sensed that this object was undoubtedly remarkable, potentially a relic from the spring and autumn or warring states periods. The gleam of bronze swords from that era was undeniably exquisite, likely rivaling even the renowned sword of Gojin of Yu. Such a treasure would be worth a fortune. Was he not on the brink of prosperity? Chapter 60. The invitation. This was a curious acquisition, procured inadvertently from a friend. Bai Zhonghua remarked, "This artifact is undoubtedly an antique." He claimed to have acquired it from a group of tomb raiders, assuring its authenticity. In truth, Bai Zhonghua had already consulted an antique expert. Upon examination, it was unequivocally determined to be a forgery. The motifs and patterns bore no resemblance to any known dynasty's craftsmanship, and its pristine condition exhibited no signs of corrosion, resembling a modern imitation. It was indeed a counterfeit, which emboldened him to present it. After all, Qin Chuan was oblivious to antiques. He could easily deceive him without fear of exposure. I have genuinely erred this time. I implore you for another chance, Bai Jiangbo pleaded, his eyes filled with desperation as he gazed at Qin Chuan. Bring forth the agreement, Qin Chuan replied coldly. Bai Jiangbo stammered, hastily offering the previously signed land agreement to Qin Chuan, too intimidated to utter a word of bravado. Standing nearby, Song Gue trembled in fear, his legs weakening. How could Qin Chuan be so formidable? Bai Jiangbo's numerous subordinates were no match for him. Song Gue? Qin Chuan said as he stowed away the sword box. Considering his dealings with Bai Jiangbo concluded. This is my compensation for the effort. I shall return it. Without needing a word from Qin Chuan, Song Gue quickly retrieved a red envelope from his pocket and returned it to Qin Chuan. The phone bill is also my responsibility. You need not refund me, he said with a pained expression directed at Qin Yuanlang. The opportunity had slipped through his fingers. Is that all? Qin Chuan's lips curled slightly. These items originally belonged to my family. You have wronged us and intend to offer nothing in return? Song Gue was taken aback, not anticipating that this would be insufficient. Qin Chuan, we are all from the same hometown. Please do not force me into a corner. We are indeed from the same hometown, yet you can so easily harm my parents. I am prepared to push you to the brink. Qin Chuan's eyes glinted with deadly intent. I will count to 3. You had best propose a viable compensation plan, or I shall not hold back. This. Song Gue sensed that he would surely suffer a loss. The pressure was unbearable. 3. I shall offer 50,000 yuan, he hurriedly stated. Consider it compensation for your mental anguish. Was there no sense of justice? He was the one who had been attacked. Yet he was now expected to pay for mental distress. However, there was no alternative. After all, they were outmatched by Qin Chuan. 50,000? Very well. Qin Chuan nodded in satisfaction upon hearing the figure, and immediately requested a written note stating that the funds were for his medical and psychological damages. These individuals were not to be trusted. They might renege at any moment, so a written agreement would serve as precaution. After securing the funds, Qin Chuan nodded in contentment. Since the matter is resolved, we shall take our leave. He stretched lazily and added, next time, I shall rely on you all to help me prosper. Not at all. Not at all. Bai Jiangbo promptly shook his head, exclaiming, we were previously blind to the grandeur before us. What are you dawdling for? Quickly find a bag for Brother Qin. Holding that box is rather inconvenient. Bai Jiangbo, perceptive as he was, noticed Qin Chuan struggling with the box and swiftly directed his subordinate to take action. The subordinate hurriedly rummaged through drawers, scrambling to find a delicate bag. In a flurry, he emptied its contents onto the floor, exclaiming, this is all I could find. It will suffice. Hurry, let us pack it up. Bai Jiangbo cast a glance and said to his subordinate, do you expect Brother Qin to do this himself? Allow me. Qin Chuan took the bag from him and discovered it contained an envelope. What is this? He inquired, pulling it out and handing it to Bai Jiangbo. Is it yours? Is it important? Here, take it. Not important at all. Bai Jiangbo quickly waved his hand, explaining, it's an invitation to a banquet organized by Wang Tao, the president of Aoyue Group. A friend of mine, who is one of the organizers, managed to procure 2 tickets for me. Oh, you're not going? Qin Chuan asked. We have no business dealings with Aoyue. Would I really go just to share a meal with him? Bai Jiangbo chuckled. However, if you wish to take it, you may. Qin Chuan shook his head, knowing he had no connections with Aoyue Group either. It would serve no purpose for him. He casually tossed the invitation aside. Oh, by the way, where is the banquet being held? Qin Chuan suddenly recalled and asked. Qilin Pavilion. Upon hearing this name, Qin Chuan immediately retrieved the 2 invitations. Fine. If you don't wish to attend, I shall go in your stead. With that, Qin Chuan took the invitations and departed. Qilin Pavilion is one of the most opulent hotels in Haicheng, with an average expenditure exceeding 3,000 yuan per person, and that is without drinks. He had never had the chance to dine there in his lifetime, so why not seize this opportunity for a complimentary meal? Well, take care, and walk slowly. Bai Jiangbo said, his face full of ingratiation as he saw Qin Chuan off, anxious that Qin might turn back to reprimand him. However, Once Qin Chuan was out of sight, his expression turned icy. "Boss Bai, this fellow is nothing short of a bandit," Song Gue began to complain. "He treats us like local tycoons, and instead of earning money we've incurred losses. The matter is far from over." Bai Jianghua gritted his teeth. "So what if he can fight? There are plenty of fighters in this world. Dare to take what is mine, and I shall see to your end." The invitations to the Aoyue Group banquet are incredibly precious, with everyone eager to get their hands on them. Aoyue represents a significant force in Haicheng, and this project promises substantial profits. Everyone wishes to partake in the bounty. Though Bai Jianghua himself had no direct ties to Aoyue, those two invitations could yield other benefits. Yet they had been snatched away by Qin Chuan. Crucially, he exhibited an air of nonchalance, as if he was merely drawn to the reputation of the Qilin Pavilion. Indeed, a mountain pig cannot digest fine grains. Just wait and see. Does he truly believe that my possessions are so easily acquired? Bai Jianghua let out a cold chuckle, promptly picking up the phone to make a call. "Godfather, it's me, Jianghua. I have encountered a troublemaker, and I seek your assistance in neutralizing him. This fellow possesses considerable fighting prowess, capable of taking on 8 or 9 opponents. Ordinary individuals stand no chance against him. Would you be so kind as to lend me Feng Meng for a while? Rest assured, the village chief is right beside me, and I can confirm that this individual has no connections. He simply excels in martial arts. Previously, he was left incapacitated by Luo Haiwen, too intimidated to utter a word. All right, I'll arrange for someone to fetch him. Once I've recuperated, I promise to visit you and Godmother." "Very well, I won't keep you any longer." After hanging up the phone, a wicked smile spread across his face. "Those who have taken from me shall surely return what they owe." Chapter 61. "I'm going to take a shower. Are you certain this fellow has no background?" Bai Jianghua inquired of Song Gue, who stood beside him. Song Gue nodded and replied, "He is merely a farmer from the village. What sort of background could he possibly possess? I have watched him grow up, and I am well acquainted with his family. They are nothing but impoverished. Their home is among the most dilapidated in our village." "Very well," Bai Jianghua said, nodding thoughtfully. If this man were merely brimming with brute strength, there was no need for him to fear him. After all, his godfather's subordinate, Feng Meng, was a formidable individual. Once a mercenary, he was immensely powerful, effortlessly handling dozens of underlings with his bare hands. Employing him to eliminate Qin Chuan would be akin to using a sledgehammer to crack a nut. Upon returning home, Qin Yuanlang addressed Qin Chuan, "How are you so formidable?" "I have always possessed some martial skills," Qin Chuan replied with a smile. "Previously, I mainly refrained from causing trouble and avoiding confrontation. After sustaining an injury, I came to realize that it is far better for others to be harmed than for oneself." He fabricated a pretext to divert the conversation from the matter at hand. "Now that you have offended Bai Jianghua, do you think he might resort to underhanded tactics against you? He is certainly not a good person. Those who build their fortunes through such enterprises usually harbor narrow minds, holding grudges and retaliating with cruelty." Qin Yuanlang expressed his concerns. "Rest assured," Qin Chuan replied with unwavering confidence. "Since I dared to provoke him, I am more than capable of handling him. You need not worry about such matters. Leave them to me." Observing Qin Chuan, Qin Yuanlang could not help but reflect on how his son had indeed matured, embodying the spirit of a man capable of supporting their family. Beep, beep. At that moment, Qin Chuan's phone rang. "Miss Meng?" It was a call from Meng Yuning. "What is it?" Qin Chuan inquired. "I wanted to inform you that the Black Gold Consortium will convene a shareholders' meeting tomorrow. Will you be attending?" Meng Yuning asked. "If you wish to attend, I can send someone to fetch you." "What meeting is the Black Gold Consortium holding?" "I understand nothing about such matters. I would prefer not to go." Qin Chuan prepared to decline. "I believe it would be beneficial for you to attend," Meng Yuning insisted. "After all, you are a shareholder, and making an appearance within the consortium will enhance your standing. Furthermore, you can assist us in a follow-up examination to assess your health." "Very well," Qin Chuan contemplated for a moment before responding. "I will make an appearance tomorrow." He had some matters to attend to, particularly concerning the 2 tea canisters he possessed, and the green jade that required transformation. He was in desperate need of funds, as even a penny could thwart a hero. Additionally, there was an urgent matter. The white mist within him was depleting far too quickly, nearing exhaustion. He needed to replenish it promptly. The meeting will be held tomorrow evening. I shall send someone to collect you in the morning. It would be preferable for you to arrive early to examine us. If you would, Meng Yuning told him. I have been feeling some discomfort in my chest. I am uncertain what the issue might be. It shouldn't be the case. Qin Chuan shook his head and said, logically, there shouldn't be any issues. Why not come by tomorrow and take a look? Meng Yaoning replied, Fei Wan's leg isn't feeling particularly comfortable. It might not be fully treated yet, and I urgently need your assistance. All right, then come find me tomorrow morning. Qin Chuan responded before hanging up the phone. After the call, feeling the nearly exhausted mist within him, he couldn't help but reflect that he needed to replenish his strength. At that moment, a sudden shout erupted from outside the door. What's going on? Qin Chuan rushed out to find a woman standing at the entrance. Sister Xiangxiang, is there something you need? I've unearthed some cardboard boxes at home. Could you lend a hand in moving them? Zhao Xiangxiang wiped the sweat from her forehead and glanced at Qin Chuan, stating, I simply cannot manage it all. Hurry up then, Qin Chuan urged. Coincidentally, Sun Yumei, passing by, overheard and quickly said to Qin Chuan, Why are you standing there? Go help her. Sun Yumei felt a great deal of sympathy for Zhao Xiangxiang, who, at such a young age, had lost her husband, and naturally wished to offer assistance. Let us go. Qin Chuan promptly grabbed his cart and made his way to Zhao Xiangxiang's home. Sure enough, the yard was cluttered with an array of delivery boxes, all torn into bits of cardboard. Various scraps of iron and aluminum were strewn about as well. It was evident that she had conducted a significant cleanup, gathering everything that could be tidied away. You've made quite the effort to come here, Zhao Xiangxiang said to him. There's just too much stuff. I'm a bit overwhelmed. It's all minor tasks, sister. You can take a break, Qin Chuan reassured her. After saying this, he rolled up his sleeves and got to work. Within just half an hour, he had neatly stacked all the items onto his cart. Sister, I'm done now. I'll head back, Qin Chuan said, wiping the sweat from his brow and preparing to leave. The night had fallen, and it was inherently inconvenient for a man and woman to be alone in a room together. Don't rush off. Come back and wash your hands and face first, Zhao Xiangxiang insisted, pulling him back. After you've helped me tidy up, I can't let you leave without washing up. Otherwise, people will think I lack proper etiquette. Without waiting for his refusal, she dragged him into the room. The room, now tidied, appeared considerably neater, and it seemed she had even spritzed some perfume, filling the air with a subtle fragrance. It was quite pleasant. You wash your face and hands first, Zhao Xiangxiang instructed. I'll check if dinner is ready. You must stay and share a meal with me tonight. Sister Xiangxiang, Qin Chuan quickly interjected. There is no need. My mother has already prepared dinner for me, and I can just go home to eat. What are you being so polite for? Zhao Xiangxiang replied. Did you really think I just invited you to help with junk? I have important matters to discuss with you. Please wait a moment. While speaking, she nodded her head towards Qin Chuan and said, The meal will take about 10 more minutes. Could you keep an eye on the pot for a moment? I need to take a shower, having spent the entire day tidying up and feeling quite sweaty. Without waiting for Qin Chuan's consent, Zhao Xiangxiang turned and made her way towards the bathing area. Chapter 62. Unable to resist after a brief interval, Zhao Xiangxiang emerged, having changed into a new outfit. Her figure was quite alluring, clad in a delicate, thin long t-shirt, with her hair still damp. Dinner should be ready, she remarked, gesturing towards the pot. It's cooked. I'll serve it, Zhao Xiangxiang offered as she leaned forward to lift the pot, extracting the steamed buns within. One must admit, her culinary skills were commendable. The buns were impressively large and round. Let us eat, she insisted, pulling Qin Chuan back into the room. With his head bowed, Qin Chuan asked, Sister Xiangxiang, you mentioned you wanted to discuss something serious. What is it? He spoke without daring to raise his eyes. Zhao Xiangxiang's attire was indeed quite minimal, and they were seated on small stools, with her legs curled up opposite him. In the presence of such a mature and enchanting woman, Qin Chuan felt compelled to maintain his guard. A moment's distraction could easily turn the tables. Oh, I see, Zhao Xiangxiang began while I was hiking today. I stumbled upon a rather peculiar place filled with an abundance of wild medicinal herbs. As she spoke, she stood and retrieved a basket to show Qin Chuan. Upon seeing the contents, Qin Chuan was taken aback. The basket was indeed brimming with remarkable items: ginseng, gastrodia, Polygonum multiflorum, and reishi mushrooms. Wait a minute. The growth conditions for these herbs vary significantly. How could they all be found in a single location? Furthermore, their quality is exceptional. Indeed, Zhao Xiangxiang replied earnestly, I discovered the entrance to a cave in the mountains. Once through, I was met with vast expanses of medicinal plants. I could only gather what was nearby. The more distant herbs were plentiful, but I couldn't reach them alone. If you accompany me, we might be able to collect more. Qin Chuan was astonished by her revelation. Such a place exists? Surprising, isn't it? I was walking and thought I had lost my way, never expecting to find such a treasure. Zhao Xiangxiang responded. Could these herbs fetch a decent price? Her eyes sparkled with hope. Lacking a steady income, she contemplated renovating her aging house if she could earn some money. They should sell quite well, but I'm uncertain of the exact amount, Qin Chuan replied. I plan to go to the city tomorrow. Perhaps I could take these items and inquire about their value. These premium herbs should certainly have a market, Zhao Xiangxiang agreed. So, when shall we return to explore further? I marked my path well, so we should be able to find it again. Let us wait until I return from the city. I need to make a trip there tomorrow, Qin Chuan suggested, considering his own need for such valuable herbs. All right, Zhao Xiangxiang nodded. Qin Chuan found the meal rather unsatisfactory, merely picking at his food before making an excuse to depart. Remaining any longer could lead to a misstep. The following day, as Qin Chuan prepared to practice the thunder fist, the door was forcefully kicked open. With a resounding bang, a throng of over a dozen henchmen surged into the Qin residence. What was happening? Qin Yuanlang, witnessing this sudden influx, was momentarily taken aback. Why had so many people arrived unannounced? Brothers, whom are you seeking here? Have you perhaps come to the wrong place? He inquired with a smile, distributing cigarettes to them. These individuals bore menacing expressions, brandishing various weapons, clearly intent on causing trouble. Is this the home of Qin Chuan? The leader of the group fixed his gaze on Qin Yuanlang and asked, Indeed? And which faction do you represent? Qin Chuan, having dried himself with a towel, interjected, What brings you here? You are the one we seek, the leader replied curtly. Brothers, advance. Without further ado, he signaled his men to charge at Qin Chuan. Wait. Qin Chuan raised a hand. Let us not be hasty. We wouldn't want to injure our own. Who do you follow? Moreover, if you intend to strike me, I must understand which powerful figure I have offended. It's bewildering to have such a crowd show up at this hour. Whom have I wronged? At that moment, a man stepped forward from the group, addressing Qin Chuan, You have wronged me. Today I intend to break one of your legs. Do you have any objections? The speaker was Luo Haiwen, who advanced step by step towards Qin Chuan. Weren't you quite arrogant before? Where is your Maybach? Your beautiful girlfriend? Surely you're not trying to deceive me? How did your luxurious vehicle transform into an electric scooter? Did you expect me to personally visit your village? Did you anticipate I would come to trouble you? Upon recognizing Luo Haiwen, Qin Chuan exhaled in relief. It's you. Thank goodness. I feared I had offended a significant figure. However, your petty threats are hardly worth my concern. Luo Haiwen's eyes widened in anger at Qin Chuan's dismissal. Are you still being obstinate at this juncture? Apologize now, and I may only break one of your legs. As long as I am here, I shall ensure you find no peace. Fool, Qin Chuan retorted. Dare to insult me? Brothers, charge. With a wave of his hand, his henchmen rushed forward. Do not regret this. You are not the only ones capable of calling for reinforcements. Do you truly believe I am without support? Qin Chuan scoffed, making a phone call. Bring your people to my home immediately. What for? Naturally, to engage in a brawl. Spare me your chatter. If you delay, do not blame me for being ungracious. If you have the capability, await my reinforcements. In truth, he could easily handle these intruders, but the low concentration of white mist within him deterred him from wasting it on them. Can you find someone? Write my surname backward. Sure. I shall wait for you for a few minutes to see what trick you can conjure. Luo Haiwen remarked with a sardonic smile. A pauper with a stagnant mind. Is he capable of summoning anyone? Isn't that amusing? Soon after he finished speaking, a large group of people appeared outside in orderly fashion. Chapter 63. Discovering the weakness upon witnessing the multitude of individuals gathered, Luo Haiwen was momentarily taken aback. Had Qin Chuan truly managed to summon such a crowd? And with such remarkable speed? Did you see that? My brother can gather people too. You won't be able to withstand us. There are even more of us than you. Qin Jin exclaimed, her excitement palpable as she taunted them. However, Qin Chuan quickly pulled Qin Jin back. These individuals did not seem like they were summoned by him. Calling Bald Wang would require at least 20 to 30 minutes, and the physiques and demeanor of these people did not resemble his at all. Brother Luo, we might be in trouble, the leader of the group addressed Luo Haiwen. The people who have arrived are from Haiqing, led by Feng Meng. He is a formidable individual. We are unlikely to be their match. To Qin Chuan's astonishment, he recognized Feng Meng. Feng Meng was a prominent general under Master Zhao Si, renowned for his exceptional strength, and his subordinates were equally fearsome. Should we retreat? Luo Haiwen hesitated upon hearing this. It shouldn't be possible. How could this man know Feng Meng? As Luo Haiwen and his companions were lost in thought, Feng Meng had already stormed into the courtyard, forcefully pushing Luo Haiwen and his group aside. My brother, I am Luo Haiwen from Haicheng. Luo Haiwen intended to establish a relationship but was completely ignored. Who is Qin Chuan? Feng Meng, a towering figure at nearly 2 meters tall, with muscles that seemed ready to burst, spoke in a thunderous voice that reverberated painfully in their heads. It's me, Qin Chuan replied, stepping forward to confront him. Who are you? Upon hearing Qin Chuan's words, Luo Haiwen paused, realizing that this man was not summoned by Qin Chuan. He felt a wave of relief wash over him. Why was he pretending to know him then? I was sent to deal with you, Feng Meng stated. The directive is to incapacitate you without involving others. If you can defeat me in a one-on-one duel, I shall spare you. Don't waste time with him, Meng Gu. Luo Haiwen interjected, this kid might know a thing or two about fighting. Just let the brothers take him down and break his legs. Feng Meng shot him a glare. Are you instructing me on how to do my job? Seeing Feng Meng's fierce demeanor, Luo Haiwen quickly fell silent. Feng Meng resembled a ferocious tiger, poised to strike at any moment. Very well, Qin Chuan responded with a grin. Since you desire a duel, I shall oblige. Although the white mist within him was running low, he was confident that he could defeat Feng Meng with just a few moves. Kid, you possess some courage, Feng Meng coldly remarked. For your bravery, I may just spare your life. In response to Feng Meng's tone, Qin Chuan coolly replied, your arrogance will cost you dearly. Arrogance must pay a price. Feng Meng bellowed, his voice thunderous. As he spoke, a surge of power coursed through him, causing his muscles to swell instantaneously, tearing through his garments. His massive physique resembled a formidable, moving wall, advancing relentlessly towards Qin Chuan. Frankly, Qin Chuan felt an immense pressure. It was only natural to feel daunted by such an imposing barrier. However, retreat was not an option. He had to unleash his own momentum with the first move. The wispy fog surrounding him was dwindling, and the success of his intimidation hinged entirely on this initial strike. Prepare yourself. Feng Meng's colossal fist descended violently towards Qin Chuan's face. Qin Chuan, refusing to underestimate the assault, summoned all his strength, charging forth with the force of 1,000 pounds. Bang! Their fists collided with a resounding thud. The impact echoed ominously, and both fighters staggered back 5 steps. To an onlooker, it may have seemed a mere exchange of strikes, yet both men were taken aback by the unexpected potency of one another. Feng Meng now felt a tingling numbness in his right hand. Qin Chuan's strength was formidable. He had unleashed a full-force punch, one that would ordinarily shatter the bones of an average opponent. Yet, upon striking Qin Chuan, he felt as though he had hit an iron plate, and his own hand throbbed painfully. Qin Chuan, likewise, was not unscathed. Feng Meng's fist felt akin to a hammer, threatening to fracture his bones. This was the full power of the second level of the thunderclap fist. Remarkably, they were evenly matched. It seemed a reassessment of Feng Meng's strength was in order. The young man possessed a surprising prowess. Impressive strength, Feng Meng remarked, his gaze towards Qin Chuan shifting from one of condescension to one filled with fervent battle spirit. He had always relished fighting, and as he matured, he enjoyed sparring with others. However, as time passed, he found himself devoid of worthy opponents. Now, encountering someone of similar caliber was a source of genuine joy. Your prowess is commendable as well, Qin Chuan replied, already channeling the fog to mend his hand. The mist swirled around, swiftly repairing his palm, restoring it to its prior state in but a few moments. You are a skilled fighter. Thus, regardless of whether you can defeat me or not, I shall not incapacitate you, Feng Meng declared with a fierce glint in his eyes. That defies your superior's orders, Qin Chuan countered. No one can command me, Feng Meng retorted. Once more, I shall unleash my full might. Let us see if you can withstand my onslaught. Qin Jin, you should escort our parents home. I wouldn't want them to be caught in the fray, Qin Chuan instructed. After conveying this, he turned to Feng Meng. Come at me. Everyone else remain where you are. Without my command, none shall harm his family. I will flay them alive. Feng Meng shot a glare at Luo Haiwen, who had initially planned to take advantage of Feng Meng's distraction to target Qin Chuan's family. However, upon hearing Feng Meng's words, Luo Haiwen's bravado dissipated. He dared not offend the man. Prepare yourself. Feng Meng struck with the swiftness of the wind, his fist slicing through the air, imbued with a fierce intent to kill. Qin Chuan was unwilling to take the blow head-on. To endure the first strike would merely serve as a warning. To withstand the second would be sheer folly. He deftly evaded, simultaneously launching a thunderous punch aimed at Feng Meng's ribs. This maneuver was executed with remarkable speed, as he relied on his agility, hoping to conclude the battle in a single decisive blow. Feng Meng's strikes were undeniably fierce, and his imposing stature made turning difficult. Thus, Qin Chuan believed his attack would surely connect. Once the vulnerability of the ribs was compromised, even the strongest would swiftly lose their fighting spirit. With a resounding thud, Qin Chuan brought his fist down, yet it did not find its mark. Feng Meng's reflexes were astonishingly quick. Instead of defending himself, he chose to endure a hit, aiming to land a punch squarely on Qin Chuan's head. Qin Chuan, sensing the lethal intent, understood that a direct hit to his head would render him incapacitated. Reluctantly, he abandoned his offensive maneuver. In the instant he retreated, he pushed off the ground once more, propelling himself toward Feng Meng. He had identified Feng Meng's weakness. Chapter 64. Who dares to strike just moments ago? When Feng Meng launched his attack, Qin Chuan discerned that his upper body strength was formidable, yet his lower body mobility was rather ordinary. Feng Meng's approach was heavily offensive, with scant attention paid to defense. His philosophy was simple. He would rather sacrifice an arm than forfeit his life. This life-or-death fighting style was indeed impressive, making it challenging for ordinary opponents to contend with him. However, he was not without his flaws. As long as one was swift enough, he would struggle to react in time. With the white mist within him dwindling, Qin Chuan understood that he needed a swift resolution. Qin Chuan unleashed a punch directed at Feng Meng. Instead of blocking, Feng Meng retaliated with a punch of his own. He embraced this method, exchanging injury for injury, betting that his strike would surpass the force of Qin Chuan's. The impact resonated. Yet, Qin Chuan had not expended his full strength. With a powerful push against the ground, he swiftly altered his trajectory, evading Feng Meng's strike. Seizing the moment while Feng Meng leaned forward, unable to steady his momentum, Qin Chuan executed a sweeping kick aimed at Feng Meng's legs. Feng Meng, sensing the impending danger, felt a surge of panic. However, with all his strength concentrated in his fists, he lacked the time to evade. Should Qin Chuan's kick connect, he would undoubtedly suffer greatly. With a rush of wind, Qin Chuan's legs swept towards Feng Meng. Yet, Feng Meng's reflexes were sharp. Utilizing his momentum, he rolled forward, narrowly avoiding the attack. However, before he could regain his footing, Qin Chuan charged again. Having seized the initiative, Qin Chuan was unyielding, determined to defeat him with unrelenting vigor. Now stripped of his offensive advantage, Feng Meng found himself retreating, desperately attempting to defend himself. Qin Chuan's strikes came in rapid succession, and Feng Meng struggled to maintain his defense. His inclination towards offense left him vulnerable, and soon he bore the brunt of two of Qin Chuan's punches. Frustration welled within him as he faced this relentless assault. When Qin Chuan's next strike approached, Feng Meng braced himself and absorbed the blow. Using the momentum from that impact, he swiftly retreated, escaping Qin Chuan's range. After a brief moment to catch his breath, he launched a counterattack, intensifying both his force and speed. Damn it, this cannot drag on. Qin Chuan realized that Feng Meng was akin to an indomitable cockroach. Unless he thoroughly subdued him, the onslaught would continue unabated. Resolutely, Qin Chuan planted himself in place. As Feng Meng's fist surged toward him, he concentrated all the remaining white mist into his own fist, channeling every ounce of strength into a decisive blow aimed at Feng Meng. Boom! Feng Meng was taken aback by Qin Chuan's audacity to confront his attack head-on. His strike, propelled by momentum, was exceptionally powerful. Qin Chuan knew he had to rely on this move to conquer Feng Meng. Should this effort fail, defeat would be inevitable. He could not afford to prolong the fight. As their fists collided with tremendous force, Feng Meng felt a jolt of pain radiate from his fingers, coursing up his arm and towards his heart. With a sudden gasp, Feng Meng spat out a mouthful of blood, collapsing to one knee. "Did you employ hidden strength in that punch?" he inquired, astonished as he gazed at Qin Chuan, who stood unwavering in his stance. "Indeed," Qin Chuan replied, unperturbed. "Shall we continue? I concede defeat." Struggling to rise, Feng Meng admitted, "I cannot match your prowess. I am entirely spent. You still dare to disclose your condition to me? Are you not concerned about my brothers retaliating against you?" Feng Meng expressed his surprise at Qin Chuan's words. "I find you to be quite a character, direct and in alignment with my temperament," Qin Chuan remarked. "I merely wish to acknowledge your excellence. I have only narrowly surpassed you, so informing you poses no risk." Nodding at his words, Feng Meng declared, "I, Feng Meng, always honor my word. Since I promised a one-on-one confrontation, I shall never resort to overwhelming you with numbers. Defeat signifies inferiority in skill. Brothers, retreat." As he spoke, he prepared to lead his followers away. Just as Qin Chuan was about to exhale in relief, an unknown man emerged from behind, wielding a club and striking at the back of his head. Fortunately, Qin Chuan managed to react just in time, evading slightly. The blow landed on his back instead. Already drained of strength, he faltered and fell to the ground. "What do you intend, Qin Longhu? Did you not hear me command you to withdraw?" Feng Meng, witnessing the attack, erupted in fury, shouting at the assailant, "Who permitted you to strike from behind?" "My apologies, Meng Gu," Qin Longhu replied nonchalantly, brandishing his club. "I was tasked with incapacitating him. I cannot heed your commands. Here I am in charge. I decide when to leave. Do you dare to rebel?" Feng Meng's eyes widened with indignation as he rushed forward, seizing Qin Longhu by the collar. "Do not presume I am unaware of your intentions. You have merely accepted by Jianggua's money, haven to you? If you defy my orders, I will end you." "Release me," Qin Longhu retorted, shaking Feng Meng off. "Do not feign innocence. You can merely fight a little, and you have gained favor with Zhao Sai. I have grown alongside the company from its inception. I am a veteran. Who are you to dictate to me? Step aside." With his confidence bolstered by Feng Meng's injuries and exhaustion, he exhibited an arrogant demeanor. Zhao Sai's bodyguard company had originally been the largest underground force in Haicheng, but had since transitioned into a legitimate enterprise. However, it remained widely recognized as the most formidable underground power. Qin Longhu had been with Zhao Sai since the beginning, thus holding disdain for someone like Feng Meng, who had joined later yet had a higher standing. This was merely an opportunity for him to assert himself. "Brothers, let us teach him a lesson," Qin Longhu commanded. "I challenge anyone who dares to move." Feng Meng bellowed with his gruff voice. "Did you not hear the old man's words? Everything must heed my command. Anyone who dares to err here will face the consequences at home." His thunderous shout rendered the surrounding lackeys momentarily paralyzed in their tracks. Qin Longhu dared to challenge Feng Meng, but that was only because his status was not insignificant. However, the other lackeys trembled in fear, halting their movements entirely. "Damn it! If you won't act, I shall take matters into my own hands." As Qin Longhu spoke, he seized a stick and struck Qin Chuan's leg with all his might, He was determined to incapacitate Qin Chuan today. Standing nearby, Luo Haiwan was nearly doubled over with laughter, reveling in the spectacle. This time, victory came effortlessly. Qin Chuan was bound to be defeated. He was grateful he had refrained from intervening earlier. He had never anticipated that Qin Chuan possessed such formidable strength. Had he rashly engaged, he would have surely met his demise. Chapter 65. Cease this at once, cease this at once. Feng Meng hurriedly intervened, but he too had sustained considerable injuries and was in no position to stop Qin Longhu. Qin Longhu forcefully pushed him aside and swung his club at Qin Chuan's leg. In that moment, Qin Jin dashed forward, placing herself protectively behind Qin Chuan. Though Qin Chuan could endure the blows, he was resolute in his determination to shield Qin Jin from harm. Summoning all his strength, he rolled on the ground with Qin Jin, narrowly evading the strike. But could they continue to evade? Would they be fortunate enough to dodge a second blow? Qin Longhu had not anticipated that Qin Chuan still possessed the fortitude to evade him, nearly straining his back with this assault. Seeing Qin Chuan sprawled on the ground, gasping for breath, he believed the opportunity had arrived and raised his club to strike down upon Qin Chuan. Stop! Just as Qin Longhu was poised to deliver his blow, a car sped into the scene with alarming rapidity. The gang members scattered in fear. The driver showed no regard for the lives of those in their path. Anyone who failed to dodge swiftly would surely meet a grim fate. As the onlookers prepared to voice their outrage, they fell silent upon recognizing the figure emerging from the vehicle. Zhao Quan, the esteemed Dr. Zhao, also known as Master Zhao, the elder brother of Zhao Si. Moreover, Master Zhao was a cousin to Zhao Si. Upon seeing Master Zhao disembark, Qin Longhu quickly bowed in respect. Zhao Quan, his expression darkened, approached him and delivered 3 resounding slaps across his face. Feng Meng may overlook your transgressions, but I will not, Zhao Quan declared icily. This was the first time Qin Chuan had witnessed such a lethal glint in Zhao Quan's gaze. Previously, he had only seen him radiate warmth, and it was startling to realize how fearsome he could become when angered. I was wrong. Qin Longhu dared not maintain his bravado before Master Zhao, fully aware that when provoked, even Zhao Si would not withstand Zhao Quan's wrath. Take your men and leave, Zhao Quan commanded them. Disappear from my sight within 1 minute. Without a word of protest, Qin Longhu hastily gathered his subordinates and vanished. Thank you for your assistance, Dr. Zhao. Qin Chuan managed to rise, addressing him with gratitude. Had it not been for you, I fear the outcome would have been dire. Indeed, these individuals have become excessively brazen, Zhao Quan replied through clenched teeth. I have warned them repeatedly not to stir up trouble, yet they remain obstinate. I shall have a word with Zhao Si upon my return. What are you still doing here? Zhao Quan noticed Luo Haiwan lingering nearby, his brow furrowing as he commanded, Be gone. Master Zhao. Luo Haiwan stepped forward. Feng Meng and Qin Longhu are your subordinates, and you may have authority over them, but we are not under your command. Your interference may be a bit overreaching. Now that Qin Chuan lay gravely injured, this was the prime opportunity for revenge. If they waited for him to recover, it would undoubtedly become more challenging to deal with him. However, I am perplexed as to where Qin Chuan acquired such formidable skills. Do you wish to engage in a match with me? Zhao Quan stood before Qin Chuan, stating, Though I am advanced in age, my martial prowess remains undiminished. If you have any objections, feel free to test your strength against me. Old man, please do not make things difficult, Luo Haiwan interjected coldly. I bear you no ill will. My sole intention is to deal with Qin Chuan. He coughed twice sharply after speaking. As long as I am here, no one shall lay a finger on him, Zhao Quan asserted defiantly. Then I shall have to take offense, Luo Haiwan commanded those behind him. You four, kindly escort the old man aside. The rest of you incapacitate Qin Chuan. Instantly, 6 or 7 individuals surrounded Zhao Quan and Zhang Nan while the others advanced toward Qin Chuan. If you dare to harm him, I will not let you off lightly, Zhang Nan shouted, pointing at Luo Haiwan. Humph, Luo Haiwan sneered dismissively. Although you and Zhao Sanyi hold some influence, my Luo family is not to be trifled with. When I choose to show you respect, I address you as Sanyi. When I do not, you are nothing. Qin Chuan furrowed his brow, observing Luo Haiwan approach. His body had yet to fully recover, leaving him weary. He grasped Qin Jin's hand and swiftly channeled the great yin-yang fusion technique, attempting to replenish himself with the ethereal mist. Yet, the surrounding mist was alarmingly sparse, and the technique required time to operate. Time that Luo Haiwen was clearly unwilling to grant. Kill! Luo Haiwen had barely uttered the command when a bald man and his entourage burst into the courtyard, positioning themselves opposite Luo Haiwen. Bald King? Luo Haiwen regarded the man before him with a mixture of surprise and disdain. You possess quite the audacity to obstruct my path. Bald King, a mere small-time thug, felt a surge of anxiety upon encountering Luo Haiwen. In Haicheng, he was inconsequential, especially in the presence of a family as esteemed as the Luos, akin to an ant in comparison. Young Master Luo, I dare not offend, Bald King said, his voice filled with humility. Qin Chuan is my elder brother. I implore you to show mercy and spare him. I have no desire for conflict with you. Please grant me this favor. Bah! Luo Haiwen retorted rudely. You possess no leverage whatsoever. I warn you, leave immediately, or I shall deal with you as well. Do you really think your mere handful of men can stand against me? Bald King had come hastily with just 5 companions, and in the face of Luo Haiwen's throng, they appeared woefully inadequate. Young Master Luo, since I have acknowledged Qin Chuan as my elder brother, I cannot abandon him. Though we may be small-time thugs, we understand the code of the martial world, Bald King declared, gritting his teeth as he continued. If you wish to make a move, you must step over our corpses first. Qin Chuan, observing from the back, was somewhat astonished by Bald King's unexpected bravery. He initially believed that the lad would flee upon encountering Luo Haiwen. Very well, let it be so. Observing that Zhao Quan and his apprentice were nearly overwhelmed, Luo Haiwen urgently commanded his subordinates, charge forth and incapacitate Qin Chuan. Anyone who dares to obstruct us shall be dealt with as well. As he spoke, a throng of over a dozen individuals surged towards Qin Chuan. The subordinates of Bald Wang trembled in fear. Facing such a multitude, they were utterly incapable of resistance. Yet, even so, he did not waver in his stance. Gritting his teeth, he brandished a stick, prepared to confront Luo Haiwen's men. Do not move. Stand down, Qin Chuan said, patting him on the shoulder. Let us not allow our brothers to be harmed, for I cannot afford the medical expenses. Chapter 66. Breaking his leg? The Bald Wang was taken aback for a moment, then quickly reassured. Rest assured, as long as we are able to move, we will not allow these individuals to harm you. Harm me? With just these few lackeys? Qin Chuan scoffed. Moments ago, he had managed to accumulate a small amount of white mist within him, sufficient for one more use. Thus, he aimed to take down Luo Haiwen in one fell swoop. Brothers, let us beat him senseless, shouted Luo Haiwen's minions as they surged forward. Qin Chuan seized the stick from Bald Wang's hands and charged at them. In an instant, it was as if a dragon had plunged into the sea, a wolf among sheep. Those who dared to confront him were swiftly subdued. With a powerful swing, Qin Chuan sent one of them flying. In the next moment, the stick slipped from his grasp. Whoosh! Bang! Luo Haiwen had yet to react when the stick grazed his face, embedding itself violently into the wall. He nearly wet himself in fright. Had the stick not veered slightly, it would have pierced his chest, sending him straight to the underworld. Wasn't Qin Chuan severely injured just moments ago? How was he now so lively? Was he merely putting on an act? Damn it! Luo Haiwen cursed under his breath. Unfortunately, it was too late for words, as Qin Chuan had already closed the distance, delivering a punch directly to his abdomen. The pain caused Luo Haiwen's body to convulse, veins bulging on his forehead. With another punch to his back, Qin Chuan sent him crashing to the ground. Everyone, cease your actions. Whoever dares to move again, I swear I will end them. Qin Chuan's icy glare swept across the crowd. Instantly, everyone halted. What a joke! Qin Chuan was simply too powerful. Not a single one of them could restrain him. Beside him, Zhao Quan and his apprentice were equally formidable, having incapacitated 4 of the 6 assailants surrounding them. If this continued, they too would meet a grim fate. Qin Chuan, I was wrong. I was wrong. A wave of terror surged within Luo Haiwen as he met Qin Chuan's gaze. Now you realize your mistake? Qin Chuan chuckled coldly, fixing his stare on him. Where was this acknowledgement before? Slap. The words barely left his mouth when a resounding slap struck Luo Haiwen's face. You dare hit me? I warn you, if you strike me again, it will be considered intentional injury. Do you believe I won't report you? Luo Haiwen yelled at Qin Chuan. Slap. Another blow landed. Who are you trying to intimidate? You came to my home to cause trouble, and I can't retaliate? Go ahead and report me. I'm not afraid. Slap. 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 Qin Chuan unleashed a flurry of slaps upon him. I want to do it again. I want to do it again. Luo Haiwen's face had been transformed into a grotesque visage, shaking his head in submission, hastily admitting his fault. If he failed to do so, he would surely be beaten to death right there. Could a mere admission of fear suffice to absolve him? A sly smile crept upon Qin Chuan's lips as he delivered a powerful blow to Luo Haiwen's leg. With a resounding crack, Luo emitted a pained wail, rolling on the ground while clutching his injured limb. That single punch had effectively shattered his leg. The onlookers were bewildered, but Zhao Quan, standing nearby, was utterly astonished. For Qin Chuan's strike bore the ominous sound of thunder, and it had indeed broken a man's bone. Within it lay a hidden force. Qin Chuan had remarkably mastered the second tier of the thunderclap fist. The sheer magnitude of his strength was truly terrifying. Observing the scene, Zhao Quan exclaimed in surprise. Zhang Nan also grasped the gravity of the situation and quickly remarked, to break a leg with a single punch requires immense power. This is the hidden force. Zhao Quan replied with delight. Although it may appear deceptively gentle, the impact can reach the very bones. Externally, his leg seems unscathed, yet the bone is fractured. Upon hearing this, Zhang Nan felt a surge of joy. The hidden force was a level they had long sought but had struggled to attain. Witnessing Qin Chuan's prowess was nothing short of exhilarating. Get lost. Qin Chuan, having depleted the white mist within him, could no longer afford to waste time. He feigned standing upright and shouted at his subordinates. Those underlings, terrified, fled in all directions. None of them stood a chance against Qin Chuan. The few who had faced him were nearly incapacitated. Within moments, they vanished without a trace. Taking a deep breath, Qin Chuan exhaled. Impressive, you looked rather cool just now. Zhang Nan hurried over, excitement brimming in her voice. Was that punch infused with hidden force? Indeed. Qin Chuan nodded in affirmation. Can you teach me? She asked, her eyes sparkling with anticipation. Qin Chuan shook his head, gazing at her intently. I could, but could you let me catch my breath first? I'm barely able to stand. Shouldn't you be more concerned about my well-being? Oh, my apologies. I seem to have lost my social graces. Zhang Nan replied, slightly flustered. Take a moment to rest. However, as they conversed, Qin Chuan suddenly began to topple towards her. What is happening? Are you all right? She exclaimed, panic rising as he fainted. She instinctively caught him, momentarily flustered. In the heat of the moment, he had felt little, but as he relaxed and beheld the pool of blood on the ground, dizziness overtook him, causing him to lose consciousness. Zhang Nan, alarmed, clutched Qin Chuan, exclaiming, what should I do? What's wrong with him? Yet, Qin Jin reassured her, lay him on the bed. He will be fine shortly. He is merely fainting from the sight of blood. What? Zhang Nan gently placed Qin Chuan upon the bed, her brow furrowed with confusion as she remarked, how could a master such as he be fainting at the sight of blood? The absurdity of the situation almost made her chuckle. Moments later, Qin Chuan regained consciousness. How long was I out this time? He inquired, his eyes scanning the faces around him. Only 5 minutes, Qin Jin replied. Master, how is it that you faint at the sight of blood? Zhang Nan leaned closer, her curiosity piqued. Qin Chuan responded with a hint of nonchalance, it's merely a physiological reaction, a commonplace occurrence. Indeed, fainting at the sight of blood had become a vexatious dilemma for him. He had succumbed to it numerous times over the past few days, much to his dismay. Master, if you feel recovered, could you perhaps offer me some guidance? I sense that my progress has been quite substantial and my strength is rapidly advancing. Zhang Nan observed that Qin Chuan appeared to be in good health and spoke earnestly. Come, let us step outside. Demonstrate your skills for me, Qin Chuan instructed. Chapter 67. Groping Zhang Nan immediately demonstrated a series of her unique martial arts in the courtyard, exuding an impressive vigor. Qin Chuan nodded in approval, acknowledging her skill. However, she expressed her confusion, stating, "I've trained for a long time yet have not reached the second level." As Zhang Nan approached, Qin Chuan grasped her arm gently and began to circulate the great yin-yang fusion technique. After completing a cycle, he remarked, "Your foundation is not solid. The martial arts you practice focus solely on form, neglecting the essential inner support, which is why you cannot ascend to the second level." Sensing the emptiness within her, he shook his head and continued, "Are you saying our inability to reach the second level is due to the lack of inner strength?" Zhao Quan's eyes sparkled with realization as he inquired. Qin Chuan nodded, affirming, "One could say that. The essence of dark energy lies in inner strength manifesting through physical contact to strike the opponent. Without inner strength, all efforts are in vain." "But what is inner strength?" Zhang Nan asked, perplexed. Qin Chuan, with no intention of withholding knowledge, explained, "In the world, there exists a white mist, akin to gasoline in a car. Only with this substance can a vehicle move forward, backward, turn left, or turn right." "Thank you for your guidance, Mr. Qin," Zhao Quan exclaimed, suddenly enlightened. "Now I understand. I shall seek out a suitable inner strength technique to practice." As a renowned physician in Haiqing, acquiring such a technique would be a relatively simple task for him. The knowledge Qin Chuan shared was a closely guarded secret among families, fearful of its exposure. Once Zhao Quan had direction, leveraging his family's influence to obtain a commendable technique should not be overly difficult. However, Qin Chuan interjected, casting a glance at Zhang Nan. It would be prudent to practice the technique before the martial forms, lest it be akin to hastening the growth of seedlings. Her foundation is already tenuous. Even if she were to practice a technique now, significant achievements would likely elude her. The second level may indeed be her limit, a tragic waste of her martial talent. Upon inspecting Zhang Nan's meridians earlier, he had discovered them to be unobstructed, marking her as a rare prodigy in martial arts. Her learning curve would far surpass that of her peers. "Is there no other way?" Zhao Quan asked anxiously, looking to Qin Chuan. "You must see that she is a once-in-a-million martial talent. It would be a shame to squander such potential." A flicker of melancholy crossed Zhang Nan's eyes. This was a predicament, for the ancient art of martial cultivation was typically dominated by noble families, leaving ordinary individuals like her with little opportunity for exposure. Countless children from unremarkable backgrounds, like her, were similarly hindered. It was only through her encounter with Zhao Quan that she had been able to learn the foundational Thunderbolt Fist, and reaching the second level was, in itself, quite commendable. There exists another method. After contemplating for a moment, Qin Chuan addressed them. "Since establishing a solid foundation on one's own has become impossible, we must seek assistance from external forces. We shall find a place of fortune and, in conjunction with various precious herbs, undertake a medicinal bath. With the aid of other practitioners of internal energy, we can draw the external white mist into her body to solidify her foundation." Qin Chuan conveyed this to them. "Ah!" Zhao Quan furrowed his brow in response. Where could they possibly find other practitioners of internal energy? Perhaps some esteemed families or powerful factions might possess such individuals, but they were far beyond their reach. "Mr. Qin, could you assist me?" Zhang Ning gazed earnestly at Qin Chuan, expressing her willingness to offer any reward, stating, "Whatever you desire, I will provide. If you wish for me to serve you with tea for the rest of my life, I am willing." She was truly passionate about martial arts, and her eyes brimmed with hope as she looked at Qin Chuan. Zhao Quan also experienced a moment of clarity. Since Qin Chuan had reached the level of hidden strength, it indicated that he too was a practitioner of internal energy. "Mr. Qin, I beseech you to help her. If you can assist her, you will be a benefactor to the Zhao family." Zhao Quan declared, "From this day forth, our Zhao family shall heed your commands." As he spoke, he prepared to kneel before him. "Wait, wait, wait." Qin Chuan quickly stepped forward to support Zhao Quan, saying, "What are you doing? We are friends, and I am naturally willing to help. However, between men and women there are certain boundaries." This process required Zhang Nan to disrobe and immerse herself in the medicinal bath, necessitating physical contact to guide the white mist into her meridians, ultimately condensing it within her dantian. Given this, it felt somewhat inappropriate for a man to be in such close contact with a young woman. "You are saving me. How could I possibly mind?" Zhang Nan replied without a hint of shyness. Devoted to martial arts, she knew that failing to progress further would be more painful than death. Zhao Quan nodded in agreement, stating, "We are all children of the rivers and lakes. There is no need for such reservations. Then you may return to prepare the herbs," Qin Chuan suggested after a moment's thought. He wrote down a list of required materials and handed it to them, saying, "I shall remain in the city for the next couple of days. Contact me once you are ready." Upon seeing the list of herbs written by Qin Chuan, Zhao Quan nodded, replying, "Time is of the essence. I shall return at once to make preparations. You may also prepare a set for yourself." Qin Chuan responded to Zhao Quan, "I will assist you as well and see if we can achieve success. If we do, your strength will also improve." "Thank you." Zhao Quan was deeply moved by these words, almost brought to tears as he bowed deeply to Qin Chuan. He had initially thought himself too old and that his future path was limited, feeling somewhat presumptuous in requesting further assistance from Qin Chuan. However, as a martial enthusiast, how could he resist the allure of progress? Zhao Quan felt that asking someone to help solidify his foundation was an arduous task, and he was reluctant to trouble another with such a challenging endeavor. To his surprise, Qin Chuan was willing to extend his assistance, stirring a profound sense of gratitude within him. After bidding farewell to Zhao Quan and Zhang Nan, Meng Yuning had already dispatched a vehicle for his convenience. He gathered his belongings and stepped into the car. As Mr. Meng and Mr. Jiang encountered a minor issue upon their departure, one of the men expressed his apologies to Qin Chuan. "It's quite all right," Qin Chuan responded nonchalantly. "We are friends. There is no need for such formality." "Where are we heading first?" Qin Chuan inquired. "There is ample time. If you have any matters to attend to, please feel free to do so," the man, perceptive and astute, suggested, sensing that Qin Chuan might have pressing concerns. "Since there is no rush, let us first visit the jade market," Qin Chuan remarked, glancing at the sizable stone he held in his hand. "Carrying such a large stone is rather cumbersome. It would be wiser to convert it into cash." Chapter 68. The reincarnation of the fox spirit. After a while, the car arrived at the jade market. One must admit that the jade market in Haicheng is indeed vast. Spanning a considerable area, it serves as the most significant jade distribution center in the southeast region, teeming with countless vendors, customers, and stalls. Upon entering, one is greeted by a dazzling array of jade shops, raw stone dealers, cutting workshops, and carving studios. The entire jade industry chain is practically complete here. Many are seen live-streaming their jade sales with their phones, creating a lively atmosphere. Once inside, Qin Chuan began to wander around, perusing the various offerings. "How much is this piece?" he inquired, squatting down to examine a stone at a stall. He could sense a dense white mist emanating from the stone, yet he refrained from using his X-ray vision, as the white mist within him was running low. This small amount was absorbed while he was examining Zhang Nan's meridians. 300,000, the vendor boldly quoted, startling Qin Chuan, who quickly released the stone. 300,000? How could he possibly afford such a piece? "Do you buy stones here?" Qin Chuan asked the vendor, placing the stone down. "I have a piece to sell." "Sure." The vendor's eyes sparkled with intrigue. In his view, Qin Chuan was merely an uninformed novice. In the jade business, one typically negotiates after an initial price is set. By quoting 300,000, he expected Qin Chuan to counter with a figure around 20,000. However, Qin Chuan simply walked away. Since he seemed inexperienced and had a stone to sell, the vendor felt no hesitation. "What do you think of this stone?" Qin Chuan presented the piece he had previously examined. The vendor scrutinized it, and a glimmer of excitement flickered in his eyes. The stone had been significantly damaged by Qin Chuan already, revealing a large green core beneath the surface, making it suitable for a ring face. "Average," the vendor remarked. "It's quite small and the quality is lacking. Look here, it's entirely stone, not jade. I'll offer you 500. After a moment's thought, the vendor stated. In reality, if the green core were extracted and fashioned into a ring face, it could fetch at least 50 to 60,000. Such high-quality ring faces possess strong collectible and value retention properties, selling swiftly. Qin Chuan furrowed his brow upon hearing this. He understood the nature of the business and expected the vendor to negotiate, but he did not anticipate such a drastic price cut. "Your offer is somewhat amusing," Qin Chuan replied. This moss conceals a vein of green. This sunny green variety is quite good. The price should surely be higher than that. The vendor scrutinized him, noting his humble appearance and lack of knowledge regarding the underlying rules of the jade trade. He began to devise a cunning strategy. While the green was indeed present, the overall quality was insufficient, and without adequate quality, the carving would hold little value. Name your price, the vendor said, eyeing him. 10,000. Qin Chuan pondered for a moment before addressing the proprietor. If you are amenable, we shall proceed with the transaction. If not, I shall take my leave. Admittedly, he lacked a profound understanding of the jade market, yet he believed that his offered price was not excessively unreasonable. Upon hearing Qin Chuan's proposal, the owner appeared somewhat intrigued. Acquiring this stone for 10,000 yuan could potentially yield a profit of 40 to 50,000 yuan in the future. However, this also highlighted Qin Chuan's naivety, as he was offering a mere fraction of its true worth. The owner, unwilling to concede too much, hesitated and remarked, "How about this? I genuinely require this material, so I shall offer you 1,000 yuan. What do you think?" Qin Chuan, sensing the owner's unreliability, thought better of it. This individual, while asserting that the stone held little value, was reluctant to relinquish it. Since they could not reach an agreement, he decided to withdraw from the deal. As he prepared to reclaim his stone, the owner, realizing he had encountered a naive buyer, quickly interjected. "Since we are negotiating, it is only fair that you counter my offer. How about 5,000 yuan? That should be a fair price." The owner clutched the stone tightly, refusing to let go. Observing his demeanor, Qin Chuan realized that the stone's worth far exceeded the offered price, indicating that he had undervalued it. "Forget it. I shall not sell," Qin Chuan declared, retracting his offer. The owner's expression darkened considerably as he held the stone close to his chest and admonished, "Do you not understand the rules? In the jade trade, once a price has been offered, one cannot retract it. You either sell or you don't." He seemed to have Qin Chuan at a disadvantage. Uncertain of the customs within the jade industry, Qin Chuan hesitantly responded, "I made an offer, but you did not provide a suitable counter. Am I obliged to sell to you? Is this not coercive?" "What coercion? This is simply how the industry operates." The owner signaled to those nearby, seeking their support. The surrounding vendors, familiar with him, either remained silent or echoed his sentiments. Indeed, once a price is quoted, the seller must comply. It is unreasonable to backtrack. They continued, "Since you have made an offer, you must sell to him. By making an offer, he has disclosed his intent. Selling to another would violate the unwritten rules of the trade, which is a serious taboo." These individuals took advantage of Qin Chuan's lack of knowledge, chastising him collectively. Although Qin Chuan felt out of his depth, he believed that such practices were unjust. "Come now, show me your QR code. I will offer you 7,000. How about that? 7,000 is quite generous." As the owner spoke, he produced his phone, ready to finalize the transaction. Once the payment was transferred, the stone would belong to him. Should Qin Chuan later realize that he had undervalued the stone, he would have no recourse. The exchange would be settled, and any loss incurred would be attributed to his own lack of acumen. What a predicament it was. At the moment when Qin Chuan found himself at a loss, a woman approached him. This woman, in her 30s, possessed a tall and elegant figure, clad in a pair of tailored yoga pants that accentuated her curves. On her upper body, she wore a fitted black sports t-shirt that subtly revealed a hint of her abdomen. Her hair, slightly curled, was styled into a high ponytail, framing her delicate, oval face. Her makeup was exquisitely applied, and her enchanting peach blossom eyes seemed to bewitch all who gazed upon her, her every smile and gesture exuding an alluring charm that stirred the heart. One could not help but feel captivated. Was she perhaps a reincarnation of a seductress? Qin Chuan stole a glance at this captivating woman, unable to suppress a gulp. "What were you just saying? What does it mean that once a price is set, one cannot renege? If we offered a price and you agreed, then you cannot back out. We made an offer, but you did not agree. On what grounds could we be expected to hold our end? Do you think we are ignorant of the rules?" The woman stood before Qin Chuan, flashed him a smile, and turned to address the proprietor, "Quickly return the items, or do not blame me for seeking out the market administrator." Chapter 69. The gamble of stones before him stood a woman of unparalleled allure. Although her attire was relatively modest, revealing little skin, she exuded an air of seduction that could bring nations to ruin. Especially captivating were her eyes, which seemed to converse with the soul. A subtle smile transformed them into delicate crescents, as if capable of ensnaring one's very spirit. "She is with me," the woman declared to the others. "Do you truly think we are ignorant of the market? Bring forth the stone, we shan't sell it." As she spoke, she boldly seized the stone from the vendor's hands and placed it into Xiao Tang's grasp, displaying an undeniable assertiveness. The vendor, recognizing her expertise, dared not continue his futile entreaties, and could only watch as they departed. "Thank you for your assistance," Qin Chuan expressed to the woman. "Without you, I surely would have fallen victim to deceit." The woman chuckled in response. Such is the nature of every trade. Without guidance, one inevitably pays a tuition fee. That vendor was excessively unscrupulous. Had he not resorted to coercion, I would have disregarded him entirely. "If you wish to sell stones, I recommend that establishment." She gestured towards a particular direction, adding, "Their offers are quite reliable." "Thank you very much," Qin Chuan replied. It was but a trifling effort. She waved her hand dismissively. "By the way, I still do not know your name. You have aided me immensely. Once I sell this stone, I shall surely express my gratitude." He hurriedly continued, "No need to thank me," she smiled. "You should focus on selling your stone." With that, she turned and walked away in another direction. Following her guidance, he arrived at a shop named Jade Pavilion, where he presented his stone. The proprietor offered 30,000 without hesitation. Qin Chuan deemed the price reasonable and proceeded with the transaction. After pocketing the money, he began to meander through the market, drawn to the sound of transactions, eager to glean insights. If he were to earn a profit, engaging in stone gambling seemed a promising venture. Ignorance of the market could lead to significant losses. Suddenly, he noticed a commotion. "Let us go see what is happening," he urged, as he approached the scene of a dispute between a woman and a group of men, their argument escalating into a contest of perception. "Are they gambling stones? We must investigate," he remarked, as a crowd began to gather. Following the excitement, Qin Chuan soon found himself at a stall where a man and a woman stood in confrontation, each regarding the other with palpable animosity, as if they longed to shred one another to pieces. To his astonishment, he recognized the woman. It was the very one who had previously assisted him. Her expression was strikingly indifferent, yet her gentle, water-like eyes glimmered with a chilling intensity. Suddenly, she exuded an air of authority. Opposite her sat a man, nonchalant and indifferent, with a piece of dental floss dangling from the corner of his mouth, clad in a loose-fitting shirt, resembling a rogue. "Wang Qi," he challenged, "what gives you the right to be the spokesperson for the 6 great houses? You must first possess the capability. Being the woman of the elder brother does not entitle you to inherit our family legacy at will." He fixed his gaze on Wang Qi, his expression rife with defiance. "I advise you to recognize your position and leave." Wang Qi regarded him with an icy demeanor, retorting, "My ascendance as the spokesperson for the 6 great houses is sanctioned by established rules. You lack the authority to dictate terms here. If you aspire to be the spokesperson for Aoyue, you must demonstrate the requisite skill. Aoyue's foundation lies in jade and jewelry. Do you dare to challenge me?" The man, staring intently at Wang Qi, proposed, "If you can best me today, I shall support your claim as the spokesperson for Aoyue in the forthcoming meeting of the 6 great houses. Should you fail, you must abdicate voluntarily and endorse the Zhou family's rise to power." Aoyue Group is a colossal enterprise engaged in various sectors, including jewelry, real estate, tourism, and technology. Despite its vastness, the company remains privately held. The governance of the company is entirely determined by the 6 spokespersons. This system is deeply rooted in their origins, as Aoyue initially flourished through the jewelry trade, with each of the 6 families contributing in distinct fields. Together, they hold the majority of Aoyue's shares and adhere to the principle of mutual support in times of challenge. Previously, the spokesperson for Aoyue was Chong Hu, a man of formidable capability who transformed Aoyue from a mere jewelry business into a multifaceted conglomerate. His prowess commanded widespread respect. However, following a sudden car accident that claimed his life, the position of spokesperson became vacant. As Chong Hu's widow, Wang Qi naturally inherited the Chong family's standing within Aoyue. Yet, her authority is insufficient to quell the opposition from other families, with the Zhou family being the most vociferous dissenters. Wang Qi had come to this place to alleviate her frustrations, only to unexpectedly encounter Zhou Yechuan. His leading opposition has rendered her incapable of smoothly navigating the spokesperson meetings, further obstructing her efforts to assume the role of chairperson of Aoyue Group. Dare you? Zhou Yechuan mocked Wang Qi, stating, recognizing jade from mere stone is a skill intrinsic to our 6 families. If you cannot measure up, it would be prudent to withdraw before embarrassing yourself at the spokesperson meeting. Very well, let us compete, Wang Qi replied, her brow furrowed. Remember your words. Should you lose, you must support me. A gentleman's word is his bond. Zhou Yechuan scoffed. Lose?
What ist?
I have brought along the jade connoisseur He Boyue, whose discerning eyes have never faltered. Let us not complicate matters. We shall compete right here with a time limit of 5 minutes. Zhou Yechuan casually gestured towards the array of stalls before him and declared, I shall only purchase raw stones of pure Meng material, and we will commence the stone unveiling in 5 minutes. First, we shall evaluate the quality, then compare the purchase price. What say you? Agreed, Wang Qi nodded. She believed that even if her skills were lacking, she was certainly more adept than the unlearned Zhou Yechuan. Let us begin, Zhou Yechuan announced, and under He Boyue's guidance from behind, he commenced examining the stones. Zhou Yechuan, how can you solicit assistance from outsiders? Wang Qi remarked, a hint of annoyance in her voice as she observed He Boyue intervening. Seeking help from others. Does that not undermine your own discernment? We never stated that one cannot seek assistance. If you wish, you may also enlist help. As a candidate for leadership, one cannot attend to every detail personally. It is essential to learn to delegate. Zhou Yechuan glanced at the time and remarked, a minute has already elapsed. You must hasten your pace. Should you lose, do not expect to evade the consequences. Chapter 70. A sudden surge to her astonishment. Wang Qi could hardly believe the audacity of this fellow. During their previous competition, he had espoused the virtues of discernment in leadership, yet now he urged her to learn the art of delegation. It seemed he had spoken every word without regard for consistency. However, she found herself at an impasse. Unable to navigate the meeting of stakeholders, she needed to identify a pivotal moment to break the stalemate. Prolonging this situation could potentially tarnish Aou's reputation. Competing against Zhou Yechuan might just provide that critical opportunity. If she could turn the tide here, the entire scenario could revitalize. With little desire to engage in further disputes, she promptly produced a flashlight and began her search among the nearby stalls. Yet, the more she searched, the more anxious she became, and the more her clarity faltered. Especially with He Boyue assisting her opponent, beads of sweat trickled down her forehead, dampening the wisps of hair at her brow, inadvertently enhancing her allure. At last, Zhou Yechuan, having found a suitable stone, proclaimed loudly, this stone is flawless in both appearance and illumination. Oh dear, there's only a minute left. Wang Qi, have you not yet found a stone? I fear you may be on the brink of defeat. He continued to exert pressure, taunting Wang Qi. We all recognize your managerial prowess, but after all, you are but a woman. Why put yourself in the limelight? Allow me to present you a proposition. Marry me, and I shall lead the stakeholders' meeting while you manage the daily operations of AOU. Wouldn't that be splendid? Wang Qi was undeniably beautiful, particularly with those captivating eyes that could stir the heart of any man. Even her marital status did not deter Zhou Yechuan. As Wang Qi felt the sweat pooling from her anxiety, Zhou Yechuan's incessant provocations only heightened her disarray. With time slipping away, she gritted her teeth and resolved to seize a random stone. How much for this one? She inquired of the stall owner. The vendor, not lacking in shrewdness, recognized the urgency of their competition and boldly declared, 600,000. 500,000, Wang Qi immediately countered. You have no time for bargaining, so let's settle on 500,000. It cannot be lowered further, the stall owner replied. Wang Qi was taken aback by the cunning she faced today. With no other recourse, she resigned herself to being taken advantage of, acknowledging her earlier mismanagement of time. While she possessed a natural talent for operations, Her understanding of rough stones was merely superficial, only slightly above that of an average person. Judging such unrefined materials was indeed a daunting task. "Don't buy it." Just as time was about to expire, a voice interjected, and a palm-sized stone was thrust before her. "Take this," Qin Chuan urged Wang Qi. She paused momentarily, her eyes fixed on Qin Chuan, momentarily at a loss for how to proceed. "The stone you see here has not stood upright. Its surface lacks the desired luster, indicating that the jade within is not fully formed. Although it shines brightly under the light, its insufficient jade quality and lack of hardness mean that cracks and dirt will undoubtedly permeate it, rendering it worthless." Qin Chuan handed the stone in his hand to her, saying, "Trust me." Wang Qi glanced at the time and then at Qin Chuan. Ultimately, she chose to place her faith in him. She understood her own capabilities well. Rather than relying on her own uncertain judgment, she preferred to trust Qin Chuan. His gaze did not suggest malice. "This is my stone." Just a second before time expired, she revealed her stone. Zhou Yechuan, noticing Qin Chuan's sudden appearance, shouted at him, "Where did this wild brat come from? Who allowed you to interfere in our competition?" He believed he had secured victory, as Boyue had claimed that the stone Wang Qi had chosen was merely a watery piece, devoid of value. Just when he thought victory was assured, an unexpected young man appeared, helping her switch stones. "I also sought assistance. Is that not permissible?" Wang Qi observed Zhou Yechuan's expression and felt a sense of relief. The more anxious he appeared, the more it validated her decision to change stones. "You said it was acceptable to seek help. This is the individual I enlisted." Wang Qi sighed with relief and remarked, "I must learn to utilize others' talents too." Qin Chuan merely smiled in silence. Upon seeing Wang Qi earlier, he had already been prepared to assist. Since someone had aided him, it was only fitting that he did not remain idle. In fact, he had exhausted the last remnants of mist just to swiftly identify the finest stone. "Indeed, I was invited by her for assistance," Qin Chuan said, grinning at Zhou Yechuan. "Since both parties have selected their stones, let us proceed directly to cutting them to compare their quality." "Humph. Let us see," Zhou Yechuan scoffed. "I wonder what you are so proud of." Boyue is an expert in raw stones. Few in Haicheng can rival his discerning eye. "You think you can defeat me with this unknown rustic fellow? Not a chance." Boyue, too, was quite confident, convinced that this unknown youth could not surpass him. "Winning or losing will only be determined once we cut them." Wang Qi clenched her teeth, uncertain of the quality of the stone Qin Chuan had picked for her. She could not afford to lose her composure. "Let us cut them open." Zhou Yechuan addressed the stall owner. "Please cut these 2 stones for us." The owner, eager for business, quickly carried the stones to the cutting machine. "How shall we cut? Should we first slice along the major crack, then proceed to polish the surface?" the owner inquired. "Yes." Boyue nodded. The experienced owner immediately began cutting along a prominent crack. With the sound of the cutting machine sparking, a smirk appeared on Boyue's lips. Victory seemed all but assured. Due to the remarkable hardness of jadeite, if it can be effortlessly cleaved by a cutting machine, it indicates that the interior is of a tender variety, still in the process of undergoing the transformation into jade. Conversely, if the cutting proves to be exceedingly challenging, it signifies that the quality is sufficiently robust. What remains is merely to gamble on the potential for cracks. With a decisive motion, the proprietor sliced through the stone along its fissure, capturing the undivided attention of all present. Gradually, he revealed the inner jade flesh. A surge of excitement filled the air. The proprietor proclaimed loudly, "The jade flesh within is indeed exquisite." He rinsed the surface with water, remarking, "The quality is exceptionally ancient, at least high ice, and the fissures are quite favorable with minimal internal cracks. If the cracks remain stable, it could yield several large pieces." Chapter 71. The spring of colors. Zhou Yechuan felt a surge of joy upon seeing the cut material. Victory was assured. It had appreciated significantly. The texture appeared remarkably exquisite. If the crack had not penetrated deeply, it would indeed be a windfall. How much was this stone purchased for? It seemed to be around 10,000. Was this not an immense profit? Boyue truly lived up to his reputation, possessing an astute eye. Judging by the direction of the crack, it would likely yield a favorable outcome. The onlookers began to murmur as they observed the cut material. Wang Qi, upon witnessing the revealed stone, clenched her fists tightly, feeling an involuntary tension. The opponent had chosen their stone exceptionally well. Her selection was significantly smaller in size. Even with comparable quality, defeat was inevitable. Not necessarily, Qin Chuan remarked quietly from the side. Wang Qi looked up at the plainly dressed youth beside her. For reasons unknown, his confident smile instilled a sense of assurance within her. Despite being mere strangers, why did she feel such trust in him? Let us peel it, Zhou Yechuan urged eagerly to the owner. He was impatient to claim his victory. The owner wasted no time, swiftly removing the outer layer of the jade. It has appreciated significantly, he announced. The material is sufficiently old. The internal crack has not spread, merely a bit of snowflake cotton inside, which is not a major concern. Upon seeing the peeled jade, Zhou Yechuan became audacious, turning to Wang Qi. Do you still intend to compete with me? This material has increased at least tenfold, and I hardly consider you my rival. To claim it had appreciated tenfold was already a conservative estimate. Should it be fashioned into a pendant and polished, its value would rise substantially. Why not compete? Who says we are bound to lose? Qin Chuan confidently addressed them. Why would we lose? He Boyue interjected. A true expert can discern the quality of a stone merely by its surface. Your material, while possessing a certain oiliness and the surface texture is indeed coarse, has a significant internal crack. This crack will most likely propagate. Once it does, it will transform completely. In other words, only a small section of the stone is of decent quality. The rest is unremarkable. He spoke with great confidence. That makes sense. Boyue is indeed correct. The crack will certainly extend. Shall we make a cut along this crack? The owner suggested to Wang Qi. Peel it directly, do not cut. As it may damage the material, Qin Chuan interjected decisively. The owner paused, taken aback. Peel it directly? That's rather labor-intensive. There's no need for such an approach. We should first make a cut along the crack. If the lower section transforms, there's no point in continuing the cut. He believed the lower portion would certainly undergo a transformation. To grind it all would be a waste of his blade. A crack of such magnitude did not warrant further peeling. Moreover, it is hardly a promising specimen. Let us proceed with a decisive cut. One glance at this young man reveals his lack of experience. He seems to believe he has stumbled upon a treasure. Heed our counsel and make the cut without hesitation. The surrounding individuals echoed this sentiment. Wang Qi hesitated, unconsciously glancing at Qin Chuan, who had become her pillar of support in this matter. She was, after all, not particularly well-versed in this field. No need, Qin Chuan asserted firmly. Just follow my instructions. In the jade industry, the saying goes that one cut can render one destitute or wealthy. This does not merely pertain to the assessment of jade's quality, which can only be determined post-cut. Should one fail to execute the cut properly, even a promising piece could plummet in value. While this stone bears a significant crack on the surface, the interior is sufficiently aged, having reached a glass-like quality, and the fissure does not extend inward. If the cut is made along this crack, the stone would yield only a token. However, if one were to avoid this crack, it could produce both a large and a small bangle. In the jade market, the disparity in value between bangles and tokens is substantial. Jade bangles fetch high prices and sell rapidly. Not to mention, this specimen contains flecks of green and hints of purple. Upon hearing Qin Chuan's words, the owner felt somewhat helpless. Yet, since the payment had been made, he could only comply with the customer's wishes. Under the witness of the crowd, the owner swiftly began to grind away the outer layer. As the skin was removed, he wiped the sweat from his brow. That was a close call. Thankfully, he hadn't cut through the middle, or it would have been a significant loss. It has risen, and substantially at that. The cracks did not penetrate. It resembles glass, the owner exclaimed. Zhou Yichuan, initially brimming with confidence, felt his expression darken upon hearing the term glass-like quality. In the jade industry, glass-like quality is considered high-grade and exorbitantly valued. It has mutated, the owner lamented as he rinsed the surface dust away. Upon hearing this, Zhou Yichuan regained some enthusiasm. If there had indeed been a mutation, he still held a chance of victory. Can this truly be classified as a mutation? Qin Chuan approached, taking the stone into his hands with a smile. The mutation occurs at this lower section, but it does not hinder the extraction of 2 bangles from the upper section. Qin Chuan placed the stone before Zhou Yichuan and proposed, "Shall I sketch a bangle for you? Look, there is still a patch of green here, and a hint of purple there. Spring with color?" Upon hearing this, Wang Qi quickly interjected, "Indeed, it is spring with color. If the bangle possesses color, its price would surge significantly. Should they successfully extract such a bangle with a favorable effect, fetching a 7-figure sum would be entirely feasible. Moreover, given Qin Chuan's design, they could potentially create 2 bangles, the value of which is beyond imagination, not to mention the several tokens that could also be obtained. The spring-hued glass-type bangle material is truly remarkable. Fortunately, I refrained from cutting it earlier. Had I done so, it would have been disastrous. This individual possesses a keen insight, able to discern the internal characteristics of the stone at such a young age. Victory is assured. What could be better than this? Although high-ice water material is commendable, it pales in comparison to this glass-type variety, revealing a significant disparity. It is evident that this woman has triumphed. This young man is indeed formidable, managing to overshadow He Boyue. The onlookers began to voice their astonishment one by one. Zhou Yichuan was equally taken aback. The spring-hued glass type, particularly as bangle material, is an exceedingly rare find in the market. How did this fellow come across it? He Boyue could hardly fathom being bested by someone so young, and with a hint of defiance, he retorted, "Let us hear about the price you paid. We secured this material for a substantial sum. You cannot possibly have acquired it for a 7-figure amount and expect to compare quality with me." Chapter 72. Are we friends? Upon hearing He Boyue speak, Zhou Yichuan suddenly realized that this contest was not merely about quality. It also involved a competition of price. Indeed, one must disclose the cost. If you purchased the material for 10 million, what is there to compare? After his words, those around him nodded in agreement. If such exquisite material was also acquired at a high price, it would render the competition meaningless. The jewelry business, after all, is a commercial endeavor that necessitates consideration of profitability. 30,000, Qin Chuan candidly stated, "I acquired this stone for 30,000. Impossible." Zhou Yichuan nearly collapsed upon hearing Qin Chuan's claim. His own stone had cost 60,000. How could he possibly have procured such a fine piece for merely 30,000? Why is it impossible? At that moment, Wang Qi interjected. Jadeite is a gamble. One cut reveals heaven, while another reveals the depths. No one can predict the outcome before it is opened. There is no need for contention over this matter. Qin Chuan then produced a receipt from his pocket, declaring, "Just purchased. Here is the fresh invoice." An invoice? Then there is no further argument. If he managed to find a bargain, it simply indicates his keen eye. Accept defeat gracefully. There is no need for stubbornness that diminishes one's stature. Everyone witnessed your initial agreement. You cannot possibly lose to a woman. Acknowledge your shortcomings. The more you argue, the more foolish you appear. Upon understanding the situation, the onlookers directed their comments towards Zhou Yichuan. His expression darkened significantly. He had intended to use this opportunity to oust Wang Qi, positioning himself as the leader of the 6 major figures. Instead, he found himself inadvertently assisting her. Consequently, Wang Qi's chances of victory in the upcoming meeting of the 6 major figures had increased substantially. Very well. Zhou Yichuan gritted his teeth and addressed Wang Qi. Zhou Yichuan will honor my word. I will fully support you in the meeting of the leaders. However, you must secure at least 2 more families to achieve a majority. Gaining their support will not be an easy feat. Wang Qi, however, wore a smile brimming with joy as she replied, "You need not worry about that. I will handle it myself." In truth, she was not a member of the 6 major families. Yet, due to her status as Chonghu's wife and her significant influence in the management of Aoyue Group, she had qualified to partake in the competition for leadership. The Chong family was indeed in need of a new, competitive leader, and in order to retain power, they were compelled to support the more prestigious Wang Qi in the contest. Wang Qi could at least represent the Chong family, promising greater benefits for them. Without her support, the younger generation of the Chong family could not be relied upon. Although she had the backing of 2 families and considerable prestige, she was still an outsider to the 6 major families, and the other families would likely harbor some resistance towards her. Had she carried the surname Chong, the opposition would be significantly lessened. Zhou Yeqin gritted his teeth and forced out a word, furiously turning to leave. The onlookers, seeing that the commotion had come to an end, began to disperse. After everyone had departed, Wang Qi despondently sank onto a long bench. Today was perilous. Had it not been for Qin Chuan's assistance, she would undoubtedly have faced disaster. "Thank you," she said, casting a grateful smile at Qin Chuan. Her smile was exceptionally enchanting, with her alluring, peach blossom eyes almost captivating enough to be fatal. Just a glance from her could make one feel compelled to surrender their very life. "Too polite," Qin Chuan replied, averting his gaze. "You just helped me. It is only right that I assist you in return. You may not realize the magnitude of your help." Wang Qi expressed with gratitude, "It pertains to my very life. You might also be unaware of how significant your assistance has been for me." Qin Chuan responded, smiling back. "It concerns my livelihood as well. The money from selling stones constitutes my entire fortune. Had it not been for you, I would have been in dire straits." Wang Qi gazed at Qin Chuan for a moment, and they exchanged smiles. "Let us refrain from excessive gratitude. It appears rather foolish." Qin Chuan nodded. "Indeed, it is somewhat silly. It's getting late. Allow me to treat you to a meal." Wang Qi stood up and replied, "We should get to know each other better. I find you quite intriguing." Qin Chuan shrugged. "Are we not already acquainted? I presumed we were friends."
Ah, indah, Bangki Raplia.
Momentarily taken aback before continuing, what I meant was, let us converse as friends while dining. Since we are friends, there is no need for such formality. Qin Chuan glanced at the time and said, "I have a few matters to attend to. They have been waiting for me outside for quite some time. We should arrange another time to dine." Although Meng Yuning mentioned that the meeting would commence later in the evening, there were certainly matters to address. Assisting them with a follow-up examination would also require some time. He needed to hurry. "All right, we will reschedule. You take care of your business." Wang Qi smiled at him. After Qin Chuan departed, Wang Qi suddenly realized she had forgotten several important things. She hadn't even asked for his contact information or knew his name. Wasn't he that amusing? Furthermore, the money for purchasing this piece of jade was originally his. Logically, it should belong to him. This was a 7-figure jade. Why wasn't he taking it? According to customary practice, whoever paid for it rightfully owned it. Why did he seem a bit daft? She was accustomed to the cunning and deceit of the marketplace, the calculations and being calculated against. Encountering someone so seemingly oblivious was a bit unsettling. Just moments ago, he had mentioned that the money from selling stones constituted his entire assets. He staked all his assets to secure victory in the competition. Yet he did not regard such a precious item with any significance. Was it merely because she had previously uttered a word of assistance on his behalf? With this thought, she hastily seized the raw stone and rushed outside, intent on returning it to Qin Chuan. However, his figure was nowhere to be found. Qin Chuan was not foolish. He was simply overwhelmed with the urgency to depart, forgetting his precious jade in the process. Most importantly, he was unaware of the true value of that jade piece, believing it to be worth merely 30 to 50,000, thus failing to appreciate its significance. "What am I to do with this?" Wang Qi lamented as she examined the jade in her hands, glancing around helplessly. In the realm of commerce, if both parties were to scheme, she would bear no psychological burden in outmaneuvering others for billions. Yet now, she found herself flustered over a mere raw jade stone. "Never mind. I shall set aside the money for you, and when fate allows us to meet again, I will return it," she remarked, shaking the stone in her hand, her expression tinged with wistfulness. Chapter 73. Expelling people. Upon arriving at Zhang Fiwen's villa, Qin Chuan suddenly realized a significant oversight. He had neglected to request payment from that woman. Having purchased the stones for her, it was only reasonable that she should bear the cost. In the haste of his departure, he had forgotten such an important matter. Moreover, he had yet to acquire her contact information. What a blunder! The striking beauty of the woman had captivated him, her enchanting eyes almost bewitching, leaving him somewhat disoriented and forgetful. He decided to let it go for now, hoping for another opportunity to address it later. Jiang Fiwen, do not become too presumptuous. Do you truly aspire to enter the Jiang group? Such ambition. Before Qin Chuan could step into the room, he was met with a cacophony of voices from within. The source of the uproar was none other than Jiang Fiwen's cousin. Jiang Yud, cease your commotion, Jiang Fiwen exclaimed, visibly irritated. It was grandmother who instructed me to make demands. What is wrong with that? Indeed, interjected Meng Yaoning with a sardonic tone. The matriarch previously stated that whoever could awaken the old master would be granted the position of head of the family. Has that promise been fulfilled? Mr. Qin, please follow me. A man who had come to escort Qin Chuan said. There are minor family disputes at play. Kindly do not take offense. We shall enter through the side door, and once they have concluded their argument, they will come to meet you. Qin Chuan nodded in acknowledgement. After all, this was a family matter, and it would be inappropriate for him to interfere. Once he entered the room, he settled on the second floor, enjoying some fruit from the table while observing the ongoing ruckus below. After listening for a while, he gathered the gist of the situation. Jiang Fiwen had previously sought Qin Chuan's assistance in healing the elderly master of the Jiang family, yet the matriarch was reluctant to distribute the family wealth to Jiang Fiwen. Thus, she had been instructed to propose an alternative demand in place of the earlier promise. Jiang Fiwen requested entry into the Jiang group, a demand that faced vehement opposition from her uncle's family. They had only just succeeded in ousting her from the company. How could they possibly allow her to return? The Jiang group was the very heart of the Jiang family, and Jiang Yiming's clan was adamantly resistant to relinquishing any power. This was precisely why Jiang Yud had created a scene. You would do well to reconsider and retract that request. Aim for a modest benefit and do not overreach. Do you truly believe that saving grandfather grants you free rein? Jiang Yud glared at her, stating, if you do not change your mind today, do not blame me for my lack of courtesy. I am making demands on behalf of grandmother. What concern is it of yours? Jiang Fiwen replied, furrowing her brow. As it stands, the Jiang family is not solely under your family's control. Are you in such haste to seize the Jiang group? I cannot acquiesce to your wishes. This condition is non-negotiable. If you wish to refuse, let grandmother do so personally. She was well aware of the matriarch's bias towards the second branch of the family. Yet this was a promise made by her own lips. Should she have a change of heart, her pride would undoubtedly suffer. Jiang Yud's presence here is surely at the behest of the matriarch. If Jiang Fiwen could be persuaded to alter her stance under Jiang Yud's pressure, that would be fortuitous. Jiang Fiwen is acutely aware that the matriarch could never publicly refuse her, as her current request is significantly more modest than what was initially agreed upon. Should this also be turned down, the matriarch would fear being ridiculed. After all, in a prominent family, a semblance of dignity must be maintained. I tell you, if you do not reconsider today, I shall represent the Jiang family in seizing this property, Jiang Yu declared, fixing her with a steely gaze. You might as well prepare to sleep on the streets. This residence has been allocated to me by the Jiang family, and you are in no position to issue demands. Jiang Fiwen shot back, the Jiang family is not solely under your control. Who says otherwise? Jiang Yud retorted, a cold smirk gracing his lips. The Jiang real estate now falls under my jurisdiction, and the title of this property belongs to Jiang Realty. Thus, should I evict you, it would be entirely lawful. I advise you against being overly greedy. It would be prudent to moderate your demands and accept whatever benefits you can secure. An insatiable heart will only lead to one's downfall. If you wish to avoid homelessness, it would be wise to retract your demands and maintain some semblance of decorum. Should you choose to act disgracefully, once we take action, you will lose all standing within the Jiang family. At Jiang Yud's menacing words, Jiang Fiwen furrowed her brow tightly. You dare. If you so much as touch a single item in my room, I will report you to the Jiang family. Ha ha. Do you realize what you're saying? Jiang Yud laughed, addressing her mockingly. Do you understand why I have the audacity to come here? Without grandmother's backing, I would never dare to act so brazenly. What? Jiang Fiwen gritted her teeth, disbelief etched on her face. Stop spouting nonsense. What is there to disbelieve? You are a woman. The Jiang family would never entrust its assets to you. You would do well to be wise and seek something of tangible value for your own benefit, Jiang Yud stated. In truth, the matriarch has always favored males. Intending to bequeath the family fortune to Jiang Yiming, despite the fact that Jiang Fiwen's father is the one who truly earned their legacy. Jiang Fiwen recognized the veracity of Jiang Yude's claims, yet her spirit refused to yield. She was determined to fight back. "No matter what you say, this is my demand," she declared through clenched teeth. "If the matriarch is unwilling, let her speak to me directly. As long as she acknowledges that this is her intention, I will retract my request. Why should the matriarch personally address you? Do you truly believe you have gained any favor?" Jiang Yude replied, exasperated. "Very well. If you refuse to relent, then prepare to sleep on the streets." He impatiently instructed those behind him, "Hurry and remove all the trivial possessions from this house." As he spoke, he casually settled onto the sofa. Immediately, those subordinates burst in, rummaging through items and carelessly tossing belongings about as if intent on dismantling the place. "Who dares to move?" Jiang Fiwen swiftly positioned herself in front of them, her voice resonating with authority. "This is my room. No one is permitted to touch anything. Enough of this chaos. Simply throw them both out." Jiang Yude, growing impatient, waved his hand dismissively at his subordinates. The possessions within this room were, after all, the property of the Jiang family. Without hesitation, the subordinates began to roughly seize Jiang Fiwen, attempting to drag her out of the room with an alarming lack of finesse. Chapter 74. "Dare to strike me, release her. What do you intend to do?" Meng Yaoning exclaimed, observing the group manhandling Jiang Fiwen, some even attempting to take advantage of the situation. Infuriated, she pointed at them and shouted, "Let her go!" Yet, these individuals showed no regard for her pleas and began to tug at her as well. "Do not touch her. Her leg has yet to heal." Meng Yaoning frantically shielded Jiang Fiwen, raising her voice, "Can't you see she is in pain?" The previous night, Jiang Fiwen's leg had exhibited signs of relapse, prompting her to summon Qin Chuan for assistance. The rough handling from these people had evidently exacerbated her condition. She was now drenched in cold sweat, her body nearly succumbing to weakness. Nevertheless, the assailants remained undeterred, continuing their aggressive behavior towards Jiang Fiwen. Angered, Meng Yaoning resorted to harsh language, yet the more she cursed, the more emboldened they seemed. "Come on, brothers, drag her out. You previously lacked the privilege to even touch her. Ha ha. I will take the lead. I fancy that one. Such fair skin and an exquisite figure. Don't play the hero, mind your own business. Hurry up and get her out. Our task will be complete." They hurled vulgarities while plotting to exploit the situation. "I dare anyone to lay a hand on me. I warn you, my master is Zhao Quan, and I hail from the Meng family. Should anyone dare to touch me, do not blame me for my lack of courtesy." At this moment, Meng Yaoning invoked her lineage, admonishing them. This tactic proved effective, as the group momentarily froze. They were merely ordinary laborers, far from being rivals to the Meng family. For the Meng family to deal with them would be as effortless as handling a chick. "Do not heed her nonsense. If trouble arises, I will take the blame for you," Jiang Yude interjected with a smile, adding, "She is not a core figure in the Meng family. You may proceed as you wish. She cannot truly harm you." While speaking, he waved his hand dismissively. With Jiang Yude's assurance, the assailants grew even more audacious, their actions becoming increasingly sordid. "Come on. Little girl, will you walk on your own or shall I carry you? Let me hold you as we leave," they taunted. "Ha-ha. Get on with it. Stop wasting time." They began to shove the two women lewdly. One man with slanted eyes attempted to take advantage of Jiang Fiwen's immobility, reaching toward her chest. Suddenly, a water bottle struck his face with a resounding thud, causing blood to gush from his nose. The impact from such a distance left him momentarily dazed. What is happening? A group of grown men bullying two young women. Do you have no shame? Qin Chuan descended from the second floor, his gaze coldly fixed upon them. In truth, he had not intended to meddle in their affairs, as it is often said that a wise judge cannot resolve familial disputes. Moreover, he had completely exhausted the white mist within himself. Should a conflict arise with these individuals, victory was by no means assured. "Jiang Yude, what brings you here? If you claim this is your home, then pursue legal avenues. What is the meaning of bringing a few men to forcefully intervene?" Qin Chuan fixed his gaze upon him and remarked, "What, are you afraid to take legal action? Concerned that others will accuse the Jiang family of betrayal or cruelty?" Do you truly believe that by acting thus today you will escape reproach? One should refrain from being overly despicable and leave oneself a measure of dignity. Seeing Qin Chuan again only fueled Jiang Yude's ire. Were it not for him, they would not find themselves in such a passive situation. They had long since seized control of the Jiang family. Do we require your interference in our affairs? Jiang Yude bellowed at him. What do you think you are? I consider myself a righteous man, compelled to intervene when I witness injustice, Qin Chuan replied, stepping forward to stand before Jiang Fiwen. He placed his hand on her hip joint, channeling his inner energy, and declared, she is my patient. Should anyone dare to harm her, they shall find me unyielding. He was acutely aware of his current lack of white mist, and engaging in combat with these individuals would likely leave him at a disadvantage. Spare me your threats. Who do you think you are? Jiang Yude retorted with palpable impatience, calling out to those around him, go on. Throw him out along with that girl. Stop right there. Meng Yaoning interjected, positioning herself in front of them, and shouted, Jiang Yude, have you no conscience? Do you not see that Jiang Fiwen is suffering? Is it not cowardice to strike when one is vulnerable? I revel in taking advantage of the weak. What of it? Jiang Yude dismissed her concerns, signaling his subordinates to charge forward. We must leave, Qin Chuan said, swiftly lifting Jiang Fiwen in his arms. He turned to Meng Yaoning and cautioned, do not engage with them. My strength has yet to be restored. Any conflict would be detrimental. We can return once I regain my power. That is the proper course. Jiang Yude remarked with a smirk, departing voluntarily is your final semblance of dignity. They may leave, but you shall not. He pointed at Qin Chuan, asserting, you harmed my people. I have no intention of letting you go. His eyes glinted with malice. This man had bullied him repeatedly, and he would not allow this opportunity to pass. Harming my brother is akin to striking me. Jiang Yude shouted to his subordinates, go, beat him. I will not release him until I am satisfied. However, before Jiang Yude could finish his command, Qin Chuan surged forward, swinging his arm and landing a resounding slap upon Jiang Yude. The sound echoed sharply. Jiang Yude stood in stunned disbelief. How dare this man strike him? He was a member of the Jiang family, while Qin Chuan was merely a lowly commoner. Such insolence was beyond comprehension. You dare to hit me? Jiang Yude exclaimed, incredulous. Do you even know who I am? You wretched cur. I will ruin you. As he spoke, he prepared to confront Qin Chuan fiercely. Although Qin Chuan lacked the ethereal mist within his body, the foundation of the thunderclap fist remained intact. While confronting multiple opponents posed some challenges, he was still far superior to a second-generation scion like Jiang Yude. His physique had been mended by the mist, endowing him with capabilities that far exceeded those of an ordinary individual. Subduing Jiang Yude was a trivial task. With a resounding slap, before he could rise, Qin Chuan sent him crashing back onto the sofa. This strike was even more forceful than the last, leaving Jiang Yude's face swollen like that of a pig. Do you really think you can incapacitate me? Qin Chuan sneered. Perhaps you should take a moment to reflect upon your own character. You claim to strike me? Come, let me offer you a chance. Chapter 75. Unusual reactions. What are you standing there for? Go up and deal with him. Jiang Yude shouted to his subordinates behind him. Let us go together and beat him up. Upon hearing Jiang Yude's command, those two subordinates rushed towards Qin Chuan without hesitation. Bang! Qin Chuan did not hesitate either. He charged at the two of them. After brutally thrashing Jiang Yude, he had gained some awareness of his own strength. Although he was not yet capable of taking on 6 or 7 opponents simultaneously, handling 2 or 3 lowly thugs was certainly within his capabilities. Moreover, one of the thugs had already suffered a disfigured nose from a water bottle he had struck him with earlier. With his recent extensive experience in fighting, he quickly seized the initiative and launched a flying kick at the foremost thug. Bang! The group following Jiang Yude were merely his lackeys and were far from skilled fighters. Before the thug could react, Qin Chuan had already sent him flying. The force of this kick was considerably weaker compared to Qin Chuan at his peak. Yet the thug's physique was exceedingly frail. After the impact, he lay on the ground, utterly unable to move. It was unclear whether he was paralyzed by fear or genuinely in pain. No. I was wrong. The thug with the broken nose, witnessing Qin Chuan's formidable presence, quickly exclaimed. We won fight. We won fight. Please spare us. Slap, slap, slap. Qin Chuan approached him and delivered several resounding slaps, leaving his face bruised and battered. If I ever catch wind of you harboring any ill intentions towards them again, do not blame me for my ruthlessness. Qin Chuan shouted at the two thugs. Get out of here, right now. Yes, yes, yes. The two thugs felt a wave of relief wash over them. With their physical capabilities, they were no match for Qin Chuan. Just look at his imposing figure, a mass of muscle. Even Zhang Yud had been left disoriented by the beating. Zhang Yud, what now? Do you still intend to command your lackeys to attack? Have you even considered their level of skill? Qin Chuan stepped in front of Zhang Yud, leaning down to gaze into his eyes. Zhang Yud was taken aback, not expecting his subordinates to be so incompetent. Brother, I was wrong, I won't dare again. Feeling the burning pain on his face, Zhang Yud quickly surrendered, saying to Qin Chuan, I will leave now and will never dare to cause trouble here again. Qin Chuan was cautious not to press him too hard. Currently, he had no trace of white mist within him, and if a fight were to resume, he could not guarantee a victory. At this moment, he relied on his imposing presence to intimidate. Leave. If you dare to return here, do not expect me to show mercy. Qin Chuan shouted at him. Yes, yes, yes. Zhang Yud immediately turned and ran outside. He could not bear to stay a moment longer. The pressure exerted by Qin Chuan was overwhelmingly great. What now? After Zhang Yud rushed out, Qin Chuan quickly approached Zhang Fiwen and inquired, Does it still hurt? It seems quite severe. Zhang Fiwen, enduring the pain, gritted her teeth and replied, I think I was just jabbed, and it has flared up again. Let us head upstairs. Without hesitation, Qin Chuan lifted Zhang Fiwen and made his way to the bedroom upstairs. What has happened to her? Meng Yuning anxiously addressed Qin Chuan. Will this affect her health? She had just begun to show some improvement. That wretched Zhang Yud. It should not be a major issue, Qin Chuan reassured her. Last time, the bone was not entirely healed. It required another repair. Today, it seems she has aggravated the injured area, causing a relapse. As he spoke, he grasped Zhang Fiwen's arm and began to channel his powerful yin-yang fusion technique. A dense white mist enveloped him, allowing him to reassess the injury. It is nothing serious. A further repair should suffice, Qin Chuan stated calmly. Does that mean you have to place your hand on her thigh? Meng Yuning exclaimed, her eyes wide with surprise. Hearing this, Qin Chuan felt a tinge of embarrassment. Why is Meng Yuning speaking so boldly? My hand needs to rest at her hip joint, he clarified with a nod. However, I think it would be best if you stepped outside first. I sense that President Zhang is feeling a bit shy. Shy about what? It's not as if she hasn't seen it before, Meng Yuning retorted. Right now, saving her is the priority. I will assist you. As she spoke, she skillfully began to remove Zhang Fiwen's short skirt. All done. Meng Yuning appeared unfazed, completely disregarding the awkwardness between Qin Chuan and Zhang Fiwen. You should hurry and treat her. I need to assess her internal condition. Would you mind waiting outside? Qin Chuan nodded at her request. Once she left, he finally could concentrate fully on his technique. At that moment, Qin Chuan resembled a parched sponge, eagerly absorbing the rich white mist that surrounded him. Chapter 76. No more avoidance. Zhang Fiwen's complexion was radiant, her teeth firmly biting her lower lip. Something was amiss. Qin Chuan hastily ceased the operation of the grand yin-yang fusion technique. At the moment he halted the technique, a flicker of clarity appeared in Zhang Fiwen's eyes, and her entire demeanor gradually softened. It seemed her recovery was nearly complete. Qin Chuan quickly averted his gaze from her and said, During this period, you must be vigilant about your care. Avoid any significant bumps or bruises. Grant your wounds some time to heal, and you should return to your former state. He truly could not afford to look at her any longer. Zhang Fiwen bit her lip, speaking with a gentle shyness. I'll step out first. You should change your clothes. Qin Chuan swallowed hard, feeling a surge of anxiety as he made his way toward the exit. Wait. At that moment, Zhang Fiwen called out to him, saying, Please don't go just yet. Wait for me to finish changing before you leave, all right? Huh? Qin Chuan was taken aback by her request, pondering the inappropriateness of the situation. She was changing clothes within, and being in the same room felt rather improper, especially considering she was an exquisite beauty. Wasn't this inviting trouble? What did she mean by that? If Meng Yaoning were to see me like this, she would undoubtedly mock me, Jiang Fiwen continued. Please hold on a moment. Once I have changed, you can open the door. She was well aware of Meng Yaoning's temperament. If Qin Chuan opened the door, she would certainly barge in, witness her current state, and bombard her with questions. There was no way she would let Meng Yaoning have that opportunity. Could you please wait for me here for just a little while longer? Jiang Fiwen requested, confident in Qin Chuan's character. All right. Qin Chuan nodded in agreement. In truth, he was somewhat apprehensive of Meng Yaoning's sharp tongue. Witnessing Jiang Fiwen's condition, it was inevitable that she would not only tease her but also include him in her jests. That would indeed be an awkward predicament. Could you turn around, please? Jiang Fiwen shyly asked Qin Chuan. He promptly turned his back to her. After a while he heard her voice. I'm done. Thank you. Jiang Fiwen said as she addressed Qin Chuan. She had changed into a semi-transparent t-shirt, underneath which was a black spaghetti strap top. She wore denim shorts that hugged her figure snugly, showcasing her long, stunning legs. Cough. I'm glad it's all good, Qin Chuan said. Feeling immensely awkward, unsure of what to say, he merely scratched his head and said, I'll step out now. The moment Qin Chuan opened the door, Meng Yaoning rushed in, exclaiming, How is it? Is she all right? She is fine, Qin Chuan replied. As long as she takes good care of herself, there will be no issues. Meng Yaoning let out a sigh of relief, observing the flushed cheeks of the two individuals. Her gaze then shifted to Jiang Fiwen, who had changed into a different outfit. With a detective's keen scrutiny, she fixed her gaze upon them and inquired, Jiang Fiwen, how is it that you have already changed clothes while still inside? What exactly have you two been up to? Is there no regard for modesty? I had suspected there were some peculiar noises emanating from within, but I thought perhaps I had misheard. Chapter 77. Overdressed ahem. Qin Chuan coughed awkwardly a couple of times and said, You must have misheard. Huh? Meng Yaoning, witnessing the growing awkwardness between the two, felt increasingly delighted. She remarked, Let us set aside the matter of sound for now. Why did you change your clothes in front of her? I just... Jiang Fiwen found herself at a loss for words, her embarrassment rendering her speechless. Meng Yaoning had a knack for disregarding others' discomfort. Some matters are best left unspoken. Why must they be articulated? I was tidying up and didn't notice her changing. Qin Chuan hastily conjured an excuse. Oh, you didn't notice? Meng Yaoning fixed her large eyes on him, smiling mischievously as she said, I understand. I fully comprehend. Her words suggested a different implication altogether, despite her insistence on understanding. All right. Should we have Qin Chuan assist in your re-examination? Jiang Fiwen quickly diverted the topic, addressing Meng Yaoning. Oh, is there an issue with your heart? How should we proceed with that? Are you perhaps overdressed? Wouldn't that complicate the diagnosis? Allow me to be Qin Chuan's assistant. I shall help diligently. She spoke while her gaze remained fixed on Meng Yaoning's chest. What are you doing? Meng Yaoning suddenly blushed, wrapping her arm around Jiang Fiwen's, shyly saying, Look at how you speak. We are good friends, how could I not trust you? He definitely didn't see you change. When I was attending to your diagnosis, I obediently stepped outside. You mustn't repay kindness with malice. The treatment had indeed involved ambiguous movements. If Jiang Fiwen were to witness it, it would surely become material for her future mockery. Need no assistance? Jiang Fiwen and Meng Yaoning exchanged positions, their tones laden with sarcasm. No. It's merely a simple re-examination. I am quite capable of running and jumping, Meng Yaoning replied. Qin Chuan glanced at the time. It was getting late. He interrupted their conversation, addressing Meng Yaoning. How have you been feeling lately? Any discomfort? This is my first time doing this, and I am not particularly familiar with those toxic substances, he continued. I don't feel anything else, just occasionally sharp pains in my heart, followed by a sense of heaviness in my chest. Meng Yaoning stated seriously, her playful demeanor fading as she engaged in the matter at hand. That indicates there are areas needing improvement, Qin Chuan remarked, furrowing his brow. After all, this method only alleviates symptoms. Much refinement is still required. Shall we take a look? Meng Yuning whispered to him from time to time. I also experience some red spots, intensely itchy, but they disappear shortly after. I suspect it is due to that area's influence. All right, let me examine it, Qin Chuan replied. Let us proceed inside. Meng Yuning urged as she grasped Qin Chuan's hand, leading him towards the room. Brothers, ascend. I have never endured such humiliation. Let us confront him. Just as they were about to enter, a cacophony of shouts erupted. The loudest voice belonged unmistakably to Zhang Yud. It is him. This insolent wretch dared to strike my face. We must not let him escape. Rest assured, my comrades have already assessed the situation. This fellow merely possesses a slight edge in physical prowess. Had I not been unwell of late, I could easily handle him myself, Zhang Yud remarked. Having conferred with his lackeys outside, they discerned that Qin Chuan's capabilities were not particularly formidable. While he could overpower weaker opponents against someone with combat experience, he would struggle in a one-on-one encounter. Fueled by a desire for vengeance, Zhang Yud promptly summoned reinforcements. Wary of Qin Chuan's potential to take on multiple adversaries, he enlisted some formidable enforcers. Fear not, brother Zhang, your grievances are my own. Whoever stands against you shall be dealt with, boasted the leader of the group. With your assurance I feel at ease, Qin. Rest assured, this fellow is merely a braggart with no real skill, Zhang Yud replied. You are free to thrash him. I will take responsibility for any consequences. Brothers, let us swiftly resolve this matter. I do not wish to delay my dinner with brother Zhang, Qin Longhu declared from the second floor, gesturing to his subordinates. By the way, brother Zhang, to what extent shall we go? Merely incapacitate him, or eliminate him entirely? Break one of his arms, if you would. I am a compassionate man. Let us ensure he can no longer deceive others with his rustic bravado, Zhang Yud instructed. Qin Longhu cast a glance toward Qin Chuan, noticing a familiar figure. However, due to Qin Chuan's turned posture, he momentarily failed to recognize him. Brothers, did you hear my comrade? Rush up and break his arm. Qin Longhu chuckled, viewing the situation as trivial and returning to his prior activities. Suddenly, a horde of over a dozen lackeys surged onto the second floor, lunging at Qin Chuan. You must flee, Zhang Fiwen urgently advised, pointing towards the staircase. There is an exit to the backyard. Hurry, go. We will hold them off. They dare not lay a finger on us. Meng Yuning insisted. The scene was indeed terrifying, with a throng of ruffians converging, seemingly intent on causing grievous harm. Though Qin Chuan was a martial arts master, he could not possibly confront such a multitude alone. Moreover, the individuals who have arrived this time unmistakably possess a wealth of combat experience, their eyes brimming with a fierce intensity. Qin Chuan is likely in grave peril. Flee? It is indeed possible to flee. Zhang Yud let out a cold laugh and shouted at Qin Chuan. If you wish to escape, hide behind the women. I shall not pursue you should you choose to run. However, are you certain you can elude them? Can those two women flee as well? Both of these women are exceptional. Our brothers vary in caliber, and one can never predict what they might do. Just take a look at that woman's legs, and that woman's figure, truly extraordinary. At this moment, Qin Longhu also cast his gaze upon Meng Yuning and Zhang Fiwen, leering as he spoke. Do not heed his rambling. They would undoubtedly not dare to harm us. Meng Yuning urged Qin Chuan towards the door. Yet, Qin Chuan grasped her arm tightly, a mischievous smile playing at the corners of his lips. Why should I run? It is they who should be fleeing. Chapter 78. This stick bears a striking resemblance to the one from this morning. Do not be obstinate. Zhang Fiwen's face flushed with urgency. How could she allow her troubles to implicate others? They had already rendered her considerable assistance. She must not forget the virtue of gratitude. This was not the moment for bravado. She should not be deceived by their baiting words. Zhang Fiwen anxiously gazed at Qin Chuan and declared, I am, after all, a member of the Zhang family. If they dare to harm me, it would be tantamount to courting death. My status alone would deter them from any such folly. Meng Yuning, equally assertive, urged, Rest assured and make haste. Run. Qin Chuan, unfazed by the anxious pleas of the two, advanced towards the oncoming thugs instead. What was this man thinking? These individuals were armed with knives. One swift strike could reduce him to mincemeat. Jiang Fiwen was nearly beside herself with worry. Meng Yuning shared her trepidation. His arm was crucial for healing, and if it were to be severed, it would be far more agonizing than death itself. Now you choose to be concerned? From a distance, Jiang Yud observed their expressions and bellowed, "Too late. Dare to disrupt my plans, and I shall ruin him. Damn it. If you slap me, I'll return the favor tenfold. Brothers, attack." Jiang Yud, witnessing the surge of his subordinates, shouted with fervor. Yet, in the next moment, the once surging tide of men came to an abrupt halt, as if they had witnessed something utterly astonishing. Qin Chuan turned to face them, and the charging thugs stood frozen, dumbfounded. Wasn't he this Qin Chuan? They had sought him out for trouble earlier that morning, only to find themselves thwarted and embarrassed. Was he truly someone they could provoke? This man had previously sent Feng Meng to the hospital. Opposing Qin Chuan was akin to courting death. Dealing with them would be as simple as handling mere chicks. Moreover, his ties with Master Zhao were exceptionally strong. To incapacitate him would invite Master Zhao's wrath. What is happening? Not only Jiang Fiwen, but also Meng Yuning stood bewildered, while Jiang Yud, who had been agitated from afar, widened his eyes in disbelief. The transformation of the once menacing thugs, now appearing as meek as lambs, was beyond comprehension. Their knives drooped to the ground, and they dared not lift them again. Their fighting spirit had dissipated instantly. Had they been possessed? Qin Longhu angrily shouted at them, "Get moving, what are you waiting for?" Qin Longhu, after only a few hours' absence, had already lost his temper. Qin Chuan's voice pierced through the crowd, reaching Qin Longhu's ears. Qin Chuan? Upon hearing this name, the fury in Qin Longhu's eyes ignited. As he beheld Qin Chuan approaching, his teeth ground together in frustration. To find you here without having to search far. Fate has conspired to bring us together. With a heart full of rage, Qin Longhu exclaimed, "You dare return to the city? Ha! You are seeking your own demise. Bai Zhanghua is his cousin. Today, Bai Zhanghua specifically entrusted him with the task of dealing with Qin Chuan, even spending a considerable amount of money. In the end, not only did he fail to exact his revenge, but he also lost face. Previously, with Zhao Sanyi's protection, he was unable to take action against him, and upon his return, he faced severe disciplinary action from the company, resulting in a demotion. With a heart full of pent-up rage, he now saw Qin Chuan as an outlet for his frustrations. Who was truly courting disaster remained uncertain. When Qin Chuan looked at him, his eyes reflected a hint of murderous intent, as he vividly recalled the sneak attack that morning. That strike is still fresh in my memory, he thought. Qin Longhu sneered, "Today, I shall deepen that memory for you. Brothers, attack him." This fellow had previously clashed with Feng Meng, resulting in mutual injury, and was now lacking in strength. "Take him down," he bellowed. The younger men quickly responded. Although Qin Chuan was formidable, he had suffered greatly in his earlier confrontation with Feng Meng, who was now hospitalized. Qin Chuan himself was quite injured and nearly met his end at Qin Longhu's hands. He was now in no condition to contend with even an ordinary person. Instantly, they grew emboldened. Disable him, there's a reward for the one who succeeds, Qin Longhu proclaimed. The first to land a blow will be promoted to captain. At this announcement, the young men erupted in excitement. A captain was akin to a middle management position within the company, leading to increased monthly income and greater privileges. This was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. With money able to drive men to perilous extremes, they charged at Qin Chuan with knives drawn. Jiang Fiwen dared not look and quickly covered her face. Meng Yuning nervously clenched her fists. Just as they were filled with trepidation, they witnessed Qin Chuan unleash his might. With a powerful kick, he sent the first assailant flying. The young man soared through the air like a cannonball, crashing into 3 or 4 others. Previously, Qin Chuan had fought Feng Meng to a standstill due to a depletion of his internal white mist. However, now he was rejuvenated, charged with an abundance of white mist, his strength surpassing that of the morning by at least twofold. The young men were astonished. This force seemed even more formidable than Feng Meng's. Yet, with the arrow knocked, could not be unshot. They howled and charged at Qin Chuan. Qin Chuan clenched his fists. Damn it! He was still seething from this morning. So many people had surrounded his home, frightening his parents and Qin Jin. If he did not unleash his fury, they might not comprehend the extent of their own folly. With a burst of energy, Qin Chuan propelled himself into the throng. Did a mere dozen of these young men think they could subdue him? Not a chance. In an open space, he might have struggled, but in this confined setting, he was determined to fight back. Yet, in such a confined space, amidst a chaotic scuffle, these individuals found themselves inadequate for self-entertainment. He charged into the throng like a bulldozer, ruthlessly forcing his way through the crowd. In a mere moment, 6 or 7 of his underlings lay sprawled on the ground, wailing in agony, while the remainder, sensing the peril, fled without a moment's hesitation. Qin Longhu was left utterly dumbfounded. How could this be? Just that morning, he had not exhibited such ferocity. After enduring a blow from him, he had lacked the strength to evade. How had he transformed into such a formidable force? Qin Chuan retrieved a wooden stick from beside a ruffian and approached Qin Longhu. "This stick resembles the one you used to strike me this morning, doesn't it? What? What do you intend to do? I must warn you, I am a man of Master Zhao Si. Striking me will lead to dire consequences." Bang! Before he could finish his warning, Qin Chuan swung the stick with unrelenting force. Chapter 79. "I only want the gold card." A resounding crack echoed as the stick struck Qin Longhu's arm with tremendous force, shattering the bone. Qin Longhu clutched his arm, cold sweat pouring from his forehead. He gasped in agony, gritting his teeth as his body trembled. The sheer might of the blow was terrifying. He had no chance to resist against such overwhelming power, which was even more fearsome than that of Feng Meng. "Did you not intend to incapacitate me?" Qin Chuan inquired, brandishing the stick, his gaze fixed intently upon him. "I no longer dare." Qin Longhu quickly shook his head, overwhelmed by a sense of helplessness in the face of Qin Chuan. He felt utterly outmatched, unable to prevail in a one-on-one confrontation, and even more so when outnumbered. It was too frightening. He surmised that Qin Chuan must have held back during his encounter with Feng Meng, for in his current state, Qin Chuan surpassed him. Is a mere utterance of "I dare" not sufficient? Qin Chuan retorted with a cold smile. "You brought all these people to assault me and frighten 2 young ladies. Yet you think a simple apology suffices? What do you wish to do?" Qin Longhu asked, realizing that any further conflict would jeopardize his life. Surrender was his only option. "How can it be merely up to you?" Qin Chuan smirked. "It seems you still fail to recognize your misdeeds. I had thought you were eager to make amends." As he spoke, he raised the stick once more. "Now I understand," Qin Longhu thought, grasping Qin Chuan's intention. He sought to extort from him. "I have a card here. Feel free to use it as you wish." He hastily retrieved his money and offered, "There are over 500,000 here. Consider it compensation for your mental anguish." "Who wants your money?" Qin Chuan replied dismissively, not even glancing at the cash in his hand. "Do you take us for beggars?" "Brother, I truly do not know what else to offer." Qin Longhu stammered, bewildered. "Is it that you desire more money? I can add another 500,000. Are you incapable of understanding human speech?" "I do not want money," Qin Chuan stated firmly. "How absurd. If I were to demand money from you, would that not be extortion? What if you used this incident against me? Do you possess a golden card to the Golden Pool Manor?" At that moment, Meng Yuning interjected, addressing Qin Longhu. "You seldom visit that place. It is of no use to you. Why not gift it to Qin Chuan instead? I saw it in your wallet, right beneath your card." She leaned in, pointing at Qin Longhu's wallet. Upon hearing this, Qin Longhu hastily stowed his wallet away, exclaiming, "It is merely a card for an entertainment venue, of no real value. Do not belittle it." Meng Yuning smiled as she addressed him, saying, "We are not here to swindle your money. We merely wish for you to remember this lesson. You should part with something of little value." Qin Chuan observed that he seemed rather reluctant. It appeared he was not inclined to reconcile, so they would proceed according to the rules of the Jianghu. Seeing his hesitance, Meng Yuning remarked to Qin Chuan. Although Qin Chuan did not comprehend the significance of a card, he trusted Meng Yuning's extensive knowledge. If she deemed it useful, it must indeed hold great value. Qin Chuan did not utter a word, merely furrowing his brow, which prompted Qin Longhu to hurriedly produce the card. "Since you desire it, I shall give it to you," he said, though he expressed his regret This really has no value. Yet, from his expression, Qin Chuan discerned that the item was indeed of considerable importance. Clean this place up and leave, Qin Chuan said nonchalantly as he snatched the golden card from his hand. Qin Longhu quickly rose to make a phone call. Shortly thereafter, his subordinates returned, assisting the injured while others tidied up the house. They set upright any furniture that had fallen and swept the floors. Within a short span, the home was restored to pristine condition. Unfortunately, the scoundrel Jiang Yud had seized the opportunity to escape amidst the chaos. Meng Yuning expressed her frustration. Forget him. Damn, I feel faint at the sight of blood. After watching Qin Longhu's men flee, Qin Chuan's forced composure crumbled, and he collapsed into Meng Yuning's embrace, losing consciousness. In truth, he had been unsteady upon seeing the blood, relying on sheer will to maintain his footing. He had noticed Jiang Yud's flight but lacked the strength to pursue him at that moment. Once the others departed, Qin Chuan could no longer endure and fainted. What is happening? Meng Yuning panicked upon seeing Qin Chuan fall, clutching him tightly. He is fainting at the sight of blood. Zhang Fiwen hastily approached to assist her, saying, Quickly, let us get him back to his room to rest. Together, they struggled to carry him to the bed. After a while, Qin Chuan gradually regained consciousness. You have finally awoken. It was quite alarming, Meng Yuning said, patting her chest. You simply fainted without warning. I have endured this for far too long. Qin Chuan sat up, exhaling deeply. I was merely holding on for dear life. I'll be fine after a short rest. He stood, stretched his limbs, and inquired, By the way, what purpose does that golden card serve? Isn't the Golden Pool Manor merely a place of entertainment? The Golden Pool Manor resembled a private club, offering dining, drinking, golfing, and horseback riding. Although it was quite upscale, Qin Chuan felt no particular interest in it, nor did he see the necessity of acquiring a golden card. I must convey to you that the Golden Pool Manor is far more than a mere entertainment venue. Meng Yaoning chuckled and remarked, Do you think it is merely a private estate? Ordinary individuals cannot gain entry. Only those from the second-tier families of Haiqing or above are permitted inside. Zhang Fiwen turned to Qin Chuan and stated, if one could gain access, they would encounter many influential figures. Furthermore, auctions are occasionally held here, featuring items that are not available in the general market. For instance, the rare and precious traditional Chinese medicinal herbs you so desire. Meng Yaoning added, This place essentially serves as a nexus for the upper echelons of Haiqing to network and forge connections. The golden card you possess symbolizes the highest status within Golden Pool Manor. Oh, Qin Chuan replied, feigning disinterest as he said to her, It is getting late. I should check your health. You have a meeting to attend shortly, do you not? Chapter 80. Protectiveness. Meng Yuning gazed at Qin Chuan, feeling a sense of helplessness. Did he not yet comprehend the significance of this card? Qin, if you were to present this card to the various secondary factions in Haiqing, whatever sum you desire, they would be willing to exchange it with you. Upon hearing Meng Yuning's words, a flicker of curiosity finally appeared in Qin Chuan's eyes. Look at him. His mind is solely occupied with money. As Meng Yuning observed Qin Chuan's newfound interest, he let out a weary sigh. Of course, I need money, Qin Chuan replied. I must find a way to earn it. Is it true that this can be exchanged for a substantial amount? Indeed, Zhang Fiwen affirmed, Yuning is not speaking in vain. However, I would advise you to keep this card safe, for the Golden Pool Manor is quite extraordinary. Even the Jiang and Meng families possess only a silver card. There are higher-tier events in which you would have no opportunity to partake. It is rather perplexing how Qin Longhu, who ostensibly should not qualify for this card, managed to obtain it. I wonder what stroke of fortune befell him, Zhang Fiwen mused. The golden card of the Golden Pool Manor is typically reserved for first-tier families. Qin Longhu lacks both strength and status, making his possession of it quite puzzling. Whatever the case, Meng Yuning remarked, the card is now in your hands. Keep it for the time being. It may prove useful in the future. Noticing the time, he continued, It's getting late. We should head to the meeting. We still have some distance to cover. We can attend to my little issue afterward. After all, it won't resolve itself in an instant. Qin Chuan glanced at the time. Indeed, it was getting late. He turned to Zhang Fiwen and said, Let us go together. I shall not accompany you. I am not a stakeholder in the Black Gold Consortium. Jiang Fiwen replied, shaking her head. I will prepare dinner for you today. Let us go. It's not a visit to the Black Gold Consortium. Qin Chuan smiled at her. We should make a detour to the Jiang family. With Jiang Yud causing such a ruckus, we cannot simply endure this grievance in silence. Oh my, what is happening here? Meng Yuning teased. Are you stepping in to defend Jiang Fiwen? Have you two been secretly cultivating feelings for one another? How quickly things are heating up. Jiang Fiwen's face flushed instantly. Do not speak nonsense, she admonished, though her cheeks betrayed her embarrassment. His boldness in confronting the Jiang family was a testament to his protective nature, and it stirred a sense of admiration within her. The Jiang family is a second-tier family in Haicheng, and his direct involvement could potentially offend them. Jiang Yud has caused enough trouble. I am rather displeased myself and wish to seek retribution, Qin Chuan hastily clarified. Oh, so it is you who wishes to confront them. I understand, but why include Jiang Fiwen in your endeavor? Meng Yuning suddenly smiled and said, Is this favoritism? Oh, please don't make such wild claims. Upon hearing her words, Jiang Fiwen's face turned a deep shade of red. Look, you've even turned into a pinched tone. As Meng Yuning ran along, she teased Jiang Fiwen, exclaiming, Oh, stop with the nonsense. Your pinched tone is so exaggerated that I can hardly recognize you. All right, let's not cause a ruckus, Qin Chuan interjected, straightening his clothes as he spoke to them. We must set off quickly, or we shall surely miss our time. The two ceased their playful banter, tidied themselves up, and made their way toward the Jiang family home. Upon exiting, Jiang Yud felt an overwhelming sense of relief. Thank goodness he had run quickly. Had he been any slower, Qin Chuan would have surely given him an earful. He hurried back home, and the moment he arrived, he burst into tears before his grandparents. Grandpa, Grandma, you must help me. As soon as Jiang Yud stepped through the door, his dramatic performance commenced, and he lamented to them, Jiang Fiwen has gone too far. I intended to visit her today to discuss modifying her demands slightly, and instead, I was met with a brutal beating. Just look at my face. It's a complete mess, he cried, wiping his tears as he spoke. What on earth happened? The elderly lady, upon witnessing the situation, felt her heart ache and rushed to examine Jiang Yud's face. Who could be so cruel as to do this to my grandson? Grandma, you must advocate for me, Jiang Yud exclaimed angrily. I find Jiang Fiwen's demands utterly excessive. Now that Grandpa has awakened, this household should be under his guidance. Her demands are clearly an attempt to usurp Grandpa's authority. I merely sought to persuade her to be patient and allow Grandpa to lead our family toward greater prosperity before discussing other matters. Yet, Jiang Fiwen resorted to violence against me. Just look at the severity of her attack. He continued to distort the truth. The elderly lady, already sympathetic toward her grandson, felt an intensified resentment toward Jiang Fiwen upon learning that her grandson suffered due to the Jiang family. Does Jiang Fiwen truly believe that curing Grandpa's illness makes her the savior of the Jiang family? Has she begun to disregard us? The elderly lady spoke with indignation. This household is still under our care. It is not for her to dictate. She clings to your casual remark as if it were a sacred command. Now, she believes she has the final say over the Jiang family, leaving no room for others to voice their opinions. Jiang Yud continued to stoke the flames. We all know that your initial statement was made in the interest of saving Grandpa, without any real significance attached to it. Your intentions were purely filial. Only Jiang Fiwen, devoid of any familial affection, fixates on the modest wealth amassed through your hard work. The Jiang family is currently in a precarious state, and it is precisely the time for Grandpa to stabilize our situation. Her attempts to seize assets during such turmoil demonstrate a complete disregard for the family's interests. Such individuals must never be permitted entry into the Jiang group. Upon hearing this, the elderly matron was incensed and lamented. I never imagined she harbored such nefarious ambitions. It is utterly outrageous. The elder Jiang, however, displayed no outward change in expression upon hearing her words. In truth, he harbored a degree of skepticism regarding Jiang Yud's assertions. Yet, he was resolute in his desire to retain his authority, unwilling to allow Jiang Fiwen to contest his control over the Jiang group. Thus, he decided to acquiesce to the current situation. He aligned himself with Jiang Yud's sentiments and consequently expelled Jiang Fiwen from the company. After all, The matron had previously promised that whoever revived him would be entitled to half of the Jiang family's fortune. Jiang Fiwen had, in essence, already secured a significant claim. Many within the company were beginning to strategize in favor of Jiang Fiwen. How could he permit such an occurrence? He was still enamored with his position of power. In the name of the group, he issued a directive to appoint Jiang Fiwen as a senior partner at Jiang's Beauty, relieving her of her role as general manager of Ruabazhai. Upon hearing this, Jiang Yud could hardly contain his elation. Chapter 81. I only seek medical attention partially. The Jiang Beauty brand is merely a peripheral division of the Jiang Group, and joining this department is akin to being exiled. As for the so-called senior partner, it is nothing more than a hollow title, devoid of any real power. It can be said that Jiang Fiwen has been completely marginalized. Not only is she unable to return to the Jiang Group, she cannot even safeguard her former establishment, Ruabazhai. Grandfather Jiang, with his foresight, was flattered by Jiang Yud, who remarked, "She is a girl who cherishes beauty. Sending her to the beauty division is quite fitting and allows her talents to flourish." Is this truly the way of the Jiang family? No sooner had he spoken than Qin Chuan stormed into the room with two others. President Jiang, one of the newcomers, hurriedly entered, exclaiming, "These people are simply too overbearing. I could not stop them." As he spoke, he wiped the cold sweat from his brow. In the Jiang family, it is absolutely unacceptable for anyone to barge in so brazenly. Now that Qin Chuan had done so, he worried for his own position. "Step aside." Grandfather Jiang waved dismissively at the man, turning to Qin Chuan with a smile and inquiring, "What do you mean by that, Mr. Qin?" "I fail to comprehend." Qin Chuan, undeterred, boldly pulled out a chair and sat down. "You dare sit without permission?" Jiang Yud chastised him. Qin Chuan merely shot him a glare, silencing him instantly. At that moment, a realization struck Qin Chuan. Indeed, one must possess their own influence. Relying solely on oneself may prove insufficient. If he were the head of a prominent faction, would the Jiang family dare to display such arrogance? "Grandfather Jiang, was it not you who pledged that whoever saved your life would become the head of the Jiang family and inherit half of its wealth?" Qin Chuan stated calmly. Grandfather Jiang did not deny it, nodding in acknowledgement. "That was merely my wife's desperate plea in a moment of urgency." "Are you unwilling to recognize this matter then?" Qin Chuan pressed. "I certainly acknowledge it," Grandfather Jiang replied, "but the Jiang family is currently in a precarious situation and requires my leadership. Once the company stabilizes, I shall naturally relinquish power. He is, after all, a man of dignity. One cannot simply renege on a public promise. However, Fiwen has indeed rendered significant service, and we shall reward her accordingly," Grandfather Jiang added. "What you term a reward is simply allowing her to make a request. When she merely suggested joining the Jiang Group, you all sought ways to refuse." Qin Chuan slammed the table, shouting, "When Jiang Yud, a mere buffoon, joined the company, none of you raised an objection. Why is it so difficult for her to enter the group? You even resorted to intimidation, employing thugs. Has the Jiang family turned to banditry? She saved your life, and you repay her with ingratitude?" Grandfather Jiang shook his head. "How could such a thing occur? I would never engage in such actions." "Jiang Yud?" He turned to Jiang Yud and inquired, "Did you have a hand in this?" "Grandfather, I did this for the sake of the company," Jiang Yud replied awkwardly. "Currently, the internal dynamics are relatively stable. Introducing an outsider could disrupt this equilibrium. I acted out of urgency, hoping to alter her request." His words served as a means to provide the elder with a way out. The elder shared his sentiments, as both were aligned on the same front, unwilling to permit her entry into the company, yet the burden of being the antagonist fell upon him. Jiang Yud's intentions were also rooted in the company's welfare. At that moment, Elder Jiang addressed Qin Chuan, stating, "I believe his proposal holds merit. Perhaps his approach was somewhat flawed, yet his intentions were commendable." Upon hearing Elder Jiang's words, Qin Chuan grasped the underlying truth. Jiang Yud's actions were sanctioned, if not tacitly approved, by them. "Are you implying that you do not intend to acquiesce to Fiwen's request? If you are unwilling, simply refuse. Why the convoluted pretense? Do you think we cannot see through this?" Meng Yaoning interjected sarcastically, "Oh, initially you opposed splitting the inheritance for the sake of stability, yet now you refuse to entertain a request. Ultimately, You simply wish to retract your word without bearing the stigma of dishonesty. How amusing. Her words were incisive and brutally honest, causing discomfort to Elder Jiang and the matriarch, their brows furrowing in response. If you wish to deny your previous statements, then speak plainly. Why engage in duplicity? Meng Yaoning remarked, her anger palpable. Jiang Fiwen's request had already diminished from seeking half the inheritance to merely joining the Jiang group. Yet their fear of her usurping the power of their cherished grandson rendered them too afraid to even allow her entry into the company. It was utterly laughable. How dare you speak? Jiang Yud fumed, pointing at Meng Yaoning. What business is this of yours? This is an internal matter of the Jiang family. You have no right to interject. I possess an overwhelming sense of justice and cannot abide by bullying, she retorted, her demeanor nonchalant. What of it? Do you disapprove of me? Care to strike me? Go ahead, give it a try. As she spoke, she moved behind Qin Chuan. He merely glanced at Jiang Yud, causing him to retreat several steps in fright. Dr. Qin, the matriarch said, her displeasure evident as she regarded him. While you have rendered a service to the Jiang family, you must not meddle in our affairs. Let us keep matters separate and not jeopardize the newly established rapport. Her words carried an implicit threat. Qin Chuan scoffed, recalling how these individuals had once beseeched him with a different demeanor. Madam, I was prepared to leave, yet it was your insistence that brought Jiang Fiwen to plead with me to return and treat him. You once begged me earnestly, and now you speak with such bravado? Are you dismantling the bridge after crossing it? Qin Chuan fixed his icy gaze upon the matriarch, his tone chilling. The elderly lady furrowed her brow, clearly displeased with Qin Chuan's tone. After all, he was merely a lowly physician. Her respect towards him was merely a courtesy, yet he seemed to presume himself a person of significance. There is no need for you to speak so harshly, she retorted indignantly. The Jiang family has our own principles. It would be unnecessary for an outsider like you to meddle in our affairs. Your interference regarding our matters is quite unwarranted. The Jiang family holds a respectable position in Haiqing, and not everyone is entitled to voice their opinions on us. Upon hearing this, Jiang Fiwen felt a pang of disappointment within. Initially, when the Jiang family urged her to seek Qin Chuan's assistance, they spoke so warmly. Now, they had turned their backs on her. How heartless. Qin Chuan, let us depart, Jiang Fiwen said through gritted teeth. This family is not worth my staying. However, Qin Chuan grasped her arm and replied, what is rightfully yours cannot simply be cast aside. I, too, possess a touch of pettiness. Thus, I only examine patients partially. To the elder Jiang behind us, I declare, I will observe whether others pay for the consultation. Should they refuse, then the patient's fate is of no concern to me. Chapter 82. Shares given. After Qin Chuan uttered these words, he deliberately cast a glance at the elder of the Jiang family. Some individuals may appear to be full of life and vigor, yet I have retained a hidden card. Without my involvement, no one could discern where the problem lies. By the way, elder, have you been feeling a persistent fog in your mind these past few days, particularly in the mornings, as though you cannot fully awaken? I sincerely apologize. My penchant for leaving a hand unplayed has not waned. Thus I have only administered half the remedy. If left untreated, this condition may gradually progress from a dazed state to a coma, ultimately resembling a vegetative state. Upon finishing his statement, Qin Chuan wore a broad smile, for at that juncture it would be too late to remedy the situation. Even the legendary Hua Tuo would be unable to revive a person in such a state. Let us depart. Qin Chuan beckoned Jiang Fiwen and Meng Yuning to follow him outside. Meng Yuning's smile stretched from ear to ear, and she gave Qin Chuan a thumbs up. Well done. One must always be cautious of treachery, especially from those with hearts as cold as wolves and dogs. I never anticipated that such a prominent family as the Jiangs could exhibit such shamelessness. Jiang Fiwen felt a wave of exhilaration. No wonder Qin Chuan claimed he could help her vent her frustrations. He truly had a hidden talent. After taking a few steps, Qin Chuan seemed to recall something and returned to Jiang Yud. In front of the gathered crowd, he swung his arm and delivered 2 resounding slaps. The sound echoed, leaving Jiang Yud momentarily stunned. How dare he strike in front of so many members of the Jiang family? If you dare bully them again, I can quietly ensure your demise, Qin Chuan warned, his gaze cold as ice. I mean what I say. Just as Qin Chuan finished speaking, Jiang Yude's face turned crimson, and he suddenly collapsed to the ground, writhing in agony. Ah, it hurts.
I am dying.
Qin Chuan, what have you done? I was wrong. I was wrong. I won dare again. Those surrounding them were aware that Qin Chuan had manipulated the situation, yet none could comprehend the intricacies at play, leaving them astonished by the unfolding drama. With a swift kick to Jiang Yude's chest, Qin Chuan resembled a savior to a drowning man as Jiang Yude gasped for air, his eyes filled with terror. He had truly experienced the fear of death. This is but a minor reprimand, Qin Chuan remarked with a sardonic smile. Should there be a next time, I assure you, your suffering will be beyond imagination. Jiang Yude seemed paralyzed by fear, sitting on the ground, too terrified to move. The force of Qin Chuan's previous action had been so overwhelming that he had scarcely registered it before finding himself in such a state. Let us go. After dealing with Jiang Yude, Qin Chuan strode towards the exit, with no one daring to utter a word. The display of his prowess was indeed formidable, leaving Jiang Yude on the brink of death without a trace of evidence. Wait, the elder of the Jiang family realized that Qin Chuan was asserting his dominance. Moreover, striking his own grandson before him was no different from slapping his own face. However, his life now hung in the balance. Qin Chuan's treatment had failed to eradicate the ailment, leaving lingering dangers. He had no desire to meet his demise. With his fate precariously in others' hands, he was compelled to submit. Dr. Qin, please do not take offense, nor be in haste to depart. The elder Jiang quickly appeased him, saying, We have indeed erred in this matter. Do not hold it against us. Even Madame Jiang dared not stand firm. Qin Chuan appeared momentarily stunned, yet he possessed the capacity to inflict excruciating pain upon Jiang Yude. Perhaps he truly had the means to take the elder Jiang's life. The Jiang family was now entirely dependent on him. I am merely a humble physician. How could I presume to meddle in your Jiang family's affairs? To exchange a word with me is already a great favor, Qin Chuan remarked with a sardonic tone. I cannot possibly hold you accountable. You may carry on with your matters. We have other business to attend to. Wait. Elder Jiang hurriedly approached, blocking Qin Chuan's path, and humbly implored, Consider it as if we were momentarily blinded. What do you propose we do? We shall heed your counsel. In the face of his own mortality, material wealth became utterly insignificant. This is your family matter. I would not dare to speak out of turn, Qin Chuan yawned and replied. Fei Wan. You ought to persuade him, Elder Jiang urged, turning to Jiang Fei Wan. If the Jiang family were to lose me, its standing would be in jeopardy. The decline of the Jiang family would yield no benefits for you either. The preservation of the Jiang family status does not guarantee you any advantages. Meng Yuning chimed in gleefully from the sidelines. She had not anticipated that Qin Chuan wielded such a formidable weapon, and witnessing their current predicament was immensely satisfying. How delightful! Were it not for her concern for her own status, she would have danced with joy at their doorstep. Jiang Fei Wan, having been hurt by their earlier behavior, remained silent with a cold expression. She merely wished to return to the Jiang group, without even requesting a share of the company. Such a simple request had been met with refusal, and they had even attempted to push her into Jiang's cosmetics, seeking to marginalize her. These actions had deeply disheartened her. I am merely a peripheral figure. How could I possibly have a say? Jiang Fei Wan scoffed, saying, Last time, I sought assistance but received no benefit in return, only to be repaid with ingratitude. How could I possibly repeat such folly? With that, she turned away, refusing to look at him again. The Jiang family members were now in a state of panic. They had spoken too boldly, leaving no path for retreat. No. I assure you I can fulfill my previous promises. You only wish to enter the Jiang group, correct? I consented to that, Elder Jiang said in a flurry. This was a matter concerning his life. While others may not have valued it, he certainly did. No, I believe Jiang's cosmetics would be quite satisfactory, she replied. Jiang Feiwen remarked, if it comes to that, I can leave Jiang's beauty and even vacate the Jiang family's property. Indeed, one is not akin to a dog, returning joyfully for a mere bone. Meng Yuning, fanning the flames from the side, commented, without shares, joining Jiang group would only lead to a fate of being unceremoniously cast aside. It's better to leave sooner rather than later. The two conversed in a harmonious manner, effectively putting the old Master Jiang in a difficult position. It was evident they were after shares. Without shares, Jiang Fiwen would remain silent. If she stayed silent, Qin Chuan would not take action. Very well, let us discuss this further, the old Master Jiang thought, filled with regret. Had he known, he would have acquiesced to her demands from the start. Now he was compelled to offer shares, for they represented tangible power. Shares shall be granted, he declared through clenched teeth. Chapter 83. The stubborn man Meng Yuning flashed a mischievous grin at Jiang Fiwen, having achieved her objective. So, what percentage of shares are you willing to offer? She inquired of the elderly Jiang. You wouldn't be so careless as to try and placate us with a mere token of shares, would you? At that moment, Jiang's grandfather appeared somewhat bewildered. He had not previously contemplated this matter. His sole desire was to retain complete control over the power. Observing his stunned expression, Qin Chuan furrowed his brow. If you're unwilling, then so be it. He waved dismissively at the old man. He held Jiang's grandfather's fate in his hands and was, in essence, invincible. Regardless of the situation, the elder had no choice but to acquiesce to his demands. And no. I am willing, Jiang's grandfather stammered. How about I allocate 5% of the shares to her? Presently, he controlled 60% of the company's shares. By offering her 5%, he would still maintain decision-making authority without jeopardizing the overall interests of the company. Upon hearing this, Jiang Fiwen felt a wave of nausea. 5% of the shares could easily be diluted by Jiang's grandfather, effectively sidelining her from the company. Initially, she had harbored certain hopes for the Jiang family and, thus, had only sought entry into the company without demanding equity. However, given the current circumstances, it was evident that she must secure shares, and the proportion could not be too insignificant. Otherwise, the Jiang family would expel her at any moment. 5%? Meng Yuning scoffed from the side. Isn't the basic requirement for entry into the board of directors a 10% shareholding? 5% would still allow for easy dismissal. Having researched the Jiang family's dynamics, Meng Yuning remarked thoughtfully, I propose 30% of the shares. Qin Chuan, uninterested in their haggling, slammed his hand on the table and declared, this shall be the arrangement. What? Jiang Yud exclaimed, jumping to his feet. How does demanding 30% differ from taking half of our family's assets? Might as well seize the entire Jiang family. Such audacity is preposterous. In truth, both Meng Yuning and Jiang Fiwen were taken aback by Qin Chuan's figure. To demand half was truly bold. The two of them, even if emboldened, had only aimed for a modest 10% to secure a place on the board. Unbeknownst to them, Qin Chuan was not well versed in the Jiang family's shareholding structure. 30% was merely a spontaneous figure. The expression on the elder Jiang's face shifted dramatically as he sorrowfully addressed Qin Chuan. Dr. Qin, it is not that I am unwilling, but rather that it is unwise to do so. If Fiwen were to receive 30%, I would lose my position as the largest shareholder, and the Jiang family would forfeit its controlling stake in the company. This would be extremely detrimental to the company's growth. Qin Chuan, however, responded nonchalantly, what detriment? As long as you treat Jiang Fiwen well, I believe she will always stand by your side. Mr. Qin, it is not as simple as that. A company can only have one leader to ensure efficient decision-making. If I were not the major shareholder, it would undoubtedly send a negative signal to the outside world. Elder Jiang earnestly addressed Qin Chuan, stating that the external perception would be that the Jiang family had undergone significant upheaval, which would be detrimental to the company's development. Upon hearing this, Qin Chuan glanced at Meng Yuning and Jiang Fiwen, only to see both shake their heads. Not comprehending the situation, he impatiently looked at Elder Jiang and asked, then how much do you deem appropriate? I will offer 20, Elder Jiang replied through clenched teeth. He had grown wary of Qin Chuan's casual demeanor. This share will position you as the third largest shareholder in the Jiang group. Fine, it's settled then. Qin Chuan, witnessing the satisfaction of Jiang Fiwen and Meng Yuning, nodded in agreement. Let us go. With the matter resolved, the group prepared to depart. Dr. Qin, Master Qin, you have yet to treat my ailment, Elder Jiang remarked, urging him to take a look. This issue won't be resolved in a moment. After you transfer the shares to Fiwen, I shall prescribe you medication. Qin Chuan cast a glance at him before turning to leave. The Jiang family was utterly untrustworthy. He was certain that if he did not secure the shares, they would undoubtedly renege on their word. Zhang Yud, listening nearby, had reddened eyes. That was a 20% stake. In the blink of an eye, Jiang Fiwen had become the third largest shareholder and could now enter the boardroom. Had he known this would transpire, it would have been better to have her join the Jiang group from the outset. Very well, in 3 days, I will convene a shareholders' meeting at the company to announce this news, Elder Jiang declared with determination. No matter how significant the shares were, they could not compare to one's own life. Qin Chuan nodded, considering the matter settled. After departing from the Jiang family, Meng Yaoning couldn't help but give him a thumbs up. Incredible. This is the Jiang family, a formidable presence in Haicheng. You managed to compel Elder Jiang to bow down. How manly. This truly avenges Jiang Fiwen. By the way, may I discreetly inquire if something transpired between you two? Your willingness to offend the Jiang family for Fiwen genuinely moves me. Listening to her incessant chatter, Qin Chuan replied, We are merely ordinary friends, helping each other out. What's wrong with that? Oh, just ordinary friends? Meng Yaoning retorted sarcastically, ordinary friends daring to storm the Jiang residence to defend her? Honestly, do you have feelings for Jiang Fiwen? If you do, I can assist you in pursuing her. As she spoke, she nudged Qin Chuan with her shoulder. Turning to her, Qin Chuan said, What on earth are you thinking? Is it not permissible for friends to lend a hand? Are your aspirations so limited? My aspirations are limited? Meng Yaoning replied, I think someone is just too stubborn. If Thanos snapped his fingers, he would be safe hiding in your mouth. Stop teasing him. Jiang Fiwen glanced at Qin Chuan, her cheeks tinged with a faint blush, and hastily interjected to ease the tension. Why are you two always so disorganized? Qin Chuan readily agreed, Yes, we should hit the road. Otherwise, we will be late for the meeting. Meng Yaoning looked around, a playful glint in her eyes. Are you two conspiring against me? With a playful sigh, she continued, All right, I see I am merely a third wheel here. I shall take my leave and let you two enjoy your private conversation. Jiang Fiwen felt her cheeks heat up at Meng Yaoning's words. However, Qin Chuan's behavior today was undeniably masculine, stirring something within her heart. As a woman accustomed to the charming words of men, encountering someone who genuinely stands up for her was quite moving. His assistance came without any apparent benefit to himself. Thank you, she remarked while waiting for the car. It's nothing, just a simple act, Qin Chuan replied with an awkward smile. You executed that backup plan remarkably well. Truly is a formidable strategy, Jiang Fiwen complimented him. You've managed to handle everything with such skill. Actually, I didn't have a backup plan, Qin Chuan clarified. Chapter 84. The obsequious one approaches Qin Chuan earnestly addressed Jiang Fiwen, stating, In my practice of healing, I never leave a hidden agenda. I merely seek to instill a sense of fear. He cast a serious glance at Jiang Fiwen while elaborating on his point. So you were deceiving them just now? Jiang Fiwen exclaimed, her eyes widening in surprise as she covered her mouth. True to her reputation as a renowned beauty of the capital, her astonished demeanor nearly left Qin Chuan entranced. The juxtaposition of a somewhat domineering, CEO-like beauty displaying such a playful surprise was utterly captivating. She suddenly realized her voice had risen too high, especially within the confines of the Jiang household, and hastily muffled her lips. Not far away, a man, having overheard their conversation, brightened with intrigue and quietly retreated. His failure to intercept Qin Chuan and the others had been a grave oversight, one that would surely be scrutinized later. However, should he return with this piece of information, it could redeem him. Initially, he had merely intended to escort Qin Chuan and his companions out, but unexpectedly had stumbled upon such significant news. It appeared that there was no hidden agenda. It was merely a ruse to intimidate old Master Jiang, who had fallen for it. Eager to relay this news, he was oblivious to the subsequent remarks made by Qin Chuan. Not quite, Qin Chuan interjected, shaking his head. It's just that old Master Jiang's condition is rather severe, cannot be fully treated in one go. The previous session only addressed half of the necessary treatment. The remaining half has yet to be administered. Without it, he will remain in a state of unconsciousness. Oh, I see. Upon hearing Qin Chuan's explanation, Jiang Fiwen finally exhaled in relief, remarking, "Nonetheless, I sincerely hope my grandfather encounters no further complications. The Jiang family still relies on his support. All right, enough of your conversation. You two need to get in the car." Meng Yuning interjected as she drove up, addressing the duo. "I spotted you both deep in discussion from afar. There's plenty of time to chat later. I'll take a taxi back. You two go ahead." Jiang Fiwen replied, "I'm not in a position to attend your meeting." "Very well. We shall take our leave then." Meng Yuning and Qin Chuan were headed to the shareholders' meeting of the Black Gold Consortium, while Jiang Fiwen had her own matters to attend to, leading to their separation. "Is there anything I need to do?" Qin Chuan inquired with curiosity as he settled into the car beside Meng Yuning. "Didn't you mention that I only needed to collect my annual stipend? I've never participated in such a meeting and am unsure of what to expect." "Not to worry," Meng Yuning replied. "We are merely peripheral figures within the Black Gold Consortium. We only need to sit in as observers. The reason for your attendance this time is due to my father's insistence. He wants you present. It seems someone wishes to make your acquaintance." "Someone wants to meet me? For what purpose?" Qin Chuan remarked nonchalantly, "What could a mere small fry like me offer? I cannot say for certain. Perhaps someone has pulled strings. Just consider it a favor for me, and don't let my father lose face. Please, honor them with your presence." As Meng Yuning spoke, she cast a flirtatious glance at Qin Chuan. He found it exceedingly difficult to decipher her behavior, which could only be described as enigmatic. Despite her striking beauty and alluring figure, her mannerisms were perpetually surprising, leaving him utterly perplexed. "Very well, let us meet." Qin Chuan nodded in agreement. After all, an encounter would not cost him a fortune. At the Luo residence, Luo Haiwan sat with his leg in a cast, his face bruised and battered. "Dad, do I really have to attend that gathering in this condition?" He lamented, his expression one of despair. "I've just had my leg set. Let me rest in bed for a few days." "Rest? Nonsense!" Luo Dong exclaimed in frustration, pointing at him. "What on earth can you accomplish like this? Why did you feel compelled to provoke that rustic fool from the village? He hasn't wronged you, yet you've already beaten him once. And now you goad him again? Even a cornered rabbit will bite. Look where that has led you, your leg is now broken." With a downcast expression, Luo Haiwan replied, "Dad, please, spare me the lecture. I had no idea he was so formidable. I only brought along a few common thugs, not any experts. Next time I will surely defeat him." A glint of malice flickered in his eyes as he spoke. "Never mind that for now. Even if you must face death today, you will do so at the banquet," Luo Dong said with utmost seriousness. "Today we are meeting with a shareholder from the Black Gold Consortium. Who knows how you managed to offend him? I have gone to great lengths to arrange this meeting. You must sincerely apologize and make amends. You must earn his forgiveness, or the Luo Dong group will suffer tremendous losses because of you." Listening to his father's admonition, Luo Haiwan sighed in resignation. "All right, I understand. I will behave appropriately. Truthfully, I'm not even sure how I offended him. A shareholder from the Black Gold Consortium is not someone one can easily approach. Who would dare to provoke such a person? Enough of this. Let us prepare to depart. We should arrive at the restaurant ahead of time," Luo Dong instructed. Luo Haiwan felt more miserable than a mere cabbage. Today, he sought trouble with Qin Chuan, only to find himself with a broken leg instead. Just as he was recovering, he had to drag his injured limb to meet another Qin Chuan and offer his apologies. It seemed fate had a peculiar way of entangling him with those bearing that name. As Meng Yuning's Panamera halted before a grand building, she immediately spotted a man approaching. "Damn it," she muttered upon recognizing him, and with a swift press of the accelerator, she sped away. "Let us head to the east gate," she instructed Qin Chuan, annoyance evident in her tone. "What's wrong?" Qin Chuan inquired, puzzled. "Who was that person?" "A sycophant," she replied curtly. Meng Yuning said impatiently. "Oh?" Qin Chuan was taken aback. Such a direct expression, yet it was articulated with remarkable clarity. "That individual is Bao Jingyu, the son of the owner of the Bao Group and a shareholder of the Black Gold Consortium, one of my admirers." She emphasized the term one of to Qin Chuan. "Surely, he is considered one of the young elites of Haiqing. Isn't he? You don't find him appealing?" Qin Chuan had indeed heard of the Bao Group, a notable entity in Haicheng, predominantly engaged in import and export business, and the family was exceedingly wealthy. How superficial, Meng Yuning shook her head. Oh, you don't mean to say that you prefer women, do you? Qin Chuan suddenly recalled this possibility, staring at Meng Yuning in surprise. Meng Yuning abruptly halted the car, gazing at Qin Chuan with an incredulous expression and declared, I am a cute girl who likes mature men. If you keep spouting nonsense, I will toss you out. Just kidding, Qin Chuan chuckled. Conversing with Meng Yuning felt akin to chatting with an old friend, devoid of any sense of restraint. Just then, as Meng Yuning prepared to exit the vehicle, she caught sight of a hurried figure approaching in the rearview mirror and, with a resigned tone, remarked to Qin Chuan, brace yourself for some trouble. Chapter 85. Excessive elasticity. Before Qin Chuan could comprehend the meaning behind Meng Yuning's words, Bao Jingyu rushed over, eager to open the car door for her, displaying an unrestrained eagerness. Qin Chuan found himself perplexed. She had deliberately moved from one door to another, yet he still couldn't grasp the obvious implications. It was absurd that he would pursue her further, lacking all sense of decorum. Yuning, you've arrived? I've been waiting for you downstairs for quite some time, Bao Jingyu remarked as he opened the door for Meng Yuning. As she stepped out of the car, sliding her sunglasses onto her face, her entire demeanor transformed instantaneously. Qin Chuan was taken aback. In his mind, Meng Yuning had always been an attractive, abstract figure, but the moment she alighted from the vehicle, she exuded the essence of an elite woman. She wore a light brown, modified dress with a hint of formal style, striking a perfect balance between solemnity and playfulness. Her long, straight, and pristine legs drew the eye irresistibly. Those legs, captivating in their own right, were even more alluring, provided they weren't in the presence of Jiang Fiwen. Prior to exiting the car, she had deliberately swapped into a pair of high heels that closely matched her outfit, the straps wrapping sensuously around her ankles, enhancing her allure. Her cascading waves of hair framed her face, but as her smile vanished and seriousness enveloped her, her aura intensified dramatically. Qin Chuan was left in a daze, astonished by her swift change in expression. Let us go, she said, looking down at Qin Chuan inside the car. Aha! Qin Chuan nodded, promptly exiting the vehicle. The moment he stepped out, he noticed the change in Bao Jingyu's expression. How could his goddess be seated beside another man? Ah! Oh no, Mr. Bao! Qin Chuan greeted him with a smile. However, the moment he saw Qin Chuan, Bao Jingyu felt an instinctive surge of disdain rising from within, his gaze now tinged with hostility. Meng Yuning shrugged her shoulders towards Qin Chuan, expressing her helplessness. Despite her clear rejection, he continued to linger, creating considerable confusion for her. Humph! Bao Jingyu scoffed, sizing up the plainly dressed man before him. He turned to Jiang Fiwen and said, I've reserved a table at the restaurant downstairs. After the meeting, let us all have a meal together. We have matters to attend to, and no time, Meng Yuning replied coldly. After speaking, she stepped closer to Qin Chuan, taking his arm with practiced ease. The moment she wrapped her arm around him, Qin Chuan instinctively tried to shake her off. What a joke! She was using him as a human shield. Naturally, he refused to comply. Yet, Meng Yuning seemed to anticipate his resistance, her grip tightening around his arm, rendering him immobile. The force of her embrace brought her head nearly to his shoulder, imparting an even more intimate sensation. Help me, she seemed to plead silently. Meng Yuning turned to Qin Chuan and said, I can hardly endure this fellow any longer. Please, I beg you to save me. As she spoke, she wore a playful expression. However, to Bao Jingyu, these gestures and expressions merely appeared as flirtation from Meng Yuning towards Qin Chuan. Bao Jingyu was nearly seething with rage, yet he maintained a veneer of politeness and addressed Qin Chuan. May I inquire about your esteemed surname and the company you are affiliated with? I have not had the pleasure of encountering you before. One may address me as Qin Chuan. I am merely an ordinary farmer, currently unemployed, Qin Chuan replied with a smile. Finding himself unable to extricate himself from Meng Yuning's grasp, he ceased his struggles. Her chest pressed firmly against his arm, and with every attempt to break free, he felt the elastic resistance against his arm, leaving him in a state of inner turmoil. It seemed wiser to comply with the situation. A farmer? Upon hearing Qin Chuan's status, Bao Jingyu felt as if he had been struck by 1,000 arrows. How could he possibly be outdone by a farmer? Was Meng Yuning's taste so peculiar? You are unworthy of her. Bao Jingyu gritted his teeth and said to Qin Chuan, Indeed, I also believe I am unworthy of her and wish to let go. However, her grip is simply too tight, Qin Chuan replied, casting a glance at Meng Yuning and speaking with a hint of melancholic resignation. Bao Jingyu felt another stab of anguish pierce his wounded heart. Why was this so? He had pursued her for so long, yet she had not spared him a single glance. Instead, she was chasing after Qin Chuan? Yuning, the disparity in status between you and him is insurmountable. He cannot offer you happiness, Bao Jingyu lamented. What is it that you see in him? Indeed, Qin Chuan interjected, I am but an ordinary farmer, truly unworthy of such immense pressure. The Bao family holds a respectable position in Haiqing. If you were to be with me, it would greatly benefit the Meng family. Just look at him, his attire, his status, there is no comparison. Bao Jingyu expressed his profound hurt. Yes, he makes a compelling argument. I truly do not deserve you. This young Master Bao is a good man, Qin Chuan remarked to Meng Yuning. Before Qin Chuan could continue, Meng Yuning discreetly pinched the inside of his arm, causing him to nearly cry out in pain. He was meant to act as a shield, not to collude with this man. Please just be good to me, she whispered in his ear. Being kind to me is also being kind to him. Consider it a virtuous deed. Seeing the pleading look in Meng Yuning's eyes, Qin Chuan nodded in agreement. How can you insult me so? Qin Chuan turned to Bao Jingyu and said, What is wrong with my attire? Although I am a farmer, I believe I dress appropriately. Quite appropriate, Meng Yuning affirmed with a nod. Can you even claim that your entire outfit amounts to 200 yuan? Bao Jingyu scoffed at Qin Chuan. Are you blind? Qin Chuan addressed him, inquiring whether he recognized the logo, whether he was familiar with the emblem. 200 yuan could merely procure a thread. Upon learning that Qin Chuan was a farmer, Bao Jingyu naturally assumed that he was clad in cheap, counterfeit attire, hardly casting a glance in his direction. However, upon this remark from Qin Chuan, he realized that the garments adorning Qin Chuan were worth tens of thousands of yuan, including even this year's limited edition pieces. The cost of Qin Chuan's apparel far exceeded that of his own. Fortunately, thanks to Meng Yaoning and Zhang Fiwen, who had gifted him a few expensive outfits, he was spared the embarrassment of appearing less refined in that moment. Indeed, one's appearance speaks volumes, and Bao Jingyu was evidently taken aback. Relying on a woman's wealth, what skill is that? Bao Jingyu surmised that Qin Chuan must certainly be spending Meng Yaoning's money and scoffed derisively. Isn't it shameful to live off someone else? Chapter 86. You are too abstract, Yuning, he is unworthy of you. At this moment, Bao Jingyu, still unwilling to concede, spoke to Meng Yuning. He possesses neither power nor influence and cannot assist you in Haiqing. Our family, at least, holds the position of a non-voting representative within the Black Gold Consortium, which provides us with a common ground. He is merely a peasant. Apart from consuming your resources, he is of no use to you. Qin Chuan pondered, is this how all infatuated individuals behave? As long as the words leave remain unspoken, do they believe there is still hope? Shareholders, enter through the east gate. A voice announced at that moment near the entrance of the Black Gold Consortium. Qin Chuan chose to disregard Bao Jingyu and walked alongside Zhang Fiwen towards the grand entrance. The non-voting representatives entered through the south gate, where someone was directing the flow. The Black Gold Consortium is a colossal interest group with numerous shareholders. The largest stakeholder holds merely 10% of the shares. Despite this, the rights to dividends and decision-making are distinct. Although some may not possess a majority of shares, their single vote can outweigh the votes of others. Nonetheless, all shareholders retain participatory rights. The status of a shareholder is largely symbolic. You are not suitable for her, Bao Jingyu remarked to Qin Chuan. Currently, she is able to participate as a shareholder in the meetings of the Black Gold Consortium, while you must remain below, unable to assist her. It would be better for you to willingly let go. As a non-voting representative, I at least have the privilege to attend and observe. The disparity between you and her is insurmountable. Qin Chuan glanced at him curiously and replied, What is your issue? The non-voting representatives enter through the south gate. After saying this, he strode confidently into the east gate. "Sir, you cannot enter here. Please use the south gate," a man interjected. Upon seeing Qin Chuan enter, Bao Jingyu attempted to follow but was halted by an individual outside. "Why can he enter but I cannot?" Bao Jingyu expressed his discontent. "Did you not understand my words? Shareholders enter through the east gate, while non-voting representatives must enter through the south gate. Only those authorized as shareholders of the Black Gold Consortium may enter here," the suited man explained to Bao Jingyu. Upon hearing this, Bao Jingyu's eyes widened in disbelief. What was happening? Qin Chuan was actually a shareholder of the Black Gold Consortium? Had he not claimed to be merely a peasant without a company? He had just mocked Qin Chuan for an extended period, and now this revelation struck him like a bolt from the blue. It cannot be true. Bao Jingyu stared ahead blankly, until Meng Yuning's figure vanished from sight. He was acquainted with many prominent figures in Haicheng, and had never heard of someone named Qin Chuan. How could he possibly be a shareholder in the Black Gold Consortium? He needed to investigate immediately. "Sir, please enter quickly. The meeting will commence soon, and the doors will close," the suited man urged Bao Jingyu. In a state of resignation, Bao Jingyu could only enter through the southern gate. He then instructed someone to investigate Qin Chuan's circumstances. "Miss Meng, are you not inviting enmity upon me?" Qin Chuan finally withdrew his hand from her embrace, speaking as he walked. "He is the scion of the Bao family. How could someone of my humble stature dare to provoke him? You have the audacity to challenge the Jiang family, so why shy away from a mere Bao group?" Meng Yuning remarked leisurely from the side. "For Jiang Fiwen, you would dare to defy the Jiang family. Why should I be any different when it comes to the Bao group? We are all friends, after all. How can there be a distinction? Or is it true that you share some ambiguous connection with Fiwen?" All right. I can handle it. Qin Chuan quickly replied. "Isn't it just the Bao group? However, this fellow truly is infatuated. Despite your outright rejection, any person with a modicum of self-respect would know to retreat. Generally, someone like him could have any beauty he desires. Why cling to you of all people? I mean, your allure is rather abstract. It's perplexing what he sees in you." As Qin Chuan and Meng Yuning ascended the stairs, their conversation caught the attention of others climbing alongside them, leaving many astonished. He actually dared to speak to Meng Yuning in such a manner? Meng Yuning, being the eldest daughter of the Meng family, stood as a paragon among the elite of Haicheng's secondary families. The Black Gold Consortium was predominantly led by her family. When others encountered Meng Yuning, they were invariably respectful, fearful of offending her. Yet here was Qin Chuan, engaging with her so casually, even with a hint of disdain in his tone. "You are the one who is abstract." Upon hearing Qin Chuan's assessment, Meng Yuning widened her eyes in indignation, exclaiming, "If you dare label me as abstract again, do not blame me for severing ties." "Sever what ties?" Qin Chuan retorted with a dismissive glance. "Stark truths are often unpalatable. Do you not realize how abstract you truly are?" "Silence," Meng Yuning interjected, covering his mouth while glancing around. "Do you not see all these shareholders present? Am I to disregard my reputation? We're but small fry. Who would pay us any mind?" Qin Chuan responded nonchalantly. "That may be, but you must still uphold my image in public." Meng Yuning shot him a glare. "You must never again call me abstract. My standing within the Black Gold Consortium is significant, and my image is one of aloofness. Be mindful of this." All right, understood," Qin Chuan replied casually. As they approached the conference room, Meng Yuning's expression shifted dramatically, an imposing aura emanating from her. Even behind her sunglasses, one could sense the formidable pressure radiating from her eyes, a presence characteristic of someone in authority. Upon noticing her, others instinctively parted ways. To Qin Chuan, however, she appeared even more abstract. He stealthily took a photo with his phone and shared it in their group chat, which included him, Jiang Fiwen, and Meng Yuning. "I did not expect you to possess such a facet. However, it appears rather abstract." Meng Yuning, "The essence remains quite authentic." Jiang Fei-wan echoed this sentiment, yet accustomed to her original demeanor, this new appearance is indeed somewhat disconcerting. Abstract, a fitting description. Upon hearing her phone ring, Meng Yuning, seated gracefully, glanced at her device and then directed her gaze towards Qin Chuan, her eyes seemingly capable of inflicting harm. Do not dare to label me as abstract. I am undeniably an aloof and elegant woman. In reality, Meng Yuning wore an expression of indifference, as if engaged in some serious business on her phone, when in fact she was merely chatting in a group. Chapter 87. A reunion with Luo Haiwen. Throughout the meeting, Qin Chuan found himself utterly disengaged, as the discussions were incomprehensible to him. After a mere few minutes, he decided to meander downstairs, unable to withstand the stifling atmosphere that was lulling him into a state of drowsiness. He exchanged a brief message with Meng Yuning on WeChat, indicating his departure, and then made his way down. However, upon reaching the ground floor, he discovered that the exit was locked, and it would remain so until the meeting concluded. Was it merely an ordinary meeting? The air of mystery surrounding it was so thick that one might assume they were deliberating on matters of global significance. As Qin Chuan aimlessly wandered about, he unexpectedly encountered a familiar figure, Luo Haiwen. Upon sighting him, Luo's eyes blazed with fury. They had initially been instructed by a mediator to wait in the cafeteria on the first floor until the meeting concluded, at which point they would be granted an opportunity to meet. Having arrived early, they had not anticipated seeing Qin Chuan, and Luo was seething with rage, wishing to pounce and exact vengeance. You dare show your face here? I should make you pay dearly, Luo Haiwen seethed, his anger compelling him to confront Qin Chuan. However, his current physical limitations, a result of a broken leg, rendered him immobile. Well, if it isn't young Master Luo, Qin Chuan remarked with a sardonic smile. It seems I was too lenient last time. Clearly, the lesson from your injury wasn't severe enough. Luo Haiwen was on the brink of exploding with rage at Qin Chuan's taunts. Dad, have Longwu go teach him a lesson, he exclaimed, pointing at Qin Chuan. He is the one who broke my leg. He must not be spared. Yet Luo Dong restrained him, saying this is the Black Gold Consortium's territory. It would be inappropriate to act out here. We shall address this after the meeting. His gaze was laced with malevolence. Anyone who dared to harm his son would face his wrath. Oh, you're too afraid to act? Then I shall take my leave, Qin Chuan declared, brazenly striding past them and heading straight for the cafeteria. Meng Yuning had already messaged him, instructing him to wait in the cafeteria, as someone wished to meet him there post-meeting. Who let you in? Luo Haiwen shouted in indignation as he watched Qin Chuan enter. What is it to you? Is this your family's establishment? Qin Chuan retorted, casting him a disdainful glance. I can enter if I wish. Who are you to stop me? This high-end venue is not suited for a pauper like you, Luo Haiwen scoffed, pointing at him. Get out now and don't embarrass yourself here. Fool. Qin Chuan muttered dismissively before turning and stepping into the cafeteria, finding a random seat to settle down. Enough, Luo Dong interjected, waving a hand at Luo Haiwen. Our priority now is to properly receive our esteemed guest without conflict. I will have Longwu handle it later. Luo Haiwen was his cherished son. No matter the circumstances, he would not allow anyone to bully him. Longwu, his bodyguard, had been hired at great expense and possessed formidable strength. Resolving matters with Qin Chuan poses no difficulty. Approximately 10 minutes later, the main doors swung open suddenly, indicating that the meeting above had concluded, and preparations for the reception were underway. Luo Dong addressed Luo Haiwen, while observing Qin Chuan making his way towards the restroom. He turned to Longwu beside him and commanded, Go, incapacitate that man. Longwu nodded in agreement and followed in Qin Chuan's wake. Earlier, while seated in the dining hall, Luo Dong had refrained from taking action for fear of drawing the attention of the influential figures present. Now, however, he would show no restraint. Qin Chuan had to be eliminated. Not long after Longwu departed, several prominent figures descended from the upper floor. Luo Dong clearly recognized one among them and hurriedly approached. Mr. Meng, allow me to introduce you to Mr. Luo from the Luo Dong group, a middle-aged man said, gesturing towards Luo Dong. Greetings, Mr. Meng. I am Luo Dong, he said, bowing and scraping in deference. Mr. Meng, wearing a broad smile, nodded in acknowledgement and replied, Since you were introduced by Mr. Hua, we are all friends here. There is no need for formality. And who might this be? He inquired, glancing at Luo Haiwen. My son, Luo Dong replied, eager to ingratiate himself. He was a bit mischievous yesterday and ended up with a broken leg. However, to make amends, he must come to you in person. Oh, I see, Mr. Meng nodded, seemingly indifferent to the incident. Were it not for Mr. Hua's introduction, he would hardly have bothered with Luo Dong. Now, he was merely doing Mr. Hua a favor, as Qin Chuan happened to be a friend of Meng Yuning, so this was a simple courtesy. Please allow us to enter. I have reserved the banquet hall, Luo Dong said with a smile, ushering everyone into the restaurant's most luxurious private room, lavishly adorned and exuding elegance. However, none were there merely to dine. Each had ulterior motives. Yuning, where is your friend? After everyone had taken their seats, Mr. Meng glanced at the time and asked Meng Yuning. She quickly contacted Qin Chuan. In the restroom, I'll be there shortly. Qin Chuan replied casually to Meng Yuning's WeChat message. He had an important matter to attend to, as he sensed a skilled adversary had set their sights on him. Brother, what's the matter? Qin Chuan placed his phone in his pocket and turned to face the robust man behind him. Someone has ordered me to incapacitate you, Long Wu stated flatly. Do not waste your time here. You are no match for me. Qin Chuan washed his hands and remarked to Long Wu, don't risk your life foolishly. Did that fool, Luo Haiwen, not inform you of my capabilities? Regardless of your abilities, they are futile before me, Long Wu declared before charging at Qin Chuan. Bang! His fist came crashing towards Qin Chuan. Qin Chuan reacted with remarkable swiftness, his body abruptly tilting to the side as his right hand struck against his opponent's arm, while his left hand surged towards the vulnerable area beneath the ribs. Long Wu, equally agile, noticed Qin Chuan's response and swiftly altered his strategy, retracting his fist in an instant to block Qin Chuan's incoming punch with his elbow. He then propelled himself forward, aiming a kick at Qin Chuan. With a resounding thud, Qin Chuan met the attack with a kick of his own. The force of their clash caused both to retreat simultaneously. Their strength was commendable. Qin Chuan nodded in acknowledgement and remarked to Long Wu, reaching such a level of practice must have required considerable effort. Let us cease. I have no desire to injure you. However, Long Wu shook his head defiantly, asserting, injuring me will not be as straightforward as you might think. As he spoke, he charged towards Qin Chuan once more. Qin Chuan, feeling a sense of resignation, recognized that while Long Wu possessed commendable skill, he still fell short in comparison to his own prowess. With a sigh, he resolved to conclude the skirmish with a single decisive move. Chapter 88. Qin Chuan as a shareholder. Although Long Wu believed that Qin Chuan possessed considerable strength, he was confident in his ability to cope. However, in the next moment, he found himself regretting that assumption. Qin Chuan struck first, moving with remarkable speed. Before Long Wu could react, Qin Chuan had already appeared before him. There was no time to defend himself, and Qin Chuan's fist collided forcefully with his face. With a resounding thud, Long Wu was sent flying, crashing to the ground, rendered unconscious. Qin Chuan dusted off his hands and remarked, they said your strength was insufficient, yet you refused to believe it. After saying this, he turned and headed towards the banquet hall. Inside the banquet hall, Luo Dong was busy charming the distinguished guests. He had no choice. Everyone present held a higher status than he did, and he was in need of their favor, thus he had to humble himself. Upon entering, Qin Chuan immediately spotted Luo Haiwen, who had a broken leg. What was occurring here? Was he to dine with Luo Haiwen? Luo Haiwen and Luo Dong initially thought a certain shareholder had arrived and hurried to greet him. Yet, upon rising, they realized it was Qin Chuan, and their expressions changed dramatically. Who allowed you to enter? Luo Haiwen exclaimed angrily upon seeing Qin Chuan. Do you dare to intrude here? Get out. This is no place for a country bumpkin like you. His anger flared even more upon sighting Qin Chuan, and he clenched his teeth in fury. My apologies. Luo Dong quickly addressed the gathered dignitaries. It seems this is merely a lost soul. I shall escort him out immediately. He was puzzled. What had happened to Long Wu? Was he not supposed to swiftly deal with this scoundrel? Why was he unharmed? Ignoring the two, Qin Chuan turned to Meng Yuning and inquired, is today's significant matter merely dining with these two fools? Is it? Meng Yuning, uncertain, turned to her father, Meng Shixing, and asked, Dad, is this the important matter? Indeed, Meng Shixing nodded, though his expression was far from pleasant. He had invited Qin Chuan, leveraging his own and his daughter's reputations, only for these two to confront Qin Chuan with such hostility. Were they there to apologize or to create chaos? Furthermore, how could he explain their behavior to Qin Chuan? Indeed, it seems so, Meng Yuning replied awkwardly. What terrible luck. Frowning, Qin Chuan muttered a curse, yet he did not turn to leave. Was it you who sent your bodyguard after me? Qin Chuan coldly addressed Luo Dong. What of it? Luo Dong sensed a shift in the atmosphere but still failed to recognize that this Qin Chuan was the very shareholder in question. With a swift motion, Qin Chuan struck him, sending him sprawling to the ground. Before Luo Dong could comprehend the situation, Qin Chuan lifted a nearby chair and brought it crashing down onto his leg. The entire sequence unfolded with remarkable fluidity. In a mere second, Qin Chuan rendered Luo Dong incapacitated by shattering one of his legs. As for Luo Hai, he had intended to voice his objections, but Qin Chuan swiftly delivered a kick that sent him flying. The agony was exacerbated for Luo Dong, whose leg had only recently been encased in a cast. The brutal impact caused it to break once more, inflicting excruciating pain. What is happening? Observed President Hua, seated beside Meng Xixing. Upon witnessing Qin Chuan's entrance and the immediate incapacitation of his two companions, his face turned a shade of green with fury. Who are you to act so brazenly here? President Hua slammed his hand on the table. He was unfamiliar with Qin Chuan and was oblivious to the latter's connection with Meng Yuning. Furthermore, he had secured considerable benefits from the Luo family to orchestrate this gathering. Bang! As President Hua's words fell, Meng Yuning rose abruptly, slamming her palm on the table. President Hua, temper your words, she commanded, her presence suddenly emanating a formidable aura, her eyes gleaming with a hint of lethal intent. The atmosphere around them seemed to plummet in temperature upon her utterance. Allow me to introduce this gentleman, Qin Chuan, a shareholder of the Black Gold Consortium. Did you not request us to invite him? Meng Yuning stated coldly. We extended our courtesy to bring him here, yet your men have acted most disgracefully. Did you not hear how they insulted my friends and dared to send someone to incapacitate him? What are you attempting to achieve? Is this a trap? Such a despicable tactic. With that, she kicked her chair aside and took Qin Chuan by the arm, leading him towards the exit. The room fell into stunned silence. The man they had just encountered was indeed the newly appointed shareholder of the Black Gold Consortium, the very individual they were meant to honor today. Luo Haiwen was so taken aback that he forgot his pain. Was this Qin Chuan the same Qin Chuan from the village, deemed a wastrel? The revelation was almost too much to bear. Luo Dong's eyes widened in disbelief. He suddenly realized that the Luo group was doomed. The son who had so brazenly offended Qin Chuan, now revealed to be a shareholder of the Black Gold Consortium, had irrevocably burned his bridges. There was no room left for reconciliation. President Hua, equally astonished, found himself at a loss for words, having just chastised the very guest he had invited. Meng Xixing remained seated, his expression one of discontent. President Hua, you have brought me considerable embarrassment, he remarked coldly, disregarding the two members of the Luo family. Were it not for our years of friendship, I might suspect you were deliberately undermining me. Do you have any idea of the cost we incurred to invite Qin Chuan? Meng Yuning has already laid the groundwork. It is now my turn to extract a fitting recompense from you. With Meng Yuning having played the villain, it was now his role to assume the mantle of the Good Samaritan. President Hua was taken aback and quickly addressed Mr. Meng, saying, Mr. Meng, it was my oversight. I failed to grasp the situation. This is my fault, entirely my fault. Due to your misstep, our relationship with Qin Chuan has plunged to a freezing point. How do you think he will perceive us moving forward? Mr. Meng slowly rose to his feet and replied, President Hua, let us refrain from dining together in the future. I must first go and apologize to him. Farewell. Wait. President Hua, feeling a surge of frustration towards Luo Dong and the others, hastily grasped Mr. Meng's arm, insisting, Mr. Meng, you are not at fault. If anyone should apologize, it is we who ought to take responsibility. I understand that this incident has undoubtedly cost the Meng family considerable goodwill. The Hua family cannot allow you to bear this loss alone. Upon hearing his words, Mr. Meng responded, well, regarding the entertainment city. Alas, it seems today is not the right time to discuss business. The project concerning the entertainment city? Let the Meng family handle it. President Hua quickly grasped the underlying meaning and hurriedly said, as long as you do not misunderstand our intentions, this incident was truly an unforeseen accident. Mr. Meng, having attained what he desired, cheerfully remarked, we have been good friends for many years. How could I not know your character? It is certainly a misunderstanding. Rest assured, I will clarify matters with him. Chapter 89. Rescuing others, there was no need to be so furious, Qin Chuan remarked to Meng Yuning after his emergence. Meng Yuning had exhibited considerable anger in the restaurant earlier, leaving him somewhat taken aback. He had not suffered any real loss and thus, there was no necessity for confrontation. However, Meng Yuning retorted with indignation, they were the ones who invited you here, yet they engage in such antics. If we do not teach them a lesson, they will continue to perceive us as easy targets. Rest assured, this matter will not simply conclude here. She continued, if I do not extract a little benefit from this situation, I would be remiss. After today's affair, it is quite possible that I could secure you a residence in Haiqing. Qin Chuan, upon hearing Meng Yuning's words, was taken aback. Could it really be played this way? Their initial lack of propriety should not render him unjust. Meng Yuning asserted, our visit today was already a display of courtesy. They dare to treat us in such a manner, truly believing that the reputation of the Meng family is easily dismissed. You need not concern yourself with this. I shall handle it. As she spoke, she ushered Qin Chuan into the car. A wave of frustration surged within Meng Yuning, feeling as though they had been played for fools. A suffocating sensation lodged itself in her chest, rendering her uncomfortable. The two conversed as they drove, but suddenly, Meng Yuning abruptly halted the car. Her expression turned grim, hands gripping the steering wheel, her body swaying slightly. What's wrong? Qin Chuan inquired, his voice tinged with concern as he observed her distressing demeanor. The suddenness of her condition appeared severe, and the oppressive feeling returned. With great effort, Meng Yuning straightened herself, gripping the steering wheel and said to Qin Chuan, look at my heart area. There seems to be an issue. Her voice was weak, and her body swayed as though she might collapse at any moment. Upon hearing this, Qin Chuan did not hesitate and immediately took action. Within the crimson mark, something akin to a worm seemed to be writhing. By employing his acupuncture technique, he confined the mass, limiting its movement to a small area, yet its speed of motion was increasing alarmingly. This was peculiar, far too peculiar. If it were poison, it should not exhibit such fluidity. Could it be a form of sorcery? Yet, it did not resemble a living entity during the acupuncture process. Furrowing his brow, Qin Chuan pondered how this phenomenon could possess traits of both poison and sorcery. What exactly was this affliction? Regardless, it mattered not what it was. His priority was to restore her health. Let us go, he said, glancing around before assisting Meng Yuning into a nearby hotel. He consulted a medical text, and immediately, her condition was laid bare before him. The definitive cure would require 5 stages before it could be applied, but there were some alleviation methods available. Although he was uncertain of the specifics of her ailment, any means of relief was a positive development. The approach involved using silver needles to further seal the afflicted area, while gradually employing his spiritual energy to dissipate the pain. This approach is akin to treating a headache by merely addressing the head or alleviating foot pain by focusing solely on the feet. It is a superficial remedy that fails to address the root cause. It can only temporarily alleviate her internal afflictions, and it is certain that the symptoms will resurface after a time. At present, Meng Yuning feels an overwhelming sense of constriction in her chest, as though she might suffocate at any moment. She is utterly devoid of strength and cannot muster the energy to take action. Observing her distressing state, Qin Chuan dares not hesitate. This situation is dire. At that moment, Meng Yuning uttered a couple of pained cries, which jolted him back to reality. Seeing the agony etched on her face, Qin Chuan wasted no time and swiftly retrieved his silver needles, targeting several acupoints. According to the medical texts, this area resembles a locus of poison. Previously, he had managed to contain this toxin in its current position. The technique he was about to employ aimed to pacify the noxious substance. Clearly, once the toxin is unable to flow freely, it will culminate in a concentrated eruption, a sensation that is truly tormenting. With deft precision, Qin Chuan swiftly inserted the silver needles, gently twisting one of them. Almost immediately, he observed a faint red thread travel along the base of the needle, penetrating the area of the red blotch. In a short while, that blotch began to gradually fade away. This is indeed merely a temporary solution, a measure to placate the toxin for the time being. It is akin to soothing the poison momentarily. Inevitably, it will flare up again. They can only prolong the inevitable by continuing to administer needles as the eruption approaches. Qin Chuan grasped her hand and activated his techniques. He had expended a considerable amount of white mist today and needed to replenish it promptly. As he diligently channeled his power, the familiar warmth enveloped her once more. This warm energy circulated within her before dissipating from his hand. Yet, after this cycle, she felt an unparalleled comfort in her body. However, something felt amiss today. Ah! Meng Yaoning emitted a sound of anguish. Qin Chuan suddenly recognized that he could no longer recklessly draw upon her for the white mist. It now bore an unusual quality that could lead to disarray. Concerned about overexerting himself, he hastily released her hand and ceased his techniques. Chapter 90. Has the room been returned? Qin Chuan gazed at Meng Yaoning, who appeared somewhat out of sorts, momentarily taken aback. Something felt amiss. Previously, although Jiang Fiwen had also been affected by the great yin-yang fusion technique, the sensation would dissipate as soon as he ceased its operation. Yet, Meng Yaoning seemed to be experiencing something different. Realizing that she was likely unconscious, he quickly pressed her down and inserted several silver needles into specific acupoints, allowing a stream of white mist to flow in. This method, executed with precision, was notably pure and devoid of any unsettling feelings. After about a minute, her gaze gradually regained clarity. The instant Meng Yaoning returned to herself, she promptly covered her head with the nearby blanket. It's not your fault? Qin Chuan's voice reached her. It must be something else causing the disturbance. Upon hearing this, Meng Yaoning tossed the blanket aside. What is it? She exclaimed with fervor. Cough, cough. After getting dressed, she feigned indifference and asked Qin Chuan, So, what do you think is influencing me? Qin Chuan shook his head, replying, I'm not certain. We need to investigate. As he spoke, he headed toward the exit, prompting Meng Yaoning to follow closely, intrigued by his mysterious demeanor. While practicing the great yin-yang fusion technique earlier, Qin Chuan had sensed something was off. This location was hardly a blessed ground. The surrounding white mist was not particularly dense. Yet, as he performed the technique, an overwhelming amount of white mist surged into his body. Meng Yaoning's peculiar behavior was closely tied to this phenomenon. Qin Chuan silently attuned himself to the white mist while diligently searching the area. Upon their arrival at the hotel's courtyard, Qin Chuan was suddenly captivated by a particular potted plant. The plant appeared diminutive, standing at less than 10 centimeters in height, and bore a fruit resembling a lime atop its branches. Qin Chuan was not particularly knowledgeable about potted plants. Could you do me a favor? He asked Meng Yaoning. Could you help me procure that pot of flowers from the hotel? Certainly, she replied after a brief glance. If a customer expressed interest in a hotel's potted plant, they would typically agree to sell it, as such items were not of significant value. If desired, they could easily procure more later without offending the client. After speaking, Meng Yaoning proceeded to the front desk to discuss the matter. Meanwhile, Qin Chuan bent down to examine the potted plant, carefully wiping its pot with a cloth. This was a plant imbued with rich white mist. Carelessly discarded in such a manner was nothing short of wasteful. Isn't that Qin Chuan? A male voice called out from behind him, dripping with sarcasm. The man regarded Qin Chuan with a condescending tone. Have you fallen so low as to be reduced to cleaning for others? Upon seeing the newcomer, Qin Chuan felt a sense of familiarity, though he could not immediately recall the source. Once filled with youthful vigor, he had once pursued the stunning Li Xiayun. The man continued with a sarcastic tone. Oh, I later heard that Li Xiayun ran off with Luo Haiwen. You even had your legs broken and lost your job? How pitiful. He turned to his female companion, saying, This is the university classmate I mentioned earlier, the former academic prodigy. Just look at the depths to which he has fallen. Upon hearing this, Qin Chuan suddenly remembered. This man was Li Runyan, a classmate from his undergraduate days who had also courted Li Xiayun, albeit unsuccessfully. Later on, he became a pharmaceutical representative and had sought Qin Chuan's assistance to facilitate sales of his medications to hospitals, which Qin Chuan had firmly declined. You once looked down upon us pharmaceutical representatives when you held a bit of power. Just see where you are now. I drive a luxury car and have a beautiful woman by my side, while you have sunk to cleaning, Li Runyan proclaimed, embracing his female companion with an air of triumph as he spoke to Xiao Tang. After being rejected by Xiao Tang, Li Runyan had harbored dissatisfaction, and he could hardly believe his luck in encountering him again, eager to mock. Amazing, truly amazing, Qin Chuan replied dismissively. Such classmates might never cross paths again in life, and he had little desire to engage with him further. This is my business card. If you find yourself in dire straits, feel free to reach out, Li Runyan said, producing a card. You could come work for me as a pharmaceutical representative. Qin Chuan had once despised the idea of being a pharmaceutical representative. If he were to end up in that role, it would indeed be a true vindication of his grievances. Do you even earn 3,000 now? I can offer you 5,000, Li Runyan taunted Qin Chuan. The latter chose to ignore him entirely. At your age, having been dumped by your girlfriend, I imagine it stings. How about I introduce you to someone? Although I can't promise anyone exceptional, I can find you someone of average appearance. Given your own modest circumstances as a cleaner, I could introduce you to a cleaner at my company. She may be a bit older, but she is a kind person from the countryside, perfectly suited for you, Li Runyan assumed, misinterpreting Qin Chuan's silence as embarrassment. Just as he spoke, Meng Yuning approached from the hotel front desk, her high heels clicking elegantly with each step. As a stunning beauty, her presence instantly eclipsed the woman beside Li Runyan. Qin Chuan, I've arranged with the front desk that we can take the flower pot. Additionally, I've checked out of the room. Let us leave, Meng Yuning said, smiling sweetly as she reached Qin Chuan's side. Chapter 91. Blushing, Li Runyan's eyes widened in astonishment upon hearing Meng Yuning's words. How could Qin Chuan, a notorious miser, possibly attract such a stunning girlfriend? Surely, he was only at this establishment for a tryst. The mere thought of a woman of Meng Yuning's caliber being involved with Qin Chuan filled him with regret. Why should it be Qin Chuan? This man lacked status, employment, and any substantial background. What right did he have to win the affections of such beauty? Casting a glance at Meng Yuning, Li Runyan suddenly found the woman beside him far less appealing. A beauty indeed. He approached Meng Yuning, attempting to appear nonchalant as he presented his business card. I am Li Runyan, the general manager of the Rehabilitation Pharmaceutical Factory. May I have the honor of making your acquaintance? Meng Yuning did not even take his card but coldly retorted. Do all the strays think they can offer me their business cards? Normally, she was not so arrogant, but having just overheard his derogatory remarks towards Qin Chuan, her dissatisfaction was evident. Let us go. Without sparing Li Runyan a glance, she wrapped her arm around Qin Chuan and made her way outside. Qin Chuan picked up a flower pot, said nothing, and followed Meng Yuning out of the hotel, indifferent to the antics of the fool behind them. Li Runyan watched the pair leave together, his frustration boiling over, his teeth clenched in anger. How could a pauper, for reasons unknown, manage to secure a beautiful woman? It angered him. Years ago, he was never outdone by Qin Chuan. Now, having finally surpassed him, why was he still overshadowed? He promptly called a familiar classmate to inquire about Qin Chuan's current situation. What could he possibly be doing? Farming, perhaps? When he reached Li Shayun, he finally gleaned the truth about Qin Chuan's circumstances. Farming? But I see he is accompanied by a strikingly beautiful woman, Li Runyan inquired. Since Li Shayun's recovery, their communication had increased. However, it was rumored that Li Shayun had become involved with the son of the Luo family, placing her status above his own. It's merely a fade. They are at most friends. Reflecting on their encounter at the mall, Li Shayun scoffed. Their family merely survives by growing watermelons, just a bunch of country bumpkins. Recently, due to Qin Chuan's altercation with Luo Haiwan, she had felt a noticeable chill from him, which vexed her greatly. Unable to vent her frustrations on Luo Haiwan, she redirected her ire towards Qin Chuan. Oh, I see, Li Runyan thought, now understanding the situation. This man had been deceiving himself, portraying the image of a wealthy individual while being nothing but a poor fool. Claiming to be a stray? Quite the actor. Just wait. He would expose his true nature when the opportunity arose. The watermelons should be ripening soon. Their family supplies quality fruit to the city. Perhaps we might encounter them there.
Li siajun remarca casuali.
When she had been dating Qin Chuan, she had been fully aware of his family's circumstances. She knew everything. Quality fruit? Upon hearing this, Li Runyan smiled. I'll just wait here for you, letting you flaunt before me. Qin Chuan sat in Meng Yuning's car when his phone suddenly rang. Damn it. Qin Chuan answered the call. Qin Chuan, your father is going to the city tomorrow to deliver watermelons. Could you lend a hand with unloading? It's a bit troublesome for him to do it alone, Sun Yumei said to Qin Chuan. She could still hear Qin Yuanlang's voice in the background. Why are you bothering the child? He has his own work to do, I can manage on my own. Alright, I happen to have time tomorrow. Have the watermelons been picked at home? Should I go back to help with that? Qin Chuan replied. The watermelons have already been picked, so you needn't worry. Just help with the unloading tomorrow. Your father has just recovered, and I fear he might struggle. Sun Yumei said with concern. Okay, still from the Shijia fruit store, right? Early at 5? Qin Chuan inquired. Yes. Alright, tomorrow morning I'll be there. The two exchanged a few more words before hanging up. You're a shareholder of the Black Gold Consortium. Why are you still farming at home? Meng Yuning jested, addressing Qin Chuan. Truth be told, despite holding a mere 0.5 stake, his annual dividends were no less than 7 figures. Such a sum was ample for his family to lead a comfortable life in Haiqing, rendering the need to toil over a small plot of land unnecessary. The elderly only know how to grow watermelons. If you don't let them, they won't be pleased. Qin Chuan shook his head. Let them farm if they wish. They need something to occupy themselves, right? Tomorrow, I'll find a few people to help you unload. Meng Yuning remarked. No need. There isn't much to unload. It'll take just half an hour. Qin Chuan replied, looking at her. Our family barely makes any profit from a truckload of watermelons, and hiring help would diminish our earnings significantly. Alright then, Meng Yuning conceded, seeing that Qin Chuan didn't require assistance, and she refrained from further comment. The two returned to Zhang Fiwen's home. You surely didn't eat well today? Zhang Fiwen had changed into casual home attire, a simple t-shirt paired with loose-fitting trousers, giving her a more relaxed appearance. It's not that I didn't eat well. It's that I didn't eat at all, Meng Yuning said while seated at the dining table. I was just filled with anger. She promptly recounted the events that had transpired. The Luo family has gone too far. Zhang Fiwen frowned, saying, Can we just let this slide? We have several business dealings with the Luo family. I'll immediately sever those ties. Don't casually terminate the ongoing business. It could create issues. Qin Chuan interjected quickly. Yuning has already dealt with them on my behalf. If you start issuing orders before officially joining the Zhang group, it might give others the impression that you are difficult to work with. Fiwen, you needn't worry about this matter. If we take action, the Luo family will undoubtedly suffer significant repercussions. Meng Yuning confidently declared, Let us not dwell on this sorrowful topic any longer. Let's hasten to our meal. Zhang Fiwen nodded in agreement and inquired, Did you prepare all these delectable dishes? Meng Yuning gazed in astonishment at the table laden with an array of appetizing cuisine. Certainly not, Zhang Fiwen chuckled, covering her mouth. I engaged a chef to prepare this feast. I was just about to commend your culinary skills. When did they reach such heights? Meng Yuning responded, Please enjoy your meal. I shall excuse myself to take a shower and change my attire, she stated as she rose to her feet. Oh, is the weather particularly warm today? Why is your outfit so damp? Zhang Fiwen observed Meng Yuning's appearance and suddenly recalled her own experience while being treated by Qin Chuan, causing her cheeks to flush with embarrassment. Chapter 92. Scalding hot indeed. It was exceedingly warm. Meng Yuning hastily concocted an excuse and said to her, It's too hot. May I borrow your pajamas? With that, she swiftly retreated to the upstairs bedroom. The knowing look in Zhang Fiwen's eyes was unmistakable, stirring a palpable anxiety within. Qin Chuan, why not stay here for the night? It's quite late, and returning at this hour could be perilous, Zhang Fiwen suggested to Qin Chuan. Moreover, you have yet to attend to Meng Yuning's treatment. Her words were clearly a test. Qin Chuan, taken unawares, replied, Actually, I have already treated her. Upstairs. Meng Yuning instantly grasped Zhang Fiwen's implication and called out loudly, "You haven't treated me yet. Please take a look at me later." She shot a knowing glance at Qin Chuan. Not one to be easily deceived, Qin Chuan pondered briefly and comprehended the situation. Zhang Fiwen chuckled, her understanding of Meng Yuning's demeanor evident. Earlier, he had dared to mock her. Soon, the tables would turn. With a resigned smile, Qin Chuan said, "All right, I happen to have some matters to attend to in the city tomorrow, so I suppose I shall impose upon you for the night." Zhang Fiwen expressed her gratitude, saying, "What do you mean by imposing? If it weren't for you, we might have been cast out by now. Indeed, without your intervention, we shudder to think of our predicament," Meng Yuning added as she descended. Now dressed in a long t-shirt, her beauty remained striking, even in such simplicity. Qin Chuan raised his glass, proclaiming, "We are friends now. It is only natural to support one another, so there is no need for formality." "Precisely, we are all friends. No need for such politeness," Meng Yuning echoed as she lifted her cup, intent on downing its contents in one go. "Ugh! Hot, hot, hot," she exclaimed, realizing too late that the tea was scalding, nearly burning her tongue. "Did you not check before drinking? Can't you see we are savoring it slowly?" Zhang Fiwen quickly fetched a tissue to wipe the tea that had splashed onto her. Qin Chuan grabbed a mop to clean the small amount of tea spilled on the floor. However, there was hardly a mess, as most of the tea had drenched her clothes instead. Alas, her exquisite figure meant that any liquid escaping her lips rarely reached the ground. The white t-shirt, upon contact with water, became slightly sheer. Fortunately, the spill was minimal, merely dampening a portion of her attire. Meng Yuning casually tugged at her shirt and remarked nonchalantly, "It's nothing. In this weather it will dry in 2 minutes. Come, let us eat. We've been busy all afternoon and haven't had a proper meal. Let us eat." Zhang Fiwen urged Qin Chuan, who, indeed, felt a twinge of hunger and quickly began to dig into the food. After dinner, Zhang Fiwen, somewhat perplexed, turned to Qin Chuan and inquired, "Given my current condition, is it still feasible for me to swim?" "Certainly, there is no issue," Qin Chuan reassured her. "As long as there are no violent collisions, you should be fine. Most of the healing has occurred, and the external chill will not penetrate your body." Zhang Fiwen sighed in relief. The temperature today reached a scorching 40 degrees. The sun had just set, and the heat outside had subsided. It was the perfect opportunity for a swim, and it would be a pity if she were unable to do so today. "See, I told you it would be all right," Meng Yuning chimed in from the second floor, peering at Zhang Fiwen. "Which outfit are you wearing? The red one or the white one? Perhaps you should let Qin Chuan decide." As she spoke, Meng Yuning waved both outfits in front of Qin Chuan. "Don't tease him," Zhang Fiwen remarked, noticing Qin Chuan's awkward expression. She quickly interjected, "I'll wear the white one." After saying this, the two hurried back to their room to change. Meanwhile, Qin Chuan returned to his room, carrying a potted plant he had purchased from the hotel. This peculiar fruit contained an immense quantity of white mist. When he practiced his grand yin-yang fusion technique, the white mist generated was no less than that produced by this fruit. The fruit resembled a lime, yet its exterior was surprisingly hard, more akin to a walnut in texture. Using his insight, Qin Chuan was unable to decipher the nature of the fruit himself, but the book in his mind could comprehend it. Upon employing his perception, a veil of white mist enveloped his vision, and shortly thereafter, a line of text appeared on the pages before him. Biling fruit. Green skin, hard shell, not suitable for direct consumption. Consuming it directly may induce confusion and infatuation. Can be used medicinally to treat various ailments. Currently ripe and ready for harvest. Further information requires access to the third tier. Upon reading this line, Qin Chuan felt an urge to curse. What was the nature of this book? Why did it impose tier restrictions? It was either the third tier or the fifth tier. After a moment of calm contemplation, Qin Chuan deduced the rationale behind the book's wording. It was possible that before reaching the third tier, he was unqualified to comprehend that level. Even if the book provided information, he would be unable to grasp it. It could also mean that upon reaching the third or fifth tier, he would enter a new plane of understanding where he could appreciate the significance of these matters. Nonetheless, the fruit was indeed ripe and ready for picking. At that moment, Qin Chuan noticed that the fruit was fervently absorbing the surrounding white mist. After approximately 10 minutes of this vigorous consumption, it appeared to have reached its capacity and ceased its absorption. Qin Chuan attempted to engage his grand yin-yang fusion technique, and the white mist from within the fruit flowed into his body. To his astonishment, he discovered that the white mist seemed to be immediately usable. However, this white mist also possessed the unsettling ability to induce confusion and infatuation. He merely absorbed a slight amount, yet his entire demeanor began to shift, and his mind spiraled into chaos. While this substance proved to be effective, it should not be utilized frequently. Should one lose control, unforeseen consequences might ensue. If he were to succumb to its effects in the presence of adversaries, it would undoubtedly become a source of ridicule. As he was lost in these troubling thoughts, a chorus of laughter from the swimming pool outside drifted in. Chapter 93. The mermaid Qin Chuan exhaled deeply, plucking a lime from the tree and setting it aside as a trinket. The book indicated that it had reached maturity, rendering its continued presence on the branch unnecessary for nutrient absorption. By harvesting it now, there remained the possibility of another fruit bearing. "Come play with us, Qin Chuan," called Meng Yuning, as she approached the floor-to-ceiling window, tapping on the glass to catch his attention. When Qin Chuan turned to face her, he found it almost impossible to maintain his composure. Meng Yuning was truly an enigma. One moment alluring, the next aloof, at times playful, and then provocatively bold. The remarkable aspect was her ability to transition seamlessly among these diverse personas. "Why not join us for a swim? The weather is sweltering," Zhang Fiwen chimed in. Her cheeks flushed as she stepped closer. With two stunning beauties clad in bikinis standing before him, what reason could he possibly have to decline? "I didn't bring my swim trunks," Qin Chuan replied with a smile. "You two go ahead. I'll step out for a refreshing juice." He exited the room, making his way to a nearby lounge chair and remarked, "With two lovely ladies before me, it's truly a feast for the eyes. Isn't? Do you think we look absolutely stunning?" Meng Yuning leaned in closer, her eyes sparkling. "Indeed." Qin Chuan nodded in agreement. "You are the first man to witness us in this state. Are you not proud?" Meng Yuning teased. "Not particularly," Qin Chuan responded lightly. "Enough of your teasing," Zhang Fiwen interjected, directing her words at Meng Yuning. "Come on, let us get on with it." "Oh, have you already started defending him?" Meng Yuning quipped. "And here I thought you two were merely friends. I can't help but wonder if there are some clandestine secrets between you." "Stop spouting nonsense," Zhang Fiwen retorted, her gaze fixed on her. "Didn't you just say that Qin Chuan hadn't treated you before? Surely, if he hadn't you wouldn't be so unscathed. Your clothes are wet, and you still don't realize. All right, enough of this. Let us not hurt each other's feelings." Meng Yuning quickly covered her mouth. "I was wrong. I won't speak out of turn again. Please show mercy." The memory of that scene left Meng Yuning feeling rather awkward. Despite external influences, her demeanor was not something she wished to recall. After all, she maintained an image of a cool goddess. Yet in that moment, she had been overly forward. The mere thought of it caused her cheeks to flush. Seeing her triumph, Zhang Fiwen decided not to press further. In the pool, Zhang Fiwen and Meng Yuning glided like two exquisite mermaids, captivating Qin Chuan's gaze. After a while, Zhang Fiwen emerged from the water, wrapping herself in a towel as she approached him. "I received a call from Mr. Fu this afternoon," she said, settling down beside him. "He mentioned that the bracelet is ready and will be delivered to you tomorrow." Qin Chuan nodded slightly and addressed her. "Certainly. If you require funds, feel free to sell it to him directly. Discuss it with him once you meet. There is no need for hesitation." Judging by his tone, the beads from the car seemed quite promising. Zhang Fiwen recalled the call from Mr. Fu earlier that afternoon and relayed her thoughts to Qin Chuan. He acknowledged her with a nod. Had Zhang Fiwen not reminded him, he might have forgotten that he still had several strands of beads left with Mr. Fu. Nevertheless, Mr. Fu's pricing is generally reliable. You could increase his offer by approximately 20%. Zhang Fiwen, concerned about Qin Chuan's potential loss, advised him. "Understood," Qin Chuan replied, nodding again. "How delightful." While they conversed, Meng Yuning emerged from the swimming pool and hurried over. "Isn't the Jiang family organizing a shareholders meeting for you tomorrow? Do you require us to support you? She asked Jiang Fiwen. Those individuals from the Jiang family are far from trustworthy. I fear they might change their minds at the last moment and take advantage of you. That seems unlikely. Jiang Fiwen shook her head in response. Currently, my grandfather's fate rests in Qinchuan's hands. He would never dare to act recklessly. One cannot be too certain. Meng Yuning countered, shaking her head. Jiang Yiming has held the company for so long. How could he allow you to enter so easily? I suspect he will certainly create obstacles for you. Tomorrow, when you head to the Jiang family, please pick me up, she added. Qinchuan pondered briefly before replying. My work starts at 5 and after a meal, I should be finished by around 7. I will also attend, Meng Yuning remarked to Jiang Fiwen. You need not worry about that, Jiang Fiwen replied. You have a plethora of issues at home to handle. Focus on your matters first. Do not let me be a burden. Besides, with Qinchuan here, I believe no unforeseen circumstances will arise. Do not speak of burdens, Meng Yuning said. However, Qinchuan is indeed dependable. With him by your side, I feel reassured. Qinchuan observed Meng Yuning, noting that she harbored many secrets. Although she appeared carefree, she had never disclosed any personal information to them. However, when it came to relationships, he prioritized character above all else, and Meng Yuning's integrity was commendable. Suddenly, as their conversation became animated, a mournful sound of a Sun echoed from outside the courtyard, its tone weeping and pleading. Upon hearing this, Meng Yuning's expression changed noticeably. Chapter 94. Maybach. The sound was quite unsettling, yet it lasted merely 2 or 3 minutes before fading away. I must return home first. Meng Yuning's expression suddenly turned tense as she addressed Xiao Qinchuan and Jiang Fiwen, saying, I will come to find you to play once I handle matters at home. After speaking, she swiftly dashed back to her room to change clothes, hardly pausing to bid them farewell before hurrying off. What was that all about? Qinchuan observed her retreating figure with curiosity, inquiring, where did that sound come from? What does it signify? Why did Meng Yuning's countenance change upon hearing it? This. Jiang Fiwen smiled slightly at Qinchuan, replying, it's nothing. Perhaps Yuning was reminded of something at home. She clearly seemed reluctant to discuss the matter further. Qinchuan decided not to press her. However, once Meng Yuning had departed, the atmosphere between the two grew somewhat ambiguous. While Yuning was present, it had not been as pronounced. Now, with her absence, Jiang Fiwen, clad in a bikini, appeared to become somewhat bashful. It's getting late, we should rest. Qinchuan noticed the conversation dwindling and quickly advised her. Jiang Fiwen nodded and retreated to her room. Qinchuan then sat up from the lounge chair and, directing his gaze towards the source of the sound, activated his vision. Instantly, a white mist surged into his eyes, rendering all obstacles before him invisible. At that moment, he spotted Meng Yuning entering a black car. Beside the vehicle stood an elderly woman with a head of white hair. She was dressed in loose athletic attire and wore a pink baseball cap that obscured her face, making it impossible to discern her features. The instant Qinchuan laid eyes on her, she seemed to sense something, glancing in his direction. Yet, she did not notice anything amiss and turned to get into the car, departing shortly thereafter. After their departure, Qinchuan furrowed his brow. The white-haired woman struck him as peculiar. He could not pinpoint what was off, but he felt an undeniable sense of her being extraordinary. Finding nothing unusual, he returned to his room to sleep. Early the next morning, he rose promptly and headed to the Shijia fruit store. For convenience, he even took Jiang Fiwen's Maybach. After all, she possessed several vehicles, and using one would not hinder her mobility. Upon arriving at the fruit store, he discovered his father had already arrived and was preparing to unload watermelons from the truck. Unloading watermelons alone was indeed a tiresome task, requiring numerous trips to transport them from the vehicle to the stall. With 2 people working together, the process could be expedited significantly. Dad, toss them down to me, and I'll catch them, Qinchuan suggested, well versed in such tasks from a young age. With their combined efforts, they worked efficiently, and within 20 minutes, the entire load of watermelons was successfully unloaded. Oh, isn't that Qinchuan? As Qinchuan was tidying up his vehicle in preparation for departure, a voice called out from behind. Li Runyan, with a fried dough stick dangling from his mouth, ambled over and mockingly remarked to Qinchuan, "Oh my, It turns out your profession isn't cleaning. You're actually a watermelon farmer. What of it? Have you consumed my family's rice? Qin Chuan replied while closing the horse trough of the vehicle, casting a glance at Li Runyan. This individual truly lacked originality. That S of little consequence. It merely brings me comfort to see you not thriving, Li Runyan retorted, pulling out his phone to record Qin Chuan. Behold our distinguished graduate. I once thought you would become a revered figure in the field of traditional Chinese medicine in Haicheng, yet here you are reduced to farming watermelons. Let everyone witness. He filmed a video, intending to share Qin Chuan's plight in their classmates' group chat for their amusement. Do you not find yourself utterly uninteresting? After finishing his tasks, Qin Chuan addressed Li Runyan. What is so noteworthy about selling watermelons? I simply wish to witness your humiliation, Li Runyan replied. I distinctly remember how you stole my goddess and cast me out from the hospital. I want to see you in despair. It brings me joy, Dad. It's time for breakfast. Qin Chuan thought it best to ignore him. Such a person was undeniably tedious. Boss, my father's tricycle will be parked here for a bit. We're off to grab breakfast. Qin Chuan greeted the proprietor of the fruit store, preparing to take Zhou Yuanlang to a breakfast spot. His father had risen early, undoubtedly without having had breakfast. No need, I'll eat at home, Zhou Yuanlang countered. Food in the city is exorbitant. It's not even 6 o'clock yet. I'll return shortly after driving the tricycle. Your mother will have a meal ready. He worked labor-intensive jobs and had a hearty appetite, often consuming over 30 yuan in a single meal. At home, we hardly spend that much in a day. It's all right. I'm earning now, Qin Chuan assured Zhou Yuanlang. Our family doesn't lack a little money. After we eat, just take some back for my mother and Qin Jin. No need for them to cook. As he spoke, he pulled Zhou Yuanlang toward his vehicle. I'll drive you to eat. No need to worry about the cost, he said. Look at what kind of household this is. Unable to afford a meal, Li Runyan remarked to Qin Chuan. Living like this is your own doing. Qin Chuan sighed, observing Li Runyan filming him, feeling a sense of helplessness. Don't you ever tire of this? I may not lead a life as prosperous or exceptional as yours, but surely that suffices. You should return to your own affairs. He waved dismissively at him, finding him irksome. I want to continue filming you, Li Runyan persisted, undeterred, recording a third segment for the group chat. Let us see what our once prominent graduate is having for breakfast today. Dad, let us go, Qin Chuan said, unwilling to engage further. At this age, how can you behave like a child? He approached the car he owned alongside his father, opened the door, and allowed Qin Yuanlang to take his seat, while he himself settled into the driver's position. Without acknowledging Li Runyan, he drove away with a flourish.
Li Runyan,
who had initially captured splendid footage, even shared the third video in the group chat, contemplating following in his own vehicle to observe what Qin Chuan would dine on. However, as he entered his own car, a sudden realization struck him. How could someone as impoverished as Qin Chuan possibly afford a car? He meticulously recalled the emblem of that vehicle. Goodness, wasn't that a Maybach? How could Qin Chuan possibly drive a Maybach? Instantly, he wished to retract his previous message in the group, but by the time he realized, it was too late. The video could no longer be withdrawn.